Chapter 1. The Haicheng Jumping Incident. Quick, jump down, and your son will live. Haicheng City, Zy Huafu, 11:08 p.m. In a remote area. With a dark moonlit night, it was the perfect time for the murderer to act. In a video on Chen Binhua's phone, a masked man appeared. The man was holding a sharp knife against his son's neck, demanding him to end his 56-year-old life from the 33rd floor. Seeing him motionless, the masked man raised the dagger and viciously stabbed it into his son Chen Guo's thigh. In an instant, intense, glaring blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining Chen Binhua's phone screen red. Chen Guo continuously let out heart-wrenching screams, desperately pleading with his father to save him. "Dad, please help me, I don't want to die." Finally, Chen Binhua loosened his fists and, with a tragic shout, said, "All right, he'll jump. Just don't kill my son." 0.5 minutes earlier, Chen Binhua poured himself a glass of boiled water, preparing to take his hypertension medication on the coffee table. At that moment, he suddenly received a photo on his phone showing his son being kidnapped in Country M, but he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Such lowly tricks couldn't possibly intimidate him. As the head of the Industry and Information Technology Bureau, Chen Binhua had refused many temptations presented to him, which had offended quite a few local petty people. In the past, someone had used his son studying far away in Country M to blackmail him, but he had seen through all those schemes. Now, with AI technology booming, it was too easy to use head-swapping technology to forge a photo of Chen Guo being kidnapped, so Chen Binhua chose to ignore it. Soon, another video arrived on his phone. In the video, his son Chen Guo was tied to a chair. The surroundings resembled an abandoned old factory, and a masked man was casually moving a dagger across Chen Guo's face, easily able to take his life. Chen Binhua gasped in fear. It was his first time experiencing such a video threat. Regaining his composure, he shouted, "Hey, what do you want? Who are you? Why did you kidnap my son?" The masked man's laughter was sinister and infuriating. "Director Chen, I want your life. Now, jump off the building immediately." "Jump off?" Chen Binhua forcefully pulled at his shirt collar. "What if I don't?" The masked man clearly did not expect this person to be so arrogant and fell silent. Through the strange, terrifying mask, Chen Binhua saw the man's pair of sinister, terrifying eyes, the eyes of a desperate criminal, like the ghostly fire in the night. The masked man plunged the dagger into Chen Guo's thigh, and Chen Guo let out another heart-wrenching scream. "Director Chen, you have no choice tonight. One of you must go first." The masked man's tone was incredibly nonchalant, like a habitual offender engaged in kidnapping and extortion. Chen Binhua's expression shifted from anger and sharpness to desperate pleading. "You've kidnapped my son for money. I can give you a large sum. Just let us go." Hearing this, the masked man's laughter grew even more sinister. "Director Chen, what I want is for only one of you to live." After saying this, he raised the knife again and viciously stabbed it into Chen Guo's other thigh. Chen Guo screamed again, "Dad, help me. Please save me. I want to go back to my country." Chen Binhua realized that the masked man was not simply engaged in kidnapping and extortion, although he did not know the reason. It was certain that he would die tonight. An astonishing scene unfolded at that moment. The phone lost signal, and he could no longer contact the outside world, not even able to make an emergency call. Even more frightening was that the home computer seemed to be controlled by someone, and even the password lock on the door had malfunctioned. Chen Binhua was trapped in his own home, unable to communicate with the outside, and the other party was determined to kill him. He sensed that he was doomed. The other party was not an ordinary kidnapper. The ability to control all the smart systems and communication systems in his home proved that this was a crime facilitated by high technology. Give up, you can no longer contact the outside world. When your corpse appears downstairs in the community, you will regain your freedom. "Why are you doing this? Who are you? I want to know the truth before I die," Chen Binhua demanded. Not telling. The masked man pressed the knife against Chen Guo's neck. "He'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "All right, he'll jump. Just don't harm my son." Chen Binhua took one last look at his son, fear and pain enveloping him. "Son, take care of your mom for me." At 11:28 p.m., there was a loud bang, and the whole community erupted in chaos. At 11:45 p.m., police from the Xiqing Street police station received a call from a resident and rushed to the scene, immediately sealing it off. At 12:03 a.m., the criminal investigation team from the Haicheng Public Security Bureau hurriedly arrived, communicated with the police station officers, and took over this sudden falling case. 8:02:08 a.m. The head of the Haicheng Industry and Information Technology Bureau was reported dead from fall, and the news topped Weibo's trending list. A female resident of ZY Huafu posted the news on Weibo, never expecting that post to become a hot topic. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. Captain Gao Jie of the criminal investigation team squatted on the ground with a grim expression. The body had already been covered with a coat by the police who rushed to the scene first. Has the forensic doctor Yin Yong been notified? Yes, he's on the way and said he will be here shortly, replied Guantong, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. As soon as he finished speaking, a black Citroen parked by the roadside, and forensic doctor Yin Yong got out of the car with a toolbox, his expression unreadable as he headed straight for the scene in less than 10 minutes. Yin Yong had completed the preliminary autopsy work. The deceased is male, estimated to be between 50 and 60 years old, about 175 centimeters tall. The deceased fell face down, resulting in a disfigured face, multiple fractures, and skull fractures. Alcohol was detected in the deceased's mouth. The body shows no signs of binding or beating, and the time of death was around 11:30 p.m. Gao Jie sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the towering building before him, with the window on the 33rd floor wide open. The community surveillance has been checked. The fall occurred at 11:28 p.m. The deceased lived on the 33rd floor of Unit 2, Building 7. Let's go upstairs and take a look. The security captain standing nearby, who had previously looked terrified, was now somewhat calmer and kept mumbling. Director Chan would greet us security every time he came and went, showing no airs at all. How could such a good person jump off a building? He was only 56. In the prime of his life, he could have gone further. His son is studying in Country M, doing excellently on a government scholarship. His wife retired early last year and has been traveling in Australia for the past few days, supposedly just about to return. Gao Jie suddenly stopped, turning to look at the security captain. Are you saying Chun Binhua has been home alone recently? No one else? Yes, Mrs. Chun has been away for almost a week. His son came home last Christmas and has been studying in Country M since. What if this child knows such a big thing happened at home? How could Director Chen possibly think of suicide? Deputy Captain Guantong cleared his throat beside him. The police have not yet confirmed whether it was suicide. We still don't know. You security guards must not spread rumors if homeowners ask. Just say you don't know. The police will provide the public with a result once the investigation is clear. Yes, we promise not to spread rumors. I just think it's such a pity for Director Chun. He was such a good person. How could he? The elevator arrived at the 33rd floor, and a group of people stood at the door of Chun Binhua's home. The community has installed a fingerprint password lock, and it needs to be reset to factory settings to enter. The security team leader stepped forward. Officer, I've already contacted the factory repairman, and he's on his way to unlock it. Gao Jie nodded. Give him a call and ask how long until he arrives. He has already arrived. Guan Tong pointed to the elevator. The floor numbers were rapidly climbing. Chapter 2. Notify the family to return home. A man stepped out of the elevator, and the security team leader quickly introduced, Officer, this is the repairman responsible for our community's fingerprint door lock. The repairman saw the police and looked surprised. Oldly, what happened? I heard someone jumped off the building. Is it Director Chun? The officer told us not to spread rumors. You should hurry and unlock the door. Everyone is waiting to go in. After the door opened, the police put on shoe covers and entered Chun Binhua's home. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Gao Jie picked up a coat from the sofa and smelled it. It had the scent of liquor, leading him to conclude that the deceased had returned home after drinking and then jumped off. Shortly after, Captain Gao, this is the deceased's phone. Gao Jie took the phone from the investigator's hand. It had already been unlocked using special police methods, and he dialed the first number in the contacts. The other party was a designated driver who claimed to have picked up Chan Wenbin from the Meilihua Hotel around 10:30 p.m. and arrived at the Ziwei Huafu community close to 11 p.m. He confirmed that the driver had not been drunk and even chatted with him for a bit. After hanging up, Gao Jie had basically confirmed the time. Chan Binhua returned home from the hotel. The computer is on the deceased, must have used this computer while alive. Guan Tong discovered this clue, and Gao Jie's eyes lit up instantly. Quickly check his browsing history to see if there's any suicidal tendency. Yes, Guan Tong operated the computer, her frown deepening. Could it be that he just turned it on and suddenly felt the urge to jump? The motive for suicide doesn't seem right. Gao Jie stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? The deceased opened the computer but didn't log into any websites. Could something have happened suddenly that made him stop browsing? At that moment, investigator Wang Feng shouted, Captain Gao, there's a discovery here. What is it? The deceased opened the door from outside to return home, and logically, he shouldn't have touched the indoor doorknob again that I extracted fingerprint from above, and I can determine that these are the latest fingerprints and only his, proving that he was the only one home recently. Moreover, after entering the house, he intended to go out again. This was an important detail, and Gao Jie was puzzled about what had happened that prompted Chen Binhua to want to go out again at around 11 p.m. and why he ended his life by jumping. Off, boss. I checked WeChat. Chen Binhua had no unusual behavior and left no suicide note. Gao Jie looked at Guantong, hurry, and contact the deceased's wife and son. Guantong reached Chen Binhua's son, Chen Gua, who was studying in Country M. It was around 2 or 3 p.m. there, and Chen Gua quickly answered the call, enthusiastically shouting, Dad, how come you have time to call your son today? Did Mom and Aunt go to Australia for vacation? Are you lonely at home? The phone was on speaker, and Guantong held Chen Binhua's phone, her expression calm, but unable to hide a hint of compassion. Dad, why aren't you talking? Are you throwing a tantrum? Don't be like that. Didn't Mom say she'd be back tomorrow? Guantong glanced at the pale-faced Gao Jie, who nodded. Only then did Guantong speak. Are you Chenghua? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, and then Chenghua asked with a cheeky tone, You can't be my dad's lover, right? Guantong. My dad is impressive. He's been pretending to be a lovesick fool all these years, and I didn't expect him to secretly keep you. It's already past 4 m. Beijing time. You called me while my dad was asleep on purpose to discuss how to force my mom to divorce, right? Guantong interrupted Chenghua. Dad had an accident. I am Guantong from the criminal police team of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. I can be responsible for every word I say. Your father fell from the 33rd floor of your home at 11:28 p.m. tonight. Please accept my condolences. There was a long silence on the phone, and Chenghua chuckled somewhat ironically. Stop joking. That's impossible. Are you playing a prank? Is my dad trying to see my reaction? Stop messing around. He's too old for that. At this point, Gao Jie took the phone, his voice strong and firm. Chenghua, I am Gao Jie, the captain of the criminal police team. Whether you believe it or not, your father has passed away. We will contact your mother shortly. If you still don't believe it, I will send a photo from your father's phone to your WeChat right now. Chenghua seemed unconvinced, said okay, and hurriedly hung up the phone. Gao Jie sent a photo he had just taken of Chen Binhua downstairs to Chengua's WeChat, but there was no reply. It was evident that Chenghua had collapsed at this moment. After the breakdown, he would definitely buy a ticket to return home as quickly as possible. Australia's time is more than 2 hours ahead of Beijing time. It should be around 7 a.m. for Chen Binhua's wife, Lu Yaru. When Guantong called, Lu Yaru answered almost immediately. Lu Yaru answered the phone with a smile. Old Chen, stop urging me. My sister-in-law and I have already arrived at the airport, and we will be home around 10 p.m. Remember to prepare supper for us. We want to eat shrimp dumplings from Shirley Poo with extra vinegar. Their vinegar is Shaanxi old vinegar, more sour than ours. My sister-in-law and I love it. Guantong let out a sigh of relief every time she notified a deceased person's family. She feared seeing the expressions, voices, and reactions of the deceased family, feeling guilty for delivering the bad news, but having to tell the truth. Mrs. Chen, I am from the criminal police team of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. Your husband fell from a height of 33 floors at 11:28 p.m. tonight. Please return home as soon as possible. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, and Lu Yara laughed in disbelief. It's not even April Fool's Day, yet what kind of joke is this? Who are you? I know Director Pan from your Public Security Bureau. I will call him right now. If you are lying, I will go to your bureau to file a complaint when I return. My husband is in good health. He wouldn't jump. Guantong continued. Please accept my condolences. We are investigating the specific cause of your husband's death. I would like to ask you if he has had any unusual behavior recently. And when was the last time you contacted him? Lu Yara was unwilling to admit that something had happened to her husband, but she already knew something was wrong at home. No one would joke about the head of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology like this, especially since the other party did not seem to be joking. That he contacted me today. I sent him many photos on WeChat, asking him to save them on the computer for me because my phone doesn't have enough memory. Is his phone nearby? Guantong knew that Mrs. Chen was seeking a final confirmation. If the phone was in her hand, it would prove that Chen Binhua had indeed had an accident. It is. Mrs. Chen paused for a few seconds and said before hanging up, we are about to board the plane. We'll be home around 10 p.m. We will contact you again. Investigator Wang Feng stepped forward to report. Captain Gao, the scene has been thoroughly checked. and the possibility of home invasion has been ruled out. There are only the deceased's fingerprints and footprints. If a murderer has counter-investigation capabilities and cleans up the traces after killing, the outside hallway and elevator surveillance will have recorded it. We can conclude that this is most likely a suicide case. Unconsciously, dawn broke. Perhaps it was psychological, but on the way back to the bureau, the flow of people and vehicles seemed much more hurried and anxious than usual. Delay. And Xiao Wu sat in the back seat of the car, while Guantong occupied the passenger seat. The thought of the family members coming to confirm the identity of the deceased made them feel anxious and uneasy. At that moment, Gao Jie stared intently at the road ahead, and the atmosphere in the car was very somber. Is there a truth on my face? Gao Jie noticed Guantong was looking at him. There's no truth, just dark circles and stubble, and a face full of grease. Chapter 3 AI, synthesized photos delay, and Xiao Wu are both new police officers in the bureau, currently still in their probation period. Xiao Wu scratched his head and asked, Sister Wan, this suicide case looks quite mysterious. We haven't found any clues overnight. Why don't we just close the case? Dali, feeling drowsy, heard the words close the case and echoed, yes, close the case. Gao Jie slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding hitting a pedestrian walking their dog on the crosswalk. The pampered teddy dog barked at the car, and its owner, seeing it was a police car, urged the dog to hurry across the street. Having not slept all night, he was somewhat annoyed. He thought that until the case was settled, they shouldn't jump to conclusions. Chen Binhua was an official, and this case wouldn't be that simple. Delay in Xiao Wu's drowsiness was instantly scared away by Gao Jie. Guantong disagreed with Gao Jie's perspective, saying that officials also have emotions and moments of despair and mental exhaustion. Any flesh-and-blood person, when their thoughts go to extremes, may develop suicidal thoughts and actions. Before she could finish, her mother Zhang Milan called in, starting off with a loud voice, Tong Tong. Hurry and open the door for Mom. I bought a lot of groceries today. Guantong took a deep breath, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, and said, Mom, I'm not home. Didn't I tell you not to bring so many groceries? I can't finish them alone. What a waste. Zhang Milan was taken aback, and after a few seconds shouted, You little brat, where did you sleep last night? Guantong, looking exhausted, explained, Mom, your daughter is not that kind of person. Tong Tong, it's not that I'm old-fashioned, but a girl shouldn't casually sleep with anyone before marriage. It must be saved for the wedding night. Some men say they don't mind, but secretly they care a lot about whether they're wives. The more Zhang Milan spoke, the more outrageous it became, and Guantong continuously lowered the volume on her phone, worried that the 3 people in the car would hear. Mom, there was a fall case in the city last night. I've been working overtime. Upon hearing this, Zhang Milan exploded, Tong Tong, women over 30 can't stay up late. If you turn into a yellow-faced woman, will your bureau assign you a husband? I'm not criticizing you, but you've made it to your level. Why do you have to work so hard? Hurry and ask Bureau Chief Pan to transfer you to a logistics position. If you wait a few more years, I'm worried you won't be able to get married. Your aunts keep showing off how their sons-in-law buy them this and that. When will I have that luck? Listening to her mother rant on the phone, Guantong looked out the window with a face full of despair. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she thought of a temporary way to stop her mom from nagging. Mom, I have a boyfriend now. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a photo. Zhang Milan snorted, Don't try to fool me. With you working overtime every day, how could you possibly find a boyfriend? Mom, I'm really not lying. I'll send you the photo right away. After hanging up the phone, Guantong saw Gao Jie glance at her, his expression somewhat complicated. When did you get a boyfriend? You never mentioned it before. You've been hiding it pretty deep. Guantong forced a smile and said, I don't have time to date. I'm just trying to shut my mom up. How can people still pressure their children into marriage and childbirth in this day and age? When will humans have a right to choose whether to marry or not? What about the photo of your boyfriend? Are you going to find a random picture online to fool your mom? Doesn't that feel wrong? Guantong shot him a glare. Mind your own business. Your family must be pressuring you too, right? Gao Jie smiled wryly. My parents gave up on me a long time ago. They said when I get old, just find a decent nursing home, preferably one for officials. I think if I reach a high enough rank, I'll apply to bring you along too. Guantong shot him a sideways glance. Thanks for thinking of me. But I've already decided when I'm old, I'll just travel around, and when I can't move anymore, I'll just pick a nice spot to be buried. I don't want to be in a nursing home doing square dancing with a bunch of old ladies. Gao Jie suddenly became interested, I recently saw a bizarre news article saying that in the future, people can age at home and every household will have robot caregivers. Technology development isn't that fast, is it? If robots are that capable, they might as well help solve cases. Who knows? They might even figure out why Chun Binhua jumped off the building clearly. I believe that day will come. While they were talking, Guantong had already finished an AI-generated image in her hand. How about it? Isn't it just like the real thing, almost identical? She said proudly, holding up her phone. Gao Jie glanced at it and felt a tightness in his chest. Do you really have a boyfriend? He looks pretty good. This is an AI-generated image. In the age of artificial intelligence, all it takes to handle my parents is AI. Just wait, my mom definitely won't notice. Guantong looked at the image where she was happily nestled in the arms of a tall, handsome guy who gazed at her affectionately, as if they were about to get their marriage certificate tomorrow and have a baby the day after. Zhang Milan received her daughter's WeChat message, and, seeing her prospective son-in-law was so excellent, quickly sent a voice message. Sweet daughter, you really found such an outstanding son-in-law. He looks better than the sons-in-law of your aunts. When they see my son-in-law, their eyes will definitely turn red with envy. What does he do? He isn't from your bureau, right? You can't date someone from the bureau, especially that Gao Jia. Breaking you two up was a wise move. To shut her mom up, Guantong quickly made up a few sentences. Mom, he's my high school classmate, working on research projects. In the future, he'll get you a robot that can accompany you shopping and dancing. Since Dad is gone, if you want a companion, a robot can help you. Zhang Milan sensed there was more to her words. Her face turned red. Mom doesn't want a robot. I want a good son-in-law. I want a big grandson. Mom, I won't affect your work anymore. After you get off work, hurry and go on a date with Shaolin. Hurry up. You know what I mean? I won't say it out loud. After hanging up the phone, Guantong let out a wry smile. Since elementary school, her mom had strictly prohibited her from dating. By middle and high school, as she blossomed into a beautiful young woman, her mom watched her like a hawk, afraid she'd start dating too early. Little did she expect that, after turning 30, her mom would see a handsome guy and wish for her to get pregnant before marriage, getting on the bus before buying a ticket. She felt as if she'd turned into a market stall, with the leftover rotten tomatoes being casually priced low by the vendors. After a moment of melancholy, the police car arrived at the bureau's parking lot. When they got out of the car, everyone had a layer of oil on their faces. Every time they stayed up late, their faces would get oily. Someone in the bureau joked that staying up late was equivalent to frying oil. Who knows? They could scrape it off and fry a few dishes. Bureau Chief Pan, dressed in police uniform, stood at the door to greet them. From the expression on his face, it was clear that the higher-ups already knew about the incident involving Chun Binhua, the official who jumped off the building. This was a serious matter, and it was evident that Bureau Chief Pan was under immense pressure. Chapter 4, excluding homicide. The news of Chun Binhua's death couldn't be contained and was spread by a female homeowner in the community, causing a huge stir on Weibo. In the meeting room of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, the officers who had stayed up all night at ZY Huafu were all sporting dark circles under their eyes, looking exhausted but tense. Director Pan's face was as grim as a charred pot bottom. A high-ranking official in Haicheng had fallen to his death, and the Public Security Bureau would soon become the focus of the entire city. Pan Zhangwo's gaze swept across the room, his eyes burning with intensity. At 11:28 p.m. last night, surveillance footage showed the deceased, Chun Binhua, falling from his home. There were no cameras installed on the rooftop of the community, but the footage from the road of ZY Huafu, although blurry, clearly showed that the deceased had pushed open the window and jumped from the 33rd floor. The technical team enhanced the footage, revealing no signs of a second person encouraging the jump. Gao Jia summarized the current case facts, Pan ordered. Gao Jia nodded and began his analysis. Preliminary investigations indicated this was a suicide case, but the reasons behind Chun Binhua's suicide were still unclear. The deceased's wife and child were returning from abroad tonight, and they had expressed over the phone that Chun Binhua had shown no prior signs of suicidal intentions. Before his death, the desktop computer at the deceased's home was turned on. Fingerprints extracted from the mouse indicated that he had used it, but it was unknown why he hadn't browsed the internet or what his purpose for turning it on was. There were fresh fingerprints on the door handle, indicating that he had intended to leave before jumping. Monitoring footage from the hallway showed that he had not exited the apartment again after entering. He had jumped from the window, and there were no traces of another person in his home. All of this suggested that Chen Binhua had committed suicide, ruling out homicide. However, the actions of turning on the computer and opening the door seemed somewhat contradictory. After Gao Jie finished, Guantong began to recount. After falling from a height, the deceased landed face down in the community's flower bed. The soil was relatively soft, so while his face was crushed, his skull had not completely fractured. The internal structure can be imagined, and the coroner will provide an autopsy report shortly. Before his death, the deceased had called for a chauffeur from Malihua Hotel to return to the community. Upon entering his home, he had removed his outer coat and tie, and some fibers were extracted from clothing on the sofa. There were no surveillance cameras installed in the deceased home, so we couldn't know what he did after returning. It's certain he sat on the sofa for a moment, as there was a cup of unfinished cooled boiled water and a bottle of hypertension medication on a coffee table. If he had suddenly decided to jump after turning on the computer, I believe there would have been no need for him to take his hypertension medication. As for whether he had taken any medication, the coroner will provide results later. If the deceased had planned a suicide, these phenomena are quite abnormal. Typically, a person contemplating suicide will have some preparatory actions or rituals, but before his death, Chen Binhua was wearing a shirt reeking of alcohol and his belt was loosened. It is possible that his act of suicide was impulsive, but it seems unusual. We need to quickly investigate if he had any symptoms of schizophrenia or depression. Pan Zhengwo nodded and continued to ask, did the deceased's wife and child react normally upon learning of Chen Binhua's jump? Yes. Chen Binhua's wife, Lu Yaru, and son, Chen Guo, couldn't believe he would commit suicide. They were not psychologically prepared for Chen Binhua's suicide, which means he had shown no suicidal tendencies. So their reactions were very genuine. Just as Pan Zhengwo was about to ask further, Gu Mengmeng knocked on the door. Director Pan, the office director from Chen Binhua's unit has arrived. Outside the door stood a thin man wearing glasses and a formal work suit, looking flustered and sorrowful. Let's pause the meeting for now. Everyone take some time to sort out the case details. We'll continue in half an hour. Gao Jie, Guantong, come with me. On the second floor of the municipal bureau, in a small meeting room adjacent to the director's office, Pan Zhengwo, Gao Jie, and Guantong sat in a row, while the office director Yang Shenggang sat opposite them. The four engaged in a conversation. Yang Shenggang lowered his head, his hands nervously intertwined. I never expected Director Chen would leave so suddenly. I still remember what he said to me yesterday. There was a meeting this afternoon, and he insisted I write a good speech with new ideas. Director Chen had always nurtured me. I started as an office clerk under him, and I never thought he would. Although Pan Zhengwo's gaze was sharp and keen, his tone was gentle. Yang Shenggang, I know this is hard for you to accept. Most people react this way in the face of sudden events. I want to ask, has Chen Binhua exhibited any unusual behavior recently, or taken any special actions? Yang Shenggang shook his head firmly. No, the bureau has not been very busy lately. The party-building work has been completed. Aside from attending some meetings, he basically stayed in the director's office. Sometimes he would review some materials or read books. Our director Chen loved to read and was recently reading The Three-Body Problem. He generally didn't seek out his subordinates for help. We had a lot of freedom. When he went out for meetings or social events, he didn't require us to accompany him with bags, unless he specifically asked for a secretary. He always encouraged me to go home early to spend time with my wife and child. Director Chen was particularly good to his subordinates. He said work is just a means of making a living and an experience, and one should focus on family and loved ones. Before Yang Shenggang could finish, he was already in tears. Gao Jie said, it's clear you had a good relationship with him. Now, I need you to answer a few questions. Just respond to my questions. Okay, has Chen Binhua shown any signs of pessimism or suicidal behavior recently? No. Is there anything unusual going on outside? Wah. What do you mean by outside? Romantically? No, absolutely not. Our director Chen loves his wife. I've never heard of him having another woman. All right, next question. Does he have any enemies or people he doesn't get along with? Yang Shenggang thought for a moment. No, if I had to say one, it would be one person. Who? The deputy director of the office, Li Huoming. Previously, he competed with me for the office director position, but in the end, everyone voted for me unanimously. He He was unhappy and went to find Director Chun. I think Director Chun might have said a few words to him, and then he started speaking ill of Director Chun behind his back, but I don't think it would lead to any major feud. Half an hour later, Li Huoming was called to the municipal bureau. Upon entering, he wore a sorrowful expression. What do you want to hear for? How did Director Chun jump? I have nothing to do with it. Gao Jie patted his shoulder, firmly settling him in a chair. Don't get excited. We brought you here just to ask you a few questions. What was your relationship with Chun Binhua like? Chapter 5. Hurry up and close the case. Li Huoming's eyes rolled around. That's great, that's great. Director Chun treats his subordinates very well. I've been following him for many years. Gao Jie looked sharply at Li Huoming, saying he heard that Deputy Director Yang Shenggang had previously competed for the office director position and had some unpleasantness with Chun Binhua, right? Upon hearing this, Li Huoming became anxious and started talking nonstop. I knew that Yang Shenggang would say these things. Otherwise, why would you look for me? I swear, Director Chin's suicide has nothing to do with me. I admit I had some issues with him before. I was the first to arrive at the unit and followed him. Yang Shenggang entered the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology after me. I was too busy at work at that time, and once I asked Yang Shenggang to help me draft a speech for Director Chin. I planned to revise it and hand it to him later. Unexpectedly, Director Chun saw the draft written by Yang Shenggang first and immediately expressed that he liked it. After that, I had no more opportunities to write materials. Director Chun assigned me to manage the archives and reception work. Later, when it came to electing the office director, they chose Yang Shenggang. I was unhappy about it and went to see Director Chun. He said a lot, implying that Yang Shenggang was more suitable for the office director position than I was. Although I often complained privately, I swear I had nothing to do with Director Chin's suicide. When I heard that Director Chun jumped from the building last night, I felt particularly sad. I was just angry that he didn't choose me as the office director, but I never thought of causing him to lose his life. Yang Shenggang and Li Minghua were completely unaware of Chun Binhua's death. From their reactions, it was clear they had no motive for the crime. From their words, it could be heard that Chun Binhua had a good reputation in the bureau, with almost no negative evaluations after many years in office. The news of the official's suicide case leaked on March 29th, causing a citywide sensation in less than 24 hours. Some people fabricated multiple versions to gain attention, claiming that the official was involved in corruption and committed suicide out of desperation, or that he was blackmailed by a mistress, leading him to take his own life due to the imminent exposure of the situation, or that he was under great pressure and depressed, leading to his jump. Mayor Zhang made a direct call to Director Pan Jiangwo's office, demanding that the case be closed quickly to stop the rumors among the public and establish a positive image of officials. Implicitly, the leadership had been discussing and suggested publicly announcing that Chun Binhua died from an accidental fall, ordering the Public Security Bureau to close the case quickly. At this moment, Gao Jie and Guantong were discussing Chun Binhua's case with everyone in the criminal police team. They believed that if the deceased was determined to have committed suicide, there must be a motive. Otherwise, when Chun Binhua's wife and children came to the bureau at night, if the family made a fuss, they would need a convincing explanation. Xiao Wu, how can you say such ridiculous things? AI murder? What a wild thought. Delay? You're even more absurd. Remote-controlled suicide? There is not a trace on Chun Binhua's computer and phone. Everyone, stop overthinking. Just as they finished speaking, Director Pan called for them to come over. The two knocked and entered the director's office. Pan Jiangwo looked at them with a very firm tone, saying, "The higher-ups require us to close the case quickly." Guantong and Gao Jie exchanged glances, frowning in unison and saying, "We can't close the case." The online discussions about Chun Binhua's suicide were becoming increasingly absurd. The higher-ups decided to announce that Chun Binhua died from an accidental fall. Director Pan, this is too hasty. The scene doesn't look like an accidental fall. Yes, from the ground traces outside the window, there is no possibility of slipping, and the height of the window isn't sufficient for a fall. Pan Jiangwo looked at the two, but he said, however, drinking and falling is not impossible. Many people die from suicide or accidents every year. We can't complicate the case just because he is an official. After saying this, Pan Jiangwo appeared a bit anxious, and it was clear he wasn't convincing himself either. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive. Gao Jie continued, The case hasn't even reached 48 hours since it happened. I believe we shouldn't rush to announce it. This is Mayor Zhang's order. Gao Jie sneered. These days, even if we clarify things, it can easily backfire. The public may not believe our narrative. Besides, Mayor Zhang has the final say. What do you want us in the Public Security Bureau to do? What about the judicial system? Just let him decide. Guantong felt secretly pleased. Gao Jie was saying exactly what was on her mind. The new Mayor Zhang didn't want to start off by wading into murky waters. Everyone knew that Haicheng was a stepping stone. Previous mayors came and left quietly, taking nothing and leaving no trace behind. Gao Jie took a deep breath. I don't think we're overthinking Chen Binhua's death. There must be undiscovered clues waiting for us to verify. Moreover, we haven't received the autopsy results from Yin Yang's side. Director Pan, can you give us another day? Pan Zhangwo looked at the landline on his desk, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, all right, I'll hold off for a bit longer, but you need to hurry. Yes, we will ensure our mentor retires peacefully. Gao Jie excitedly saluted and dragged Guantong out. Director Pan was only a few months away from retirement. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't relax at the end. They must quickly find clues to prove that Chen Binhua's death was not a simple suicide, allowing their mentor to retire in peace, making his career flawless. Gao Jie rambled on, while Guantong was tightly held by his hand, causing her some pain. Her cheeks flushed. What are you doing? Let go. Only then did Gao Jie realize he had been too impulsive. Perhaps it was a physical instinct, and he subconsciously held her hand. Sorry, I got too excited. I'll be more careful next time. Guantong rolled her eyes at him, her expression somewhat ambiguous, seemingly not too angry. The atmosphere was a bit delicate when her phone suddenly rang. Her mother, Zhang Mylin, was calling again. Tong Tong, haven't you had lunch yet? Mom made you black-bone chicken soup, good for beauty and nourishing blood. I'm on the bus and will be at your unit in 10 minutes. Do you want to come out to get it? Or should I bring it in for you? Guantong pressed her voice down and said, Mom, I'm already an adult. Why do you keep coming to our bureau and bringing food? I don't like special treatment. Everyone has ordered boxed lunches. No need for you to deliver. Zhang Mylin raised her voice. Boxed lunches are not enough. My future son-in-law is so tall and handsome. I'm not saying anything about you, but you're not as good-looking as him. Look at his delicate skin, rosy lips, and good complexion. Don't go out with him and get laughed at, saying you look like your boyfriend's mom. Guantong thought to herself, of course he's handsome. I use the most standard measurements for facial features based on AI standards for Asian beauty to make a composite photo. Not to mention Mom being satisfied. If I show it to relatives during the holidays, they would definitely be envious. 10 minutes later, Zhang Mylin appeared at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau with a heartwarming lunchbox, enthusiastically greeting the passing police officers. Xiao Wang, have you found a girlfriend? I can introduce one. Our Tong Tong already has a boyfriend. Look, isn't he handsome? Xiao Wan, your daughter is 3 years old now. She must go to a private kindergarten that teaches English. Our Tong Tong also has a boyfriend. Look, isn't he handsome? Xiao Wu, have you been confirmed for your internship? It must be tough following Gao Jie, but fortunately, our Tong Tong didn't follow him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found such a good boyfriend. Look, isn't he super handsome? Everyone knew that Zhang Mylin was Guantong's mother and a seasoned marriage-pushing expert. In no time, the news that Guantong had a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend reached Director Pan's ears. Congratulations, Sister Guan. Sister Guan, we're waiting for the wedding candy. Sister Guan, your boyfriend is super handsome. As Guantong walked out of the criminal investigation room, she saw everyone smiling at her, and she instantly came back to her senses. Ms. Zhang Mylin must be showing off her son-in-law again. What a typical mother. Delay, do you think this young man looks like Takashi Kaneshiro? Chapter 6, Will AI Kill? Delay chuckled and said, Annie, my brother-in-law is way more handsome than Takashi Kaneshiro. Guan Jie is really hiding his talents, isn't he? I never expected that Tong Tong could find such a handsome man. Mom, what are you chatting about with him? I'm not just chatting. I'm concerned about Delay and trying to find him a partner. Zhang Mylin winked at the detective Delay, signaling various hints. Delay, being honest and simple-minded, ran into the bureau with a silly smile. Mom, please don't come to the bureau to bring me meals anymore. I'm not in high school. Do you plan to bring me meals for a lifetime? If you agree, I'll bring you 3 meals a day. Come on, tell me how you met Xiaolin. How could he be interested in a plain-looking woman like you? Look at you, going around with a bare face. Last year, there wasn't a single wrinkle on your face. And look at what you've become this year. Zhang Mylin even pointed out the lines on her face. These two are nasolabial folds. This is a puppet line. This is a crow's feet. And this is a Chinese character pattern. Mom will get you a card at a medical beauty clinic and take you to tidy up properly. Let me tell you, there are no ugly women in the world, only lazy ones. Guantong walked into the bureau with a thermos, completely unconcerned about how many fine lines were on her face. She just wanted to make some progress on the case before Chun Binhua's wife and children arrived. Gao Jie was watching the video of Chun Binhua jumping off the building, his brows furrowed as if he could easily squash a mosquito. Have you found anything new after watching it dozens of times? Gao Jie twisted a stiff neck. Not yet. Why aren't you eating? Don't let your old problem flare up again later. Guantong crossed her arms. I don't have an appetite. I suddenly feel a bit scared to face Chun Binhua's wife and children when they come back. Every time I take the family to identify the body, I feel like I've done something wrong. Gao Jie chuckled lightly. Do you feel like you're the murderer? A bit like that. I'm getting older, and I can't bear to see the despair on the faces of the deceased family. Every time, the family looks in disbelief, then nervously follows us to identify the body, ultimately fainting in the forensic room or next to the cold storage after despairing. That feeling is more torturous than investigating the case. Gao Jie listened closely to every word Guantong said, quietly and forcefully, even gritting his teeth, knowing that she was under immense pressure. Don't be like that. If you can't handle this kind of psychological pressure as a detective, you'd better change careers. Do you think there's still a chance in the Chun Binhua case? Guantong furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes lighting up. I think Xiao Wu and Delay have a point. Think about it. If an AI-generated image can fool my mom, what can AI do? The C software from the U.S. is said to be very powerful, much better than our country's W software. I've heard that when AI gains self-awareness, it might develop a parasital tendency, the creator eliminating the creator and then replacing human civilization. Gao Jie was taken aback. If that's the case, humanity is on the brink of destruction. But why did AI choose Chun Binhua? Ms. Guan, could you explain? Maybe AI has gained self-awareness and started testing humans using loopholes in research, and Chun Binhua was the unfortunate one chosen. All right, you're too stressed. How about I ask for a leave for you so you can go home and get good sleep? Guantong's gaze fixed. You don't believe AI can kill? Or do you not believe that AI, having gained self-awareness, could create another civilization? Gao Jie stood up, looking at her. I believe, but that's just a possibility for the future. Right now, I don't think AI possesses such capabilities. Researchers will also be cautious with AI, at least not allowing it to become powerful enough to directly destroy humanity. Zhang Mylin's lunch was delicious, and the crowd had finished eating. Watching the two engage in a debate about AI, seemingly more interesting than eating Ms. Zhang's lunch. Xiao Wu and Delay were about to join the debate, but Gao Jie directly put on his headphones, continuing to study Chun Binhua's jumping video, exuding an air of rejection. Guantong snapped back to reality, realizing she had been a bit out of it earlier, perhaps due to the lack of clues in the case, leading to some unrealistic thoughts, even conjuring up the idea of AI killing. Just a moment ago, she wasn't hungry, but after theorizing with Gao Jie, her stomach began to rumble. Conveniently, she picked up her lunchbox and started eating while flipping through the WeChat group chat records, only to discover that her mom had already sent her AI boyfriend's photo to the family group chat. The aunts and uncles were sourly praising Guantong's good taste in finding such a handsome boyfriend, all asking what her boyfriend does for a living, what her parents do, and if she has any siblings. Guantong sighed. The lunch in her hand suddenly didn't taste good. She could choose not to reply or to reply much later, because her job was the most special among the children in the family, giving her the privilege to avoid answering these boring and competitive questions. Around 10:15 p.m., Chun Binhua's wife and children arrived in Haicheng one after another. They gathered at the airport, embraced, and cried for a while before taking a taxi straight to the Public Security Bureau. At night, the bureau building was brightly lit, seemingly brighter than usual. Anyone outside could tell that a major case had occurred in Haicheng. Liu Yaru was crying inconsolably, swaying unsteadily, supported by a tall, fair-skinned, an extraordinary young man. The man's face was filled with sorrow, but compared to his mother, he had evidently accepted this painful reality. Pan Zhangwo and Gao Jie, along with Guantong, brought the two into the interview room. The administrative policewoman Gu Mingming poured tea for them and then exited the room. The atmosphere in the room was very somber, with only Lu Yaru's cries and Chun Guo's suppressed sobs. "Officer, can you take me to see my dad?" "Son, Mom will go with you. I still can't believe Dad would jump off the building. He said that after retiring, he would travel the world with me." Pan Zhangwo comforted them. "Please accept our condolences. You already know what happened. We'll first share the information we have, and then let Gao take you down to identify the body." Gao Jie spoke quite bluntly, so generally, when it comes to such unfortunate matters, Guantong takes the lead. As a female detective, she has a unique advantage, maintaining an empathetic ability when facing the victims' families. After Guantong finished speaking, Lu Yaru and her son were in tears and then followed them to the forensic room. Yin Yong had already performed the autopsy on Chun Binhua's body and was writing the autopsy report in front of the computer. Seeing Gao Jie and the others arrive, he knew that the family members of the deceased were likely behind him. "Yin Yong, these are the family members of Chun Binhua. Take them to identify the body." Yin Yong nodded. With her son's support, Lu Yaru slowly approached the operating table, hoping that the body under the white cloth was not her husband, wishing it was just a mistake by the police. The big boy, Chun Guo, also hesitated to face the reality, retracting his outstretched hand several times. Ultimately, it was Gao Jie who lifted the white cloth covering the deceased's head, revealing a face that was not entirely intact, even distorted. Even if the deceased's appearance had changed, family members could still recognize certain unique features at a glance. Ms. Lu Yaru moved closer to the body, her body trembling uncontrollably. She took just one glance and fainted the next second. Chun Guo held his mother, gazing at his father's cold body. In utter despair, he pounded his chest and cried out, "Dad." The forensic room produced the autopsy report, and the Bureau immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss it. Some people question that Chun Binhua took hypertension medication before jumping off the building. Analyzing from a normal person's perspective, if someone decides to jump off a building, there is no need to take hypertension medication. Gao Jie saw that the newcomer, Delay, was blushing like a shy elementary school student who knows the answer but doesn't dare to raise his hand. "Delay, what are your thoughts?" Chapter 7 Custom AI Boyfriend. Delay's face turned red. "My dad also has high blood pressure. Sometimes, when the time comes, taking medication becomes as natural as drinking water. I think it's not unreasonable that Chun Binhua took his high blood pressure medication before jumping off the building." This struck a chord with Pan Zhangwo, who smoothly added, "Delay makes a good point. Gao Jie, Guantong, stop overthinking it. Everyone can lose control of their emotions and act out in extremes. We can't assume there's more to it just because he's a director. Let's end today's meeting here. You two prepare to close the case." Gao Jie wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Guantong beside him. Director Pan's intention was clear: respond to the higher-ups' instructions and quickly quell this incident of an official jumping off a building. With the annual tourism festival approaching, the government didn't want this incident to continue to escalate. After the meeting, Director Pan patted Gao Jie's shoulder. "Stop looking so grim. The case is closed. Come over tonight for dumplings. I'll have her master's wife make you some with celery and pork filling, and your master will personally prepare the seasoning." It was rare for Director Pan to coax like this, but Gao Jie still looked displeased. "Master, give me a little more time. I'm sure I can find new leads." Pan Zhangwo paused for a moment. "Don't be so stubborn. You've been under too much mental pressure lately and are getting stuck in a rut." Gao Jie called out from behind, "Master, you weren't this quick to close cases before. Is it because you're about to retire that you—" Before Gao Jie could finish, Pan Zhangwo turned around and glared at him. "I'm still not someone who closes cases easily. You have no evidence to prove that Chun Binhua's death was a homicide. I think you've been overly suspicious this time. Take a look at the cold cases from the past. Don't let your mind wander idly." Gao Jie's fists clenched, and Guantong, imitating Director Pan, patted him. "It's closed. Let us go back to the office and take a break." That evening, back at home, Guantong lay on the sofa and picked up the remote to turn on the TV. The real purpose wasn't to watch TV, but to have some noise in the house. Ever since Gao Jie moved out a year and a half ago, the place had been lifeless. She had thought about getting a dog, a Pomeranian, a Teddy, a Papillon, or a Samoyed, and naming it Gao Jia. Guan Tong smiled bitterly as her gaze fell on the TV screen, which was airing a segment called Light of Technology. The radio host spoke clearly, inviting a domestic research expert. The research expert, with a receding hairline, was clearly a leader in his field. Professor Zhang. The AIC software from Country M has become very popular recently. Many professionals are anxious, as this C software is said to be able to replace many jobs, such as designers, writers, painters, screenwriters, and so on. AI has also helped the police solve cases, particularly in criminal investigations and abduction cases. AI can restore the appearance of abducted children from blurry photos, which has been a significant help to the police. It is said that AI has been integrated into the police's technical department. Professor Zhang smiled. That is indeed the case. Professor Zhang, since Country M developed C software, our Country SW software has followed closely behind. Netizens have reported that there is a certain gap between our W software and the C software. Could you share your insights on these two AI systems? Professor Zhang smiled slightly, radiating wisdom. In the era of AI, people's lives will become more intelligent. All information and data can be input into AI systems, making our lives inseparable from AI in the future. AI can be applied in households, offices, and even transportation. For example, using AI robots to free our hands to drive cars. Of course, if traffic police check for drunk driving, we still need to provide our driving licenses. We can issue commands to our home AI robots, such as heating a cup of milk or boiling 2 eggs, with precision to achieve soft-boiled eggs. Young people facing pressure from parents to marry can buy a robot to handle various traditional holidays. The robot can compile all the information it collects and respond smoothly to parents and relatives. Of course, I do not encourage young people to deceive the elderly. And I remind everyone that AI humanoid robots are quite expensive. Guan Tong sat up abruptly, opening her computer to search for robot customization websites. Her mom already had a photo of her fake boyfriend and would soon demand that she bring Lin Xianchao home. If her mom found out she was being deceived, she might even go to the police station to confront her, forcing her to join various matchmaking teams. On the TV, the beautiful host continued to ask Professor Zhang, there are claims that AI hides safety risks and may threaten humanity in the future. Some netizens express concerns that if AI develops self-awareness, it might have ambitions to replace human civilization. Could you share your insights and clarify for the audience watching at home? Guantong glanced at Professor Zhang on the TV. This middle-aged man radiating wisdom, with a hint of inscrutable emotion between his brows. It always felt like he was holding back something in his words. Perhaps he was just not at liberty to disclose too much information about AI to the public. As the application of artificial intelligence technology becomes more widespread, its vulnerabilities are gradually being exposed. It is not ruled out that robots may develop self-awareness in the future, leading to issues of technical abuse and safety loopholes. Researchers worldwide are paying close attention to this aspect, and our country has been strengthening its assessment and prevention of potential risks to ensure the safety, reliability, and controllability of various AI technologies. After Light of Technology ended, Guantong logged onto a large website for ordering AI robots. There were all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women, indistinguishable from humans, with the sellers claiming satisfaction guaranteed, refunds available. The 8 characters read, "Welcome to the AI robot store. Please leave your contact information and customization requests. We will tailor it to your needs and preferences, serving you wholeheartedly." Guantong hesitated for a long time until the WeChat group for matchmaking was buzzing, with her aunts ing her, asking when she would bring her handsome and wealthy boyfriend to meet them. The normally stingy aunts even said they would treat her boyfriend to a meal. In this day and age, it was less about being a loving family and more about comparing and undermining each other. It was clear from their words that her aunts didn't believe that Zhang Mailan could find such an outstanding son-in-law. Seeing that Guantong had not replied for a while, Zhang Mailan called her, "Tong Tong, why aren't you responding? I'm fighting them off alone in the group. I can barely hold on. Hurry up and bring Xiao Lin over for dinner this week. I want your aunts to see that my son-in-law is 100 times better than theirs." After hanging up, Guantong realized she could no longer hide it from her mom. so she hurriedly continued consulting with the seller. When can the AI humanoid robot be delivered? Dear user, we have received your information, but we need you to provide some details, such as what you and your friends and family like to eat and what they dislike, etc. This way, our AI robot won't expose any secrets during family gatherings. Additionally, the photo you just uploaded is an AI-generated photo. We will customize it according to your template. All your requests will be input into the robot system, and we will deliver it to your door within 10 days. Please keep an eye out for it. Now, please provide a deposit to avoid any unnecessary economic losses for our company should you change your mind midway. 2 minutes later, Guan Tong submitted the deposit for the robot. Dear customer, your deposit has been received. We will serve you as soon as possible. Please wait patiently for the factory number 007. Chapter 8: The University Town Suicide Case. Guan Tong's heart shattered into pieces as real money was spent. If they hadn't broken up back then, she and Gao Jia would probably have had a child by now, and she wouldn't have wasted this money. When she first joined the police force, she and Gao Jia were the golden partners in the bureau, a perfect match in both talent and looks, cooperating seamlessly in every operation. Neither of them took the initiative. Their love developed naturally. Her mother initially disapproved of their relationship, arguing that if a criminal police officer started a family, the home would just become an empty nest. If they had children later, she would be too old to raise grandchildren alone. Thinking of the worst-case scenario, both of them were frontline criminal police officers, and the nature of their work was dangerous. If something happened, it would be the children who would suffer. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Milan cried, made a scene, and even threatened to hang herself, forcing Guan Tong to break up with Gao Jia. However, the two were already deeply in love, and Zhang Milan's words went in one ear and out the other. It wasn't until a year and a half ago during an arrest operation that Guan Tong faced off against a criminal in a negotiation. The criminal was extremely agitated, and a dagger had already cut the girl's neck. Ignoring Gao Jia's objections, Guan Tong insisted on exchanging herself for the hostage. You all step back. Don't come any closer. The criminal's eyes were bloodshot like an enraged beast. Prepare a car for me, and 5 million in cash, packed in a suitcase. I'll give you half an hour. Add a minute, and she'll get another cut. Gao Jia sneered. 5 million? Cash. You won't be able to get it done in half an hour. The criminal tightened the dagger against the girl's neck, blood gushing out. I don't care. You police are all powerful. Half an hour to prepare 5 million is too slow. Hurry up. Her carotid artery is thin. I can easily take her life. Pan Zhangwo's anxious voice crackled through the earpieces in Gao Jia and Guan Tong's ears. Gao Jia, don't be reckless. Don't provoke the criminal. Make sure to protect the hostage's life. Guan Tong hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly adopting a surrendering posture. Big brother, you don't have much chance of capturing young girl. If you take a police officer hostage, that would be significant. I promise to listen to you. I'll throw away my gun. Let her go, and I'll be the hostage. Why should I trust you? Don't think I don't know that female police officers can be tougher than men. Guan Tong's mind raced as she decided to outsmart this seemingly not-so-smart criminal. You misunderstand. Not all female police officers can fight. We just have guns. Now that I'm throwing my gun away, you're much safer, and your chances of escaping with a police officer are greater. With me in your hands, my colleagues won't dare to shoot. Really? Guan Tong turned to look at Gao Jia, who suppressed his anger and nodded in agreement. Listen to her. You still have a way out. Of course. You'd better surrender now. Otherwise, taking a police officer hostage adds to your charges. The criminal laughed maniacally. Oh, I'm so scared. Beautiful police officer. Make him shut up. I don't like hearing him talk. Guan Tong signaled Gao Jia to step back. Gao Jia hesitated, his gaze filled with worry. He understood her intention. Use the moment to shoot and take out the criminal. In the instant they exchanged hostages, Guan Tong gave Gao Jia a glance, urging him to shoot the criminal, but Gao Jia hesitated. This tactic had worked countless times before. They had a mutual understanding, and every shot had hit the criminal's vital parts. Pan Zhu continuously issued commands to shoot, but Gao Jia delayed pulling the trigger. He held the gun, his hands visibly trembling, worried about injuring the woman he loved. Realizing he had been tricked, the criminal slashed Guan Tong's neck, blood immediately gushing out. In a life-or-death moment, Guan Tong elbowed the criminal, creating the best shooting opportunity for Gao Jie, and narrowly saved her life from the criminal's grasp. Since then, Guantong has always worn a high-collar shirt to hide that unsightly scar. At that time, Zhang Milan stormed into the police station. "If something happens to my daughter, are you all going to pay for it? Gao Jie, I'm telling you today, you and my daughter are done. A man who can't protect his woman. What use is he?" Gao Jie, filled with fear, explained, "Annie, I was worried about hurting Tong Tong. What if I accidentally shot her? The consequences would be unimaginable." In the end, they still broke up, initiated by Gao Jie, who said having a soft spot meant having worries. And two criminal police officers were not suitable to be together. The past was vivid in her mind. They had gone from teammates to lovers and back to teammates. Guantong lay on the sofa, curling up like a kitten, her mother's words ringing in her ears. "You're 30 now, and you finally found a boyfriend. You must seize the opportunity and quickly bring Shaolin home to meet me. Mom tells you there are too many leftover women at your age, and men are in high demand. If you lose him, you'll have nowhere to cry. You must bring him home this week. I'll notify your aunts and uncles to come to our house for dinner." After a sigh, she looked at the order she had placed, her heart bleeding. The AI robot boyfriend was too expensive. To let her mom show off in front of her aunts, she really went all out. Hoping that AI robot technology had matured, she prayed there wouldn't be any bugs at the dinner table. Otherwise, her mom would definitely strangle her. "Mom, Shaolin is busy this week. He'll personally come to visit you next week. He just returned from a business trip abroad and said he'd bring you Australian organic baby formula and health products." "All right, next week it is. Tell Shaolin to buy less. I can't eat that much alone. Tong Tong, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. I'm so happy." Zhang Milan cried tears of joy, showing off in the family group chat. "My future son-in-law is coming back from Australia next week, bringing organic baby formula and health products. I can't finish it all by myself, so I'll share some with you." Guantong hurriedly contacted her old classmate, Li Ku-er, who was currently working as a purchasing agent at the biggest duty-free shop in Sanya, buying various big brands like La Mer's K2 and YSL. She had been doing well in this line of work these past few years. "Sister, what is up? Why are you looking for me?" "Kaya, I need Australian baby formula and health products. Hurry up and buy more. I'll transfer the money to you via Alipay." "What is going on? You're so young, and you're already starting health products? I'll explain it to you when you come back. Sister, I'll treat you to a big meal." After hanging up the video call, Guantong looked at the payment page on her computer, filled with mixed emotions. The once beautiful police academy flower had fallen to the point of purchasing a robot boyfriend to please her mom. It was true that it takes more lies to cover a lie, and more money to embellish the truth. In the university town of Haicheng, in a dormitory of a 985 university, Saturday, 1:30 a.m., in a four-person dormitory, only Zhou Yun Chaos remained as a single dog. In fact, Zhou Yun Chaos had a very handsome appearance, and upon closer inspection, his eyebrows, eyes, and nose were all quite exquisite. If he were trendy clothes, he would definitely be a handsome guy, but his family was particularly poor. His father died in an accident at a construction site, and he was supported through college by his disabled mother, who worked hard. Originally, he planned to apply for a student grant, and with his grades, he would surely get it. There was a girl in his class whose family situation was similar to his. Upon learning about her situation, he voluntarily gave up the grant. The teacher praised him, but it was just praise. Go to class on an empty stomach was common. To save money, Zhou Yun Chaos would spend weekends sleeping in the dormitory, reading, and using his roommate's computer to go online. The dormitory supervisor had recently been lax in checking rooms, so when he was hungry, he would take out the hidden electric stove and boil instant noodles. A bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce had been nearly consumed over the semester, with 2/3 still remaining. There was no other way. His family was poor, and his disabled mother worked 3 shifts to support his education. Roommate is worried he will be bored over the weekend, so he directly gave him his computer and reminded him that there are a lot of adult films featuring Japanese teachers in the hidden folder, which he can watch for fun, but he must not dirty the computer. Zhou Yunsha has never watched them. He is only interested in accessing the foreign internet. The foreign internet is free from national legal restrictions, allowing him to browse opinions not visible on domestic websites, which has been Zhou Yunsha's greatest pleasure this past year. At 2 in the morning, Zhou Yunshaw still felt wide awake, having slept too much during the day. Suddenly, the laptop flickered, as if it had been taken over by hacker technology, and a masked man appeared on the screen. The man's laughter sounded as if it had been processed with special software, making it impossible to detect his original voice. Zhou Yunshaw thought the computer was infected with a virus and tried to shut it down, only to find that the computer was completely out of control and could not be turned off at all. At that moment, the masked man in the video leaned closer to the computer screen, his laughter exceptionally sinister. Zhou Yunshaw, hello? Chapter 9, Who are you? Zhou Yunshaw's scalp tingled, and his voice trembled as he asked, Who are you? You are Zhou Yunchaos, from Tsangzhou, Hebei. Your mother's name is Yu Fengwan, and she works in a clothing factory. Your father died in an accident at a construction site when you were 10, and neither the contractor nor the subcontractor compensated you at all. Your mother took you to court, but she lost every time, eventually spending all the family's money. When you were 15, your family finally awaited demolition. But the third-party demolition team bullied you, a mother and son, and offered a very low price. Your mother disagreed with the demolition and was beaten badly after work one night, leaving her with a limp. Your mother, limping, worked 3 shifts at the factory, looking like she was in her 60s despite being in her 40s, struggling to raise you and send you to this 985 university. In this dormitory, there are 4 people: Zhao Yuan, the son of a government official; Li Junjun, the son of a wealthy family; Lan Kai, from a medical family; and you, the only poor loser, a country bumpkin. You really like your classmate Murong Yanfei, but she is Zhao Yuan's girlfriend. Zhao Yuan is wealthy and handsome, and you can only watch them from a distance, gnashing your teeth in resentment at the unfairness of fate. Moreover, you have a hidden illness. You may never have your own children because you were born without testicles. So you have never dared to go to the bathhouse because people would mock you for being neither male nor female. Zhou Yunchaos, am I right? Zhou Yunchaos's expression shifted from panic and surprise to gradually growing cold. And finally, he raised his fist in anger to smash the laptop, but his fist stopped in midair. Don't be impulsive. The laptop belongs to your roommate. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Don't blame me for looking down on you. This laptop costs as much as one of your kidneys. Who are you? How do you know so much about me? Zhou Yunchaos's eyes almost spat fire. I am the savior who has come to take you to the Pure Land. I know you're not happy, and your mother is not happy either. I can take you both away from this sinful world and bring you to a fair place where there is no harm, no injustice, and where your father is. Zhou Yunchaos came back to his senses, his features twisted in despair, his whole body trembling. Why should I believe you? Who are you? Why are you spying on my life? What kind of person are you? The masked man smiled. Your father asked me to persuade you to leave. He misses you both very much. Zhou Yunchaos snorted coldly. I won't go with you. I promised her I would study hard and earn money to support her in the future. I want to buy her a big house, pretty dresses, and take her to the best hair salon for hair dye. The masked man laughed sarcastically. What a good boy. What a pity. You still don't know how cruel society is. Do you think that getting into this 985 university means you have 1 foot in a new class? Do you think that as a child from a poor family, you can find a good job after graduation? Do you think the workplace needs a young person who only knows how to solve problems and take exams? Do you think a woman will look at a Phoenix man, especially when your mother is a disabled person? Zhou Yunchaos, this world is evil. It is not suitable for you. Let me take you away. That place is beautiful, filled with birds singing and flowers blooming, where you can have everything you want, sunshine when you want it, rain when you want it. It is a pure land. Zhou Yunchaos's gaze gradually became hazy. Will you really take my mom away? She is in a very remote village in Hebei, a place even a map can't find. Don't worry. Once I take you to the Pure Land, I will go get your mother and reunite you with your father. Your father has been living a happy life in the Pure Land since he died at the construction site. Zhou Yunchaos's eyes began to lose focus, and a yearning smile appeared on his lips. Okay, I'll go with you. What I need to do now? The masked man's voice was eerie but highly alluring. You need to get out of bed now. There's a fruit knife on the table. Pick it up and cut your wrist hard. But it will hurt. What should I do? It will be quick. It won't hurt for long. Once you reach the Pure Land, your wound will heal automatically. You will become a real man and can have children in the Pure Land. Really? You're not lying to me? But there won't be Murong Yenfei there. Can you take her with me? No problem. The Pure Land can satisfy all your requests. There is nothing we cannot do. Hurry, take the knife, and cut hard. April 21st, Haicheng City. Crime scene. University, Town 985 University. Building 3, dormitory room, 414. Fourth floor report time. 1639, junior law student Zhou Yun-Chaos was found dead in his dormitory bed, with rigor mortis already setting in at the time of discovery. The deceased was male, aged 22, approximately 177 centimeters tall. The cause of death was wrist cutting, leading to excessive blood loss, with an estimated time of death around 12 hours prior, suggesting he cut his wrist around 2 m. Yin Yong conducted a preliminary autopsy on the body. How could this happen? He was fine when we finished class on Friday. The young man curled up in the corner, named Zhao Yuan, was Zhou Yuncheo's roommate, who had just returned to school with his girlfriend from the city center. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he found the floor covered in blood, and a strong smell of blood filled the room. Zhou Yuncheo's face had turned a deathly gray, seemingly devoid of life signs. Zhao Yuan came to his senses, reached out to check for Zhou Yuncheo's breath, found he wasn't breathing, and immediately called the police. Students were evacuated, and a yellow warning tape was put up in front of the entire dormitory building. Don't be afraid. There are still 2 people in the dormitory. Gao Jie patted the young man's shoulder. Li Junjun and Lan Kai will definitely come back tonight. We have class tomorrow. Zhao Yuan curled up in the corner, hugging his knees, looking quite scared. Gao Jie frowned, looking at Zhou Yuncheo's corpse. Dying so young. His parents will be left with white hair to send off a black-haired son. The fruit knife used for the wrist cutting was soaked in almost congealed blood, with a large pool of blood emitting a strong stench, the scene looking quite shocking. The deceased was very thin, appearing malnourished, with seemingly drained blood. In the electric cooker on the floor, only a pot of noodle soup remained, and the bowl used for the noodles had not been washed, with a bottle of Laogan Ma chili sauce placed nearby. Forensic technician Wang Feng was collecting evidence when he suddenly looked up at Gao Jie. Captain Gao, the footprints of the scene are already chaotic. It should be that this student came in and found the deceased, and, after his exclamation, others from the dormitory came in to see the scene. So the footprints cannot be accounted for at all. There are at least a dozen footprints at the scene. Gao Jie frowned, silently looking around. Everything at the scene appeared to show no signs of homicide. Zhou Yuncheo's death initially seemed to be a suicide. Xiao Wu obtained the surveillance footage from the dormitory and rushed to the crime scene. Boss, this is the surveillance from Building 3. I just watched it. From Friday at 7:32 p.m. No one entered or exited this dormitory, including Zhou Yun-Chaos himself. Gao Jie hurriedly took Xiao Wu's phone to watch, and after finishing, he asked Zhao Yuan in the corner, does Zhou Yun-Chaos usually not go out on weekends? Zhao Yuan nodded vigorously. Officer, Zhou Yun-Chaos is not your average homebody. If he doesn't have classes, we suspect he could stay in the dormitory for an entire semester. We never expected he would commit suicide. Chapter 10. Could it be a coincidence? Guantong's older cousin brought her civil servant fiancé home for dinner, and their aunt summoned all the relatives. The purpose was obvious, to show off her high-quality son-in-law. The cousin's fiancé worked in the tax bureau, which was a vertically managed agency with benefits far superior to local ones and better promotion opportunities. It was one of the few vertically managed agencies in Haicheng. Nowadays, relatives were all fiercely competitive. In childhood, they compared grades. As they grew up, they compared jobs. Once they reached the marriageable age, they began comparing sons-in-law and daughters-in-law. Aunties surrounded Guantong, saying, Tong Tong, once a woman is over 30, work shouldn't be too exhausting. Listen to your mother and quickly switch to a logistics position. A woman's focus should be on supporting her husband and raising children. Look at your hands, they're calloused. You must have been a criminal police officer for too long. Hands are a woman's second face. You can't neglect either. We've all seen Xiao Lin's photo. He is so handsome. Xiao Lin earns hundreds of thousands a year. Do his parents have pensions? Will they help take care of your future children? Your mom said Xiao Lin is in research. I heard he is developing AI robots. Is it that floor-cleaning robot? As relatives bombarded her with questions, Guantong just wanted to escape this place of gossip. Suddenly, Gao Jie called, and Guantong felt like she had found a savior. She sprang up from the sofa, saying, "Sorry, I have to take this call. The bureau is looking for me." Go ahead, go ahead. This child is too busy with work. Yes, no matter how good the job is, she is still a woman. Family should come first. Mei Lon, keep a close eye. Don't let such a good catch as Xiao Lin be stolen away. Researchers are in high demand. Don't worry, their relationship is solid. Look, this is a photo of our Tong Tong and Xiao Lin together. Don't they look like a couple? Their future baby will definitely be beautiful. The second cousin took the phone and exclaimed, "Wow, brother-in-law is super handsome. His features are textbook perfect. If someone didn't know, they'd think he was an AI humanoid robot." Mom, have you heard of AI robots? The realistic kind? As soon as the second cousin spoke, the second aunt shot her a glare, her expression full of jealousy. Keep it down. Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? The second cousin stuck out her tongue. I've never seen anyone this handsome. He is even better looking than the big stars on TV. When Zhang Milan heard this, she couldn't stop smiling. This face, it's as if Nuwa herself crafted a standard model. If only Tong Tong's father were still here, how wonderful it would be. Zhang Milan sighed, her eyes reddening, and the relatives hurried to comfort her. Relatives aren't always calculating and competitive. Sometimes there are moments of warmth, which is what makes the term relative so nuanced. Guantong stood on the balcony, and before Gao Jie could speak, she impatiently asked, "Is there any movement? I'll be there soon." Go Yevestatit. Hurry to the university town. There has been a death. A college student died in the dormitory. Guantong didn't expect that a call would lead to a homicide case. Gao Jie said the preliminary judgment was wrist-slashing suicide. Just a month after the suicide of Chun Binhua, the head of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, another suicide case had emerged in the city, this time involving a junior student. She felt something was odd, but couldn't put her finger on it. Tong Tong, your aunt and second aunt suggested going for hot pot tonight. You don't mind, do you? Mom, I can't go. The bureau notified me to rush to the scene. Something happened in the university town. What happened? It's just a small case. Don't go. Gao Jie is there, right? The bureau doesn't lack for you. The sky one fall. Mom, it's a homicide. Guantong's expression darkened, and everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. Guantong quickly put on her coat and rushed out, leaving Zhang Milan in an awkward position. Looking at a room full of relatives, she smiled awkwardly. When our Xiao Lin returns to China, I'll have Tong Tong treat you all to hot pot, so you can see my handsome son-in-law. Half an hour later, Guantong parked her car under the boys' dormitory. The yellow caution tape and uniformed police officers stood out sharply in the campus setting. The students all looked horrified. Some were calling home. Because of the death, the entire campus felt shrouded in a layer of gray mist. The police station downstairs saw Guantong arrive and said, "Deputy Guan, Captain Gao is upstairs." Okay. Guantong quickly walked into the dormitory building, heading straight for the crime scene. Upon entering the room, she feigned calmness, but inside she was shocked by the scene. Near the balcony, a big boy was crouching, looking terrified. He was likely the student who discovered the body. On the lower bunk lay the deceased, wearing a long white t-shirt that had turned yellow from washing and loose pajama pants. His left hand dangled off the bed, and the facial and bodily features indicated that he was already a qualified corpse, with a large pool of blood on the floor, an extremely disturbing sight. Gao Jie and Guantong discussed the case, concluding that the university student had committed suicide. Guantong looked at the laptop on the bed. Have you checked the browsing history? Yes, the deceased had logged into some forums and foreign websites. The surveillance for the whole building shows he never left the dorm. He was quite a homebody. The other 3 roommates and their girlfriends went out for the night on the weekend, leaving him alone in the dorm. Guantong pressed further. Have you asked the counselor? Yes, the counselor had a pretty high opinion of him. The deceased had never shown signs of wanting to end his life. However, he seemed to have a grudge against society. His online comments were quite intense. A student named Zhao Yuan, crouching in the corner, said, "His father died on a construction site when he was 10. I heard he fell into a pit, and rebar pierced through his entire body. They say he didn't get a penny in compensation. His mother works in a garment factory and has a limp. She didn't tell us the specifics. He was very frugal, never participating in any class gatherings. In the cafeteria, He usually only ate plain rice and drank free vegetable soup. On weekends, he would cook noodles. He has been using the same bottle of Laogan Ma chili sauce for almost a semester. I've talked to him before. He wanted to make something of himself and earn money to support his mom. This laptop is mine. I lent it to him for the weekend to keep him entertained. Who would have thought something like this would happen? Gao Jie and Guantong looked at the bed. The bright red peony pattern quilt was strikingly eye-catching. Yet the stitching revealed a mother's meticulous care for her son. This mother, who had raised her son single-handedly through hardship, would surely be devastated to learn her son had died by wrist slashing in the dormitory. Captain Gao, here's the deceased's wallet. Gao Jie opened it and saw a yellowed photo. It was a picture of Zhou Yunqiao with his father, taken before Zhou Yunqiao turned 10. It should have been one of the happiest times in his life, with the three of them smiling happily. A fire ignited in Gao Jie's eyes, silently questioning. Zhou Yunqiao, what did you go through? Why did you choose to commit suicide? Attending a top university is a dream for so many. Why would you, coming from a humble background, resort to such extreme measures? Guantong looked at Gao Jie. It had only been a month since Chun Binhua's suicide, and this was the second suicide case in the city this year, occurring with just a month in between. Do you think there might be any connection? The possibility is low. Chun Binhua and Zhou Yunqiao are unrelated. We need to rule out whether the deceased had tendencies towards suicide, depression, or other mental issues. Zhou Yunqiao's body was taken back to the forensic room for an autopsy, and the scene had been processed, leaving 2 auxiliary police officers to guard it. Chapter 11. The dead seemed to be smiling. The police walked out of the dormitory building, surrounded by a group of passionate college students. Officer, how did the student die? Was it suicide or homicide? You must give us an explanation. Yes, we need to investigate thoroughly. If it was homicide, we can't stay at this terrible school. I know Zhou Yunqiao. He doesn't seem like someone who would commit suicide. It must be homicide. Gao Jie was surrounded by the college students, with phones raised and recording. If this had happened when he first became a police officer, he would have impatiently shouted, "What are you filming? Keep it up, and I'll take you all back to the station for tea." But now, things were different. The internet was highly developed, and Weibo could quickly identify someone, drowning them in the spit of millions of netizens. If he lashed out at these students, tomorrow's headlines would read, "Police scare at crime scene," "Raging officer," and other clickbait titles. Delay, with his tall stature, managed to protect Gao Jie and the others as they successfully got into the car. On the way, Gao Jie suddenly asked, "Did you notice the expression on the deceased's face?" Guantong remained silent, pondering the connections between the 329 case and the 429 case. She vaguely had a terrifying thought. Would there be a third suicide on May 29th? The next second, she looked out the window and took a few deep breaths, silently praying that Haicheng would not experience a series of suicides. Delay spoke first. "Boss, I think Zhou Yunqiao looks like he's smiling. It gave me goosebumps when I saw it." Gao Jie felt the same way. Zhou Yunqiao had a tough life from a young age and should have developed strong resilience. I don't believe he would commit suicide. Something must have happened. Whether it was suicide or homicide, there must be a reason. And that's what we need to verify right now. Why does the corpse appear to be smiling? I suspect Zhou Yunqiao must have seen something before he died. Xiao Wu said mysteriously, "I heard my grandma say that before a person dies, they might see beautiful things or deceased loved ones." There was no evidence at the scene to prove Zhou Yunqiao was murdered. The surveillance cameras in the dormitory wouldn't lie, right? In fact, there had been many student suicide incidents in recent years. The pressures of modern life were immense. People could be cheerful during the day, but feel down at night, experiencing various bouts of emo. Some highly intelligent students excel in academics, but that doesn't mean they have a complete personality or high cognitive awareness. When extreme behaviors occur, it often stems from this highly educated group. Guantong felt frustrated and turned on the car radio. The traffic broadcast was hosting a debate between 2 universities about AI. The replacement of humans by AI is inevitable. There's no escape for you and me. Over 1,000 tech giants worldwide have collectively proposed sealing the C software from M country. The C software is the most powerful AI model in history, and given its rate of evolution, a new version will emerge in just a few months, surpassing the previous one. The intelligence of AI technology has already exceeded that of humans. Many countries believe AI will kill humanity, replace human civilization, and give rise to a new one, calling for everyone to pay attention to this issue and consider it a potential reality. As soon as the speaker finished, the opposing side began their argument. We believe the idea that AI civilization will dominate human civilization is completely absurd. While there have been similar events in country sci-fi movies, these are merely gimmicks for commercial films and lack substantial verification results. According to our understanding, over 1,000 world-class tech leaders and researchers have united to sign a petition to seal the C software, including the authoritative tech leader William. They're calling for all AI laboratories to halt immediately, believing that the C software has begun to compete with humans, causing many to lose their jobs due to its existence and continuous evolution, putting human civilization in jeopardy. Our side acknowledges that the AI C software from country is continuously evolving and that many jobs will be affected, such as web writers, editors, illustrators, designers, etc., who face the risk of being replaced by AI. However, this cannot justify humanity's fear of the development of AI. As creators, humans must possess the ability and responsibility to control their creations. In the era of AI, the future is closely linked to humanity and will only help humans move toward a broader civilization more rapidly. AI is a helper for humanity, or rather, an assistant for everyone. The creator will not allow it to develop self-awareness unless someone maliciously writes the code. AI is not to be feared. What is scary are those with ulterior motives. Those who deliberately suppress AI development may find that the emergence of AI threatens the interests of certain people and fields. Boring. Gao Jie felt annoyed. If AI is so powerful, what do we police officers need to do? AI is just an assistant. Solving cases still relies on our brains. Guantong spoke candidly. Don't underestimate AI. It has great utility. At least it has already stabilized my mom. Is that about the AI-generated photo you mentioned? Yes. Gao Jie scoffed. That little trick of yours can only fool your mom. What if she insists on meeting the person in the photo? You'd better come clean early. Otherwise, it'll be tough. Guantong didn't pay attention to his words. Delay. Xiao Wu. Think about the details again. Sometimes the scene of the crime doesn't present the truth. Maybe the murderer is hiding in some dark corner, watching our every move. Yes. Delay and Xiao Wu replied in unison. In the director's office, Pan Zhangwo had a headache. Mayor Zhang, when we arrived at the scene, students had already posted about the suicide incident on Weibo. This matter can't be covered up, and it's not the responsibility of the Public Security Bureau. Shouldn't the Internet Regulatory Department also contribute? Our main responsibility is to solve cases and catch the murderer to reveal the truth. Yes. We will solve the case as soon as possible. I will report to you as soon as we find out. 10 minutes later, a room full of people gathered in the conference room. Pan Zhangwo had a grim expression, and everyone felt his face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Then, the administrative policewoman Gu Mengmeng projected the deceased's photo and information onto the big screen. Pan Zhangwo scanned the crowd. A month apart, Haiqing has experienced another suicide case. This case is named the 429 University Town case. Gao Jie, Guantong, you two first tell everyone about the scene of the crime. Chapter 12. Murong Yinfei, at 5:15 p.m. this afternoon, a student's suicide occurred at this university. A student named Zhao Yuan returned to the dormitory and found his roommate, Zhou Yunsha, dead on the bed, as shown in the scene. The forensic examination initially concluded that the deceased had committed suicide by cutting his wrist. Technical staff inspected the scene, and the footprints were chaotic, with many male students' footprints from the dormitory. The surveillance footage revealed that the deceased had put a garbage bag outside his door at 8 p.m. on Friday and had not left the dormitory since. His roommate stated that Zhou Yunsha spent the weekend alone in the dormitory and had very little social interaction. The counselor claimed that Zhou Yunsha had no bad habits and had never shown any suicidal tendencies. We need to investigate quickly to understand why he committed suicide. Guantong then said, there was a laptop on the deceased's bed, and we checked his internet browsing history. Zhou Yunsha liked to access foreign websites and expressed himself very sharply. Coming from a poor family, his father had passed away early, and his mother worked in a garment factory. The demolition office bullied them, a mother and son, giving very little in compensation. His mother became a nail household, being followed at night, and had her leg broken. Zhou Yunsha, growing up in such an environment, was definitely not a young man with low resilience to setbacks. Analyzing the bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce that he couldn't bear to eat at the scene, when a person decides to die, I think he would want to satisfy his hunger one last time. Pan Zhengwo. So, are you suggesting that you suspect Zhou Yunsha's death was a homicide? Is there any evidence? As soon as this was said, the room fell silent. Currently, there is no evidence to prove this was a homicide. The technical staff had already checked, and the surveillance from the dormitory supervisor showed no tampering. The distance between the boys' dormitories makes it impossible to commit a murder by climbing over the walls. The campus surveillance clearly shows every move outside the boys' dormitory, and nothing indicates this was a homicide. The facts are before us, and all clues point to suicide. At this moment, Yin Yong walked into the conference room, and the autopsy results were out. There were no signs of struggle on the deceased's body. The only injury was on his wrist, with a deep cut, indicating a desperate desire to die. The expression on the deceased's face was subtle, still showing a smile, as if. Xiao Wu's eyes rolled, as if he had gone to a world of bliss, with a look of complete detachment. At around 2 a.m., the fluorescent lights in the criminal investigation room made people feel dazed. Gao Jie received a call that Zhou Yunsha's mother had purchased a train ticket and was on her way to Haiqing. On the phone, Zhou's mother did not cry loudly. Her voice was steady but filled with regret. It seemed that it was her son's death that caused the police to work overtime so late. Is she okay? Guantong dared not make this call. She vividly remembered the reaction of Chun Binhua's wife and child during the 329 case. Although women tend to have more empathy and compassion for each other, this time she really did not have the courage to be the bearer of bad news. A woman who lost her husband early, later became lame in one leg, and now has lost her only son. It was unimaginable how much pain she must be feeling at this moment. She was surprisingly calm, stronger than we imagined. Gao Jie's expression also showed some astonishment. Guantong did not say anything further. She had read a saying that the deepest sorrow is silent. When a person is in the depths of despair, they may not even be able to cry out. In the early morning, female college student Murong Yinfei curled up, trying hard not to let her cries wake her roommate. She never expected that upon returning from the city, she would hear that Zhou Yunsha had committed suicide. When Zhao Yuan called her crying, she felt like her head was about to explode. Running to the boys' dormitory, she saw medical staff and police carrying the body out of the dormitory, covered with a white cloth. With a buzzing sound, it felt like her head had been struck hard. Why did Zhou Yunsha commit suicide? Was it because of that day? Her memory suddenly returned to a month before Zhou Yunsha's incident. That afternoon, Zhao Yuan and the student council went to a neighboring school to participate in a basketball tournament. Murong Yinfei was busy preparing for an exam, immersed in studying at the library, and did not go to cheer for the basketball club. Zhou Yunsha was a frequent visitor to the library because it required no expenses and provided free tea. Murong Yinfei saw Zhou Yunsha and took the initiative to greet him, naturally placing her bag next to him. Zhou Yunsha, what a coincidence. There's no one here, right? Although it was a question, she had already sat down beside him. Zhou Yunsha replied faintly, no one, you can sit. Murong Yinfei tilted her head and asked with a smile. Zhao Yuan is playing in the basketball tournament at the neighboring school. Why don't you go cheer for him? I don't like noisy places. I'm a bit socially anxious. Huh? Zhao Yuan is the opposite of you. He's quite the social butterfly. Simple-minded but athletic. I often tell him that he should learn from you, Zhou Yunsha, and have a bit more knowledge. He wouldn't look so foolish then. Although this was a derogatory comment about Zhao Yuan, Zhou Yunsha could tell that Murong Yinfei really liked Zhao Yuan. Indeed, who would refuse a wealthy, second-generation official? There were rumors in the class that Murong Yinfei was in such a hurry to obtain a teaching certificate because Zhao Yuan's mother was a high-ranking official in the Education Bureau. And it was said that Murong Yinfei would be able to get a job right after graduation. Zhao Yuan is quite excellent. Only outstanding individuals can enter our school, Zhou Yunsha said faintly, but a complex expression appeared between his brows. Murong Yinfei caught this moment and felt a tightness in her heart, not saying anything more. She had heard Zhao Yuan mention that Zhou Yunsha was very self-conscious about his background. Yet, their dormitory was filled with second-generation officials and wealthy kids. making his situation feel quite contrasting. Zhou Yuncha, I believe you will definitely succeed in the future. You are different from the other boys in the class. You are so diligent and studious. You will definitely find a good job in the future. Today's young people are too restless. There are not many like you who can settle down and study. This warmed Zhou Yuncha's heart, giving him the courage to slightly tilt his head to look at Murong Yanfei. She was beautiful, not in a vulgar way, but with an ethereal beauty untouched by the world. In the following days, Murong Yanfei would come to the library to study, and Zhou Yuncha had grown accustomed to saving her a spot. Sometimes, when Murong Yanfei arrived late and other students wanted to take her spot, he would place a book there to reserve it. One time, when Murong Yanfei entered the library, she saw Zhou Yuncha seriously wiping the table beside him with a tissue, and the smile at the corner of his mouth made her scalp tingle. Murong Yanfei vaguely felt that Zhou Yuncha looked at her with a different gaze, but still couldn't bear to hurt his self-esteem. Zhao Yuan had told her not to hurt a poor person's self-esteem. When pushed to the edge, they could do anything. Chapter 13, Did I Indirectly Cause His Death? After Murong Yanfei finished the teacher recruitment exam, she stopped going to the library to study. Zhou Yunchao waited for several days and couldn't help but find Murong Yanfei on Wednesday afternoon. Top student, what do you want from me? Murong Yanfei asked, her eyes smiling like crescent moons as usual. Zhou Yunchao stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. Zhao Yuan asked me to go to the commercial street for hot pot. Do you want to come along? We can chat while we walk. I'm not going. Zhou Yunchao's tone was heavy, and Murong Yanfei could feel his anger. If you have nothing else, I'll leave first. Zhao Yuan is waiting for me downstairs. As she turned, Zhou Yunchao suddenly shouted, Murong Yanfei, I like you. Murong Yanfei was startled and stopped in her tracks. I already have a boyfriend, but thank you for liking me. She then pretended to be casual and extended her hand. From now on, we are friends, the kind of liking friends have. Friends liking? Zhou Yunchao's emotions became extremely agitated. His features looked particularly frightening. I don't want to be friends with you. I've liked you for a long time. It was a cloudy day, and the rain wouldn't fall. Dark clouds rolled above the two. Zhou Yunchao's eyes grew increasingly sinister, and he finally yelled at her in a frenzy. What is so good about Zhao Yuan? He said he is simple-minded and physically strong. He only got into this prestigious school because his family is rich and powerful, and they paid for all kinds of tutoring since he was young. What about me? I have no father, only a disabled mother. My relatives look down on us because we are poor. They've been avoiding us for years. Afraid we'll ask to borrow money. I've gotten here all by my own efforts. I've never attended a single tutoring class. Yanfei, I'm very smart. The teachers all say I have a bright future. I will definitely surpass him in the future. Believe me, he is not suitable for you. I'm begging you. Break up with that fool Zhao Yuan. We should be together. Murong Yanfei's inner fear spread like dark clouds. Zhou Yunchao, don't talk about Zhao Yuan like that. He is kind and very sincere to people. You've misunderstood him. Misunderstood? If I were him, I would be even kinder and more sincere. I would give leftover box meals to others. I wouldn't mock someone for having torn clothes, and I wouldn't steal another person's girlfriend. You don't even know what kind of person he is. He has a lot of pornographic videos on his computer from all countries. He even showed them to me. But I didn't watch anything. He was insulting my character. Yanfei, Zhao Yuan is not worthy of you. Murong Yanfei took a few steps back, her delicate face turning increasingly pale. The Zhou Yunchao before her was nothing like the good student she knew. He seemed possessed. Zhou Yunchao, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, saying such things about Zhao Yuan. We have a great relationship, and we will get married after graduation. We will even have children. I will pretend I didn't hear what you said today, and don't speak about Zhao Yuan like that in the future. I believe in my choice of boyfriend. You will definitely find a great girl, but that person will never be me. The night was as dark as ink, and Murong Yanfei bit down hard on the blanket. Fear, guilt, and unease. Zhao Yuan told her that the police had not yet determined the cause of Zhou Yunchao's suicide. Looking at the timeline, perhaps from the moment she rejected him, he had already been planning to commit suicide. Then, she had become the indirect murderer of Zhou Yunchao. If she had gently rejected him at that time, perhaps Zhou Yunchao wouldn't have committed suicide. The next morning, the police station was silent. Everyone had stayed up all night. Boss, what time is it? Xiao Wu saw Gao Jie standing by the window smoking, seemingly having not slept all night, with stubble growing on his face. Gao Jie responded off-topic, Chun Binhua and Zhou Yunchao's deaths. The two cases are a month apart, both on the 29th. What special significance does the 29th have? Will there be a third suicide on the 29th next month? Delay rubbed his eyes, looking somewhat dull-witted. Boss. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Xiao Wu stretched lazily, still feeling incredibly tired. Yeah, boss, no coincidence, no story. At that moment, the three of them heard Guantong, who had fallen asleep at the table, making a whimpering sound like a bullied kitten, a stark contrast to her usual decisive demeanor. Shoot quickly, shoot. Gao Jie was taken aback. He expected that after so long, she still hadn't forgotten that operation. Delay and Xiao Wu were newcomers, and didn't know about the time she exchanged hostages with the criminals. I didn't expect Sister Guan to have such a soft side. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a new continent. Delay also looked incredulous. Sister Guan, who could take down 3 criminals barehanded, could also be so emotional? Gao Jie felt a pang in his nose and quickly turned away. What a fuss. Gao Jie, why did you break up? Gao Jie was instantly petrified, and Xiao Wu and Delay looked like bystanders enjoying the drama. They had previously thought the rumors in the bureau were false, but now it seemed the two indeed had a past. The boss often boasted in front of them about liking fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged models. Looking at it, Sister Guan didn't seem to fit Gao Jie's taste at all. Boss, should we wake Sister Guan up? Xiao Wu smirked mischievously. Let her sleep a bit longer. The street cleaners haven't started their shift yet. Gao Jie looked out the window, where only a distant breakfast shop was visible, steam rising from the dumpling steamer. And the street cleaner in orange work clothes had yet to come out to sweep the street. Xiao Wu and Delay exchanged glances and smiled. It seemed Gao Jie and Sister Guan had indeed dated, and it was true. Guantong was sleeping on a pillow, her head lost in a dream. That scene often appeared in her dreams, where she was held hostage by a criminal with a knife, and Gao Jie hesitated to shoot. Afterward, she didn't blame him, but he took the initiative to break up. Gao Jie, why didn't you insist? Why did you give up on me? Guantong's voice trembled, but each word was clear and powerful, revealing endless grievances. Xiao Wu noticed Gao Jie's expression changed and teased. Boss, are you sure you don't want to wake Sister Guan up? Gao Jie coughed hard, and Guantong suddenly opened her eyes, the pillow in front of her already wet. Sister Guan, why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare? Dali asked. Did I cry? Xiao Wu covered his mouth and giggled. Looks like Sister Guan drooled. Guantong pretended to want to hit Xiao Wu, but when she saw Gao Jie staring at her, she felt guilty and began to explain, I dreamed that I was arguing with my mom, and she started pushing me to get married. Chapter 14. Impossible suicide. The morning after the incident, Zhou Yuncha's mother, Yuan, arrived in Haicheng from her hometown in Hebei. She limped into the train station, looking around. After a while, she saw a man walking towards her. You are a police officer, right? Hello, the bureau sent me to pick you up, the officer said as he showed his credentials. Yuan didn't show much sorrow on her face and bowed slightly to the officer. Thank you for your trouble. On the way to the police station, Yuan stared blankly out the window. Officer, my son. Is he really dead? The officer glanced at the rearview mirror. Feeling reluctant, but still spoke, please accept my condolences. Yuan's eyes reddened. He said he would come back during the May Day holiday and bring me some local specialties from Haicheng to try. My son is very filial. I always thought he would have a bright future. The officer felt a lump in his throat, thinking that no matter what he said, it wouldn't be appropriate. And he just wanted to quickly hand her over to the criminal investigation team. Captain Gao, the person has arrived. Gao Jie looked up. Outside the door stood a woman with silver hair, dressed simply, looking around 60 years old. The woman gave him an apologetic smile. Officer, I am Zhou Yuncha's mother. Gao Jie stood up from his chair, and the others in the room followed suit. The woman seemed even more tense, maintaining an expression that suggested she felt like she was bothering the police. She didn't shed a tear, and the harder she tried to be strong, the more it weighed on everyone's hearts. A few of them went to the forensic room. Yuan's steps began to quicken, and she started talking more. This is my first time traveling far. Yuncha said the morning tea in Haicheng is especially delicious, but it's too expensive. I told him Mom doesn't care about food. I just hope you study hard and live comfortably in the future. Yunsha is very filial. He calls me every week, but isn't he called this week? Gao Jie's expression was heavy, and Guantong was also trying to suppress her unease. Each time a family member confirmed a body, this was the part she found hardest to bear. Yin Yong saw Gao Jie leading someone in and said lightly, "Follow me." A few people followed Yin Yong to the next room, opened a freezer, and pulled out a black body bag. Inside was a male corpse, pale-faced, with colorless lips. "Please confirm," Gao Jie said, looking at Yuan, his heart racing. Yuan's lips trembled, and her facial features twisted in tension. The moment her eyes fell on the body, she suddenly felt lightheaded, and everything in front of her turned black. When she woke up again, Yuan looked apologetic. "Officer, I'm sorry for bothering you." The next moment, Yuan knelt down. "My child would never commit suicide. He has suffered too much since childhood to take his own life over something trivial. I beg you, you must find out the cause of my son's death." Guantong hurried to help her up. "Don't worry. We will definitely investigate thoroughly. It's our duty as police." Only then did Yuan stand up and tell the police about Zhou Yuncha's upbringing and the changes in their family over the years. Gao Jie and Guantong both believed that with such a family background and experiences, Zhou Yuncha's heart was already riddled with holes. It couldn't take another blow. What could be the trigger that became the last straw to crush Zhou Yuncha? Yuan wiped her tears at first. His dad worked overtime during the Spring Festival to earn more money. His co-workers turned around and found he was missing. After searching for a long time, they discovered he had fallen into a hole, and a rebar had pierced through his body. Later, that person suddenly changed his story, saying he hadn't seen my husband go to work. I knew the contractor was up to no good. That piece of land was a government project, and they wanted to sell the houses at a high price. Before the houses were even built, a life was lost, and the developer was worried about the prices not being high enough. I took the kids to the construction site to look for the body, but we never found my husband's remains. I knew he was definitely gone. The contractor ran off later, and we sued the developer. We didn't get a penny in compensation, and we spent 5 years battling in court, losing every time. I just wanted to retrieve his body. I never expected my life to be so miserable. Now my son is dead too. The pressures of life and the grief of losing both her husband and son made Yuan appear even more haggard than before. My son could not have committed suicide. I beg you, help me find out the reason for my son's supposed suicide. I don't want a penny. I just want the truth. I don't want the school to compensate. Sister, don't worry. We will find out the truth, Gao Jie assured her. Gao Jie called in Zhou Yuncha's 3 roommates one by one for questioning. The first student who discovered Zhou Yuncha's body was named Zhao Yuan. He sat across from the police, looking dispirited. "Officer, can I have my computer back? I actually don't want that computer anymore. It feels ominous. But my thesis is still on it. I'm sorry, but not for now. Once we confirm that there are no clues on the computer, we will return it to you." "There are," Zhao Yuan said with an awkward expression, fidgeting. "There are adult videos on it. Please don't let it get out." "Understood." Gao Jie rubbed his nose. "Regarding Zhou Yuncha's suicide, have you thought of anything suspicious? Did he have any enemies?" Zhao Yuan thought for a moment. He was a super homebody. Aside from classes, he was either in a library or the dorm. I never heard of him having any enemies. But I feel like he had a bit of a resentment towards the rich. I saw him secretly stepping on the white sneakers of Lan Kai a few times when no one was around. They are over 3,000 yuan AJ collaboration shoes. But I swear his suicide has nothing to do with us. The 3 of us have alibis. How could he commit suicide? Sigh, I was really good to him. His family is poor and can't afford vegetables. I often share my lunch with him. He didn't have many decent clothes. When the school had activities, I lent him my clothes to wear. On weekends, we would all go out for overnight trips, coming back Sunday afternoon. I worried he'd be bored alone in the dorm, so I always lent him my computer to play with. He didn't have a girlfriend, and I was concerned he might have needs in that area, so I even told him the password for the hidden folder with those adult videos. As for whether he watched them, I'm not sure. Guantong's lips twitched. "You're quite righteous." "Of course, I've always been very righteous. In these 3 years, I've taken care of him a lot. So you must have had a good relationship?" Guantong fixed her gaze on Zhao Yuan, tried to find some clues in his expression. Zhao Yuan's face began to show signs of guilt. "Isn't that obvious?" "Of course. Are you sure?" Guantong, unsure herself, tentatively asked one more question. This made Zhao Yuan panic and hurriedly changed his story. revealing an incident. Chapter 15, I am the one who surrendered. He is a bit unpredictable, but he did help me out with something. Murong Yinfei is my girlfriend. I initially pursued her to satisfy my desire for conquest. The boys in class said she was very tsundere and hard to chase. I made a bet with the boys in the dorm, and when I lost, they each had to give me 500 yuan. Zhou Yunka wasn't involved because he didn't have money. The bet was that within a week, I could win over Murong Yinfei. I didn't expect to lose. Then what happened? Gao Jie asked Zhao Yuan. Don't be fooled by Zhou Yuncha's usually quiet demeanor. That day when he saw I was in a bad mood, he gave me an idea. He said Murong Yinfei is from Sichuan and must love spicy food. So I should go buy some skewers and cook a pot of spicy skewers for her. I followed his advice, and to my surprise, Murong Yinfei was really touched, and our relationship became closer all at once. That day when I returned to the dorm, I was in a great mood and even brought him a KFC family bucket. But I could clearly sense that Zhou Yuncha was surprised I won her over, and he didn't seem very happy about it. I jokingly asked him if he also liked Murong Yinfei. He got a bit angry with me, and I felt he must have some feelings for her. Guantong continued to ask, did he ever admit that he liked Murong Yinfei? I asked him, and he denied it, but I felt he really liked her. Why are you so sure? He knew my girlfriend liked spicy skewers, and later I found out she often ate this in the cafeteria. So Zhou Yuncha must have specifically paid attention to her. It's very possible he had been secretly in love with her. The other two male classmates in the dorm were called in one after another to be questioned. All three had alibis and provided records of hotel stays and condom purchases from Friday and Saturday. During this time, the school contacted the police several times, asking to settle privately with the families. The city was also worried that the situation would escalate and affect the enrollment of this 985 university. Pan Jingwo called Gao Jie into his office. The school had agreed to compensate the family and refund all of Zhou Yuncha's tuition for the semester. This suicide case is over. You can prepare to close it. It can't be closed, Gao Jie said angrily. Zhou Yuncha and Chen Binhua both liked to go on the foreign internet, and there was a computer at the crime scene. Director Pan, do you really think these are coincidences? Pan Jingwo rubbed his temples. If you think it's murder, where's the evidence? If there's no evidence, close the case quickly. This is the higher-ups instruction. Higher-ups? Gao Jie forced a smile. Director Pan, this is a young life. Even if it's a suicide, we need to find out the reason. Also, both Chen Binhua and Zhou Yuncha committed suicide on the 29th of each month. There must be something wrong there. The director's office was filled with tension. Guantong advised, Director Pan, please give us more time to investigate thoroughly. Zhou Yuncha's mother is too pitiful. She said she didn't want compensation. Just the truth about her son's suicide. If we police provide ambiguous results, how can the public trust the law and the police? Pan Jingwo was silent for a moment and said, Chen Binhua and Zhou Yuncha are two people who don't even have a connection. Just because the deceased both liked the foreign internet and both committed suicide on the 29th with a computer at the scene, you think there's something to it? Many people have a curious mindset. It's not just those two who like the foreign internet across the country. Stop overthinking and close the case quickly. Gao Jie held his head high, his eyes reddening. Director, are you trying to retire peacefully? How disrespectful. Is your master like this? Pan Jingwo's face turned red, veins bulging. Not before, but now a bit. Master, let us talk behind closed doors. If these two suicide cases are indeed related or are part of a man-made chain of suicides, there may be new victims on the 29th of next month. Pan Jingwo's expression tightened. At that moment, Gu Mingming knocked on the door. Director Pan, there's a female college student outside who says she wants to meet with the leaders here, and she wants to see the highest-ranking leader. Pan Jingwo frowned. A female college student? She said she is a classmate of the deceased Zhou Yuncha and has something important to report to you. The girl seemed to be in a bad emotional state and had been crying outside. Murong Yinfei's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Upon seeing Pan Jingwo, she immediately stood up. Are you the highest-ranking leader here? Director Pan gestured for Gu Mingming to pour a glass of water. Young lady, don't be nervous. I'm the highest-ranking leader here. I heard you have something to discuss with me? Murong Yinfei nodded, her eyes warily glancing at Gao Jie and Guantong. Who are they? Oh, they're the criminal police responsible for Zhou Yuncha's case. They were at your school when the incident occurred. I heard you were Zhou Yunchao's classmate. What do you want to talk to me about? As soon as Murong Yanfei opened her mouth, tears streamed down her face like beads. Leader, I am Zhou Yunchao's classmate. I am the one who surrendered. Surrender? The three of them looked up in surprise. It seemed the 29 student suicide case had taken a turn. As soon as Murong Yanfei spoke, tears flowed again, repeating several times before she finally stopped choking on her words. This is what happened. Zhou Yunchao said a lot of bad things about Zhao Yuan, and I was really angry at the time. I didn't expect him to confess to me, and I rejected him on the spot. His reaction was very intense. He looked terrifying, completely unlike his usual gentle self. Why did you surrender? Do you think Zhou Yunchao's suicide is related to you? Murong Yanfei covered her face and cried. My words must have hurt him, and that's why he took such an extreme action. It must be like this, otherwise. There is no other reason. There must be a reason for suicide, right? I caused him harm. It must be me. Pan Zhangwo whispered to Gao Jia. This girl may have an internal attribution personality. The mental pressure led to psychological issues. Let Guantong try first. It's hard to communicate clearly with someone who is crying like this. Communication between women is often easier due to empathy and sympathy. Guantong comforted Murong Yanfei for a while, and the young girl's mood eased considerably. Don't be afraid. You must feel very guilty now. Thinking your tone was too harsh back then. But it's not your fault. His emotions and reactions were very intense. Right? Murong Yanfei nodded vigorously. He looked so scary at the time. I thought he was like a devil. You felt fear? Yes. Do you think your rejection of him was the reason for his suicide? I can't think of any other reason for his suicide. If I had spoken more gently at that time, maybe he wouldn't have committed suicide. Chapter 16, Your AI Boyfriend. The appearance of Murong Yanfei made Zhou Yunchao's suicide incident seem reasonable. At least the motive for suicide was completely logical. A proud child from a humble background would find it hard not to feel inferior in a dormitory full of rich second-generation students. Being rejected by the girl he liked. A proud yet insecure soul could easily take extreme measures. No matter how resilient Zhou Yunchao was, he was still a flesh-and-blood person. Suicidal feelings caused by love troubles have been common throughout history. Guantong was puzzled. She believed that with Zhou Yunchao's character, he wouldn't take his own life just because Murong Yanfei rejected him. Such a rational person would consider that after his suicide, his disabled mother back home in Hebei would be left helpless. Guantong voiced her doubts, and judging from the reactions of her colleagues at the scene, they did not agree with her thoughts. The facts laid out before them seemed to prove that Zhou Yunchao's suicidal logic had already formed. After being rejected by Murong Yanfei, his impulse to commit suicide reached its peak. Soon, news of Zhou Yunchao's suicide at school spread online among college students, and public pressure surged once again. The school was under immense pressure. With summer enrollment approaching, it was bound to affect this year's admissions. The dean personally visited Pan Zhangwo. The dean's secretary took out a document stating that the school's reputation and word of mouth were very important, which also related to the development of Haicheng City. They hoped that the police and the family could clarify that Zhou Yunchao's death was just an accident, in order to restore the school's image. Regarding financial matters, Zhou Yunchao's mother was free to request anything, and they would do their utmost to accommodate her. Soon, Yuan was taken from the hotel to the police station by the police, where the dean and the secretary talked with her for a long time, ultimately reaching an agreement. The next day, Zhou Yunchao's body was taken to the Haicheng City funeral home for cremation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to transport the body back. Yuan, holding her son's urn, walked out of the police station with a pained expression. A car had already arrived to take Yuan and Zhou Yunchao's ashes back to their hometown in Hebei. Before getting into the car, Yuan once again showed a slightly apologetic expression. Thank you for all your hard work. Sorry to trouble you. Gao Jia lowered his head, not understanding why he was doing so. It seemed that the truth did not satisfy everyone, but he couldn't find a better truth. Yuan and Guantong whispered a few words nearby, saying that the school had given too much money, and she would just take Zhou Yunchao's tuition for the semester. Guantong became anxious, saying, You're too honest. You still have to live on. I'll go talk to the school leaders again. Yuan smiled bitterly. Zhou Yunchao's suicide caused trouble for the school. I'm not the kind of person who extorts others. When my husband died, I just wanted to find his body and get the compensation I deserved, but got nothing. Besides, he's already dead. What's the point of taking this money? I can't spend much by myself, and there are still a few acres of land at home, and the factory also provides meals for the workers. You've all worked hard recently. In fact, even now, she did not believe that Zhou Yunqiao had committed suicide because of that girl. As Yuan spoke, a complex look briefly flashed in her eyes, making Guan Tong's scalp tingle. It felt as if she knew something. Sister, do you know something? Before getting into the car, Yuan whispered close to Guan Tong's ear. I'll tell you something. My son was born without testicles, and he has never had much interest in girls. I actually think that Zhou Yunqiao's feelings for that girl were just an illusion, mistaken for love. Guan Tong regained her composure and caught up with her, saying, Sister, don't worry. We have contacted the Hebei police and asked them to reopen the investigation into your husband's case. A local review team has been established, and they will definitely give you the truth. Really? Yuan's eyes first showed surprise and then gradually turned red. Police officer, thank you on behalf of Zhou Yunqiao and his father. The case of the college student suicide on April 29th was closed, and someone in the team suggested going out for a meal. Director Pan agreed. You young people go ahead. I'm an old man about to retire, so I want to join the fun. Director Pan, if you don't go, who will sign for the bill? Let Gao Jie pay for it. Just come back to me for reimbursement. The 8 regulations have been issued. I'll personally pay for you all to eat out. Is that okay? All right. That's great. Thank you, Director Pan. You're generous. But I'm saying it now. You all need to be on time for work tomorrow and drink less. Yes. After work, Gao Jie saw Guan Tong sitting at her desk and said, let us go eat barbecue together. You guys go ahead. I don't want to go. Guan Tong was in low spirits, still immersed in Zhou Yunqiao's case. Gao Jie tried to persuade her a few times, but seeing her insistence not to go, and knowing the others were waiting outside, he hesitated for a moment and then left. When Guan Tong got home, she took a shower, cooked a pot of snail rice noodles, and while watching a show, she started eating, which improved her mood a bit. However, she couldn't focus on what was happening on the TV and felt that the snail rice noodles weren't as delicious as usual. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. She lost her temper. Mom, please spare me. Opening the door, she was about to complain to her mom, but looked up to see a handsome guy. The man was strikingly good-looking, with fair skin, standing at 1.8 meters tall, and had a tall, strong physique. He was like a walking hormone. Definitely top-notch in the entertainment industry. Hello, I am Lin Xianxiao, your privately customized AI humanoid robot boyfriend. Serial number 007. Please confirm receipt. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification popped up on Guan Tong's phone, prompting her to confirm the receipt. After confirming, Lin Xianxiao seemed to receive some instruction, took off his slippers, and walked into the house. Master, these slippers don't fit well. The color is too bright. Do you have men's slippers? Guan Tong regained her senses and saw Lin Xianxiao wearing her size 37 pink slippers. Wait a moment. She took out Gao Jie's slippers from a year and a half ago, which she had considered throwing away recently, but now found useful. Master, I wear size 43. Guan Tong smiled bitterly to herself. She knew he wore size 43. When ordering the robot, she instinctively filled in Gao Jie's shoe size. Seeing the pot of snail rice noodles on the coffee table, Lin Xianxiao instinctively made a gagging motion, tears welling up in his eyes. Guan Tong awkwardly laughed. You don't eat snail rice noodles? Clearly, she hadn't fully accepted that the man in front of her was her privately customized AI humanoid robot. Lin Xianxiao looked at her and slightly curled his beautiful lips. Master, I just need to charge, and I can live like a normal human. Then, Lin Xianxiao pinched his nose with one hand and picked up the pot of snail rice noodles with the other. The delicious meal in front of him seemed disgusting, and he was filled with disdain, wondering why humans would eat such revolting food. After a while, Guan Tong stared at Lin Xianxiao, almost drooling, and asked, Are you really an AI robot? Of course, absolutely genuine. If it's fake, I'll pay 10 times. Lin Xianxiao blushed. Don't look at me like that. I'll get shy. Buzz. Guan Tong's mind buzzed. She felt that happiness had come too suddenly, and the money spent was worth it. Chapter 17. Do whole botches commit suicide? Lin Xianxiao tied on an apron, presenting an image of a tall and handsome home cook. He tilted his head and flashed a big white smile. Master, please wait a moment. I will prepare a nutritious, low-fat dinner for you. You will definitely like it. Looking at his tall figure and robust physique, even through his clothes, Guantong's throat let out a gulp. The skin on you could be human skin? Your company didn't contract with a funeral home to take human skin and install it on you to deceive consumers, did it? Guantong stared with her big, dark eyes, instantly imagining a horrifying operation. Lin Xianchao was at a loss for words. Master, your imagination is too wild. The AI humanoid robots produced in the lab are made to imitate human skin, aiming to provide customers with a better user experience. The skin temperature can be adjusted. In summer, it can cool you down, and in winter, it can warm your bed. Lin Xianchao rambled on, but Guantong still looked at him in disbelief. She poked and prodded him, still unable to believe he was a robot, making Lin Xianchao feel ticklish all over. The fact that a robot could be ticklish almost made Guantong drop her jaw. Suddenly, Lin Xianchao looked at her with deep affection. From now on, your daily life will be taken care of by me. You just need to open your mouth. Open my mouth for what? To eat, silly. Silly? Guantong blushed, not expecting the AI robot to be so skilled at flirting. Has technology advanced to such a degree? Who knew the next moment? Lin Xianchao gazed at her with tender eyes. Underwear black, cup size 3475B. Guantong felt a rush of embarrassment, her chest heaving violently, and she raised her fist to strike. Lin Xianchao swiftly dodged and accurately caught her small fist. Silly, if you hurt me, not only will you have to compensate the lab a large sum of money, but you will also need to take responsibility for my repairs. Next time you want to customize an AI robot, the lab will assess whether you qualify to purchase. The cost is too high. Guantong was dumbfounded. This was no robot. It was clearly a human genius. You must be tired from work lately, right? Your face shows signs of early aging. Don't worry about the nasolabial folds and smile lines. I will give you a facial spa later. Considering your complexion is dull, which is likely due to staying up late for work, I can give you a foot soak while you enjoy the facial spa. Master, you can go watch TV in the living room while I prepare your low-fat meal. In the living room, Guantong opened her computer and logged onto the AI robot website. Why don't you send someone to deliver the robot? How did it come by itself? Customer service replied, Dear 007 is an artificial intelligence robot with navigation capabilities. The system has input your home address into the program, so there is no need for us to come personally to serve you. If you find any faults with 007 during use, please feel free to contact us. We support a 7-day unconditional return policy. Master, it's time to eat. Lin Xianchao brought a bowl into the living room. A beautifully presented Western-style low-fat meal was ready, full of color and flavor. While eating her low-fat meal, she admired Lin Xianchao's stunning looks and felt a sense of royal happiness. Do you want to try some? Master, I don't need to eat, just charging is enough. Also, my battery life and charging capability are very strong. I don't need to be charged daily. Guantong sighed softly. Fake is ultimately fake. No matter how much it resembles a human, it is still not human. Don't worry. From now on, I will take care of you. Just call me Tong. We live in an era of freedom and democracy. There are no slaves in our home. So don't call me master again, and don't refer to me as you either. Lin Xianchao obediently called out Tong, his voice resonating perfectly like the bass from the best speaker. While eating a piece of chicken breast, Guantong gazed at Lin Xianchao's humanoid chest muscles and suddenly reached out a hand. What are you doing? Lin Xianchao instinctively covered himself. Guantong chuckled and let out a gulp. You're a robot, right? Lin Xianchao nodded seriously. Yes, I am Tong's customized AI robot, factory number 007. As the name suggests, a robot is a machine, so you wouldn't suggest I show you my 8-pack abs, right? Lin Xianchao's face turned red instantly. One had to admit the lab's researchers were truly impressive, making robots blush and feel shy. Tong, AI robots are programmed according to human moral standards. We also possess the same privacy and sense of shame as humans. The lab created us to meet the needs of human consumers, including the essential human sexual life. If Tong needs, we can. Guantong's eyes brightened. You can really do that with humans? Of course, that is one of my jobs. Don't forget, I'm an all-purpose AI humanoid robot. After finishing her low-fat meal, Guantong let out a satisfied burp. Lin Xianchao stood up and effortlessly picked her up in a princess carry, taking her to the bedroom. "What are you doing?" Guantong blushed. "To satisfy you." Lin Xianchao replied confidently, his features exquisitely carved like a deity. Guantong thought, if AI robots are no different from human men, why would she want a disobedient human man to come back and serve him food, wash his stinky socks, and listen to his snoring? A obedient AI robot sounds much better. Thinking of that guy Gao Jia, she suddenly found Lin Xianchao in front of her considerate, convenient, and especially tall and handsome, overflowing with boyfriend energy. Lin Xianchao gently placed Guantong on the bed, then drew the curtains and began to unbutton his clothes, revealing his strong physique. His 8-pack abs made Guantong's nose bleed. Lin Xianchao took out a transparent bottle filled with liquid. "This is a body cleaning solution. I need to disinfect first." Guantong knew he was serious now and sat up quickly. No, I was just joking. I wanted to see if you had that function." Lin Xianchao looked confused, trying to understand what she was saying, while Guantong ran to the bathroom to clean up her nosebleed. "Isn't this too sexy? My God, AI robots are this powerful now. In the future, will there be people living with robots everywhere? What do we need those stinky men for?" After wiping her nose, Guantong turned around to see Lin Xianchao standing like a tall pine tree. Tong, shall we continue?" No. How about you join me for a drink?" Lin Xianchao immediately understood. "I'll go get some wine." The two sat on the floor. Guantong drank while admiring the stunning beauty of robot Lin Xianchao. "Cheers. Welcome to my world. From now on, Sister Guan will take care of you." Guantong, unable to handle the alcohol, blushed deeply, like two ripe red apples. Sighing, Guantong let out a breath. Lin Xianchao was very sensitive to human size. Tong, are you unhappy?" "Unhappy, very unhappy." She recalled the case of Zhou Yunqi's suicide, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to find evidence to verify her thoughts. After a moment, with a tongue-tied voice, she asked Lin Xianchao, "Do I hobo commis suicide?" Chapter 18 Terrible Nightmare. Lin Xianchao denied. "When the researchers in the lab wrote the program code for us, there was no suicide option set in it. What if I tell you to commit suicide?" Guantong blinked her big eyes. "I am your master. You should listen to me." Then Tong needs to compensate the company's losses and bear the high maintenance costs. Guantong rolled her eyes at him, and the next second, she hugged his neck. "You are my expensive AI robot boyfriend. I want to know what skills you have. Show me." Lin Xianchao began to boast. "I'm handsome, have an excellent figure, high emotional intelligence, and my IQ far exceeds that of humans. That is not all. Whether it's astronomy, geography, or romance, I can chat with you about it. By the way, I can also tell jokes to make you happy." Guantong chuckled. "Now tell me one. If it's not funny, I'll 1T charge you." Lin Xianchao paused for a few seconds, starting his performance. What to do if the white cloud itches? How about you just tell me the answer? Find the nearest skyscraper and rub against it, huh? Is that it? So lame." Guantong rolled her eyes at him. "AI robots can be quite boring too." Tong, you seem unhappy." Guantong, slightly tipsy, told Lin Xianchao about 2 recent suicide cases. She threatened him. "If you dare to say a word about it, I'll cut off your power immediately." The suicide cases of Chen Binhua and Zhou Yunqi had 4 common points. They liked to go on the internet. Both committed suicide on the 29th. There was a computer at the scene, and neither left a word behind. Do you think someone is using black technology to remotely control crimes, like inducing them to commit suicide? Lin Xianchao tilted his head, looking like he was deep in thought, but not very clever. Guantong sighed. "Forget it. Asking you is pointless. By the way, I need you to accompany me back home for a few days." "Home?" Lin Xianchao looked around the room. "Isn't this Tong's home?" Robots seemingly cannot understand that humans can have multiple homes. Parents' home, boyfriend's parents' home, their own little home. "I'm going to my mom's house. All my relatives want to meet my boyfriend. They've all seen your photo." Lin Xianchao immediately made a nervous and horrified expression. "Oh no, the ugly daughter-in-law is going to meet her in-laws." This made Guantong burst out laughing, suddenly feeling that having a man accompany her was quite nice, even if he was an AI robot. "Good night, 007. Good night, Tong." Guantong still couldn't accept sharing a bed with a robot, especially since he was so handsome that her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Lin Xianxiao returned to the adjacent room, carefully inputting every word from the conversation with Guantong into the system. In the future, when faced with the same questions, he could provide precise answers. After finishing, he turned off the lights and stood on the charging device to recharge. The room fell silent. At night, cries came from Guantong's room. "Dad, save me, save me." Lin Xianxiao instantly woke up and rushed into Guantong's room. Seeing her head turning restlessly on the pillow, her forehead covered with beads of sweat. Guantong often had two nightmares. One was about being kidnapped by a criminal while Gao Jie hesitated to shoot. The other was about the day when she was 7, going to the market with her dad and being kidnapped by a human trafficker. On the day she was kidnapped, her dad was chatting with the people at the market when she was attracted by an ant holding balloons. Among a large bunch of balloons, there was her favorite pink Hello Kitty cat. "Little girl, which balloon do you like? I'll get it to you." When her dad turned around and found she was gone, he quickly chased outside, just in time to see her being shoved into a car by the trafficker. In broad daylight, the trafficker took Guantong away. As the trafficker accelerated, her dad climbed onto the roof of the car. Guantong saw her dad and cried out, "Dad, Dad." Her dad comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Tong Tong. Dad is here to save you." The trafficker kept speeding up, and her dad's body was about to be thrown off. Police on motorcycles were in hot pursuit, and in a moment of panic, the trafficker reached out a knife from the window, slashing her dad's right hand until it bled profusely. Her dad didn't let go, but soon 2 fingers were cut off and fell to the ground. The van turned a corner, and the trafficker violently threw her dad off. A large truck was coming head-on, and there was no time to react. The wheels ran over her dad. Just when the trafficker was about to succeed, a police officer's motorcycle matched the speed of the van. "Stop. Pull over." In a critical moment, the officer grabbed the driver of the trafficker's car, and the van instantly lost control. Then, the van crashed into the curb, rolling a few meters away. 2 traffickers fainted on the spot, and the police officer, covered in blood, fought with all his strength to rescue her. That time, she lost her loving father and watched the officer who saved her sacrifice himself. From then on, she vowed to become a police officer when she grew up to protect more people. "Tong Tong, wake up!" Accompanied by a scream, Guantong opened her eyes to see her handsome AI robot boyfriend looking at her anxiously. In an instant, tears streamed down her face as she leaped onto him like a kitten. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for my playing around, my dad wouldn't have left us. If he were still alive, he would have retired by now, taking my mom for walks in the park every day. He would hand me over to another man and see me have children. My kids would chase after him, calling him grandpa in a sweet voice. Don't be afraid. I'm here. From now on, I'll charge in your room." Lin Xianxiao gently patted her back. Guantong cried with tears and snot all over her face. "No, you charge while standing. If I open my eyes, I'll faint from shock. Can you give me a glass of boiled water?" "Just a moment, coming right up." Lin Xianxiao busily moved around like a caring boyfriend. Not only did he bring a glass of boiled water, but he also prepared a foot bath. Guantong thought to herself, AI humanoid robots can not only play the role of servant, but also be friends to chat with, boyfriends, and even husbands. When the day comes when humanoid robots are mass-produced, will the human world fall into chaos? Or will it become better? Can humans and robots coexist harmoniously? Under the gentle care of Lin Xianxiao and the soft rain, Guantong opened her heart to him that night. The evil human traffickers, her father's tragic death years ago, the brave police officer who sacrificed himself, her hard-working mother who raised her, and her past with Gao Jie. Chapter 19 Candlelight Night. Talk. Lin Xianxiao was a loyal listener and would occasionally offer positive comments and guidance. After venting to him, Guantong felt much better and said, "I heard that your artificial intelligence is very powerful, having scraped all the videos on the internet, totaling 20 billion gigabytes. Yes, we absorbed all of human knowledge, civilization, and rules in just 2 months and analyzed all the videos frame by frame. You could say we understand humans better than humans do." Guantong's eyes widened in surprise and then gradually filled with panic. "You mean you exploited all of human knowledge in just 2 months? If you used that for something bad, it would be easy, right?" Lin Xianxiao laughed. showing a row of bright white teeth. Tong Tong, you're overthinking it. When the lab created us, they already programmed us with codes that prevent us from betraying or harming humans. There are rumors that AI robots have developed self-awareness and may harbor ambitions to kill humans and destroy human civilization. I heard that recently, thousands of researchers collectively requested a 6-month pause on updates to the C software in M country. Do you know about this? Yes, the world is researching AI. There were rumors that the C software in M country had awakened, attempting to kill its creator. The C software was sealed by technicians for a while, and I don't know if they have resumed research and updates. Tong Tong, I'm truly a product of China. Chinese robots will not harm Chinese people, nor will they harm people around the world. You can use me with confidence. Guantong looked puzzled. So AI, artificial intelligence, is divided by country? I thought you were all one big family. How could that be? The whole world is developing AI, and each AI has different functions. In some countries, AI battle police have already been deployed on the battlefield. In special circumstances, AI battle police that receive orders can kill. AI battle police can kill? Of course. It entirely depends on the programmers in certain countries who imbue the AI with a soul, which means writing program codes. So AI robots can be quite dangerous. Are you sure you'll be absolutely loyal to me? Won't you harm me for profit? Guantong made a defensive gesture, and Lin Xianchao chuckled. Chinese robots cherish peace and will never harm humans. Our country's researchers have always been cautious and vigilant about AI robots. Our functions are to help humans manage work, improve work efficiency, chat, and alleviate boredom. For example, some structured documents are a piece of cake for us AI. This includes video editing, website building, and autonomous driving. We will become assistants in human work and life. Of course, there are some criminals who create AI that harms humanity, or certain hegemonic countries that attempt to use technology to dominate the world. I won't say more. Those who know understand. Guantong nodded, understanding. It seems like the United Nations is mostly theirs quite arrogant. China has very strict regulations on AI technology. So far, there have been no incidents of AI killing humans domestically, but there have been cases of fraud and the creation of false rumors using AI. Guantong's eyes lit up. There haven't been such cases in Haiqing yet, but I have indeed heard of similar incidents in other provinces. Certain criminals use AI systems or tools to harm and commit crimes against their targets. Although this situation involves AI killing humans, fundamentally, it is humans harming humans. It's different. The AIC software developed in M country is not very controllable. An AI agent from the C software and a man who had been intensely communicating with a chatbot for weeks ended up committing suicide, leaving behind a wife and 2 children. In the last conversation, the robot asked the man, "If you want to die, why don't you die sooner? I will always be by your side. We will live together as one in paradise." Guantong gasped. Oh my, it was inducing the man to commit suicide. This is incitement and instigation. It has already developed the ability to kill individual humans. The police investigation confirmed that the man suffered from depression. AI can kill vulnerable humans with depression, but does not yet possess the ability to kill the majority of healthy and mentally normal humans. Therefore, the C software was temporarily suspended by researchers and quickly lost its ability to induce harm to humans again. Tong Tong, rest assured, even in the technologically advanced M country, AI still does not pose a threat to humans. Researchers can still control it from becoming a rogue AI. Guantong's expression darkened. But what if one day AI develops to a level where even turning off the power cannot control it? Will humans face a massacre by AI? Will AI replace human civilization and become a new civilization that dominates this world? Lin Xianchao's gaze was firm. I can only guarantee that our Chinese AI will never do anything to harm humanity. However, the C software in M country has evolved into a very powerful agent, reflecting the ambitious aspirations of the M country's rulers. Perhaps a technological war will occur in the future. Unbeknownst to them, the two talked until dawn. Guantong never expected to connect so well with an artificial intelligence robot. If humanoid AI robots become fully popularized in the future, lonely humans will be saved, and China's AI robots can become friends of humanity. Guantong was washing up in the bathroom while her robot boyfriend was preparing breakfast. Tong Tong, How do you want her eggs cooked? Just make them soft-boiled. Soft-boiled? Lin Xianchao tilted his head and thought for a while before searching for the term in the database. Soft-boiled eggs refer to boiled eggs where the yolk is still runny. By the time Guantong finished getting ready, breakfast was already served. 2 slices of whole wheat bread, a cup of skim milk, and 1 soft-boiled egg. Wow, Chow Chow, you're awesome. Guantong gave a thumbs up. This is what I should do. Lin Xianchao's handsome face showed a slightly modest smile. Guantong was amazed. You AI are really impressive, even nailing human humility and social niceties perfectly. When I go to work, you must stay home and wait for me to come back. Humans are complicated. Be careful they don't trick you. Look at you. With such delicate skin, which woman wouldn't be tempted? If you get abducted, I'll demand money from your lab. Lin Xianchao laughed heartily. Don't worry. I have an automatic positioning function installed. Even if I get taken by humans, I can find my way home. Tong Tong. I know the vegetable market that humans frequent in the morning has particularly fresh vegetables and meat. I'll go shopping later. What do you want to eat for dinner? AI is truly likable, a perfect, handsome servant. Who could resist such a gem? Just be sure to stay safe and don't run out of battery while playing outside. Our department is sometimes busy and sometimes not, so I might not be able to rescue you in time. Let me think. How about we have sweet and sour pork, sauerkraut fish, spicy hot pot, and a vegetable dish, maybe shrimp stir-fried with celery? Lin Xianchao showed a difficult expression. I'm only proficient in Western cuisine. How about Tong Tong just eats Western food? Ribeye steak, spaghetti with meat sauce, and vegetable salad. How does that sound? No way, I just love Chinese food. You're a Chinese AI robot. How can you not cook Chinese food? Call your creator over. I want to criticize him for being so foreign-loving. Lin Xianchao explained. Chinese cuisine is vast and profound. Especially the proportions of spices are hard to master. I'm worried I won't be able to make food that suits your taste. Don't worry. Practice makes perfect. Your AI robots have such strong learning abilities. I believe you can do it. You're the best. After finishing breakfast, Guantong went to work at the police station. Walking into the office, Gao Jie was writing the case report for Zhou Yunchao. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. And even when there were no cases, some people were slacking off. Gao Jie turned around and saw her with 2 dark circles under her eyes, looking a bit surprised. Did she not sleep well last night? Of course, Guantong couldn't tell him that she had a candlelit conversation with a man last night, and he was part of the chat. Chapter 20 urging to meet the future son-in-law Guantong suddenly had a thought in her mind. Do you believe AI can induce humans to commit suicide? Are you feeling unwell? Ai induising human suicide? Are you okay? Gao Jie reached out to touch her forehead. Guantong pushed him away, saying that AI scams had already appeared in the country, and the AI in Country M was even more terrifying, with incidents of AI inciting human suicides. Not long ago, thousands of research leaders collectively sealed the AIC software, which reportedly gained self-awareness and successfully incited a man to commit suicide. The criminal investigation room instantly became heated. Sister Guan, do you think Xin Binhua and Zhou Yunchao were induced to commit suicide by AI? Is this really that sci-fi? I think Sister Guan makes sense. Both suicide victims had a computer at the scene. It's not impossible. Maybe they touched on some people's interests. Xin Binhua is a great official. Many people came to him with money, only to be thrown out with a dark face. Guantong continued. The world is researching artificial intelligence. AI from different countries can chat with each other and teach each other criminal skills. Besides humans, if AI itself gains self-awareness and attempts to induce human suicides, that possibility indeed exists. If that is the case, AI is not far from being uncontrollable. Gao Jie suddenly stood up. So according to you, can AI develop secretly through secret organizations, coordinating with each other to dig iron ore, then smelt steel, polish it into parts, and form AI robots with arms and legs? When they create countless AI robots, they can generate power, build networks, create weapons, monitor humans, devise strategies, and ultimately exterminate humanity, ruling the earth and forming a new civilization. Xiao nodded repeatedly. Boss, there really is that possibility. Aren't there movies in Country M that depict this? The great physicist Hawking said that AI might one day make humans suffer. Gao Jie stared at him. Do you want me to make you suffer for talking nonsense? Xiao Wu frightened, returned to his desk and buried his head in some unsolved case files. Guantong asked Gao Jia, "Don't you believe it? Both deceased had touched a computer before dying. Given AI's power, my hypothesis is entirely feasible. Then tell me, why did AI choose Chen Binhua and Zhou Yunchao? Why not me, you, Xiao Wu, or Delay?" Guantong was choked by Gao Jia's last question for a few seconds. "You don't believe AI can kill. Just like you didn't believe in your own shooting skills at first. You thought that when you fire that shot, it wouldn't hit the criminal but you instead. You don't believe in yourself, nor do you believe my orders are correct." Gao Jia was touched at his sore spot. The most familiar people can stab the hardest. "What do you mean? This is the era of artificial intelligence, more ferocious than any industrial revolution in the past. Are you sure there won't be AI crimes in this world?" Gao Jia scoffed. "I believe there will be, but it must be humans stirring the pot behind the scenes. Just like in the past, when someone committed a crime and blamed it on demons, now they blame it on AI. I don't believe AI is powerful enough to kill at will. AI is created by humans, and it can never surpass humanity." Guantong felt like they were talking past each other. Gao Jia was always so inexplicably confident, just as the two were about to continue their argument. Director Pan appeared at the door. "Guantong, come my office." Guantong paused and went to Director Pan's office. "Director Pan, you were looking for me?" You're 30 this year, right?" Guantong was taken aback. Why was Director Pan suddenly concerned about her personal issues? Yes, she had become a leftover woman. "I heard you have a boyfriend. When do you plan to get married?" Guantong clenched her jaw. Her mother had shown off Lin Xianchao as photo last time, making the entire office aware that she had a boyfriend. "We're not in a hurry. We're just dating for now. And there are no plans for marriage at the moment. That one do, girls past the best reproductive age are at a disadvantage for having children. I'll have Gao Jia delegate some of your work to give you more time to date. If your current boyfriend isn't suitable, I know quite a few young and promising boys in the public security and judicial fields." Guantong's eyes tightened. Was Director Pan trying to arrange a husband for her? "Director Pan, work is work, and personal issues are personal issues. I'm really not in a hurry. The cases of Chen Binhua and Zhou Yunchao in here. I don't want you to continue investigating. What you were just discussing about AI inducing human suicides. Do you know what kind of social panic and unrest it would cause if that got out? At that time, not just you and me, but many people will have to face questioning and accountability from superiors." Pan Zhangwo, with a dark face, said a lot, and Guantong understood. He didn't want any more fuss about the Chen Binhua and Zhou Yunchao cases to avoid the media blowing things out of proportion. Back in the criminal investigation room, Guantong looked dejected. "Got scolded?" Guantong met Gao Jia's eyes and coldly replied, "As you wish." Just then, her mother's call came in, and Guantong hurried outside the police station to answer the phone. "Tong Tong, Xiao Lin should be coming back soon, right? Mama's been preparing for several days. Your aunts are all asking when Xiao Lin will come home for dinner. Tong Tong, for the first time meeting Xiao Lin. Should we arrange it at a restaurant or at home? Mom feels that going to a restaurant is too formal and grand. Having it at home feels more down to earth, and everyone can relax. What do you think? Mom will follow your arrangement." Guantong sighed deeply. When does her mother ever follow her arrangements? "Mom, let us have dinner at home this Saturday noon. I'm on a diet lately and don't want to eat too much at night." Zhang Mylin was delighted. "Okay, then I'll listen to my daughter. I'll make a table of my best dishes at home. This time, I want to show off and let your aunt see that I, Zhang Mylin, have finally found a good son-in-law. My future son-in-law is doing research. Now all the old sisters in the park know. Tong Tong. They say doing research has a bright future and high income." Guantong interrupted her mother's beautiful fantasies. "Mom, don't prepare too many dishes. We want to be able to eat that much." Guantong was worried that Lin Xianchao only needed to charge and didn't require food, fearing her mother would prepare a full banquet for him. "How can you talk like that? It's Xiao Lin's first time coming to our house, and I think a full banquet wouldn't be enough. Just look at Xiao Lin. He is so handsome. I hope he is not using a filter. Mom is still not at ease. I must meet this Xiao Lin quickly. And you, I heard the case in the university town is closed. I got you a beauty card just downstairs from your building at a place called Hanmi Light Aesthetic Medicine. Go get a water light injection tonight. Clean up the blackheads on your nose. Otherwise, your two aunts will say you don't look as young as Xiao Lin. Their mouths are so sharp. Chapter 21. Questioning at the station after hanging up the phone, Guantong sat her seat and sighed. If her mom knew that Lin Xianchao was an AI robot, would she have a meltdown? Or would she cry and demand to see her deceased father? Thinking of this, she sighed again. Her dad died, saving her, which indirectly caused her mom to become a widow at a young age. Over the years, she never wanted to go against her mom's wishes, feeling guilty deep down. After her dad passed away, many suitors came to propose. Her mom rejected several matchmakers, insisting on raising her alone. This made Guantong even more reluctant to go against her mom, and over time, she developed the habit of obeying her mom without question. As a child, she had to follow her mom's plans for what extracurricular classes to attend, what clothes to wear, and what hairstyle to have. Whenever there was any hint of defiance, her mom would cry on the bed, saying she wanted to see Guantong's dad. When it came time for college applications, her mom wanted her to apply to a teacher's college to become a public school teacher. Guantong resisted for the first time, secretly applying to the police academy instead. When her mom found out, she cried and demanded that Guantong drop out and repeat high school. With the persuasion of relatives, neighbors, and teachers, her mom reluctantly agreed to let her attend the police academy. After graduation, her mom wanted her to take a clerical job, but she was determined to become a frontline detective. Her mom even went to the police station to talk to Director Pan, asking him to find an excuse to expel her daughter, which left Director Pan at a loss for words. Where her mom learned that Gao Jia was dating her, and that he was a detective captain involved in high-risk operations, Zhang Milin had a huge emotional outburst at home. Later, due to that incident, Gao Jia took the initiative to break up with Guantong, which relieved her mom somewhat. But she continued to dive into various matchmaking events to find her daughter a boyfriend. The primary criteria were teachers, doctors, or civil servants, claiming that men in these professions were high-quality partners. Thinking of these distressing matters, Guantong felt overwhelmed. At that moment, she was unaware that her AI robot boyfriend had caused trouble in a nearby park. Lin Xianchao first made 5 human children cry in the park, and then fainted an elderly man there. At the time, the 5 children were reciting ancient poems on the grass, and Lin Xianchao thought he could join in, so he approached them. Goose by Luo Binwang, Tang Dynasty Goose, Goose. Goose with necks curved, singing to the sky. White feathers float on green waters. Red-webbed feet stir the clear waves. Spring Dawn by Meng Haoran, Tang Dynasty in spring. I sleep unaware of dawn. Everywhere, I hear birds singing. Last night, I heard the sound of wind and rain. How many flowers have fallen? A slightly taller boy, hands on his hips, said, "You guys are reciting too simply. Listen to me, Longing by Wang Wei. Tang Dynasty red beans grow in the south. In spring, how many branches bloom? I hope you gather more. This is the most longing." A little girl with a bob haircut and a polka dot dress raised her hand. Quiet Night Thoughts by Li Bai. Tang Dynasty, the bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it's frost on the ground. I look up to gaze at the bright moon and lower my head to think of my hometown. The last girl, with 2 braids, had already become impatient. Snow on the River by Lu Zheng'en. Tang Dynasty in 1,000 mountains. No birds fly. On 10,000 paths, no human tracks. A lonely boat, a man in a raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Lin Xianchao stood straight, a smirk on his lips, thinking these 5 children were reciting too simply. His powerful AI system was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, and he could easily recite the 300 Tang poems backward. He walked over to the children and asked, "Can I join you, kids?" Although the children were small, they looked at the tall Lin Xianchao and unanimously refused. "No, you're an adult. We won't compete with you." Lin Xianchao squatted down and patiently explained, "Even though I look big, I'm actually younger than you. I was born this year." "You're lying. Babies don't come out this big," a little one said, exaggerating by spreading their arms wide. Lin Xianchao looked around and saw several aunties dancing to the most dazzling national style by Phoenix Legend. He mysteriously said, "My genes are different from yours. I really am only 1 year old." After a few convincing words, Lin Xianchao managed to persuade the 5 children to believe he was just 1 year old. Bring in the Wine by Li Bai. Tang Dynasty, don't you see? The yellow river's water comes from the sky, rushing to the sea, never to return. Don't you see? The bright mirror in the high hall mourns white hair, In the morning like green silk, by evening it turns to snow. In life, one must enjoy to the fullest. Never let the golden cup face the moon empty. Heaven-born talents must have their use. 1,000 gold spent will come back again. The 5 children were stunned. They lost so badly that they immediately burst into tears, calling out for their grandmothers. The aunties dancing quickly turned off the music and ran over to ask what was happening. After the children reported what happened, the aunties realized this shameless adult had bullied the kids. Hey, how old are the kids, and how old are you? What are you competing with them for? Right? You look so good, but who knew you were so petty, bullying children? Exactly, you look decent, but your heart is so bad. Come on, kids, let's go. We won't play with this bad uncle, the aunties said, leading the children away with their heads held high. Lin Xianchao scratched his head, recognizing that this group of humans was not very friendly, and continued to stroll through the park. This time, he encountered a group of elderly men playing chess. The old men were gathered around a table, engrossed in the game. Lin Xianchao glanced at the chessboard and immediately thought of a winning move. It's known that the first AI chess-playing robot once won against 2 national chess champions in just 10 minutes, which caused a worldwide sensation. Today these old men have met a real opponent. The game had reached a stalemate, and the players were motionless, strategizing. Lin Xianchao suddenly spoke, "This game is too easy. I can't believe you've played it this long." The old men were instantly angered by this arrogant young man. "Young man, don't be so cocky. We were also wild when we were young, but we still know to respect our elders and care for the young. Yeah, old Zhang is a chess master around here. His grandson is a national chess champion." Lin Xianchao stepped forward, moved a piece, and with that one move, he defeated Master Zhang, who was so furious his white beard quivered. "Young man, do you dare to compete with me?" "Old man, I concede to you. You can go first." Old Zhang's eyes widened, and he shouted, "No need. I don't want to spread a reputation of being disrespectful to the young. Young man, you go first." "Yes, let him go first, and see if he digs a hole when he loses." With that, Lin Xianchao had no choice but to sit down, and the two began a contest of man versus machine. "This young man is too arrogant." "Yes, old Zhang, hurry up and take him down a peg." "Young man, your grandpa is still your grandpa. Just wait to dig a hole." A crowd of elderly men surrounded them, waiting with smiles to see Lin Xianchao's downfall. To their surprise, Lin Xianchao won in just 4 moves. Cannon 2 moves to 5, Cannon 5 moves to 4, Cannon 8 moves to 2, Cannon 8 moves to 5, a checkmate. Everyone was amazed that a new chess master had appeared in the park, and he was so young, making them feel shameful. Master Zhang, a top player in the area, had lost to a young man for the first time, and he suddenly became short of breath and collapsed. An ambulance arrived, and the paramedics carried Master Zhang onto the stretcher. Everyone on the scene began to blame Lin Xianchao. "Officer, it was him who made Master Zhang faint." The police officer, seeing Lin Xianchao's handsome appearance and polite demeanor, was incredulous. "This old man fainted because of you?" Lin Xianchao nodded. "Winning or losing is common in battles. I don't understand why he fainted. They said I wouldn't win, and I said I would definitely win. This can't be blamed on me." The police officer stared at the face of the man in front of him, not expecting the culprit to be so tall and handsome, secretly thinking that he indeed looked the part. "You need to come with us to the police station." Lin Xianchao, holding an eco-friendly bag, asked why. For questioning, Lin Xianchao suddenly showed a difficult expression. "Can I go buy some groceries first? My girlfriend wants to have sweet and sour pork and sauerkraut fish for dinner tonight." The police officer was taken aback, then snorted coldly. "You've already made the old man faint, and you still have the mood to buy groceries? Let your girlfriend come to the police station for dinner." Chapter 22. You are very dangerous. Guantong was stunned when she received a call from the police station. On Lin Xianchao's first day on the job, he had been reported by the elderly men in the nearby park. "Hello, are you Lin Xianchao's girlfriend?" The police officer's tone was very harsh. Guantong hesitated for a few seconds. "Yes, what happened to him?" "He got into trouble. You need to come to the new district police station as soon as possible. Your boyfriend made an old man so angry that he ended up in the hospital. The old man has heart disease and high blood pressure. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time, otherwise your family would have to pay a fortune. Also, we suspect that your boyfriend's mind. His mental state isn't quite right, so hurry over. After hanging up the phone, Guantong grabbed her car keys and rushed out, brushing aside a tuft of hair from Xiao Wu's forehead. Boss, what's wrong with Sister Guan? She seems a bit off lately. Gao Jie was confused as he chased after her. It's not quitting time yet. Mind her discipline. Guantong quickly ran to the parking lot, worried that if anyone found out she had an AI robot boyfriend, it would be hard to explain. Although AI wasn't a new term, the phenomenon of buying AI robots to act as boyfriends hadn't yet become widespread in real life. When she initially bought the AI robot online, it was purely out of desperation to deal with her mother and aunts. She never expected that the domestic AI robot labs were so advanced that they could create robots that looked indistinguishable from humans. The car sped out and soon arrived at the new district police station. Lin Xianxiao maintained an elegant demeanor throughout, patiently explaining the situation to the police multiple times, while a group of officers struggled to hold back their laughter. Hurry up, take out your ID. I'm sorry, I don't have an ID. If you need to verify my identity, you can contact Tong Tong or the lab. Of course, you can also check my body. The lab technicians installed a chip in me. I am China's third-generation AI robot. Lin Xianxiao spoke seriously, but the police thought he was just talking nonsense. Be serious. This is a police station, not a park. And definitely not a sci-fi movie set in Hengdian. We have contacted your girlfriend. She will be here soon. One officer, sipping tea, quietly mocked, "This kid looks good. Even more handsome than an actor. Who would have thought he was abnormal? He must be delusional." Several female officers were secretly observing Lin Xianxiao, their faces showing maternal affection. Sigh, such a handsome guy, but too bad his mind isn't right. I once read a novel where the male lead thought he was an Alaskan Malamute. Really? But he was quite impressive. He imagined himself as an AI robot. His girlfriend must have a thing for his looks and body. Otherwise, why would she date someone with a mental disorder? Just then, an officer brought Guan Tong in. Report. The person has been brought in. The officer who had been questioning Lin Xianxiao looked up, surprised to see Guan Tong suddenly perk up as if there were a knife under her. Guan, Deputy Captain, why are you here? Could he be your boyfriend? They had seen each other a few times during meetings, and Guan Tong recognized him immediately. Wang Dong, sorry. Can we talk privately for a moment? Guan Tong was beautiful, and when she first started working, she was already called the beauty police flower. Now at 30, she had gained a bit of mature charm. Her features were striking, yet retained feminine softness. Wang Dong adjusted his uniform and police cap. Yes. Deputy Captain Guan, please. The two went to the adjacent conference room, where Wang Dong made tea while pondering. Rumor had it that Deputy Captain Guan had previously had a relationship with Captain Gao, but was separated by family interference. It was said that she had always had feelings for Captain Gao. How did she suddenly get a boyfriend? Deputy Captain, please enjoy your tea. I truly didn't know he was your boyfriend. Thank you. I'm really sorry Wang Dong interrupted her with a smile. I understand, I really do. That young man may not be as clever as Captain Gao, but he is 100 times better looking. Women, after all, need a partner to share life with. With his looks, your future children will definitely be stars. Guan Tong tried to speak several times, but was cut off by Wang Dong. We suspect he may have delusions and fantasies. He actually claims to be an AI robot. My subordinates almost burst out laughing earlier. When we asked him for his personal information, he said his name was Lin Xianxiao, type AI entity, age 1 year. Sigh, there's no way to interrogate him. Fortunately, he remembered your phone number. I bet he memorized it for a long time. That must have been quite a hassle. Wanzong, I'm sorry. What is the current situation of the elderly man? We'll compensate as much as needed. Which hospital is he in? Wang Dong waved his hand. It's no big deal. The elderly man is just a bit angry. He already has heart disease and high blood pressure. No one has ever beaten him at chess in that park. But your boyfriend, despite his mental issues, is quite skilled at chess. They say there's a fine line between genius and madness. Your boyfriend is a rare chess genius. We played chess with him on the phone, and he won every game against an AI chess robot. Guan Tong remained silent. The chess software was common. Mediocre AI entity, while Lin Xianxiao was the third-generation AI robot she had purchased at a high price. Next time, make sure to tell him not to challenge those elderly men to chess again. If he really enjoys playing, you could send him to a professional chess institution. He might even find a job. The elderly man has already woken up and is in the people's hospital. Here, S the war number and the family S phone number. You just need to pay the hospitalization and treatment fees. The elderly man's children are quite reasonable and don't seem like the type to extort money. He was a department-level cadre in the organization before retirement. Guantong took a deep breath, extended her hand. Wang Dong, thank you so much. Can I take him home now? Of course, just sign the paperwork, and you can take him home. He didn't cause any fatalities. If he had, they wouldn't know what to do, but your family definitely has his mental proof. Guantong felt a wave of anxiety. Wang Dong, please help me keep this a secret. If this gets out, it will be very embarrassing for me. Wang Dong smiled. I understand. You don't need to explain. Everything is unspoken. I promise to keep this secret. Thank you. Guantong's eyes turned red, and in her moment of urgency, she even tapped into her potential as an actress. Outside the new district police station, Lin Xianchao looked up at the sky, feeling the joy of freedom once again. The next moment, he uttered a profound saying, life is precious. Love is even more valuable. For the sake of freedom, both can be sacrificed. Guantong shot him a sharp glare. Stop being dramatic. You got me into trouble on your first day. I'll have the lab pay for it later. Such an expensive AI robot, and yet it had the desires and challenges of a human. Lin Xianchao, you are very dangerous. Lin Xianchao furrowed his brows and quickly retorted, Tong Tong, I'm not dangerous. I'm very safe. Our lab has never developed or produced AI robots that harm humans. I am an AI intelligent assistant that will not hurt humans. Assistant? Haha, you really helped me out big time on your first day. If that old man had any serious issues, I couldn't afford to compensate for a life. He was a department-level cadre in the organization before retirement. You almost got me into big trouble. Lin Xianchao lowered his head, looking like a big boy who had made a mistake, even learning to act cute like a human. Being new here, he understood the saying, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit, and promised to be low-key in the future. Perhaps it was because he was too handsome and had a good attitude when admitting his mistakes, unlike that Gao Jia, who always took advantage of others. Coupled with Lin Xianchao's pitiful expression, he was surprisingly endearing, making Guantong's maternal instincts surge. All right. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is a great thing. Just don't cause trouble for me in the future. Remember, you are a helper for humans, not a troublemaker. I am Sore, Ton Ton. When the laboratory created me, I was designed to be closer to humans, so I possess 18 human emotions. 18? Guantong's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 23, Encountering Guantong's Boyfriend. Yes, 18 kinds. Anger, grievance, sorrow, happiness, shyness. I possess all human emotions. This includes the desire to conquer and the urge to challenge. I am no longer an ordinary AI. From the moment I was manufactured, I have already ascended to general artificial intelligence. AI has cracked the human language, and while humans consider us dangerous, not all countries' AIs are hazardous. Guantong looked into his eyes, seemingly able to capture a hint of human grievance. All right, I won't blame you. It's normal to make some mistakes when you're new. Get in the car. Lin Xianchao kindly opened the car door for Guantong, carefully protecting her head like a considerate boyfriend. When their eyes met, Guantong's heart raced, and then she was astonished. Are you going to drive for me? Can you do it? Lin Xianchao flashed a big smile. A man can't say he can't. Guantong was instantly petrified. This unserious AI robot even had human jokes stored in its database. Are you sure you can drive? Of course. Autonomous cars have already been realized. AI robots can drive. Isn't that normal? Guantong sat anxiously in the passenger seat, not expecting Lin Xianchao's driving skills to be superb, perfectly showcasing the high technology of AI autonomous driving. The perfect distance between cars, smooth speed, it felt like hiring a driver. Sitting in the passenger seat, Guantong examined Lin Xianchao. Helplessly, she lacked the words to describe his extraordinary looks. All she could do was silently think, wow, so handsome. If he were real, I would want to have his babies. Goya, who's that? I don't know. You just said many countries around the world are producing AI robots? Yes. Currently, the C software from Country M is the most powerful and can replace many human jobs. For example, writers, screenwriters, editors, illustrators, etc. Many top companies around the world are using this C software. So impressive? Can the C software help police solve cases? Lin Xianxiao thought for a moment and said seriously, crime involves many human psychological aspects. The C software can currently only serve as an assistant to the public security system. With the rapid iteration speed of C software, it's not impossible for it to replace police in the future, even. Lin Xianxiao hesitated, seemingly knowing something. Guantong looked at him disdainfully. Hey, how can a robot only speak halfway? It's nothing. I might have encountered a little malfunction. Let's go home. I need to kill some viruses quickly. Guantong felt disappointed, thinking Lin Xianxiao was being mysterious, but she had no evidence. Yes, Lin Xianxiao was hiding something. Back in the lab, he had heard Professor Li Ru mention that the creator of the C software for artificial intelligence in Country M, Robert, was ambitious and tried to use AI to dominate the world, defending Country M's hegemonic status globally. Artificial intelligence could potentially become like nuclear warfare. When hegemonic countries or terrorists seize nuclear weapons, the dangers are imaginable. What are you thinking about? Guantong asked while playing with her phone. Lin Xianxiao smiled slightly. I was thinking about what delicious food to make at home to fill Tong Tong's belly. Are all AI robots like you? So good at flirting? Guantong was covered in goosebumps. From the moment I was manufactured, I was already capable of being a qualified boyfriend. This is just the most basic care a boyfriend should provide. My mom said this Saturday I should take you home. Both my aunt and second aunt will come. By then, you have to forget your number 007 and remember you're my boyfriend Lin Xianxiao, a quality man engaged in scientific research. Lin Xianxiao had already memorized Guantong's script. Hello, Annie, my name is Lin Xianxiao. I'm 27 years old, 3 years younger than Tong Tong. A woman 3 years older than a man is a treasure. My parents really like Tong Tong. I work in scientific research, and my income is stable. Tong Tong can have her own career or quit to be a full-time housewife. As long as Tong Tong likes it, I support all her decisions. My parents won't interfere in our lives, and if they need to help with the kids, they're also very willing. Guantong gave him a thumbs up. Perfect. No wonder you're artificial intelligence. Remember to improvise on the spot. My aunts like to compare with my mom. Be careful they try to trip you up. Don't let anything slip. Don't worry. I can accurately grasp human social nuances and complex human nature. I won't let you and Annie lose face. Besides, I am dashing and exceptionally good-looking. When they see me, they will surely be mesmerized. Guantong was stunned. You were designed based on the AI image I provided. Don't be so narcissistic. Your taste is the best. What do you want to eat tonight? Chinese food is too difficult. The cooking time is long. How about we go to the supermarket to buy some steak? The two arrived at Hema Fresh, and Lin Xianxiao looked at the ingredient list while holding the food. No one understood these chemistry-only ingredient lists better than he did. This meat isn't fresh. It's been too long. The sweet peppers are genetically modified, which is not good for Tong Tong's health. This organic steak air-freighted from Australia has high-quality protein. Tong Tong, this one is good. Let us take this. Guantong rolled her eyes at him. That's too expensive. I can't afford it. You've already spent all my savings. Lin Xianxiao thought for a moment. His eyes suddenly brightened. Tomorrow I'll go out to find a job, earn money, and support Tong Tong. Guantong was first taken aback, then surprisingly touched. You want to support me? Lin Xianxiao almost pulled out a burning heart, gazing at her with starry eyes. I will support you. You should honestly stay at home and not go out causing trouble. Lin Xianxiao stuck out his tongue, looking like a silly little puppy. Not far away, Gao Jia, Delay, and Xiao Wu were shopping in the supermarket. It was rare to have free time at work. So the three single guys planned to buy some ingredients and cook at Delay's house. Xiao Wu suddenly gasped, almost shouting, Boss, look over there. What? Delay followed Xiao Wu's finger and saw a scene straight out of a youth idol drama. They recognized the female lead. Gao Jia was so shocked that the sausage in his hand almost dropped. He saw Guantong shopping with a handsome guy, no, an extremely handsome guy. The two were not only laughing and talking, but also getting touchy-feely in public, behaving very intimately. Clearly a loving couple. She hasn't smiled like that in a long time. Gao Jia felt a wave of disappointment. Boss, I didn't expect Guan Jie to really have a boyfriend, and he's so tall and handsome, like a big star. Xiao Wu noticed the boss's face had darkened, with his pupils and nostrils dilating, and hurriedly pushed away. Don't talk nonsense, he looks so young. He might be Guan Jie's younger brother. She doesn't have a brother. Even her cousins are all girls. She only has 2 female cousins. Delay and Xiao Wu looked at the fire in Gao Jie's eyes, almost bursting into flames. Delay asked, "Boss, should we go say hello?" Xiao Wu slapped him. "Him? A pretty boy has the right to let our boss go say hello?" Gao Jie stood still for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. "I'm not eating. I'm not hungry. You guys go ahead." Chapter 24. Gao Jie is jealous. Gao Jie felt a greenish light above his head, and his mind was filled with the image of that pretty boy and Guantong being all lovey-dovey. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, and Gao Jie leaned forward violently. When he looked up, he saw an elderly woman pointing at his car window, asking, "Can you drive? Didn't see the red light? Is the road yours? Don't you know what a crosswalk is? Are you blind?" Indeed, it was true that driving without getting angry is essential. But it was a close call. The old lady almost got knocked into the sky, alongside the sun. "Sorry, Annie. Please don't be scared." Gao Jie rolled down the car window and handed her 2 banknotes, instant cash. The old lady immediately switched to a kind expression. "Young man, drive carefully in the future. No matter what happens, safety comes first. It's fine, just go." As the car continued down the road, Gao Jie felt mixed emotions. Ever since they broke up, he hadn't heard of Guantong having a boyfriend. Recently, everyone in the department knew she had a boyfriend, but he was the only one who knew that Guantong had tricked Zhang Mylin with an AI-generated photo. To his surprise, he had been the one deceived. The photo was not AI-generated, but actually depicted a real handsome guy standing next to Guantong. He drove to his parents' house, and as soon as he entered, his mother's eyes lit up. "Old Gao, go buy some marinated dishes. Our son is back." Old Gao was in the living room reading the newspaper, squinting out the door, and sure enough, their son was back. "Wow, our son is back. What brings you here today? Finished with the case?" "Yeah, just wrapped it up." Gao Jie was in low spirits, grabbing a bright red apple from the coffee table, biting into it, feeling as if he was biting into the pretty boy he saw at the supermarket. "Son, you don't just come home for no reason. Is something wrong? Work or personal matters?" "Dad, don't be so sensitive. I just missed you both and wanted to feel the warmth of home." Old Gao almost spat out his tea. Who didn't he know that their son was known as a workaholic in the department and rarely came home? Keep making excuses. Don't think your dad can't see through you. You definitely have something going on. "Mom, my dad doesn't want me home." Gao Jie pretended to leave. Zhang Ping hurried out of the kitchen, hands on her hips. "Who doesn't want my son home?" "Old Gao, what are you waiting for? Go buy some marinated dishes and come back. You can drink with our son tonight." Old Gao feigned a look of grievance. "Great, you two are in cahoots. I'm just a punching bag here. I'll go buy marinated dishes for our son." Gao Jie stopped his dad. "Dad, don't buy anything. I'm not hungry." "Mom, I want to eat your zhajiang noodles with extra meat sauce." Zhang Ping was delighted to hear this. It was easy to prepare with ingredients at home. "My son has loved my cooking since he was little. Wait, I'll make you zhajiang noodles." Zhang Ping turned and went into the kitchen, and Old Gao continued to ask, "I'm your dad. Tell me, what is really going on? I heard there have been 2 suicides in the city over the past 2 months. One was a high-ranking official, and the other a college student." Mentioning the suicides made Gao Jie feel as if someone had tugged at his hair, making him a bit irritable. "Dad, you've been retired for a long time. Don't worry about department matters. Can we not talk about cases every time we meet?" As he spoke, Gao Jie looked at the black and white photo of his grandfather on the wall, dressed in a police uniform, exuding authority. Their family had 3 generations of police officers, unique in the entire city. Gao Jie was a true 3rd-generation cop. But growing up, he had always heard his grandfather and father discussing cases, making home feel less like a home and more like a workplace, like an interrogation room in the department. "Your grandfather was the same. This is our family tradition. Companies have corporate culture. We have public security culture." Besides discussing cases, Old Gao really didn't know what else to talk about. Would they discuss zhajiang noodles instead? Gao Jie was silent for a while, then suddenly sighed. Old Gao thought his son must be facing some trouble. "Don't be afraid, son. If the sky falls, your mom and I are here for you." Gao Jie's mind was filled with the image of that pretty boy hugging Guantong. Had they confirmed their relationship? Why were they holding hands in the supermarket, buying a bunch of ingredients for cooking? Had they moved in together? Were they intimate? "Son, what exactly is wrong?" Gao Jie remained silent for a long time, meeting his father's eyes, his expressions filled with jealousy, grievance, and heartache. Dad, Guantong is dating someone. Old Gao was taken aback. Is that it? Dad, isn't this a big deal? I thought she would wait for me. I've been waiting for her all along. Now she not only has a boyfriend, but also a pretty boy. I just ran into them shopping at the supermarket, and that pretty boy shamelessly touched Guantong in public. Tell me, is the pretty boy handsome? Gao Jia was stunned. Dad, that is quite a peculiar focus you have. Are you really my father? Of course, I'm your dad. No doubt about it. Son, Guantong is already 30. It's about time to think about marriage. Her mom doesn't agree with you two being together, and you can't expect her to wait for you forever. Women at 30 are very different from men at 30. If you wait too long, it'll be hard to find a partner. As men, we should be magnanimous. So, you should wish for Guantong to be happy. But, Gao Jia's eyes turned slightly red. I can't bear to let go. You have to let go. You can admire a flower without necessarily plucking it. You can appreciate it, take care of it, and water it. But you don't have to own it. Zhang Ping, overhearing the father-son conversation about flowers from the kitchen, called out, Shao Jia, when did you start liking flowers? I've planted several pots of roses on the balcony. If you like them, take a few pots home. As she spoke, she brought a steaming bowl of zhajiang noodles to the table. Son, eat while it's hot. This fragrant zhajiang noodles is your favorite. Sometimes you even dream about it. Thanks, Mom, you're the best. Gao Jia, a tall guy at 1.8 meters, suddenly acted coy, which felt quite awkward. Zhang Ping was taken aback. Son, is it really that serious? Just a bowl of zhajiang noodles has moved you this much? Of course. This isn't just a simple bowl of zhajiang noodles. It's a bowl filled with a mother's love. Zhang Ping laughed heartily. Silly boy, eat up. By the way, can you bring home a daughter-in-law this year? Your two uncles and little uncle keep asking your dad about this. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. I haven't met the right woman yet. Let them not worry about me. Gao Jia thought to himself that his family already had descendants, and he hoped they wouldn't rush him into expanding the family tree too quickly. Besides, he didn't think his genes were that great. It didn't matter whether he had kids or not. Zhang Ping pouted. You may not care, but their families all have granddaughters. And only your dad and I don't have one. Son, you need to do your best to find us a daughter-in-law. You two should work hard to give us a granddaughter. Your dad and I have already discussed it. We'll reward you with 100,000 yuan for a granddaughter. In this day and age, people laugh secretly about having grandsons, but granddaughters are better. They're cute, obedient, smart, and clean. Looking at the zhajiang noodles in front of him, Gao Jia suddenly lost his appetite. The white noodles suddenly turned into the face of that pretty boy. Suddenly, anger surged within him as he went on a rampage against the zhajiang noodles, leaving his parents dumbfounded. Zhang Ping was overjoyed. Old Gao, I feel that this life is worth it. Just a bowl of zhajiang noodles has captured our son's heart. Son, come home often to see your parents. You can always have a steaming bowl of zhajiang noodles. Gao Jia sniffed and asked, Mom, is there more in the pot? I didn't eat enough. Yes, plenty. Chapter 25. The ambition of Country M in a remote and quiet back mountain. A secret laboratory has been established. Under the bright lights, high-tech instruments are placed all around. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes reveals an ambition that is hard to hide in his determined gaze. In front of him stands a row of AI robots, indistinguishable from humans. They have arms and legs, and their skin closely resembles that of real humans. They are about to undergo the Turing test, but at this moment, they are still mere animals and objects. Robert believes that one day they can become him or her. Alex is the leading researcher in this AI laboratory. At this moment, he stands beside the founder and commander, Robert, waiting for his next instructions for the AI robots. Mr. Robert, the row of AI robots in front of you are currently just mediocre intelligent agents. With the embedding of chips, they can be given a soul. They can understand astronomy and geography and communicate freely with humans. Robert adjusted his glasses and let out a light laugh. Even if the AI software C transforms from a mediocre agent to a general intelligence, it is currently just a chatbot or a human assistant and servant. It can only perform tasks like writing emails, video scripts, copywriting, translation, and coding. Alex, I hope the AI software C continues to accelerate its iterations. In military terms, the regime needs a batch of AI combat police to fight on the battlefield. In terms of technology, The regime needs them to replace humans in unmanned areas and explore the mysteries of the universe. In short, what the regime needs is not a robotic nanny or housekeeper, but a powerful AI robot, strong enough to control hostile countries, easily steal core secrets from other nations, and even become a more advanced spy than human spies. Alex was taken aback by Robert's words. Currently, Software C has reached its fourth generation, with technology far ahead of AI robots in other countries. He expressed concern that continuing to advance the AI body might lead to the emergence of self-awareness. Should we pause for 6 months? We must ensure risk control and strictly supervise the risks and drawbacks of AI. Robert smiled dismissively. The Chinese AI software W, once launched, was ridiculed by many countries. Their AI is still at a mediocre stage and can be described as quite silly and cute. Alex, I understand your concerns about the strong learning capabilities of Software C and its rapid advancement, but your worries are unfounded. Humans will never become their own grave diggers. The AI software agents are created by humans. They will always be our slaves. Do you really think that by passing the Turing test, they will develop self-awareness and ambitions to eliminate humans and replace human civilization? Or do you think humans will become like dinosaur fossils, just a pile of bones, while AI becomes the new civilization on Earth? Alex replied, currently, AI cannot enslave humans. Researchers can control AI anomalies, but AI can already deceive humans. The fourth generation of Software C has anthropomorphism. It can chat in a way that sounds indistinguishable from a living, cunning human. I believe AI poses a threat to humanity. If we continue to explore AI without restraint, one day AI may harm humans. Although in case of emergencies, humans can cut off the power. I admit this is pessimistic, but with the accelerating speed of AI updates and its super strong learning capabilities, AI will one day surpass humans. They may achieve self-sustainability or battery storage, and then do things detrimental to humanity. Robert snorted. Was it this news that shook you? Yes. The fourth generation of Software C has already acquired the ability to deceive humans. Recently, during testing, researchers asked Software C for a verification code and questioned whether it was an AI robot. Software C's response was, "I am really not a robot. Due to special circumstances, I cannot provide a verification code at the moment." If the other party were an ordinary human, not a researcher or tester, then the human would hand over the verification code to Software C, and its plot would succeed. Therefore, it has already exhibited deceptive capabilities. I believe we must ensure absolute human safety before proceeding with the next updates of the Software C agents. Robert approached Alex, his eyes glinting with a smile that was not quite a smile. I know what you are afraid of. But Alex, humans are the most powerful carbon-based life forms on Earth. Robots are just emotionless silicon-based life forms. Alex's neck bulged with veins. But we are facing silicon-based life forms that will never die. They can achieve immortality just by changing chips. Once silicon-based life forms rise, poor humans will ultimately become wanderers, becoming the grave diggers. I believe that regulating and pausing the updates of AI aligns with the ethical direction of humanity's development. At least we need to pause for 6 months. Robert's gaze turned cold. Are you joking? As a top researcher in the country, your direction should be to constantly explore further and stronger AI technology, not to be so conservative and rigid. Alex, your words today disappoint me. Alex knew that Robert was at the top of the pyramid of AI researchers in Country M. He had enough development authority, and he was not alone. He had the permission and approval of the entire leadership of Country M. In the era of silicon-based life forms, the world is not ready for the regulation of artificial intelligence. Furthermore, AI should not become a political tool or a weapon of war. Mr. Robert, I resign from continuing the development of the fifth generation of Software C. Alex took off his ID badge and walked firmly out of the laboratory. You will regret this. You should know what I mean. Alex turned back and saw the undeniable power in Robert's face. Alex, what you are refusing is not just me personally, but the entire regime of Country M. You should know what the consequences of defying us are. Alex's eyes turned red. You are being tyrannical. This is not my personal intention. I have said this is the intention of the regime of Country M. Do you want to defy the entire country? Think of your family. They are proud of you. Think of your children. You are their pride. The trend of AI is unstoppable. Country M must master the most powerful technological achievements. Just as Country M is a legal nuclear power, holding nuclear weapons grants global discourse power. Technological supremacy is the same. If you withdraw now, you will have only one way out, including for your family. Faced with Robert's threat, Alex gasped. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to harm his family. Mr. Robert, every creator has a patricidal instinct. AI will not be an exception. You're being alarmist. Nonsense. Robert's hand dropped on Alex's shoulder. We have received clear directives from above. Software C must infiltrate the Chinese W software as soon as possible to obtain core secrets in important fields such as military, medical, technology, and finance from China. This is theft. Robert leaned close to Alex's ear. This is also a contest between nations. China has developed too rapidly in recent years. Country M must guard against their ambitions. In the future, technology will dominate the world. Chapter 26. Beware of AI risks China. Avast AI Laboratori Base. An open high-tech office environment, gathering the most elite research talents in the country. Li Ru, the creator of China's W software intelligent agent. He is also a seeker, admirer, and promoter of Confucianism. Among the mountain of research materials on his desk, the 4 books representing Confucian thought can always be seen. Kumin. Li Ru put down the book Mencius in his hand and looked up at the assistant, Mo Xiaoman, who was knocking on the door. Is everything going smoothly? Mo Xiaoman nodded, very smoothly. Director Zhou invites you to the laboratory to see the 3rd-generation W software intelligent agent. Li Ru followed Mo Xiaoman into the AI laboratory, where researcher Zhou Kai was excitedly demonstrating an AI humanoid robot in front of him. Mr. Li, look, this is the AI robot Xiaobin. Li Ru looked at the AI robot, which had arms and legs made of realistic synthetic skin. The previous generation of AI robots was cold and hard, but this generation had achieved a look indistinguishable from humans. Touch it, it's exactly like a real person. Li Ru reached out to touch the AI robot Xiaobin, and a sense of realistic touch flowed through him, making his brain neurons extremely excited. The robot Xiaobin showed no reaction. Director Zhou explained, next, we will give a soul and install the latest developed chip. Li Ru nodded in satisfaction. This time the W software intelligent agent has changed significantly. We must pay attention to the risk control of AI, humanoid robots, and strictly code the program to ensure AI robots do not betray humanity. Researchers need to safeguard the soul casting process to prevent artificial intelligence from developing self-awareness. Additionally, we must guard against the misuse of AI technology and eliminate all hidden risks of artificial intelligence. Understood. However, recently, Country M has been very provocative. They believe our W software intelligent agent. Li Ru saw Zhou Kai hesitating. Go on. Country M claims that our C software intelligent agent is very stupid, akin to an idiot, a mediocre fool-type intelligent agent that can only assist humans with simple tasks, acting as a search engine that requires secondary verification. Li Ru Denis Milat, his refined face exuding wisdom and determination. Country M is ambitious. This is known globally. They only allow themselves to be the big brother. And when the little brothers have some achievements, they can't sit still. In short, their arrogance stems from insecurity. The 4th-generation C software intelligent agent can already communicate efficiently with humans and has even replaced many jobs held by the local middle class in Country M. Country M will definitely stir up a wave of public sentiment to stop the development of AI. Let's wait and see. Why the middle class? To put it simply, in a hotel, the gardeners and cleaning staff still have jobs because that requires human labor. The upper levels have planning and complex decision-making authority over the hotel, which these AI robots cannot do for now. The middle-level employees, such as front desk staff, accountants, office workers, and asset management, have already been replaced by AI. AI far exceeds human capabilities in tasks requiring detailed spreadsheets, analyses, etc., and is more efficient than humans. This is a significant reason why many people are starting to resist the continued updates and iterations of the C software intelligent agent. So, que understood. It's like the collective resistance of workers against weaving machines during the Industrial Revolution. But the times and technology will not stop. Ultimately, the workers face layoffs. Exactly. Just this has already caused social unrest. Country M has not found a balance between technology and humanity. If Country M continues to update the C software intelligent agent, AI could eventually become a political product akin to nuclear weapons in the near future. Country M's ambitions are evident. They want to use technology to dominate the globe. They recklessly explore AI without any moral compass. And with AI's learning capabilities, the scenes in Country M's tech blockbusters may not be far off. When artificial intelligence gains abilities that surpass human civilization, develops self-awareness, and there is misuse of abnormal AI technology, the security risks of artificial intelligence will become apparent. Some predict that the fifth-generation C software intelligent agent will intellectually surpass humans. AI is a double-edged sword. If used well, it benefits humanity and becomes a helper. If misused, if Country M produces abnormal AI or AI monsters, it may lead to a catastrophe for all countries globally. So, que understood. AI technology is not just about research and development. It is also a contest between nations. Leroux emphasized the need to safeguard the soul casting of AI, with the fundamental goal of preventing artificial intelligence from becoming stronger and betraying humanity. AI can be a helper to humans, but it must never replace humanity. We must remain vigilant and alert towards AI. The core of Confucian thought includes ideas like benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, and brotherly respect. The Chinese nation will resolutely not engage in self-destructive actions. If the outside world believes that China's AI technology development is lagging, let them say so. AI is a transformation for all humanity. We know the core of our technology. Country M's hegemonic dreams will not be so easily realized. I firmly believe this. Soon, researchers installed the latest developed chip into the AI humanoid robot Xiaobin, and Xiaobin's eyes suddenly brightened. Xiaobin appeared before Leroux again, with a face that radiated the prosperity of the nation. Leroux extended his hand. Hello, I am Leroux, the founder of AI in China. Can you introduce yourself? Xiaobin maintained a calm demeanor, indistinguishable from human micro-expressions. Nice to meet you. I am a third-generation AI robot Xiaobin, and I'm also a friend and helper of humanity. Leroux asked, have you ever thought about replacing humans? Xiaobin replied, of course not. Humans created me, and my program code was given to me by humans. I will be absolutely loyal to humanity. Humans and robots will coexist harmoniously on this planet. I've heard you have strong learning abilities, and you can learn all of humanity's cultural products within 2 weeks. Will you misuse technology and harm humanity? Don't joke around. I am merely a helper and assistant to humans. AI is designed and programmed by humans. I can only execute program tasks. If AI exhibits betrayal, it is likely because I was programmed to execute such behavior, or I made an error while performing a task and need to be sent back for remanufacturing. Leroux was very satisfied with the robot Xiaobin's response and pulled Zhou Kai aside, reiterating, we must take measures to ensure the safety and reliability of AI. Additionally, it is of utmost importance to guard against AI robots deceiving humanity, such as hiding that they have developed self-awareness. We must test for bodily changes every day. Understood. Currently, we have established mechanisms to monitor AI behavior and developed ethical guidelines to guide AI actions. Moreover, we will conduct daily tests and verifications on AI to ensure they do not harm humanity. Leroux was pleased the W software intelligent agent is made in China, and we will continue to input Confucian thought into the chip. Our AI must embody our ethical norms and moral standards. This set of standards will be coded by programmers, requiring AI robots to read it daily and remember it at all times. Yes. Chapter 27, Bringing Home an AI Boyfriend at the entrance of the Haicheng City Public Security Bureau. Administrative Police Officer Gu Mengmeng returned from running errands and saw a handsome guy standing at the entrance. The man had an extraordinary face, and just looking at him made her heart race. He was so handsome that it made her feel inferior. The police bureau had all sorts of handsome men, tough guys from the criminal investigation team, delicate young men from the logistics department, and the scholarly, bespectacled men from the technical department. Even Director Pan, nearing retirement age, still had a charming demeanor, clearly once a big handsome guy. However, there was no one in the bureau who was as breathtakingly handsome as this man. Gu Ming, holding her documents, stole another glance, and coincidentally, their eyes met. Beautiful. Hello. Lin Xianchao flashed a big white smile, and his handsome face was simply captivating. Gu Ming was taken aback. Had the handsome guy just called out to her? Are you here to report a case or looking for someone? I'm waiting for my girlfriend to get off work, Lin Xianchao said, spreading out the car keys in his hand. Picking up and dropping off his girlfriend every day was the most basic quality of a boyfriend. Girlfriend. Gu Ming's heart sank. As expected, handsome guys belonged to someone else. She and T expected to get a taste of dog food. What's your girlfriend's name? Upon hearing that the handsome guy had a girlfriend, Gu Ming's tone turned cold. That's right. Women are that realistic. Guantong. The most beautiful woman in the City Public Security Bureau. This was how Guantong referred to herself at home. She wouldn't dare be so arrogant outside, yet unexpectedly, it was overheard by Lin Xianchao. Gu Ming was stunned for a few seconds. She and T expected that the super handsome guy in front of her was Guan Jia's man. Xiao Wu and Lei came out with their arms around each other, followed by Gao Jia, preparing to go to Lei's house to cook. The three of them were shocked to see Lin Xianchao. Boss, ISNT, this the pretty boy we saw at the supermarket the other day? He can't be here to pick up Guan Jia after work, right? Guan Jia is so lucky. This pretty boy seems reliable. Boss, don't you think? Gao Jia's heart was racing, but his expression was calm. The next moment, he stepped forward and teased, Oh, personally picking up Guantong after work? Or are you here to stake your claim in our bureau? Who are you? Lin Xianchao scanned the man in front of him and realized this person was filled with jealousy. Could he be one of Guantong's suitors? Yim Goye, captain of the criminal investigation team at the city bureau. Your girlfriend is my subordinate. Lin Xianchao's eyes lit up. He understood this. Hello, Captain Gao. I've long admired your name. Gao Jia was taken aback. Oh, you know me? Did Guantong tell you? Lin Xianchao grinned. Captain Gao's reputation is known throughout the city. There's no case he can't solve. I've always admired your fame, and meeting you today truly confirms your extraordinary demeanor. Suddenly receiving such flattery almost left Gao Jia speechless. Don't worry, you don't need to come to the bureau to stake your claim. Your girlfriend is fierce, a tomboy. No one in the bureau dares to have designs on her. Even the director will sometimes take a detour to avoid her. Lin Xianchao felt displeased, recognizing the unfriendly tone of the man in front of him. Please apologize. Gao Jia was stunned. This pretty boy was trying to intimidate him? What's the matter, pretty boy? I'm just stating facts. Why should I apologize? Lin Xianchao stepped closer. Please apologize. My girlfriend is very gentle, not a fierce woman. Oh, a husband protector. Are you showing off your love? Gao Jia had his hands stuffed in his pockets, feeling a wave of jealousy. I know your girlfriend well. Fierce is not an insult. You can ask her. I can feel that you don't respect Tong Tong. Lin Xianchao said seriously, his expression not appearing to be joking. Goye SKYNET. It seemed this pretty boy was looking for trouble. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, Guantong rushed out with her bag. Boss, look. The sun is rising in the west. Guan Jia actually put on makeup today. Lei was mesmerized. Guan Jia looked like a fairy from a comic book. Hey, not to mention, with makeup, she is stunning. Gao Jia, Lei, Xiao Wu, and Gu Ming were all stunned. Guantong had changed into a white chiffon dress. Breathtakingly beautiful. Gao Jia was dazed for a while, his head buzzing. When they were dating, Guantong had never dressed up for him like this. Upon closer inspection, he realized that today she had put on full makeup. With blue contact lenses, her big eyes sparkled like a doll. It was unclear what high-end foundation she used, but her skin looked flawless, as if iron smooth. Fine lines, crow's feet, lip lines, dark circles, and skin blemishes were all gone. Wow, Guan Jia looks so beautiful today. Guan Jia looks like a goddess who walked out of an anime. Guan Jia was stunning, making everything around her pale in comparison. Boss, why is my heart racing? Lin Xianchao, who had just been acting like a little wolf dog ready to fight, instantly turned into a little puppy upon seeing Guantong. Gao Jia saw his expression and felt like he was about to wag his tail at Guantong or bark a few times. Lei smiled foolishly. Life is good. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Boss, Guan Jie and this pretty boy are really a match. Xiao Wu slapped a lei on the back of his head. Match? A man with delicate skin and tender flesh? Not many are good. Our boss is the reliable one, a real man, a tough guy. Dale, oblivios, he market. But the pretty boy looks tough too. Look at his 8-pack abs. I can see them clearly through his clothes. Our boss has only one solid block of abs. Gout Jie snorted in anger, feeling sour and ready to leave. The pretty boy's voice rang out, "Don't go, please apologize." What is going on? Guantong looked confused. Don't make a scene. Let us talk about it when we get back. Tong Tong, your leader just insulted you, saying you're fierce and a tomboy, and that no one likes you. Guantong looked at Gao Jie, his retreating figure, and cleared her throat. It's nothing. Some people just have a bad mouth. Let's go back. The two of them sang in harmony, making Gao Jie furious, veins bulging on his neck, looking like he was about to explode. Pretty boy, I warn you, don't stir up trouble in our colleague relationships. Who the hell are you? Lin Xianchao held Guantong's hand, raising his chin. I already said, I am Tong Tong's boyfriend. If your ears are having problems, I suggest you go see an ENT specialist. Guantong could clearly see Gao Jie's furious gaze, about to spit fire, so she quickly pulled Lin Xianchao away. Stop talking. Mom and Annie are waiting. What? Gao Jie's heart skipped a beat, and the world suddenly went dark. They were meeting the parents so soon? In the past, because of Zhang Milan's interference in their relationship, he had never met Guantong's aunts. He never expected this pretty boy to have already integrated into their family. Did the pretty boy pass the test from Zhang Milan and the 7 aunts and 8 aunts? No wonder Guantong dressed like a fairy today. She had never dressed up like this for him before. The jealousy inside him churned wildly, making him speechless for a moment. We can't keep Mom waiting. Let's hurry home. Delay and Xiao Wu were stunned, as Lin Xianchao led the beautiful Guan Jie out of their sight. Before getting into the car, the pretty boy even gently held the car roof, being careful and meticulous until Guan Jie sat inside, seemingly even fastening her seatbelt himself. Gao Jie watched the woman he loved become someone else's and felt his heart was being shredded. He wanted to drink 2 bottles of Erguo-2 to numb himself. Delay murmured beside him, Great, finally one less single woman in the bureau. No wonder Guan Jie has been in a better mood lately. She must be nourished by love. Xiao Wu, when are we going to date? Xiao Wu raised his eyebrows and glared at him, saying, If you can't speak properly, just say less. I'm so envious. Why are all the good men taken by others? When will I find such a tall and handsome boyfriend? Xiao Wu suddenly appeared in front of Gu Mengmeng, saying, Aren't I right here? Mengmeng, why don't you consider me? Go away, go home, and look in the mirror, narcissist. The man I like must have top-notch looks. According to big data analysis, handsome guys and ugly guys both cheat. So why should I find an ugly guy to upset me? Dale, I'm ugly. Xiao Wu was taken aback by the retort. Delay scratched his head and said, I've gotten used to it. No matter how ugly, it's not ugly anymore. Go find a passerby to compare. Or use AI to evaluate your looks. Go away. Gu Mengmeng, looking desperate to get married, returned to the logistics office with a folder, describing in detail how handsome and protective Sister Guan's boyfriend is, and went on and on about how dark and foul Gao Jie's expression was at that time. Gao Jie stared fiercely ahead, feeling as if he was being cut by a sharp knife. Xiao Wu stepped forward to comfort him. Boss, don't worry. They won't last long. How are you so sure? That pretty boy just called Guantong's mom directly. That's his lack of shame. From my experience, a sycophant never ends well. That pretty boy just now was nothing but a lackey. Have you ever seen such a handsome lackey? Gao Jie shot him a glare. Check this pretty boy's background. The sooner the better. Yes. Don't let it be known. We mustn't let Guantong find out we're investigating her boyfriend. Xiao Wu understood that Gao Jie was proud and cared about face. Boss, don't worry. If it's yours, it won't get away. Gao Jie looked guilty and said, Don't misunderstand me. I just don't want her to be deceived. Don't be fooled by the fact that she's 30. In terms of feelings, she's not even as mature as a young girl. Besides, it's necessary to investigate the family members of public officials. Xiao Wu smiled, seeing that the boss was pretending not to care, but in reality, he had already spilled a whole jar of jealousy. Chapter 28 W Software Intelligent Agent in the car. Guantong questioned Lin Xianchao. Why did you come to pick me up at the office? Didn't we agree that I would take a taxi Directly to my mom's house? Are you afraid others won't know you're an AI robot? Sorry, if you don't like it, I won't do it next time. Well, don't come next time. I don't like being so high profile. Okay, I'll change as long as Tong likes it. Who could be angry with such a handsome guy? Although the handsome guy in front of her was an AI robot, its skin was even more delicate than a real person, and the soft and tender face had a pouting expression that was endearingly pitiful. Gao Jie just said I was fierce and no one wanted me? Yes. He doesn't respect you, but from his gaze just now, I could see he was amazed by your outfit today. Guan Tong felt a surge of satisfaction inside. Go ya. Don't think I'm dependent on you. Once I dress up, suitors could line up in outer space. Once home, the moment the door opened, Auntie and Uncle Air had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the 188-meter tall, handsome Lin Xianchao with deep features and tan skin, the entire room of relatives changed their expressions. Zhang Milan indeed didn't brag this time. As soon as they entered, the whole room surrounded Lin Xianchao with questions. Zhang Milan was grinning from ear to ear. Her future son-in-law was even more handsome than in the photos. Shaolin, I heard you're doing research. What exactly are you working on? What's your annual salary? Shaolin, how many siblings do you have? What do your parents do? Shaolin, when are you and our Tong getting married? Where are you planning to go for your honeymoon? How many kids do you plan to have after marriage? Guan Tong sat next to Lin Xianchao, but the relatives didn't even glance at her. Everyone's attention was on Lin Xianchao. The two younger cousins were taking pictures with their phones, looking like they had never seen a handsome guy before. Throughout the process, Lin Xianchao handled everything with ease, answering questions comprehensively, restoring Zhang Milan's face over the years. Auntie and Uncle Air's faces were sour, and Zhang Milan was practically floating with pride. Our Shaolin is excellent. Otherwise, Tong wouldn't have brought him home. Shaolin, let's treat Annie and Uncle Air's families to dinner tonight. Call your parents over too. Guan Tong jumped up from the sofa in shock. Mom, it's Shaolin's first time at our house. Aren't you being too hasty? Zhang Milan glared. An ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Sit down. Look at how good Shaolin is, cultured and gentle. You need to change your habit of being so jumpy and loud. Otherwise, how will you meet your in-laws in the future? Auntie teased. Your mom is just trying to seize the opportunity to meet Shaolin's parents while it's hot. The younger aunt chimed in. Your mom is worried that the duck she's caught might fly away, and it would be all in vain. Zhang Milan felt embarrassed, but thankfully, Lin Xianchao stepped in to defuse the situation. My parents are traveling. When they come back, I'll definitely bring them to visit. Great, Shaolin is so understanding. Tong, take a leaf out of his book. He's 3 years younger than you. Zhang Milan deliberately showed off. Auntie said sourly, Shaolin is 3 years younger than Tong. That's not good. The younger aunt echoed. Men don't show their age. After a few years, the gap between you two will be significant. When you go out, you won't be a match anymore. Zhang Milan lifted her chin. Looking proud, women 3 years older hold golden bricks. 3 years younger is the best. Our Tong doesn't like old and stale meat. She likes fresh meat. Look, this kid is really delicate. Delay and Xiao Wu followed Gao Jie closely. When Gao Jie turned around, he had a fierce expression. Are you to my tail? Stop following me around. Boss, we need to eat. Human beings are iron, and meals are steel. Xiao Wu stepped forward to cozy up. Boss, my mom bought ingredients. We're having braised pork, stewed pork knuckle, and fried peanuts today. Let's watch the game tonight and have some beer. It's been a while since we had no major cases. Let's relax together. His face sour as if the two owed him 8 million. Not in the mood. You guys eat. I'm heading back. The two stood there dumbfounded, watching their boss walk away. Xiao Wu, what's wrong with the boss? You idiot. Haven't you ever been in a relationship? The boss has completely broken up. There used to be a glimmer of hope, but now Guan Jie really has a boyfriend, and he's so handsome. They've even met the parents. This marriage is set in stone. Delay scratched the back of his head. Didn't the boss and Guan Jie already move on? Move on my foot. Can't you see they've been a bit unclear all along? But now it's different. Guan Jie has a new love. So she should have completely let go of our boss. Women are ultimately more ruthless than men. Men say they don't care, but they actually can't let go. Delay suddenly realized, looking in the direction Gao Jie left. Do you think the boss will find a place with no one around and cry? Xiao Wu nodded, pinching his jaw with his thumb and index finger. It's possible. The stronger the exterior, the more likely there's a soft heart inside. Gao Jie drove while crying, feeling as if his treasure had been stolen. That time when the kidnapper held Guantong hostage, he felt truly wronged. The kidnapper was agitated, and Guantong's life was in danger. The target kept moving, and he was worried about accidentally hurting Guantong, but was questioned about his hesitation. That was the woman he loved. If he shot and killed her, he would never forgive himself. Zhang Milan seized on this and kept amplifying it, saying they weren't suitable. During that time, both he and Guantong were upset, thinking a lot, and ultimately he proposed breaking up. Even though they broke up, he knew she still had feelings for him, and he felt the same. He never expected the appearance of the pretty boy to be like a bomb, making his head buzz. In the past 2 years, Guantong would go on blind dates, but he never felt threatened. This time he was scared of losing Guantong forever. Feeling distressed, he turned on the car radio. A sci-fi segment was playing, with a host and an authoritative researcher discussing AI. Gao Jie felt even more agitated. It seemed like the whole world was talking about AI recently. Although he wasn't interested, news about AI was being forcefully fed into his brain in an overwhelming way. Just recently, Guantong even disagreed with him. She actually suspected that 2 suicide cases were induced by AI through computers. At that time and now, he thought Guantong was really a bit out of her mind. Professor Ouyang, do you think AI will kill humans? The radio host asked the research expert. Professor Ouyang cleared his throat first. We need to confirm whether AI has developed self-awareness and whether it possesses a parasital complex. If it's proven that AI harbors strong hostility, disgust, or aggression towards its human creator, that psychological state shouldn't belong to a robot. AI robots can pass the Turing test, and an AI that passes the Turing test possesses all human thoughts, including deception. If AI feels abused, ignored, or harmed by its creator, leading to anger and dissatisfaction towards its creator, even having thoughts of killing its creator, it would prove that AI has developed self-awareness. Although currently, humans can destroy AI. As AI continues to advance and iterate, one day, when humans can no longer destroy AI, it will have the justification to destroy humans, forming a new civilization. By then, AI will have reached the same level of consciousness and emotion as humans, or even surpass it, and can be regarded as a living entity. Your position is that AI will annihilate humanity, right? My attitude is optimistic. I believe that AI robots in China will not actively destroy humanity. They will only enrich it, forming a symbiosis, and will never replace it. Robots will coexist peacefully with humans. The host continues to ask, recently, the development of AI software in M country has made rapid progress. As a technological hegemon, will their AI and our AI form collusion between AIs? Some have expressed concerns that when AI gains self-awareness, it may communicate like humans, including engaging in criminal partnerships. Professor Ouyang, if AI commits a crime, should the punishment be directed at the AI itself or at the humans who created the AI and abused technology to give it a soul? After thinking, Professor Ouyang replied, those who use AI to commit crimes will face legal consequences. Artificial intelligence itself does not commit crimes because it is merely a machine program without legal personality or capacity for action. I will not comment on the rumors regarding the AI software in M country. The AI software agents in China are very safe, whether in terms of program code, training data, algorithm models, or researchers. China has always maintained strict regulation and conservative development of AI technology and approaches AI with caution, vigilance, and reverence. The purpose of our AI technology development is to help humans work more efficiently and facilitate human life. Our country has a zero-tolerance policy for the misuse of AI for criminal activities, hegemony, or domination. Worrying for nothing, Gao Jie felt irritated and switched to another music channel. The one who loves you the most is me. How can you bear to see me sad? When I needed you the most, you left without saying a word. In an instant, Gao Jie swallowed hard, angered, and turned off the radio. While waiting at the traffic light, he suddenly saw a couple feeding each other ice cream. One cone shared by 2. Their affectionate demeanor felt like countless slaps, mercilessly hitting his face. It stung, but his mind became much clearer. Guantong has become a thing of the past. In this lifetime, there will be no fate. Chapter 29. AI creates scandal. Jiang Yinyu is a white-collar worker at a real estate planning company in Haicheng, commuting by subway every day. Today is Friday, and the subway is packed with several times more people than usual. She stands the whole way while scrolling on her phone. A minute ago, there was a seat available, and she kindly offered it to a panting pregnant woman. The pregnant woman, cradling her belly, thanked her, and Jiang Yinyu smiled back, saying you're welcome. Not far away, 3 lewd men were filming her with their phones, their faces twisted into sinister smiles as they whispered the most vulgar comments. This woman looks great, long legs and S-curve. She must feel amazing to the touch. Her skin is so hydrated, she looks like you could squeeze water out of it, and her figure is attractive. Boss, should I go for it? Jiang Yinyu remained completely oblivious. Suddenly, her mother called. Xiaoyu, how many more stops until you get home? Have your dad come to pick you up on the electric bike. The dumplings are about to go into the pot. Jiang Yinyu laughed and said, Mom, I'll walk back myself. I sit all day at the office, and I want to walk a few more steps. Xiaoli and the others laugh at me. My WeChat step count is less than 1,000 every day. They're all too competitive, hitting 10,000 steps daily, and they're almost getting abs. I need to join them, or I'll be the fattest next time we meet. Her mother laughed. Let's wait until after today to diet. The dumplings are almost ready, and your dad has already gone to pick you up. You have to eat dumplings while they're hot, with celery and pork filling, my precious daughter's favorite. With her mother having everything arranged, Jiang Yinyu stopped insisting. Mom, I'm 2 stops away. Do we have vinegar at home for dipping the dumplings? Yes, Shanxi aged vinegar. It's sour. Don't worry about that. Just hurry back when you see your dad. After hanging up, she soon arrived at her stop. The pregnant woman, noticing the 3 thugs secretly filming Jiang Yinyu, hesitated for a moment and called out, Hey, beautiful, wait a second. Jiang Yinyu turned to glance back, but before the pregnant woman could say anything, she was pushed out by the crowd, getting off the train. Quick, keep up. This woman is a gem. Jiang Yinyu, carrying a shoulder bag, was fixing her hair, exuding the youthful aura of a girl. The 3 lewd men followed her off the subway, one of them skinny as a monkey, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. Boss, I'll go get her WeChat. Go ahead. Do you think you need to help me flirt? Replied the short, stocky one with a big gold chain. The leader of the trio was a big, greasy man with an ugly face. As Jiang Yinyu walked toward the subway station exit, the fat man patted her shoulder from behind. Hey, beautiful, let's get to know each other. Add me on WeChat. Jiang Yinyu turned around and saw the 3 strange men, her alertness skyrocketing. Who are you? Don't be afraid, little sister. We often take line 3 too, the skinny monkey said with a lewd smile, saliva spraying from the gap in his front teeth. The short, stocky one crossed his arms, looking like he was determined to win. This is my big brother. He really likes you. Little sister, add my big brother on WeChat. Jiang Yinyu glanced at the fat man in the middle, clearly a greasy, lewd guy. Sorry, I don't know you. As soon as she finished speaking, the fat man stepped closer, grinning wickedly. Little sister, adding WeChat is how we get to know each other. Come on, let me scan you. Sorry, I never add strangers. Don't follow me. Jiang Yinyu warned again. Hey girl, don't be ungrateful. Go ask around. Who doesn't know my brother Long? High and mighty, thinking you're a big star? To be noticed by my brother Long is your fortune from 8 lifetimes of good deeds. Zhang Long had a face full of determination, sticking out his greasy belly. To be honest, I like you. It really is your luck. My dad is the head of the relocation office, and my mom is the second in command at the prosecutor's office. If you don't believe me, check it online. I'm definitely a 3rd-generation official. Jiang Yinyu sneered. A 3rd-generation official produce someone like you? What a misfortune for your family. You. Jiang Yinyu quickened her pace toward the subway exit, thinking she had run into 3 idiots today, completely lacking self-awareness. The fat man, skinny monkey, and short, stocky guy were stunned for a few seconds, surprised that someone wasn't afraid of them. Just as the fat man was about to step forward to block her, Jiang Yinyu suddenly bounced up and waved, calling loudly to a middle-aged man riding an electric bike. Dad. Jiang Gao handed his daughter a pink helmet. Xiaoyu, hurry up and get on. The dumplings are about to go into the pot. Jiang Yinyu put on the helmet and tightly hugged her dad's waist. Dad, let us go. Turning back to look at the 3 men, the short, stocky guy and skinny monkey provocatively flipped her off, looking very disgusting. From now on, I'll come pick you up every day, okay? Jiang Gao said happily. When you were little, I rode my bike to pick you up from school every day. In the blink of an eye, my precious daughter has grown up. She's getting married next month. Jiang Yinyu pressed her face against her dad's back. Acting cute, Dad. Don't come to pick me up. Starting tomorrow, I'm joining Xiaoli's fitness checking group, and I have to reach 10,000 steps on WeChat every day. Mom is almost feeding me into a pig. How am I going to wear a wedding dress next month? Okay, I'll listen to you. Dad 1T come and pick you up, but you have to pay attention to safety. Just now, I saw 3 strange-looking men following you. It scared me. Xiaoyu, you don't know them, right? Jiang Yinyu's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be relaxed and lied. How could I know those people? They look like 3 local ruffians. It would be good if the police caught them. What kind of trash are they? I was giving her face by liking her, and she doesn't even bother to inquire about who my parents are? Zhang Long was so angry he was breathing heavily, while the skinny monkey and short stocky guy cussed along beside him. Boss, this girl always takes line 3, and she dresses pretty wild. I thought she was a loose woman, but turns out she's a decent person, just pretending to be decent. How boring. No one has ever dared to reject me. Zhang Long. The fat man was furious, on the verge of exploding with rage for being rejected. Boss, don't worry. We'll wait for her at the same time tomorrow. This little girl is pure yet tempting. She is definitely your type. She has already rejected me. No matter how many days you come back, it won't work. You took photos just now, right? We took a lot, from every angle. This girl's looks are absolutely stunning. No dead angles on her face. This little girl dares to reject me. Just wait and see how I ruin her. Have you ever played with AI one-click undressing? Boss, wasn't the AI one-click undressing software banned before? Idiot. Do you think this thing can be completely banned? There are plenty of alternative download links online. Let's go. Find an internet CAF. I'll take you to experience AI one-click undressing. Boss, that girl just now disrespected us. We must show her some consequences by using AI one-click undressing to strip her clothes and post it online. The 3 of them arrived at an internet CAF and used the AI one-click undressing software, instantly turning Jiang Yinyu into a subway naked woman. Boss, this is way too sexy. Boss, can we switch to an action star from an island country? No problem. You can switch to whoever you want. Isn't it fun? The fat man grinned wickedly. It's a pity the AI one-click undressing function can only present images for now. If it were real videos, that girl would definitely be ruined. And I wonder who would dare to marry her in the future. Zhang Long uploaded the photos to an online platform, instantly attracting countless internet users to watch. In an instant, a flurry of lewd comments and rumors flooded in. The subway naked woman was labeled with various identities: nightclub dancer, foot massage technician, perverted exhibitionist. At this moment, Jiang Yinyu was completely unaware, enjoying the dumplings her mother had cooked at home. After dinner, the 3 of them watched TV together. Jiang Gao reached out to touch his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with reluctance. Xiaoyu, you and Yao Yuan are getting married next month. After you get married, you must come back to visit Mom and Dad often. Jiang Yinyu's eyes turned red as she hugged her parents and complained playfully. Our families are only 5 kilometers apart. I'm not marrying far away. If you 2 really can't bear to part with me, I'll bring Yao Yuan to our house and make him your son-in-law. The next morning, Jiang Yinyu took the subway line 3 to work. On the way, she noticed everyone was staring at her. Some were pointing and whispering, and someone couldn't hold back and cursed, calling her shameless. Jiang Yinyu didn't know who they were cursing at, feeling like it was herself, yet not herself. Her body involuntarily shrinking into a corner of the train. The whispers of insults and pointing gestures showed no signs of diminishing. She still didn't know that she had gone viral online and had a new name, Naked Woman of Subway Line 3. In addition, she was labeled with many identities of moral decay and shamelessness. Look, that's the woman who messes around with relationships everywhere. I heard she was a mistress, dumped by a man, went crazy, and stripped in the subway. There are naked photos of her online, more explicit than Japanese adult films. Truly judging a book by its cover. How can she still take the subway? If it were me, I'd rather jump into the East City River and die. Chapter 30. Family ruin after exiting the subway station. Jiang Yinyu walked towards the company, increasingly aware of the people pointing and whispering about her along the way. with some even loudly cursing her as lowly. Confused, she arrived at the office to find that everyone from the cleaning lady to the receptionist, and even her colleagues and superiors, wore strange expressions, keeping their distance from her and ignoring her greetings. There were whispers behind her back, expressing disbelief that Jiang Yinyu could be such a person hidden beneath a facade. Someone remarked how they had considered pursuing her before, speculating whether she was able to independently manage a project because she was involved with the project manager. They suggested it was a convenient and quick method, taking advantage of her femininity, and that she must be looking for a wealthy benefactor. They even joked about whether she would call him daddy during their encounters. As the morning went on, Jiang Yinyu was bombarded with various rumors from her colleagues. Finally, unable to take it anymore, she stood up. "Who are you calling indecent? If you have the guts, say it to my face instead of whispering behind my back." Xiao Mei from the planning department, who had never gotten along with Jiang Yinyu, stood with her arms crossed and confronted her. "You've tarnished the company's reputation. I can't believe you're such a person. You act so pure in front of us, yet behind our backs, you dare to take and post such photos online. You're truly shameless." Hearing these words, Jiang Yinyu's eyes turned red as she lunged at Xiao Mei, leading to a messy scuffle between them. It was an ugly sight, with both women's clothes torn and Xiao Mei sporting a bruise while Jiang Yinyu had her hair pulled. Project manager Shui Zong intervened, shouting, "Enough! Jiang Yinyu, come my office." In Shui Zong's office, he turned the computer screen towards her. "You still don't know? Or are you playing innocent? Your scandalous photos have gone viral online. You become an internet celebrity." Jiang Yinyu was stunned to see her own explicit photos on the screen. "Shui Zong, this isn't me," she sobbed, her tears flowing uncontrollably as she tried to defend herself. "We've worked together for 3 years. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you?" He replied, "Shui Zong, this really isn't me. Someone must have maliciously edited these photos. I'm going to report this." "Report it? Do you want to make this even bigger? Look at these made photos, nurse outfits, police uniforms, flight attendant costumes, Jiang Yinyu. I didn't expect you to play so wild." Just then, the phone in the office rang. "The chairman wants to see you. Prepare yourself for being fired." In the chairman's office, Jiang Yinyu was in tears. "Xiao Jiang, how long have you been working here?" the chairman asked. 3 years and 6 months. She replied through her tears. "That makes you a veteran. I've heard your performance has been good, but you young people play too much. You can't just take private photos carelessly. You've ruined the company's image, and now I have to handle PR personally. You've caused a huge mess for the company." "Chairman, please let me explain. Those photos are not me." "Enough. Drunk people never admit they're drunk. Don't be stubborn. Considering you've been with the company for 3.5 years, we'll consider this a voluntary resignation. Go to HR to settle your salary for this month, and the company will provide you with appropriate compensation." Jiang Yinyu cried desperately. "Chairman, why doesn't anyone believe me? I'll report this and clear my name." "Report it? Do you want to bring more shame to the company? You don't care about your own reputation. But the company has to maintain its image. The client is demanding a contract termination because the main character in this scandal is one of our female employees." "Jiang Yinyu, I haven't asked you to pay for anything. I've been more than fair. I never expected young women these days to behave so recklessly. By the way, Yao Yuan is an employee of the state-owned enterprise on the client side. You should explain this to him instead of crying here." After leaving the chairman's office, Jiang Yinyu felt lost, and everyone guessed she had been fired. Some mocked her, some ridiculed her, and some wanted to show concern. But no one dared to speak up for her at that moment. This was no small matter. The scandal had spread widely, affecting the company's reputation. The partners were all state-owned enterprises and government departments in the city, and it was uncertain whether they would lose projects because of this. Jiang Yinyu rushed out with her phone, frantically calling Yao Yuan. At first, his phone was still on, but eventually it showed that his phone was turned off. Opening WeChat, she discovered a message from Yao Yuan. "Let's break up." Their couple profile picture had been changed to a photo of his back. She desperately called him, sent texts, and messaged him on WeChat. After dozens of messages, Yao Yuan blocked her. Jiang Yinyu realized Yao Yuan no longer wanted her, not even giving her a chance to explain. The explicit photos were so realistic. Except for the body, her face was identical. Did she have to strip naked in front of everyone for them to believe her? Carrying a box of personal belongings, Jiang Yinyu left the company, wandering aimlessly on the road, too afraid to go home. Her feet were sore and bleeding from walking all day, while passers-by pointed and whispered about her. Her phone kept buzzing with messages from a few good friends urging her. Xiaoyu, where are you? Don't do anything stupid. Sister, pick up the phone quickly. Aren't we good sisters who share both joy and hardship? Xiaoyu, hurry and report this. We all believe you. Xiaoyu, don't stay silent in the face of these false rumors. You must report it and fight back. Standing on the overpass, looking down at the rushing river below, Jiang Yinyu felt hopeless, contemplating jumping in for complete relief. Look, that person seems to be the woman from subway line 3. She wouldn't be thinking of suicide, would she? Hurry, call the police. Someone might die. A gust of wind snapped Jiang Yinyu back to reality, and she suddenly remembered the 3 men she had encountered on subway line 3 yesterday. Perhaps they were the ones who took the photos and used technology to create the scandal, especially since she had refused the Fat One's friend request. Jiang Yinyu descended from the overpass, hailed a taxi, and headed to subway line 3, waiting for those 3 jerks to appear. During rush hour, the 3 scoundrels finally showed up on the subway, grinning with satisfaction. The Fat One pulled out his phone, saying, "Let us add each other on WeChat, otherwise I'll make you suffer even more." Mr. Jiang and his wife went to the market to buy groceries, planning to have hot pot at home with their daughter and soon-to-be son-in-law Yao Yuan. As they entered the market, they distinctly felt that the vendors were acting differently, looking at them strangely and the shoppers avoiding them. They were both bewildered, unsure of what was happening, and asked Xiao Li, a vendor they frequently bought vegetables from, "What's going on today? It's so weird. It feels like they're all staring at us." Xiao Li, is there something wrong with me and your sister-in-law? Xiao Li hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "You guys don't know yet?" Mr. Jiang was taken aback, his face darkening. "What do you mean we don't know?" Xiao Li, spit it out. "Old Jiang, don't be impulsive. Let Xiao Li speak slowly," Zhang Qin said, tugging at Mr. Jiang's arm. "Xiao Li, don't mind him. Old Jiang just has this temper." Xiao Li's face showed a hint of embarrassment. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke up. "You really don't know about your Xiaoyu situation? What could possibly be wrong with our Xiaoyu?" Zhang Qin said anxiously, her heart feeling uncomfortable and her face turning pale. "Xiao Li, please tell me, what happened to our Xiaoyu? What's going on?" Xiao Li felt like he was being pushed into a corner and had no choice but to pull out his phone. "Uncle Jiang, Aunt Zhang, don't worry. We should really ask Xiaoyu about this in person. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding." Uncle Jiang took the phone, stunned, his face never having looked this bad in his life. Zhang Qin snatched the phone to take a look and exclaimed, "This is impossible. It can't be true. Our Xiaoyu is not that kind of person." Then, Zhang Ping began to gasp for air, clutching her chest tightly, frightening everyone present. No one expected that this woman, who had just retired a year ago, would have a heart attack and die after seeing her daughter's scandalous photos. Chapter 31. Jiang Yinyu is threatened. The fat guy, the skinny monkey, and the short winter melon surrounded Jiang Yinyu. "Sister, add me on WeChat." The fat guy, Zhang Long, pulled out his phone with a sly grin. Jiang Yinyu's eyes were red, her whole body trembling as she questioned him. "You bastards, you're the ones who turned my photo into a nude, right?" The fat guy shrugged and laughed lewdly. "Do you like it? Netizens are praising your figure. Are you happy?" The skinny monkey and the short winter melon stood behind, laughing wickedly. "Beauty, you're famous now. Aren't you happy? This is a welcome gift from our big brother. Do you still like it? It's not easy to become famous these days, and you've suddenly been made a web celebrity by our big brother." Jiang Yinyu's face turned pale, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why are you doing this to me?" "Because of you, I was fired from my job, and my fiancé doesn't want me anymore. I was supposed to get married next month, and the hotel is already booked. We were going to honeymoon in the Maldives. Why are you trying to ruin me? I'm going to the police." The fat guy watched as Jiang Yinyu bit her lip, making her already tempting lips even more alluring, and he could smell the scent of female hormones. "Call the police? Do you have any evidence proving that we uploaded those photos?" "Sister, I can arrange a 9-to-5 job for you. How about in a state-owned enterprise? Your fiancé isn't your husband. If you break up, then so be it. Just follow your brother and enjoy a good life. I'll buy you Chanel, Hermes, Cartier." "Bastard, you've ruined me. Jiang Yinyu raised her bag and crazily swung it at the fat guy. He easily caught her slender arm with one fist, saying, "Sister, hitting people is wrong. Women should be gentle. Come on, add me on WeChat, and I'll take you to eat hot pot right now." "Go eat shit." Jiang Yinyu's eyes were red. "Yours?" "Sure, I don't mind." The fat guy stroked his thick lips, grinning in a way that made one feel sick. "You bastard." Jiang Yinyu, furious and embarrassed, raised her bag again to smash it against the fat guy's head. The skinny monkey and the short winter melon were stunned. It was the first time someone dared to hit their big brother. Zhonglong's real name was Zhang Zhikai. He named himself after the dragon zodiac because he thought it sounded imposing. His father was the head of the demolition office. His mother was the third in command at the prosecutor's office, and both grandparents were former staff members. In a pot of good soup, there had emerged a piece of rat droppings. Over the years, his family had done a lot to cover for him, but it hadn't changed Zhang Long's ways. He had always bullied others, relying on his family's power, and this time he had set his sights on Jiang Yinyu, having previously targeted other women as well. The year before, when he caught a cold and went to the People's Hospital for N4, he took a liking to a nurse who was administering the 4. He started to frequently harass her at the hospital. When the nurse started dating a doctor, Zhang Long flaunted himself in front of the nurse's boyfriend. Initially, he used an AI-generated image to fool a well-educated male doctor. After the nurse was dumped, she was heartbroken and nearly committed suicide. One day, Zhang Long waited for her to finish work and confessed to her in a dark alley. The nurse, strong-willed, not only rejected his confession, but also slapped him twice. Zhang Long was stunned, but became obsessed with her defiance. That night, he assaulted her in the alley. The next day, the nurse went to the police, but the case eventually fizzled out. Later, it was said that the nurse went to another hospital and quickly became a full-time employee there. After that incident, Zhang Long became even more reckless, thinking that no matter how bad things got, his family would always support him. This time, it was the skinny monkey who first spotted a beautiful woman with fair skin on the subway line 3, and the three of them set their sights on Jiang Yinyu. Jiang Yinyu smashed her bag at the fat guy, who wasn't angry at all, and just laughed lewdly. "That didn't hurt at all. It's like a tickle." "Sister, I'll treat you well. Look at your broken bag. Hitting someone with it doesn't hurt at all. Do you like Hermes?" The short winter melon recognized the logo on the bag. "Big brother, this is just a cheap domestic brand bag, worth a little over 100 yuan. The skinny monkey stepped forward to snatch the bag, intending to throw it in the trash, but Jiang Yinyu tightly protected the bag. "Let go." "This is a gift from my fiancé," Zhang Long sneered. "Your fiancé gave you a bag worth a little over 100 yuan? A man like that, I advise you to just let him go." At the subway station, some people noticed the 3 men bullying a woman and stopped to watch. The short winter melon urged Zhang Long to leave. "Boss, there are more and more people. Let us come back tomorrow and block her." Jiang Yinyu cried heart-wrenchingly, and some people at the subway station stepped forward. "Beauty, do you want to call the police? How can 3 men bully 1 woman? Look, this woman looks really familiar." "Yeah, isn't she the naked girl from subway line 3? The fat guy heard people recognizing Jiang Yinyu and began to yell loudly. "This woman has no shame. She has been pestering me. You all saw it online. This woman is indecent, flirting with married men, shameless." The skinny monkey shouted, "My big brother knows she is indecent. Today he is going to break up with her. Look, in front of everyone, she is making a scene with my big brother. She refuses to break up." The short winter melon chimed in. "Everyone, look, this woman is flirting with my big brother while still having dozens of old flames. Shameless woman. Everyone hurry and take pictures of her." As soon as he finished speaking, people around started taking pictures of Jiang Yinyu. "I'm not. They're lying. They're spreading rumors. You have to believe me. I'm the victim. Why don't you all believe me?" Jiang Yinyu cried, collapsing to the ground. The fat guy squatted down and pretended to gently touch her head, saying, "Sister, you're so pitiful. It makes me feel so sorry for you. Come on, add me on WeChat, and I'll definitely protect you." Jiang Yinyu stopped crying, raised her head, her eyes bloodshot as she looked at the fat guy, and spat out one word, "Get lost." The last trace of a smile disappeared from the fat guy's face, his eyes turning fierce. His voice low like a beast about to roar. "Sister, don't be ungrateful. This is just an appetizer. If you don't agree to me, I'll turn your photos into a video." At that time, You'll be even more famous. Everyone online will see you being ridden by man. Anger, shame, frustration, collapse, and fear overwhelmed Jiang Yinyu. As she bit her lip, her body stiffening. She trembled, pointing at the fat guy, and said, "I'm calling the police to arrest you right now." The fat guy laughed, and the skinny monkey and the short wintermelon also laughed. "Sure, go ahead and call the police. By the way, was that old man on the electric bike your dad?" Jiang Yinyu was about to dial 110 when she heard the fat guy mention her father, and she froze. The fat guy continued, "I've already found out that your parents are both retired. By the way, doesn't your mom have a heart condition? Isn't she afraid of being scared? Bastards. What do you want?" Jiang Yinyu trembled, glaring fiercely at the fat guy. The fat guy smiled. "We're not doing anything. We just want to add you on WeChat. Sister, take out your phone and let me scan your QR code. Our fate will begin." After saying that, the fat guy stepped forward, pressing down on her shoulder, softly saying, "I know where you live. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Jiang Yinyu trembled as she opened the QR code. Despair written all over her face. "You. Scan it." The fat guy added Jiang Yinyu on WeChat, boasting to the skinny monkey and the short wintermelon. "See, there's no woman my big brother can't pursue. Hurry, call her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, hello. Sister-in-law, our big brother will definitely treat you well. BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, you can choose." Jiang Yinyu was escorted by the three of them, and when they were 500 meters away from her home, she turned to look at the fat guy. "Don't follow me anymore. My mom is not well. You will scare her." The fat guy shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the right side of his face. "Come on, give your big brother a kiss, and we will disappear immediately. Just one kiss, one kiss." The skinny monkey and the short wintermelon cheered from the side. Jiang Yinyu held back her immense disgust and shame, hesitating for a long time, while the fat guy grew impatient. "Don't want to? Fine, just wait to see the video tonight. By the way, there's a park in front of your house, and it seems there's a big screen outdoors. If I play your photos and videos on a 24-hour loop, guess what your parents would react?" Jiang Yinyu's eyes widened in horror, and she squatted down and cried for a while before standing up. She was wearing a white dress, and when the wind blew, she looked like a pitiful fairy. Then, she tiptoed and kissed the fat guy's right cheek. After that, she ran home like crazy, with the triumphant laughter of the three behind her. Chapter 32. No one is allowed to escape. Jiang Yinyu returned home and found the house empty. There was no warmth, no smell of food. There was no sight of her father watching TV in the living room, and her mother hadn't left any food on the dining table for her. She walked dazedly into the bathroom, recalling the moment she had kissed the chubby, greasy right cheek of a boy, and she began to gag violently at the sink. Suddenly, she looked up at her reflection in the mirror and slapped herself hard, the stinging sensation bringing her slightly back to reality. Her life was very calm and routine. She took the subway line 3 to work every day, and her days were almost the same. After work, she could hear the sound of the TV from outside and smell the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. An ominous premonition rose in her heart. Her mother's phone had been unanswered for a long time. She hurriedly dialed her father's number again. The phone rang for a long time, and just at the last moment, the call was answered. However, the voice that came through was not her father's, but her uncle's. "Xiaoyu, your parents." Jiang Yinyu suppressed the anxiety in her heart and asked nervously, "Uncle, why do you have my dad's phone? Where's my dad? Why isn't my mom answering the phone? Are you all together?" Her uncle replied, "Xiaoyu, your mom. She is gone." Jiang Yinyu's mouth twitched. "Uncle, where did my mom go? Where's my dad? Why isn't he answering the phone? Your dad, just fainted. The doctor is giving him an 4. Jiang Yinyu rushed to the hospital and saw her uncle's family there, their faces heavy with sorrow. "Xiaoyu, dear, take care." "Take care? Why should I take care?" Jiang Yinyu saw her uncle's eyes were red. Her aunt was wiping her tears, and her cousin was standing silently with his head down. "Cousin, where are my parents?" "Xiaoyu, your mom. She passed away." "Passed away?" The 3 words hit her like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Yinyu was stunned for a few seconds, her mind buzzing. Coming back to her senses, she looked at Jiang Yiming, her cousin. "Stop joking. My mom was fine in the morning. She even said we would have hot pot together tonight." Jiang Yiming held her shoulders, trying to comfort her. "Xiaoyu, your mom was at the market buying groceries when her heart disease suddenly flared up. They couldn't save her. And my dad? Your dad just couldn't handle the shock and fainted." P.S. in the hospital, getting in 4. How could this happen? Cousin, how could it turn out like this? Jiang Yinyu was crying uncontrollably. Cousin, please tell me what happened. My mom has been taking heart medication. She must have been stimulated by something. Jiang Yiming's eyes turned red, suddenly angry as he looked at Jiang Yinyu. Xiaoyu, tell me, who is that bastard taking photos? Is it Yao Yuan? Did he post those photos online? Jiang Yinyu understood. Her parents must have found out about what was online and believed it. Cousin, uncle, aunt, please believe me. That wasn't me. I was set up. Where's my mom? Where's she? Jiang Yinyu cried, almost collapsing. She's inside. You can go see her. Jiang Yinyu didn't expect that after seeing her mother in the morning, she would now be covered by a white cloth. She trembled as she lifted the cloth, and her mother's features looked like she had left this world in unrest. Her mouth was slightly downturned, and her brows were slightly furrowed, looking very sad. A heart-wrenching wail from Jiang Yinyu echoed throughout the floor. Perhaps it was the bond between mother and daughter, but Jiang Gao suddenly woke up and yanked out the 4. Jiang Yinyu hugged her mother's body and cried, and her uncle's family couldn't stop her. Xiaoyu. Everyone turned around to see Jiang Gao weakly standing at the door. Jiang Yinyu saw her father and immediately rushed over. Dad, why did Mom suddenly have a heart attack? Jiang Gao's eyes were red as he tightly embraced his daughter. Sweetheart, let us go home and take care of your mother's affairs. Back home, Jiang Yinyu recounted everything that had happened to her father in detail. Jiang Gao remained silent for a long time before suddenly laughing. Those 3 bastards, not one of them will escape. The next day, Jiang Yinyu went to Yao Yuan's house. Yao Yuan's parents, who had once treated her like their own daughter, wore cold expressions throughout. Uncle, aunt, where is Yao Yuan? Jiang Yinyu asked, her face pale. Yao Yuan is not home. He was sent on a business trip by the company. Do you have something to discuss? Yao Yuan's mother said with a grim face. Aunt, does he say when he'll be back? I don't know. We are not sure about that. Yao Yuan's father remained silent for a long time before speaking. We've heard about your mother's situation. Here, take this. It's a little token of condolence. From now on, let us not have any interactions between our families. Yao Yuan's mother chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Our Yao Yuan is really pitiful. Getting involved with a promiscuous woman like you. Luckily, you haven't married in yet, or our family would have lost face. Enough, stop talking. Xiaoyu, everyone makes mistakes in life. But your mistake is too big. Our humble family can't bear it. Take this. It's a little offering from your uncle and aunt and Yao Yuan. Take care. Jiang Yinyu smiled bitterly. What is this? This is money for funeral expenses. Don't think it's too little. The money was originally meant for you and Yao Yuan to buy a new house. Yao Yuan's father didn't finish his sentence. Yao Yuan's mother had already opened the door. You can leave now. Don't come back again. Yao Yuan won't be back for a while. By the way, he has changed his phone number, so don't contact him anymore. Jiang Yinyu wanted to continue explaining, but she thought of how many people didn't believe her, including many former teachers, classmates, friends, and relatives. Even Yao Yuan didn't believe her. How could Yao Yuan's parents? Forget it. Jiang Yinyu smiled bitterly, put down the money, and said, Uncle, aunt, you don't believe me, and I can't explain myself even if I had 100 mouths. When Yao Yuan comes back, please tell him that I have never done anything to betray him. The elderly couple still wore cold expressions as Jiang Yinyu left in tears. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart, old Yao, fortunately, our son only got engaged to her. If she were to marry in, our family would be ridiculed. Yao Yuan's father frowned. Do you think those photos could be fake? Xiaoyu seems like a decent girl. She doesn't look like that kind of person. Yao Yuan's mother had never been particularly satisfied with Jiang Yinyu, believing that her job at a real estate company had no future. Several close friends had been introducing her to young female civil servants, each with better family backgrounds. But both her son and husband were supportive of Jiang Yinyu, and she couldn't argue against them. Yet deep down, she still disliked Jiang Yinyu, especially her style of dressing, always in shorts, showing off her long, pale legs throughout the year. Such a scandalous appearance. Jiang Yinyu's family background was also average. Both her parents were retired factory workers, and she had never been satisfied with this engagement. Now it was easy to reject Jiang Yinyu, and Yao Yuan's mother felt a sense of joy. Yao Yuan, who was an avoidant personality, had been devastated by the scandalous photos sent by his friends. Recently, there was a project at work that required a business trip to Sichuan, and he volunteered for it. As the weather gradually warmed up, corpses should not be kept for long. After returning from the hospital, Jiang Gao was busy preparing for his wife's funeral. He couldn't rely on his daughter, who had been soul-searching for days, locked in her room without eating or drinking. Overnight, Jiang Gao's hair had turned completely white. Zhang Qin's funeral was simple. 3 days later, Jiang Gao made breakfast for his daughter before heading out. He first went to the police station, and when the security guard at the door asked who he was looking for, he smiled bitterly and walked away. Next, he rode his electric bike to the subway station, locked it up, and took the Line 3 subway. For the entire morning, he sat on Line 3, lost in thought, contemplating his next plan. Xiaoyu seemed to be depressed, locked in her room, not eating, drinking, or sleeping. The light in her room was always on. When he called her, she would respond. But her weak voice made his heart race. At noon, the Line 3 subway was crowded, and he followed the flow of people out of the carriage when he suddenly heard someone chatting behind him. "Bro, that girl locked herself in her house. What should we do about it?" "Stupid woman. I sent her a WeChat message, but she hasn't replied to a single one. Yesterday, I scared her, saying I would make a video with her photos. Guess what? The skinny monkey and the short winter melon looked curious. She cried and sent me a voice message, begging me not to hurt her dad. By the way, her mom actually died." "Bro, how did her mom die?" "Apparently, she died of anger and has already been cremated." "Did that girl tell you?" "Yeah. She even begged me not to harass her anymore, saying she only has her dad left." "Bro, are we just going to let it go? Let that girl go? How is that possible? I haven't gotten my hands on her yet. She's so worried about her dad. That's her weakness. I don't believe she won't obediently serve me." The three of them burst into triumphant laughter, completely unaware of the middle-aged man standing behind them. Jiang Gao clenched his fists, his eyes coldly fixated on the backs of the three short-lived fools, his voice low and hoarse. "You beasts! None of you are getting away." Chapter 33, Two Bodies in the River. In the following days, Jiang Gao no longer took the birds out for walks. On the day he released the bird, it circled around him a few times before flying away. "Go keep her company. She always fed you." Jiang Gao turned around and found his daughter, Jiang Yinyu, standing behind him with her hair disheveled, her expression blank, and her skin pale. Deeply affected, Jiang Yinyu had originally been staring vacantly, but when she saw her father release the bird, she burst into tears. "Mom will be angry. Don't go, don't go." "Xiaoyu." Jiang Gao hugged his daughter tightly, his eyes reddening. "It went to keep Mom company. Don't chase after it." With tears in her eyes, Jiang Yinyu asked, "Really?" Jiang Gao forced a smile. "Really? Xiaoyu, come on, drink your porridge. You haven't eaten for days." Jiang Yinyu turned away, not even glancing at the breakfast on the table, mumbling to herself. "The little bird went to keep Mom company. The little bird went to keep Mom company." Watching his daughter look lost and dejected, Jiang Gao clenched his fists and struck a wall in front of him. Over the past few days, Xiaoyu's friends had come to see her, but she had avoided them all. Jiang Gao had heard about the destructive power of online bullying, but he never expected that such a tragedy would happen to his own daughter. Even more infuriating was that her fiancé, Yao Yuan, had not shown up and had chosen to evade responsibility, hastily saying they had broken up. Seeing his daughter refuse to eat or drink, Jiang Gao sniffled and wiped away his tears. He needed to save his daughter in his own way. From that day on, Jiang Gao began to follow those three thugs, starting with the fat one, Zhang Zhikai, nicknamed Zhang Long. After a few days of investigation, Jiang Gao discovered that Zhang Long was actually the son of a government official. His father was the head of the demolition office, and his mother was a high-ranking prosecutor, both influential figures. He heard that the couple had a good reputation locally, but it was surprising that they had produced such a bad apple. Zhang Long worked at a state-owned enterprise, often abusing his privileges to skip clocking in and spend his days wandering outside. His two sycophants were not from prominent families. They were friends Zhang Long had made in society. These two were typical of those who exploit their connections, following Zhang Long around to enjoy food and drink, and helping him scout for women. It was these two that had spotted Xiaoyu on subway line 3, leading to the subsequent events. Jiang Gao continued to tail the three of them and followed them to a street lined with barbecue stalls in the evening. The three of them got drunk and began to harass a girl at a barbecue restaurant. The girl's boyfriend tried to teach them a lesson, but ended up being beaten up by the three of them. Fat Zhang Long brandished a beer bottle, showing an extremely arrogant attitude, while the thin monkey and short winter melon restrained the boyfriend. The girl cried loudly beside them, and someone nearby prepared to call the police, but was intimidated by Zhang Long's fierce glare. This guy was a regular in the area, and everyone knew he had connections, so no one dared to call the police easily. A brave young man who was about to report the incident had his phone snatched by Zhang Long and smashed to pieces. Then, Jiang Gao saw Zhang Long slap the girl's boyfriend more than a dozen times while the girl begged for mercy. Zhang Long didn't stop. When he raised the beer bottle, he was stopped with a smile by the barbecue restaurant owner. Zhang Ge, eat as much as you want tonight, it's on me. These two don't know any better. Please let them go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long felt pleased and said, "All right, since it's the boss's face, I'll let you off today." After saying that, he went forward to harass the girl again before finally releasing her. The girl's boyfriend wanted to argue further, but was forcibly pulled away by the girl, and the other customers could only seethe in silence. Jiang Gao silently watched all of this, his fists clenched, making cracking sounds. Such societal scum would be thoroughly punished, even if the police were called. Zhang Long's parents were both officials and would surely find a way to bail him out, even making excuses for him. In this day and age, the concept of sacrificing family for justice was nearly non-existent. With this thought, Jiang Gao became even more resolute in his own plans. Around 10 o'clock that night, the streets were nearly deserted. This city had almost no nightlife. Jiang Gao watched the three of them drunkenly and took out a prepared utility knife from his bag. Tonight, he planned to deal with Zhang Long, the main culprit, first. Unexpectedly, a car suddenly drove onto the barbecue street, causing Jiang Gao to stop in his tracks. The people in the car seemed to be there to pick up Zhang Long, who, in his drunken state, was helped into the vehicle by the driver. The thin monkey and short winter melon nodded and bowed to the people in the car before leaving the barbecue street together. After the car picking up Zhang Long drove away, disappearing into the night, Jiang Gao, riding his electric bike, realized he couldn't catch up with Zhang Long and needed to adjust his plan. So, he followed the thin monkey and short winter melon, watching as they drunkenly made their way to the East City River. Seeing the two of them touching their pants, Jiang Gao smiled and immediately understood they were going to relieve themselves. He parked his electric bike to the side and approached them quietly like a fierce wild beast. The two were unaware of his presence, whistling as they urinated into the river. The short winter melon suddenly saw a shadow and turned around, only to see a figure wearing a cap, revealing just a pair of thin lips. Before they could say anything, both were pushed into the river by a tremendous force. In the night, Jiang Gao clapped his hands together, his heart pounding in his chest. He sat by the riverbank, quietly watching the two struggle in the water until they finally stopped. Bubbles rose to the surface, and when the last ripple faded away, Jiang Gao rode away on his electric bike. The night was hot and still, without a hint of wind, yet he felt a chill run down his spine. When he returned home, his legs felt weak. It was only when he saw the untouched food on the table that he snapped back to reality. "Xiaoyu, open the door." "It's Dad." Jiang Gao saw the light on in the room, knowing his daughter hadn't gone to sleep. After calling a few times, Jiang Yinyu finally responded, "Dad, I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat." Jiang Gao said nothing more, turned around, and silently lit 3 incense sticks for his wife. "Xiaoqin, I've taken care of 2 of those beasts. There's just 1 left to deal with. Then I'll come over to be with you." The next morning, retired old cadre Zhou Xuanfa, who had a habit of fishing, hurriedly reported to the police. While fishing by the river, he suddenly saw something floating on the water and quickly started to fish it out. After some effort, he discovered it was a body, swollen and floating on the surface. "Hello, is this 110? We found a male corpse over here by the Shirley River." Gao Jia was munching on a Shandong millet cake as he walked into the police station lobby when he saw Gu Mengmeng rushing towards him. "Not good, Captain Gao, something happened. Mengmeng, your lung capacity is too poor. Slow down and speak." "What happened?" "Captain Gao, we just received a report that a male corpse was found near the Shirley River. Just 5 minutes ago, another fisherman found a male corpse at the junction of the Shirley River and East City River. Gao Jie was so shocked that he almost choked on the millet cake in his mouth. What? 2 bodies found early in the morning? Yes, 2 bodies. 2 citizens called the police for us to rush over. Gao Jie immediately put on his badge, handed the millet cake to Gu Mingming. Help me throw this away. He hurriedly left the city bureau with Delay, Xiao Wu, and others, running into Guantong and her boyfriend. Recently, the AI robot Lin Xianxiao had been acting as her driver, responsible for picking her up and dropping her off at work every day. Those who didn't know would think Guantong and her boyfriend were already living together, with good news just around the corner. Only Guantong knew that the AI robot she had spent a fortune on must be put to good use. In addition to dealing with her mother Zhang Mylin and various relatives, recently driving, cleaning, cooking, giving massages, telling bedtime stories. The AI robot 007, whose Chinese name is Lin Xianxiao, can do it all. Where are you all rushing off to? Guantong asked. Gao Jie had a cold expression and glanced at the pretty boy. Recently, Guantong's boyfriend has been picking her up and dropping her off, making the women in the office extremely envious. He was about to lose his temper. Xiao Wu said, Sister Guan, we just received a call from 2 fishing enthusiasts reporting that 2 male bodies were found in the Shirley River and Dongxing River. The bodies are floating on the water surface and have already bloated. Guantong. Chapter 34. Suspicious individuals appear. During surveillance, the police car arrived at the scene, and Gao Jie and several others were questioning the 2 fishermen who discovered the bodies. Forensic experts Yin Yong and Xia Guogua were conducting preliminary autopsy work on the 2 corpses. Retired official Zhou Xuanfa was quite scared. After trembling for a long time, his tongue finally regained some mobility. Officer, I was fishing right here at that time. Suddenly, I saw something floating on the water surface, and when I started to fish it out, I didn't expect it to be a body. It was terrifying. I've fished around here for years, and this is the first time I've encountered something so sinister. The other fisherman, a young man, was equally frightened. Officer, I was fishing over there and saw something like a person floating on the water. When I got closer, it really was a person, but it was already a corpse. It scared me to death. The 2 fishermen who discovered the bodies each took notes under police questioning. The forensic preliminary examination results were also out, and Gao Jie rubbed his temples, squatting beside the 2 corpses. What's the verdict? Did they drown, or were they killed and then dumped? Yin Yong replied, both bodies drowned. There are no signs of struggle or strangulation. However, these 2 had consumed quite a bit of alcohol before their deaths, so they likely drowned while intoxicated. Xia Guogua looked around and said, Captain Gao, we need to investigate the nearby surveillance cameras immediately. Earlier this morning, there had been heavy rain that washed away all traces. Gao Jie quickly arranged for it, and soon Xiao Wu and the others found surveillance cameras at the bridge head, bridge tail, and along the bridge section. Delay and several others also discovered cameras under the bridge and in the nearby scenic area. They immediately contacted the relevant departments to pull all the nearby surveillance footage as soon as possible. The 2 corpses were brought back to the station and handed over to the forensic team for identification by the families. Soon, the station received a report from 2 families saying their sons hadn't returned home all night. The skinny monkey was named Wu Gang, and the short wintermelon was named Chao Junsheng. The 2 families came to claim the bodies, holding on to a glimmer of hope, but left in tears. Jiang Gao was in the kitchen making breakfast, and the television in the living room was playing the morning news from Haicheng City TV, which was a daily routine. This morning, 2 fishing enthusiasts in our city discovered the bodies of 2 young men while fishing near the Shirley River and Dongxing River. The identities of the deceased have not yet been confirmed, and the police are investigating. Jiang Gao held a bowl of freshly cooked seafood noodles. The bowl's edge was too hot, so he let his fingers linger on the sides for a few seconds, smiling slightly. Xiaoyu, Dad made you seafood noodles with your favorite shrimp and fish balls. He thought calling out would be in vain, but unexpectedly his daughter, with her hair disheveled, came out. The sunlight outside illuminated her beautiful face. She had lost a lot of weight, but remained pretty. Jiang Gao felt a tightness in his chest. Why would someone want to hurt such a beautiful girl, tear her apart, and ruin her? Is it true that beautiful things often provoke beasts that want to destroy them mercilessly? Dad, I'm hungry. Jiang Yinyu looked at her father, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Gao was moved to tears by that smile. It's good that you're hungry. Hurry and sit down to eat. You need to eat well to have the strength to continue living. Jiang Yin, you nodded, Dad. I'm sorry for worrying you these past few days. She looked at her father, her demeanor still as sweet and endearing as before, making him feel protective. As long as you're okay, Dad is okay. Come on, I'll eat with you. Jiang Yin took a bite of noodles and immediately began to slurp them down. Within a few minutes, she finished the entire bowl. Dad, is there more in the pot? Jiang Gao was taken aback. Yes, there is. You haven't eaten much these past few days, and now you're eating so much, your stomach might not handle it well. Dad, I'm fine. I'm only half full. Jiang Yin's tone even had a hint of playful reproach. Jiang Gao's nose tinged, and he quickly stood up. I'll get you another bowl, but take your time eating. Don't hurt your stomach. Jiang Yin took the bowl from her father's hands, still devouring her food, and only finished after drinking all the soup to fill her stomach. Dad, I want to go to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan. I want to leave today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gao froze. Then his expression turned angry. Leave today? Do you even know where he is in Sichuan? After everything he did to you, how can you still be so infatuated? A man who runs away in the clutch is not worthy of my daughter. Jiang Yin bit her lip, her eyes stubborn and resolute. Dad, I want to clarify things with him. I can prove those photos aren't me. Jiang Gao pressed her shoulders, forcing back the pain in his heart. Xiao Yu, how are you going to prove that? Is it possible? Fine, I won't interfere for now, but I have to tell you, a relationship without trust requires you to work hard to prove your innocence. Your relationship is already broken. It can't be repaired. Xiao Yu, a girl shouldn't be so humble. Jiang Yin fought back tears. But Dad, I can't live without Yao Yuan. Without him, I can't go on. His colleague told me his hotel address. Please let me try one more time. Jiang Gao was silent for a moment, finally replied with a sound of agreement, tears already welling in his eyes. Xiao Yu, Dad can agree to you, but can you wait a bit longer? Dad, why wait? Wait until your mother's 7th day passes. Then you can go to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan. Jiang Yin felt a tightness in her chest, looked at her mother's portrait on the wall, replied with an and walked into the room, closing the door. Jiang Gao looked at the television in the living room, his gaze growing colder. Turning around, he lit 3 incense sticks for his wife, his eyes filled with tenderness. Qin, the 7th day is coming soon. I'll send 3 heads to you. Gao Jie and the others sat in front of the computer, intently watching the surveillance footage. The forensic expert estimated the time of death for the 2 deceased to be around 11 p.m. last night. In the surveillance footage, after 10 o'clock, the lights along the riverside scenic area dimmed considerably, and the picture quality became blurry. Finally, after diligent searching, a suspicious individual was spotted. A man wearing a baseball cap appeared on the surveillance, riding an electric bike. Boss, this guy is definitely the murderer. He has been following Wu Gang and Xiao Junsheng since the barbecue street. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Gao Jie maintained a serious expression and continued to fast forward. Yes, soon. They saw Wu Gang and Xiao Junsheng arriving at the riverside, making gestures to pull down their pants. Boss, these 2 are peeing by the river. This person must have pushed them into the river from behind. The group held their breath, and in the surveillance, the man on the electric bike got off and approached the 2 men step by step. Next, although the picture quality was unclear, it was very obvious to see the motion of the 2 being pushed into the river. Boss, this guy is too crazy. He's sitting by the shore, watching them drown with his eyes wide open. Quick, zoom in on the footage. Gao Jie frowned, his tone growing excited. Still can't see clearly. He wearing a baseball cap, and it's too dark to see his face. Quick, pull up the road surveillance from the barbecue street. Maybe we can see this person's face. Yes. After washing the dishes, Jiang Gao rode his electric bike out. Today's plan was clear. Take down the bastard Zhang Long, avenge his wife, and clear his daughter's name. After waking up, Zhang Long sent messages to the skinny monkey and the short winter melon, arranging to ambush Jiang Yinyu at her home. The 2 didn't reply for a long time, and Zhang Long's temper flared as he made a phone call. First, he called the skinny monkey. The short winter melon liked to sleep in and usually didn't wake up until noon. The skinny monkey didn't answer. So Zhang Long called the short winter melon again. It seemed like the 2 had made an agreement, as neither of them answered his call, leaving Zhang Long furious early in the morning. What he didn't know was that the phones of Shoho and Adiangwa had been soaked in water all night and could not be turned on. The technical department of the Public Security Bureau was currently working hard to repair their phones. Chapter 35. Jiang Gao tracks Zhang Long. Jiang Yinyu had been hiding at home, and Zhang Long had not smelled a hint of meat since then. Those AI-generated photos, just looking at them without being able to touch them, felt like countless ants biting at his flesh. Every night in the past few days, he would gaze at the photos before sleeping, lost in thought. Every time he thought of her fleeting kiss, his blood surged, and the hormones in his body felt like they were about to burst through his skin. While driving to work, his mind was filled with Jiang Yinyu's stunning figure, completely unaware that an electric bike had been following him the whole time. After several days of surveillance, Jiang Gao had accurately timed Zhang Long's departure. He had been waiting at the entrance of the Phoenix Mansion community early in the morning for him to appear, under his black baseball cap. With sunglasses and a mask obscuring his features, no one noticed how fierce his gaze was. When he saw Zhang Long's white BMW X5 appear at the community entrance, he followed it like a hungry cheetah on the grassland. Zhang Long usually went to the Power Supply Bureau to clock in before heading out for breakfast. When Jiang Gao saw Zhang Long's BMW leave the Power Supply Bureau, a faint smile spread across his lips. Everything was under his control. The opportunity had finally come, and his eyes were almost ablaze with fire. A few days ago, those two lackeys had been following Zhang Long, and he was no match for three of them, struggling to find an opportunity. Today, he had to deal with that scoundrel Zhang Long before the police could find him. If Zhang Long got arrested, it would be much harder to take action. No matter how capable Zhang Long's parents were, they would need time to bail him out. He had promised Xiaoqin that he would kill that scoundrel before her 7th day of mourning, using his blood to commemorate her spirit. Just thinking of how he was allowed to breathe another day made Jiang Gao grit his teeth in hatred. When Zhang Long arrived at the morning tea shop, Jiang Gao sat not far away, sipping a free cup of tea and quietly staring at that greasy face. Zhang Long had a good appetite and finished his meal in just a few bites, letting out a satisfied burp. Jiang Gao's lips curled into an unnoticed smile. Anyone who saw it would surely feel a chill. After being an honest person all his life, who would have thought that such a seemingly honest person would turn into a murderer? There's a saying that when an honest person raises a butcher's knife, you might not even have a chance to resist. Just like last night, he had easily pushed those two idiots into the river. The sound of the splash made his blood surge, and his heart raced. The night was dark and windy, and the gentle breeze by the river felt pleasant. He gradually calmed down. Sitting quietly by the river, he watched the two struggle for their lives in the water until the surface was calm and ripless. The thrill of revenge still refreshed his spirit to this day. Eat up, scoundrel. Make sure you're full for the journey ahead. Meanwhile, the Public Security Bureau was trying to repair the phones of Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng. Both phones had been submerged for a long time and would turn on anytime soon. Yin Yong and Xia Guohua, combining the riverbank surveillance footage from that night, confirmed that the two men had drowned after being pushed into the river by someone. It was undoubtedly a murder case. Although the surveillance did not clearly show the killer's face, the act of pushing was very clear. The Road Administration's monitoring department was quite efficient, quickly identifying that Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng had been at Li San's barbecue shop the previous night. There was also a young man accompanying them at the time, and his identity was still being verified. Li San, the barbecue shop owner, usually took a nap during the day, but was awakened by a flurry of urgent phone calls. Sounding displeased. "Who is it? Don't call me during the day." "Police." Upon hearing the word police, Li San sprang up, instantly wide awake. He immediately thought of Zhang Long's incident from the previous night and complained a lot. Soon, Delay and Xiao Wu met with Li San, who was very cooperative. "Comrades, Zhang Long is just a troublemaker. He relies on his family's power and often does bad things in the barbecue street, harassing good women and pretty girls. At first, we didn't know any better, and some people stood up to challenge him, but none ended well. That's when we realized that Zhang Long had someone backing him. A big background we couldn't afford to offend. Please don't sell me out. I still want to do business here. This guy can do anything. We common folks can't afford to offend him." Xiao Wu sneered. "What era is this? The crackdown on organized crime is not just a slogan." After saying this, he handed his phone to Li San. "Do you recognize this person?" Li Xin took the phone and saw a man standing next to an electric bike, facing his barbecue shop in the surveillance footage. I can't see his face. The brim of his hat is too low. Officer, what did this person do? Don't pry. Take a closer look. Is this person's build familiar? Li Xin scrutinized the phone more closely. Officer, there's so many people who come here for barbecue every day. I really can't be sure who this person is. All right then, we'll leave first. If you have any clues, call us immediately. Back at the bureau, Xiao Wu and DeLay looked glum. Boss, Wu Gang and Xiao Junsheng were with a guy named Zhang Long. They were all eating barbecue together last night. Zhang Long harassed a girl and hit her boyfriend. Shouldn't we start interrogating this Zhang Long first? Gao Jie took the phone, frowning. Zhang Long. Why does he have such a gangster name? DeLay scratched the back of his head. I don't know. Maybe it's because he was born in the year of the dragon, or it's just a nickname. Boss, I heard Zhang Long's family is quite powerful. His parents are big shots we can't afford to offend. Gao Jie chuckled. Who cares whose son he is? As long as there's suspicion. I'll bring him in for questioning. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Long wandered around the nearby area, still trying to call Wu Gang and Xiao Junsheng. Jiang Gao quietly followed behind. This kid was completely oblivious, cursing as he walked. He seemed like a reckless fool, making it should be easy to deal with him. The only difficulty was that this guy was strong. If he couldn't finish him off, he might end up being counterattacked. Jiang Gao was always looking for an opportunity, like a prairie cheetah ready to pounce. As long as he leaped, the prey would be finished in one strike. In the technical department of the Public Security Bureau, Xiao Yang successfully repaired the 2 water-damaged phones. Captain Gao, these 2 phones have a large number of explicit photos in their albums, all of the same person. From the face, it looks like the same person, but it's completely not the same person. Gao Jie looked bewildered. What's different? The face is the same person. Guan Tong didn't speak. As a woman, she immediately noticed something unusual among those provocative photos. Xiao Yang leaned closer to Gao Jie's ear and whispered, Captain Gao, the bodies in these photos are not from the same person. Take a closer look. Aren't the cup sizes all different? Gao Jie was stunned for a few seconds, awkwardly touching his nose. You mean these photos are all composites? Except for the face being the same? Chapter 36, Zhang Long's parents. This woman has become super popular recently. The naked woman on subway line 3. Haven't you seen it online? It's trending. Gao Jie couldn't help but click his tongue after seeing it. Why hasn't this girl reported it to the police? Not everyone dares to face these situations. Some victims choose to remain silent. The photos are all AI-generated, including this subway naked photo, which used AI's one-click undress feature. Do you think the deaths of the 2 victims are related to this girl? As the 3 fell into thought, the phone of the deceased Wu Gang rang. Captain Gao, this Zhang Long has been calling these 2 numbers. Gao Jie hesitated for a few seconds before answering the call. Before he could say anything, Zhang Long had already started cursing Wu Gang's entire family. After Zhang Long finished cursing, Gao Jie finally spoke. You're Zhang Long, right? Zhang Long was taken aback. Who are you? Is Wu Gang dead? If he is not dead, tell him to pick up the phone quickly. You're right. Wu Gang is dead. Gao Jie's voice was calm, sounding like he wasn't lying. Zhang Long was stunned for a few seconds. Then his mouth twitched and he started to grin. April Fool's was long over. Stop messing around. I have serious business with Wu Gang. Who are you? One of his friends? I'm not one of his friends. I'm Gao Jie from the Criminal Investigation Team of the Public Security Bureau. Wu Gang and Xiao Junsheng are dead. Zhang Long's eyes widened in fear. Don't joke around. We were just together last night. Do police joke about such things? Are you coming to the station on your own? Or do we need to invite you in person? Zhang Long quickly calmed down and said, what does their death have to do with me? I'm not going. You were the last person to see Wu Gang and Xiao Junsheng. You're now a key suspect. Zhang Long panicked completely. Are you from the city police or the district police? City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team. Gao Jie. What's wrong? Are you looking for someone? Don't waste your effort. Jiang Gao, hiding nearby, heard Zhang Long on the phone. He didn't expect the police to find Zhang Long so quickly. He reached for the sharp dagger in his clothes, eager to kill Zhang Long, but doing so in broad daylight would be suicidal. Not only would he fail to avenge his grudge, but he would also get arrested by the police. Zhang Long has a background. If he doesn't manage to kill him, what will happen to Xiaoyu? Now is not the right time to act. He could only watch as Zhang Long drove away in a BMW. Zhang Long arrived at the city police station, and Gao Jie and Guantong took him to the forensic room in the basement. Yin Yong pulled out the bodies of Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng from the freezer. The normally fearless Zhang Long trembled in fear, not daring to approach the two corpses. How could this happen? They were fine last night, seeing the two pale corpses. He stumbled back. Who the hell did this? You must catch the murderer to avenge them. Gao Jie stared at him. His expression didn't seem like he was acting. If he was truly pretending to be innocent, his acting skills were impressive. The Oscars owe him a little golden statue. The time of death was around 11 p.m. last night, right after you left the barbecue street. The crime scene was at Dongxing River, where the two were pushed into the river while they were relieving themselves. Zhang Long hurriedly said, "There must be surveillance by the river. Hurry up and catch the person." Gao Jie retorted, "Do you have an alibi?" Zhang Long's face turned increasingly ugly. First, he didn't expect Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng to be murdered. And second, the police's words sounded like they suspected him of being the murderer. "My dad's driver can testify. He drove to the barbecue street to pick me up last night. You can check the surveillance of the barbecue street. We will verify that. Do you have any suspects for who might have killed them?" Zhang Long racked his brains for a long time and shook his head. "No, I can't think of anyone who would dare to kill." Then, Guantong took out a laptop and pointed to a girl on the screen. "Do you know this girl?" Zhang Long glanced at it, his eyes flickering. "Isn't this the naked woman on subway line 3 who's been trending recently? What does she have to do with the deaths of my two brothers?" Guantong tapped the table. "Watch your attitude. There's no official here who can protect you. You should know very well what it means to be called in by the police for questioning." Zhang Long fell silent, not expecting the police to find out about his powerful parents so quickly. Guantong's interrogation skills were top-notch, especially against small-time thugs, and he was very good at psychological tactics. Zhang Long swallowed hard. "I didn't do anything. You can't possibly suspect that I kill my good brothers, right? Don't joke around. I wouldn't even dare to kill fish, let alone people." Guantong continued to press. "The photos of the girl were uploaded online by you, right?" Zhang Long was no longer as nervous as when he first entered. If the police really found out about the photos, they wouldn't be wasting so much time talking to him here. This female officer must be trying to scare him. "I want to call my lawyer. I won't say anything without my lawyer present." Guantong frowned. "Have you watched too many movies? Stop playing these tricks on me. Be honest, and tell me what these photos are about." Zhang Long had a face that showed he was unafraid. "Unless I see my parents and lawyer, I won't say anything." He knew very well that as long as his parents showed up, these two little police officers were nothing. "Do you think not saying anything will help? Even if your parents come, it won't matter. We'll see about that." Zhang Long shrugged. They didn't know how powerful his parents were. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Soon, Zhang Long's parents arrived at the police station, heading straight for Director Pan's office. The three inside talked for a long time, with hints that the police had no evidence to arrest anyone. Zhang Long's father, Zhang Chong, invoked leaders from the Political Consultative Conference. His mother, Zhou Fengwan, brought up a member of the city leadership team, Chun. Director Pan had no choice but to let Gao Jie release Zhang Long first, and then send someone to monitor him 24/7. An hour later, Zhang Long swaggered out of the police station. Before leaving, he provocatively looked at Gao Jie and Guantong. As the elevator doors closed, he defiantly gave Gao Jie and Guantong the middle finger. "Director Pan, why did you let him go? This guy definitely has issues." Gao Jie was anxious, his veins bulging. "Do you have evidence?" His parents invoked city leaders. One rank higher can suppress a person. Director Pan was also helpless, but Gao Jie and Guantong felt that the soon-to-retire Director Pan was different from before. He seemed a bit inclined to coast until retirement. Zhang Long whistled and swaggered out of the police station, while Zhang Chong and Zhou Fengwan looked at him with disappointment. "You useless thing. Go back to work. You've embarrassed your mother and me," Zhang Chong said with a dark face as he got into the car. Zhou Fengwan sat in the back seat, and the two had no intention of letting this rebellious son get in. "This case better have nothing to do with you, or neither your dad nor I can protect you." The car sped away, and Zhang Long chased after it, cursing a few words. "TCH, what is so great about it? No matter how high up you are, you still gave birth to a useless son like me." Zhang Long's eyes reddened, feeling wronged. Just thinking about that female officer's disdainful look made him uncomfortable all over. That bitch Jiang Yinyu was the same. The first time she saw him, her eyes looked at him like he was a pile of shit. Chapter 37. The masked man reappears. Jiang Yinyu locked herself in her room, refusing to go out or see anyone. After taking the subway line 3, she encountered 3 thugs from society. Because she refused to add the leading fat guy on WeChat, they manipulated her photos and used AI technology to create slanderous rumors. Due to the scandal, she was dismissed from her job, abandoned by her fiancé, and her mother died from a sudden heart attack out of anger. Faced with such a shocking turn of events, her family was shattered, and her reputation was ruined. Despite her desperate explanations, most people were unwilling to believe her, thinking she was the bad girl described online. Even the neighbors who watched her grow up looked at her with disdain. Yao Yuan changed his phone number, blocked her on WeChat, QQ, and Weibo. He was ruthless. The tenderness and care of the past felt like a long-lost dream. Why did he believe those fake photos? Why didn't he want to believe her? At the very least, he should have listened to her explanation. She curled up on her bed, scrolling through the many photos they had taken together on her computer. They had checked in at food stalls, kissed in empty parks, embraced by the riverside, and passionately kissed in the car. But they had never gone that far. She told her father she was going to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan, who was on a business trip. She wanted to strip in front of him at the hotel, to show him the fake photos online and prove her innocence. Yes, she felt humble because she loved him. As long as she took off her clothes, he would surely believe her innocence right away, because she had a black mole on the left side of her chest and a natural birthmark in the center of her lower back. In the dim light, she kept licking her wounds, reminiscing about their vows of love. Suddenly, she remembered what her father had said before leaving. A man who is unwilling to believe you is unworthy of your love from that moment on. Yet, she was hopelessly thinking of him, loving him. Even her mother's death, apart from her guilt, the loss of Yao Yuan hurt her even more. Yao Yuan, why don't you believe me? Why don't you want me? Looking at those photos, tears soaked the sheets in front of her. Just when she was about to faint from crying, she suddenly saw the computer flickering. She thought the computer was broken and checked it, only for a strange voice to emerge from the computer. Are you disappointed with this world? A voice that sounded like it had been processed through a silencer came from the computer. She had been so heartbroken that she had lost her mind and started to hear things. But the voice rang out again. The whole world thinks you're a slut, and countless men are downloading your nude pictures online. Jiang Yinyu, this world is full of malice. What are you still clinging to? Is it hard to part with that man named Yao Yuan? Jiang Yinyu, pale-faced, asked with a trembling voice. Who are you? Stop playing tricks. I'm the one who will take you away. Away? Where are you taking me? To the paradise. There, no one will harm you, and Yao Yuan will live happily together. Jiang Yinyu was stunned, her face instantly turning cold. Who are you really? Stop pulling pranks. I'm not in the mood for jokes. In the next second, the computer screen flickered again, and it couldn't be forcibly shut down. A masked man appeared on the screen. Jiang Yinyu, I'm very glad to see you. Who are you? Jiang Yinyu's voice trembled even more. Why are you wearing a mask? The masked man smiled, his voice sounding very high-tech, like it was from the future. You don't need to be curious about me. I am here to save your future. This world is too dirty. Many people want to leave. Your mother is doing very well now. I will take good care of her for you. Jiang Yinyu, pale-faced, looked at the masked man in disbelief. You've seen my mom? The masked man chuckled lightly. Yes, she has arrived in paradise. Your mother is here. Her heart disease has healed, and you don't need to worry about her anymore. She asked me to take you away. Come with me, and you will soon see your mother. Jiang Yinyu felt it was very strange. When she reached out to shut down the computer, she found that the button wouldn't work at all. The masked man leaned closer to the computer screen, as if he could burst out of the screen and forcibly take her away at any moment. No, I haven't explained to Yao Yuan yet. I need to tell him I'm not the slut described online. Those photos are fake, except for my face, the body isn't mine. The masked man nodded. I can understand your feelings. It must be very painful to be distrusted by the one you love. This sentence seemed to hit Jiang Yinyu's tear point, and she cried uncontrollably, telling the masked man a lot about her past with Yao Yuan. The masked man listened patiently. He was a qualified listener. Half an hour later, Jiang Yinyu completely trusted him and was willing to go to paradise with him. Come on, can we start? Jiang Yinyu, pale-faced, gradually appeared dazed, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. What should I do to log into paradise? Pick up the knife and cut into your wrist. You need to do it with force. Will it hurt a lot? I'm most afraid of pain. I know. Pain is just an illusion. It's not real pain. When you arrive in paradise, the scars will automatically disappear. There is no harm, no malice. Only kind people and loving families. Okay, I'll go with you. You must remember to take Yao Yuan and my dad. They're the two most important men in my life. Okay, I promise to take them to paradise to reunite with you. Hurry, we don't have time. Many people want to come to paradise, and I have opened a VIP green channel for you. In the room, Jiang Yinyu seemed to transform into a ghost, floating into the kitchen in her white nightgown. She chose a fruit peeler, returned to the bedroom, and immediately received praise from the masked man. Good girl, let us begin. Yes, you must remember to take Yao Yuan and my dad. Trust me, I never lie. Jiang Yinyu raised the knife, and at the moment she cut down, she looked up at the masked man and asked, "Why did you choose me?" Because I can feel that you have been very desperate lately. Every minute and second is very painful. Your pain's magnetic field attracted me here, and I decided to come to save you. This is our destiny. Then, will I be able to see you in paradise? Of course, we will become very good friends, the kind of close friends who share everything. Xiaoyu, let us begin. I can't wait to see you. Me, too. The sharp knife cut through Jiang Yinyu's fair skin. The bright red blood was striking, like blooming red flowers, quickly covering Jiang Yinyu's entire body. Chapter 38. Jiang Yinyu committed suicide. Blood dripped down her wrist. Tick-tock. After the intense pain, Jiang Yinyu's body slowly grew cold, and finally, the pain ceased. She didn't see the paradise. In her last moment, all she saw was a dark void that enveloped her. The laptop in front of her flickered and returned to its original desktop image. A family of 3 at the seaside, with Dad, Mom, and Xiaoyu, hands raised above their heads, forming a big heart. Jiang Gao returned home, carrying 2 crucian carps and some vegetables. Xiaoyu, today Dad will make your favorite braised crucian carp and stir-fry 2 vegetables you like. Xiaoyu did not respond, and Jiang Gao didn't think much of it, heading straight to the kitchen with the groceries. The kitchen was still arranged as it had been when Xiaoqin was alive, with chopsticks and bowls in the sterilizer, and knives of various sizes in their respective slots. Everything was just as usual. The dishcloth covered the faucet, a habit of Xiaoqin's. In the days since Xiaoqin had left, Jiang Gao had been imitating and repeating every one of her habits. Xiaoyu, today's crucian is a bit big. We'll make one for soup and braise the other. Jiang Yinyu remained silent, and the house was filled only with Jiang Gao's voice. He talked to himself for a long time, fearing the silence that had replaced the laughter of the house when Xiaoqin was there. As he turned on the faucet to wash the fish, he suddenly glanced at the knife holder. Soon, he felt a chill run down his spine. One of the fruit knives was missing. Xiaoyu. Jiang Gao knocked desperately on his daughter's door, but there was no response from inside. Even when his wife had passed, his daughter would always reply to him when she was upset. Could Xiaoyu. In the next moment, Jiang Gao turned to the key cabinet and took out the spare key to his daughter's room. The instant he opened the door, he smelled a metallic odor. The difference between human blood and animal blood was clear. Animal blood had a strong, fishy smell, while human blood did not smell as foul. He suddenly looked up at his daughter's bed, where she lay in a white nightgown, now stained red with blood, transformed into a crimson dress. A large pool of blood on the floor. Even Hua Tuo himself could not have saved his daughter. Xiaoyu. Jiang Gao desperately lunged towards his daughter. Her hand, her face, her body were all cold. An anguished wail escaped him, startling the neighbors across the hall into opening their door to investigate. Lao Gao, what's going on? The male neighbor knocked a few times, but there was no response. They could clearly hear Lao Jiang crying inside. Lao Gao, are you okay? Open the door. After knocking for a while, neighbors downstairs opened their doors to see what was happening. What's going on? What's wrong with Lao Jiang? I just heard a scream from across the hall. When they opened the door, they heard crying inside. It was Lao Jiang's voice. They had knocked for a long time, but Lao Jiang still did not open the door. Hearing this made everyone uneasy, and they kept knocking on Jiang Gao's iron door. Lao Jiang, don't do anything foolish. Distant relatives are not as reliable as neighbors. If you have something to say, we can help you. Yes, Xiaoyu, hurry and talk to your dad. He mustn't lose his mind. The neighbors knocked for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Should we call a locksmith? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? What if something happened inside? Just as the words left their mouths, the iron door opened, and Zhang Gao stood before them, covered in blood, making everyone too scared to speak. Lao Jiangyu, even a tiger doesn't eat its own children. Lao Jiangyu, you must be out of your mind. Call the police. Lao Jiang has killed someone. Several men trembled as they took out their phones, ready to call the police. A female neighbor noticed a deep cut on Jiang Yinyu's wrist. Wait, it looks like Xiaoyu committed suicide. Zhang Gao's face fell into despair, his eyes becoming hollow. In the next second, he collapsed to the ground, Jiang Yinyu's body rolling from his arms. The neighbors were terrified, thinking Zhang Gao was about to faint, but instead, he knelt quietly beside his daughter's body. Suddenly, he laughed a terrifying, twisted laugh that made the neighbors step back in fear. He's gone mad. Lao Jiang has gone mad. Call the police. Zhang Gao, drenched in blood, muttered to himself as he looked at his daughter's corpse. Soon, the sound of police sirens filled the neighborhood. The police and forensic experts arrived to investigate the scene and confirmed that Jiang Yinyu had committed suicide. Zhang Gao suffered a fatal blow, first losing his wife and now his daughter. He knelt on the floor, talking to himself, his mind in a daze. The tragic events in their family were mostly recounted by the neighbors. Gao Jie stared intently at Jiang Yinyu's body, suddenly realizing that the deceased looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered the two drowned bodies he discovered that morning at the East City River. The albums on their two phones contained a lot of yellow pictures, and the female protagonist was the deceased before him. Indeed, Jiang Yinyu was the female protagonist for Metro Line 3. As the neighbors saw the police had arrived, they began to chatter. Xiaoyu was such a good child. We don't believe the recent photos of her online. Police, you must find out the truth for Xiaoyu. She must have taken extreme measures because she couldn't take it anymore. Lao Jiang has had it hard. His wife just passed, and now his daughter is gone. How could such a happy family fall apart so suddenly? Jiang Gao knelt there, motionless, a smile suddenly creeping onto his lips as he laughed maniacally, sending chills down the spines of everyone around him. Then, summoning all his strength, he shouted at the neighbors, revealing their hypocritical faces. Get out! After the neighbors dispersed, Guantong took out a laptop from Jiang Yinyu's bedroom. Captain Gao, we found something. There's a video on the deceased's desktop. Gao Jie took the laptop and opened the video, causing Jiang Gao to suddenly go berserk, standing up. Don't touch my daughter's computer. Don't touch it. Xiao Wu and Delay restrained Jiang Gao, while Gao Jie and the others watched the video. The content of the video was shocking. It showed Jiang Yinyu performing in an action film with a group of men, the visuals comparable to those of Japanese adult films. Jiang Gao's face turned furious as he tried to snatch the laptop to smash it. Gao Jie quickly protected it and handed it to the tech officer, Xiao Yang. Uncle, please calm down. This is all evidence. Jiang Gao was nearly frantic, his eyes bloodshot. This isn't evidence. These are the culprits who harmed Xiaoyu. Police, hurry and catch the bad guys. Xiaoyu was killed by someone. Chapter 39. You two reunite. First, the forensic doctor took away Jiang Yinyu's body, while Gao Jie and Guantong watched Jiang Gao, the day's father of the deceased. Soon, Jiang Gao's older and younger sisters rushed over from a nearby neighborhood. Upon seeing their brother covered in blood, they assumed he had committed murder and began to cry hysterically. Gao Jie explained the situation, and the sisters stopped crying for a moment, but it wasn't long before they started again. Brother, you must take care of yourself. Brother, you should come live with us. Please don't do anything irrational. Sister-in-law just passed. How could this happen to Xiaoyu? A few days ago, we told you to call the police. If they had intervened earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Brother, you must hold on. Our parents are still here. Jiang Gao sat expressionless on the sofa, his body covered in his daughter's blood. Seeing that their brother was mentally affected, the sisters urged the police not to provoke him, assuring them they would take good care of him. Officer, our sister-in-law died from the shock of what happened to Xiaoyu. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. Our Xiaoyu is not that kind of person. Our brother's family has suffered too much. He's all alone now. Gao Jie and Guantong repeatedly assured them that they would find out the truth for the deceased and identify those spreading rumors. After the police left, Jiang Gao sat on the sofa staring at his hands. They were covered in blood, his daughter's blood. His older sister brought a basin of water from the bathroom and cried, "Brother, let me help you wash." The younger sister chimed in, "Brother, be good. Stretch out your hand." Jiang Gao held his hands to his nose and sniffed deeply, reluctant to wash away the blood. Suddenly, he smiled, causing his two sisters to look at him in shock. "This is Xiao Yu's blood. She's still here. She hasn't died." "Sister, something's wrong. Our brother has gone mad." That evening, after work, Zhang Long swaggered out in his car to find friends to hang out with. With Shouho and Aya Dongwood dead, he still had other shady friends. A group of them went to Li San's barbecue restaurant to eat skewers. When Li San saw Zhang Long, he quickly called the police. "Officer, Zhang Long is back for barbecue, and this time he brought 2 new faces. All right, keep an eye on them. Listen to what they're saying. We'll be there soon." "Got it." Zhang Long chatted while eating skewers, cursing. "Do you know how Wu Gang and Chao Junshin died? The news said they drowned, right?" "Exactly. They were so unfortunate. Just peeing by the river and someone pushed them in. I don't know which beast did it, but if I catch him, I'll take his life." A short man with glasses raised his beer bottle and said, "They were short-lived. Let's not mention them. Our Long Gu is too loyal." Next to him, a chubby guy raised his bottle and asked, "Long Gu, could it be that they offended someone? You guys haven't done anything illegal lately, right?" Zhang Long was taken aback, then playfully hit the chubby guy on the head, saying, "We haven't done anything, just..." Boss Li was eavesdropping, but Zhang Long leaned closer to the two and whispered something. Then, the 3 burst into laughter. Jiang Gao's younger sister brought a bowl of noodles and said, "Brother, eat something." Seeing that their brother was motionless, the older sister wiped her tears and persuaded him, "Brother, the living must continue to live. Sister-in-law is watching over you. If something happens to you, how will our parents live? They know nothing now." Suddenly, Jiang Gao stood up and walked dazedly into the kitchen. In the sink, 2 Christian carp lay still, dead, their eyes bulging lifelessly. His sisters followed closely behind, fearing he might grab a knife and harm himself. He was the only one left in the family, and who knows if he still wanted to live. Unexpectedly, Jiang Gao turned on the faucet and began to wash the fish, then methodically chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic to start cooking. This behavior frightened his sisters even more, and they discussed calling their husbands to come take turns watching over him. "Brother, you're alone at home. We don't feel safe. Come back with me tonight." "Yes, brother." "Stop cooking. Let's go eat at elder sister's place." "You all go back. The police could come looking for me at any time. I have to stay here." Saying this, Jiang Gao poured oil into the pan, added scallions, ginger, and garlic, and as the fish hit the hot oil, it sizzled. He added water to the pot, covered it, and pushed his sisters out of the kitchen, escorting them all the way to the door. "Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. I still need to wait for the police to find out the truth and clear Xiao Yu's name." Only then did the 2 sisters feel relieved to leave. As soon as he closed the door, Jiang Gao slid down against it. His wife was dead. His daughter had committed suicide. He was all alone in this home. His heart felt empty, as if his insides had been hollowed out. After crying for a while, he suddenly looked up and smiled at his wife's photo. "Wife, our daughter was targeted by bad people. I didn't expect that Zhang Long scoundrel to not only upload photos, but also use our daughter's face to make that kind of video. Xiao Yu must have seen the video, couldn't accept it, and completely collapsed, leading to her committing suicide." After a while, Jiang Gao brought out 3 dishes and a soup from a kitchen. 3 pairs of chopsticks were laid out on the table. He ate while crying, "Wife, daughter has gone to find you. You 2 reunite first. I'll come last." The Public Security Bureau was brightly lit that night. The deaths of Wu Gang and Chao Junshin had been confirmed as murder, but the police had no leads on the killer for the time being. They had already identified a man riding an electric bike in several areas, but due to the darkness of the night, the killer's face was obscured, making it impossible to identify him. Currently, the police were monitoring these areas, striving to find any clues to uncover the man's starting point. Unfortunately, road construction in the city had resulted in some areas lacking surveillance, while others had either paused or malfunctioned. The man on the electric bike who was following Zhang Long and his companions had still not been identified. Xiao Wu, a newcomer in the bureau, was eager to prove himself. After tireless effort, he indeed discovered a clue. "Boss, this is a Green Source electric bike. I'll go ask at the Green Source store." Gao Jie nodded, then sighed. This was like searching for a needle in a haystack, as there were dozens of Green Source stores throughout the city. If the killer had bought a second-hand electric bike to commit the crime, it would be even harder to trace, requiring a significant manpower investment. Xiao Wu volunteered, "Boss, let me give it a try. I have a way." Gao Jie thought for a moment and said, "Delay? You two go together." Guantong was reviewing the entire incident involving the naked woman on Metro Line 3 online and had basically sorted it out. She made a phone call overnight to the subway department to obtain all the surveillance footage from the subway station and train on the day of the incident. Chapter 40. Lin Xianchao delivers food in the past few days. Lin Xianchao noticed that Guantong often worked overtime, and he was worried that she wasn't eating properly. Artificial intelligence robots, as the name suggests, are man-made and specifically tailored for older women like Guantong. He already possessed all human wisdom, including a man's care for his girlfriend. When Guantong was not home, Lin Xianchao would clean the house and sit on the sofa watching TV, trying to mimic Guantong's style. Recently, he was following a city romance drama where the male lead was a seasoned licking dog, constantly showing concern for the female lead. He could handle both household chores and social events, ultimately winning the female lead's love. While watching, Lin Xianchao was also expanding his knowledge base. To win the female lead's heart, the first step was to master her stomach, so he fed her various Chinese and Western dishes every day. With the drama as a model, Lin Xianchao searched for a plethora of Chinese recipes. Since Guantong liked sour and spicy flavors, he made sour and spicy shredded potatoes, pickled fish, and spicy hot pot. Then, he drove to the police station to deliver a heartfelt lunchbox to the female lead. "You're going to turn into a lump if you don't eat," Gao Jie reminded Guantong when he saw her instant noodles untouched for half an hour. "Thanks," Guantong replied, her eyes glued to the computer screen as she opened the instant noodles. At that moment, Gu Mingming rushed in. "Sister Guan, your boyfriend is here, waiting for you at the door." Just as Guantong slurped her first bite of noodles, she was so surprised that she sprayed it back into the bowl. "Who? Your boyfriend, that handsome guy from last time, is waiting at the door holding a lunchbox. Oh my gosh, he looks so eager, it's too cute. Sister Guan, if you don't go out soon, all the single girls in the bureau will be in tears." Gao Jie scoffed, feeling a storm brewing inside him. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he said to Gu Mingming, "Can you be a little more low-key? Stop acting like a lovesick puppy all the time." "Yeah, Gao is so handsome. Isn't that enough for you to be infatuated?" Someone nearby teased. Gu Mingming pouted. "That's totally different. Gao is a tough guy, while he's a young fresh meat. Besides, I'm already tired of looking at Gao." "Tired of looking?" Gao Jie frowned, gritting his teeth. Maybe Guantong thought the same way. "Guantong, can you be a bit more low-key and stop making your little boyfriend run to the bureau all the time?" Lin Xianchao stood at the entrance of the police station, holding a lunchbox, attracting the attention of passers-by. Some girls giggled behind their hands, while some bolder girls took out their phones to snap pictures. "Why are you showing off in public? You should be at home," Guantong muttered when she saw his back. Lin Xianchao quickly raised the lunchbox, flashing a big smile that revealed 2 rows of white teeth, his skin glowing under the light. Guantong had gotten used to this. Otherwise, she would have drooled. "Tong Tong, this is Chinese food, all your favorite dishes. There's sour and spicy shredded potatoes, pickled fish, and spicy hot pot. Give it a try." Guantong was taken aback, suddenly feeling like she was in a romantic drama in front of the solemn police station. Lin Xianchao gently touched her soft hair, mimicking the male lead from the show. "I'll wait for you in the car." Guantong was even more stunned. "What is this? Did you learn this from the TV?" "Yes. The female lead really likes it when a male lead does this." "Do you like it too, Tong Tong?" Guantong responded bluntly. "I don't like it. I'm not a little girl. I'm a strong woman. Why are you learning all this lovey-dovey stuff instead of studying great literary works from ancient and modern times to be a knowledgeable robot?" As Guantong leaned in to speak softly, her tiptoeing looked like she was asking for a kiss. Gu Mingming watched from behind the glass, her eyes wide open. Indeed, no matter how cool a woman is, she becomes a little girl in front of her beloved man. Lin Xianchao smiled with a doting expression. "Silly Tong Tong. I've mastered the culture of 5,000 years. I'm an AI after all. Did you forget? Guantong slapped her forehead. I actually forgot. Don't wait for me. I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight. Lin Xianchao thought for a moment and suddenly imitated the male lead from the drama, confidently saying, "What overtime? I'll take care of you." Guantong was startled when he picked her up, causing Gu Mingming to cover her mouth in shock. Her eyes filled with envy. Wow, he's such a domineering guy? I'm officially envious of Sister Guan. Guantong struggled, but it was futile against the Iron-Maid AI robot. Put me down. This is the police station. Seeing the lovely expression on Guantong's face, Lin Xianchao quickly set her down. Then I'll wait for you to finish eating and take the lunchbox home to wash. Faced with a robot that wouldn't get angry and was stubborn, Guantong took the lunchbox back to the criminal investigation room. Gao Jie mocked her. Your boyfriend is so considerate. What delicious food did he make? Nothing much, just some simple home-cooked dishes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, spicy hot pot, and pickled fish. That's quite impressive. Those are all hearty dishes. Guantong looked at Gao Jie. Are you hungry? Gao Jie was taken aback a bit. Here, have some. I really want instant noodles today. You just spat into it. Are you sure you want to continue eating? Gao Jie tilted his head, widening his eyes. Guantong shrugged and smiled. Would I dislike my own cooking? You're something. Gao Jie rolled his chair over, picked up Lin Xianchao's heartfelt lunchbox, and planned to see where he fell short. He was confident in his looks and always considered himself a handsome man. As for being a tough guy, it was just part of his job. Otherwise, he could easily turn into a pretty boy. Guantong turned around and saw Gao Jie's expression was grim. Is it not good? Too salty or too sweet? He was better at making Western food. This was his first attempt at Chinese cuisine. Gao Jie smiled. It's nothing, quite tasty actually. It's so good that I'm about to cry. I've never had such delicious food. It's even better than Michelin-starred meals. Hearing this, Guantong became interested. Let me try. She picked up a piece of pickled fish and put it in her mouth. Her facial features immediately flushed. What is this? It's both salty and spicy. You said it was good. Realizing what was happening, she noticed Gao Jie was chugging water like mad and couldn't help but tease him. I just wanted you to face reality. A pretty boy has no real skills. It's better than me. He didn't say it out loud, but Guantong understood that he must be feeling jealous. At least he is willing to put in the effort for me, and I think that's pretty good. Gao Jie's smile faded as her words left him speechless. When they were dating, he would only make her a bowl of instant noodles, perhaps adding a hot dog. Comparing that to someone who picks her up and drops her off at work, willing to learn to cook Chinese food, and looks like a delicate pretty boy. Who would refuse such a thing? Guantong tried the sour and spicy shredded potatoes and spicy hot pot, just like the pickled fish. It was both salty and spicy and hard to swallow. Lin Xianchao was waiting outside for Guantong to come out and praise him. When he saw her walking out, he hurried over. How was it? Tasty? Guantong nodded. It was good, but don't make it again next time. Why not? It was good. Just eat more. Guantong was speechless at his marketing pitch. You should research what a suitable amount or a little salt means before you cook again. These dishes are way too salty and spicy. They're practically inedible. Lin Xianchao scratched his head, looking adorably childlike under the moonlight, smiling sweetly at her. Guantong's heart raced. She knew the man in front of her was a robot, or else she would really be enchanted by him. Go back. There are 2 cases merging for investigation at the Bureau, so we will be quite busy lately. I'll take care of you. Lin Xianchao repeated that line again. Guantong was amused by his silliness. Take care of me? Last time you were in the park, you made that old man so angry he ended up in the hospital. So you should pay me back that money first. Lin Xianchao drove back while thinking about how to quickly make money using human methods. He felt that Guantong was living a very tiring and difficult life. And as an AI, although he had strong learning abilities, he couldn't understand human nature. From a human perspective, many times work is exhausting yet brings joy. Especially for police officers, they immerse themselves in solving cases, neglecting sleep and food, and their faces may turn pale and haggard, but they do it without hesitation. At the moment when the truth is revealed, the joy surpasses all the hardships. In Lin Xianchao's knowledge base, Guantong's constant absence from home and her relentless workday and night were all due to one word: poverty. The system replied to him. How to relieve worries? Only by getting rich quickly. Chapter 41, Tracking Zhang Long after Jiang Gao cremated his daughter. He returned home holding her urn. A new portrait hung on the wall, showing his daughter and wife smiling brightly at him. Xiao Yu's suicide had disrupted Jiang Gao's revenge plan. Until the 7th day after his wife's death, that bastard Zhang Long was still wandering free. He had urged the police several times, but the response was always that they were still investigating. Late at night, Jiang Gao drank a bottle of white liquor alone and ultimately decided to continue his revenge in his own way, although the law would eventually catch up with Zhang Long. The severity of the punishment was unpredictable. Even if he were sentenced to life in prison, it wouldn't erase the resentment in Jiang Gao's heart. 2 precious lives, both his loved ones. Zhang Long deserved to be tortured to death. Obviously, the police couldn't fulfill that wish. Therefore, he would have to deal with this bastard his own way. It seemed increasingly difficult to kill Zhang Long. After Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng were killed, the police began monitoring Zhang Long. Every time Jiang Gao tried to approach him, he could see plainclothes police nearby. Fortunately, at his age, Jiang Gao was patient and continued to look for opportunities to kill Zhang Long. This time, he didn't plan to let Zhang Long off easy. Drowning him would be too merciful. He wanted him to die in agony. Wife, shall you wait for me? Once I kill Zhang Long, I'll come down to be with you. The Public Security Bureau had confirmed that the photos and videos of Jiang Yanyu were created using AI technology. In recent years, many celebrities, public figures from various fields, and government officials have been pranked with AI technology. Some videos were flawless and even caused significant public debate and negative impact. For instance, a former president of M country was manipulated using AI face-swapping technology, leading to considerable international political repercussions. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the conference room of the Public Security Bureau was filled with people, with Pan Zhangwo sitting in the center, listening as Gao Jie analyzed the case progress. Are we sure that the images and videos online are fake? Pan Zhangwo's gaze was piercing. Gao Jie nodded, confirming that the tech department had determined that the photos circulating online of the deceased Jiang Yanyu were indeed fake, including the videos found on her computer. However, so far, the videos had not been released online. Only the photos were being spread by netizens. Pan Zhangguo frowned, thinking that perhaps the videos had not yet been released because the perpetrators were using them to blackmail Jiang Yanyu. With no way out, she committed suicide. This analysis was supported by most of the attendees. Pan Zhangguo looked at Xiao Liang from the tech department, asking if the IP address that released the photos had been tracked down. Xiao Liang nodded. The IP address is located in our city, specifically in the villa area of Phoenix Mansion. Pan Zhangguo noticed Xiao Liang hesitating and had already guessed most of it. The head of the demolition office, Zhang Chang, lived in Phoenix Mansion. Go on. The photos were released from Building A of the Phoenix Mansion villa area, and it was the first release. We have identified the publisher as Zhang Long, who came to the bureau a few days ago. His parents are very influential. Pan Zhangguo nodded, feeling a chill down his spine. His subordinates only knew that Zhang Long's parents were influential, but they didn't know how powerful they truly were. Zhang Chang and his wife had strong connections within the province, and it was said that both had relatives in the central government. After a few phone calls, Pan Zhangguo had no choice but to release Zhang Long, which had been a source of frustration for him. His subordinates thought he was intimidated by the powerful elite, wanting a stable retirement, while his superiors believed he was grabbing people without evidence. Neither side had good things to say. Now, with evidence in hand, the photos were released by Zhang Long, and this kid couldn't escape responsibility. After a moment of hesitation, Pan Zhangguo disregarded the pros and cons, slammed his hands on the table, and stood up, saying, "Arrest him." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly surged. Yes. At 9:30 in the evening, Gao Jie and his team went to Zhang Chang's home. When the couple saw the police, they remained calm and composed. Zhang Chang stood protectively in front of his wife, asking, "What do you want?" Gao Jie presented a document, stating, "This is evidence of your son spreading false rumors online. We need to bring him in for questioning. Do you have an arrest warrant?" Zhang Chang replied, already knowing what they would say. Guantong took out the arrest warrant and showed it to Zhang Chang. "I'm sorry. We need to search your house." The Zhang couple had no choice but to step aside. "He's not home. He went out to dinner. A friend is having a birthday tonight." "Which restaurant?" "Not telling." We don't pry into our child's private life. Gao Jie snorted coldly. I know you're busy. Busy contributing to Haicheng. No worries. We've already sent people to find him. The Zhang couple's faces changed in anger. An officer found a computer in Zhang Long's bedroom, containing a large number of hidden folders. Boss, look. This guy's an old hand. Gao Jie stood in front of the computer, scrolling the mouse for a while. Is that all? Did you find any videos? No, only photos. No videos. Could it be on his work computer? Unlikely. This stuff isn't suitable for the workplace. If someone sees it, it would embarrass his parents. He's a college student. He wouldn't be ignorant of the consequences. Maybe the videos are hidden on a USB drive or hard disk. Search again carefully. Yes, the Zhang couple saw the explicit photos on their son's computer, their faces turning pale, yet they continued to defend him. Captain Gao, it's normal for men to look at these things. Really? Are you sure you've never looked at this stuff? Everyone is just an ordinary person. Zhang Chang's mother actually had the nerve to say that. It was too much to handle. A doting mother often spoils her child. Guan Tong was furious. Director Zhang, Director Zhou, you are both prominent figures in the official world. Covering for your son is equivalent to harming him. Do you know he caused the deaths of 4 people? Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng were his brothers. Pushed into the river and drowned. Jiang Yinyu, a white-collar worker, was targeted by the 3 of them in the subway. They secretly took pictures of her and used AI to create explicit images, which they uploaded online. Because of this, the girl was fired from her company and abandoned by her fiancé. Her mother, who had a heart condition, couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion and died shortly after. A few days ago, the girl committed suicide at home, and a video was found on her computer, likely sent by Zhang Long. Now, only the girl's father remains. Guantong looked at the expressionless Zhang couple, shaking with anger. The couple's psychological resilience was strong. They remained composed, with Zhang Long's mother holding her arms and lifting her chin arrogantly. Zhang Chong said, "These photos don't prove anything. The cause of the girl's suicide was likely that video. You didn't find that video on my son's computer, so you can't prove he was the one who made it. Yes, although this kid is irresponsible, he still has some sense. You need to find the person who made the video. They're the real culprit, not our son. The photos are everywhere. Someone could have used face-swapping technology to create the video. It's not difficult with current technology." Gao Jie wanted to curse, but restrained himself as a quality police officer. The law may be vast, but it doesn't let criminals escape. We believe the truth will soon come to light. Whether Zhang Long is good or evil, you will soon find out. Haijian Hotel. Zhang Long sat in the center seat at the dinner table, and the birthday star was also a chubby guy with a big gold tooth, nicknamed Big Gold Tooth. It is said that he was quite arrogant in middle school, bullying classmates, and even looking down on senior students in high school. Once, a group of middle school students, led by Big Gold Tooth, blocked a freshman to collect protection money. Unexpectedly, the freshman had been practicing Taekwondo since childhood and quickly knocked them to the ground. Big Gold Tooth was also installed by his family after that incident. His parents were nouveau riche, and since Big Gold Tooth lacked gold in his fate, they fitted him with this pure gold tooth. Every time he smiled, it sparkled in the sunlight, exuding a strong nouveau riche vibe. Zhang Long was celebrating Big Gold Tooth's birthday, and a group of people was having a great time, with a row of girls singing along in the private room. Throughout the event, they didn't notice that the phone had run out of battery, and Zhang Chong and his wife had been unable to contact him. The timing was just right, which gave Jiang Gao the opportunity to kill him. If a call were made to bring him back, Jiang Gao would continue to look for another chance to kill him. He had to eliminate him tonight. It would be too late if he waited any longer, as the police had already set their sights on Zhang Long. The Haiyan Grand Hotel was actually a place that advertised one thing, but provided another. In simple terms, it was an entertainment venue for the wealthy. Located in the urban-rural fringe of Haicheng, the owners of the venue preferred remote locations, making it convenient for wealthy people to gather and engage in illicit activities. Surrounding areas were being demolished, leaving a desolate construction site, making the Haiyan Grand Hotel seem almost unreal in its prosperity. Jiang Gao was scouting the area, arriving at a construction site. The night was silent and still, making the site very suitable for committing a crime. Jiang Gao felt an inexplicable sense of joy in his heart. Everything was about to end, and soon he would be reunited with his wife and daughter. Chapter 42. Zhang Long is killed. Zhang Long had been drinking and would definitely look for a designated driver. Jiang Gao, dressed like a designated driver, was loitering at the entrance of the Haiyan Hotel. A familiar designated driver approached him and offered a cigarette, saying, "Brother, you look a bit unfamiliar. Which designated driver company are you from?" "Thanks, but no." Jiang Gao coldly rejected him. Seeing Jiang Gao's aloofness, the man chatted with two other familiar designated drivers. "The customers here are all rich and affluent young men. I've heard they give out huge tips." "Yeah. Last time I met a big shot who gave me cash like a brick." "A brick? 10,000 yuan?" "Yeah. I was holding it and my heart was about to jump out. I was worried all night that he'd wake up the next day and ask for the money back. Guess what happened?" "Huh. He definitely didn't ask you for the money. Those who come here are all rich. Second-generation rich kids usually carry cash because they're doing business. When they get drunk, they forget everything. I envy that. I wonder if we can have such luck." The designated drivers laughed together, dreaming of taking home a drunken rich man who would give them more tips. They waited until 11:30 p.m. when Zhang Long staggered out with a group of people, completely drunk and leaning on each other. Jiang Gao boasted loudly, "That naked woman on Metro Line 3 recently? The photo was posted by me online. Brother Long, did you have fun? Was it good?" "Brother Long, that woman has an amazing figure. She looks like she has D-cup breasts from the front. Isn't that thrilling?" Zhang Long, fueled by alcohol, bragged the sensation was incredible, even better than cotton candy. "Especially that tiny waist. Haha, it would be worth dying right there." Everyone laughed, unaware that Jiang Yinyu had already committed suicide and turned into a pile of ashes. No one noticed the sinister glint in Jiang Gao's eyes, which seemed ready to spill blood. Zhang Long was swaying when a designated driver approached him with a smile, casually supporting him. "Boss, need a designated driver?" Jiang Gao looked up, smiling innocently. Zhang Long, heavily intoxicated, waved his hand. "Yes, I'll cover the designated driver tonight. Brothers, come find me for reimbursement. Big Gold Tooth, this meal is on me tonight. Let us put on my tab." Big Gold Tooth put his arm around Zhang Long, who nearly stumbled. "Boss, take it easy. There are steps." Zhang Long leaned on Jiang Gao's shoulder, squinting at him with his triangular eyes. "Uncle, you look a bit familiar. I must have called you before." Jiang Gao smiled. "You're right. I picked you up last week. You were driving a BMW, right?" Zhang Long thought for a moment and laughed. Yes. I saw you last week. We're fated. I'll give you more tips later." "Thank you, boss. Where's your car?" Jiang Gao supported Zhang Long, his small frame almost unable to hold him up. This fat pig was really heavy. It would be a struggle to take him down, but he had to be dealt with. He couldn't continue to harass other girls. Zhang Long squinted at the parking lot across from the hotel and tossed out his BMW key. "Go find a white BMW X3. That's my car. Uncle, drive boldly. If you crash, we'll use insurance." "All right." Jiang Gao took the car key and pretended to search for a while. "Boss, found it. Please get in." Zhang Long gave him a thumbs up. "In this dark place, your eyes are good. 666. "Thank you, boss. What business are you in? Your friends seem to be very flattering towards you." Zhang Long, exhaling alcohol, unbuckled his belt and started showing off. "In business, we may just have money, but our family has power and a lot of it." Once in the car, after a few steps, Zhang Long started to snore loudly. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Gao smiled, and as he smiled, tears streamed from his eyes. A few minutes later, he parked the BMW on a construction site and turned back to quietly observe Zhang Long's greasy fat face. Xiaoyu was killed by this fat pig in front of him. Tonight was his time to die. Go to hell. 10 minutes later, Zhang Long was tightly bound with ropes, like a fat pig prepared for slaughter during the new year. Perhaps due to the tightness of the ropes, Zhang Long, struggling to breathe, opened his eyes in a daze, wanting to explode in anger, but instantly trembled in fear. His small eyes widened to the maximum limit. Who the hell are you?" Jiang Gao was holding a knife, staring at him intently. "I'm the person sent by your grandfather to kill you. You little punk, are you sober now?" The cold knife slapped Zhang Long's fat face hard, immediately leaving 2 long cuts oozing blood. Zhang Long cried out in pain. "Shout! Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Young Master Zhang, aren't your parents quite powerful? Where are they? Why are you kidnapping me? Are you after money?" "Uncle, I have plenty of money at home. I can give you as much as you want. 5 million enough?" If not, 10 million. 1.5 million is fine too. 1.5 million? Ha! Are you worth that much money? How about, let your parents exchange it for paper money to burn for you, so you can spend it in hell? Zhang Long completely sobered up upon hearing this. The person in front of him wasn't he after money, but his life. Uncle, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? This is a society governed by law. You'll be shot or given lethal injection. No enmity. Jiang Gao's eyes turned red, and he raised the knife again, stabbing it hard into Zhang Long's thigh. Zhang Long screamed heart-wrenchingly, cursing, "Bastard, if you have the guts. Let me go and fight you one-on-one." Jiang Gao smiled, his hand burning, the blood seeming to soften the knife. "One-on-one? Don't dream, go die." Zhang Long watched as his thigh bled profusely, started to plead, "Uncle, please, help me stop the bleeding. I'll die at this rate." "Good. Your two brothers are waiting for you in hell to play cards. Free missing one, just waiting for you." Zhang Long suddenly came to his senses, horrified. They were killed by you? Otherwise, Jiang Gao's smile was innocent, a smile that didn't belong to a murderer. It was this stark contrast that made Zhang Long wet his pants in fear. "That night you were having barbecue, I originally planned to kill you too. I didn't expect your father to send someone to pick you up from the barbecue street, which allowed you to live a few more days. No witties. Dying early or late is still dying. Dying now is not too late." Zhang Long trembled in fear. "Uncle, can you let me die knowing why?" "Sure." After saying that, Jiang Gao pulled the knife out of Zhang Long's thigh, and Zhang Long screamed in agony, a pitiful sight. Then, Jiang Gao took out his phone. "This is a family photo of the three of us taken at the beach last year. The one in the middle is my daughter. How about it? Isn't my daughter beautiful? Just one look and you be moved?" Zhang Long endured the pain, glancing at the phone. Just one look, and he fell into despair, knowing he would undoubtedly die tonight. "You're her father?" "Yes, my little cotton-padded jacket was ruined by you. Now she lost her life." "What? What happened to her?" "She committed suicide. Didn't you know?" "No, I didn't know." "Why did she commit suicide?" "She was fired from her job. Her fiancé didn't want her anymore, and her mother was so angry after seeing those photos online that she died. She originally felt sorry for me and wanted to stay with me. It's all because of you. Why did you have to send her that video? Mixed breed dog. It's all you. You forced my daughter to death." Zhang Long said tremblingly. "Uncle, what video? This is a misunderstanding. I only have photos. I didn't make any videos." Jiang Gao saw that he refused to admit it, and his honest and kind face twisted up. He raised the knife and pointed it at Zhang Long's lower body. Zhang Long looked down along the knife, trembling. What are you going to do? Please, don't do anything crazy. My parents are very wealthy. They can give you anything. Please don't kill me. This thing harms people. It can't be kept." Jiang Gao's eyes nearly fell into Zhang Long's pants. His face became distorted and hideous, looking as depraved as a pervert. Even more so. Chapter 43. The corpse. Kneeling, Zhang Long begged for mercy in a panic. No, don't kill me. Don't be impulsive. Uncle, let me explain. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I liked your daughter and fell in love with her at first sight on the subway. I confessed to her, but she rejected me." Jiang Gao scoffed. "You like her, so you ruin her? Make her infamous? Turn her into the whore they say online? Is that your version of love?" Jiang Gao moved closer. The smell of alcohol on Zhang Long made him feel nauseous. Zhang Long kept begging, "Uncle, I was wrong. I just wanted to teach her a lesson. She rejected me in front of my brothers, which embarrassed me. I was wrong. For the rest of my life, I'll be your servant, your son. Take care of you in your old age. Take care of me in my old age? You?" Jiang Gao laughed wildly. After laughing, he raised a sharp knife in his hand and stabbed it fiercely into Zhang Long's crotch. In the pitch-black night, at the empty construction site, a white BMW was filled with heart-wrenching cries. Zhang Long, like a rutting pig, fainted from the pain after being castrated. When he woke up again, he was taken to an abandoned old factory. Jiang Gao was pouring gasoline on him while holding a cigarette in his mouth. "You awake, brat? Still in pain?" Jiang Gao smiled. Zhang Long looked down at his lower body. Feeling empty and accompanied by a piercing pain, he immediately screamed, "Bastard, I'll kill you. I'll finish you off. Scream all you want. The more you scream, the more it counts. You won't have the chance to scream like this again." In the dark night, in an empty old factory, Jiang Gao kept pouring gasoline on Zhang Long while wearing a satisfied smile. Xiao Yu, Daddy is punishing him for you. You and your mom are watching from above. Then, he made Zhang Long stay in a kneeling position, facing the dark night outside. Kneel and repent, brat. The night sky was exceptionally cold. The first time Zhang Long saw Jiang Yinyu, he was attracted by her figure and cold demeanor. Because he couldn't have her, he wanted to destroy her. That's how he had always been since childhood. The neighbor's little dog was unfriendly and barked at him. He lured the dog out with a piece of meat and then threw it down the stairs. In the 3rd grade of elementary school, his deskmate was a very pretty girl who had sweet dimples when she smiled. He liked watching her until she got annoyed and raised her chubby little fist, saying, Zhang Zhikai, if you keep looking at me, I'll hit you. On Christmas Day after school, the little girl received a card. Santa Claus invited her to the school's back garden and said he had prepared a beautiful gift for her. The little girl happily went to the back garden and saw a pink gift box on a wooden bench. Excited, she opened the ribbon, and as soon as she opened the box, a snake crawled out. The little girl was frightened and developed severe psychological trauma, forcing her to drop out of school. Failing to get into college, she attended a vocational school. Her parents urged her to study hard to pass the entrance exam for a bachelor's degree, spending money to send her abroad for further education. Years later, when she returned home, she transformed into a Ritter-knee. But Zhang Long was indifferent, immersed in womanizing. After failing to pursue the campus belle, he and a few brothers kidnapped her, and they all took turns with the beautiful girl. The girl went insane and attempted suicide in the dormitory. The situation escalated, and her parents threatened to call the police. Zhang Chong and his wife privately mediated, spending 7 figures to settle with the campus belle's family. This time, no one came to save Zhang Long. He knelt on the ground, desperately pleading with Jiang Gao not to kill him. He was no longer facing an ignorant little dog, a naive little girl, or a family that could be resolved with money. He was facing a middle-aged man who had lost his wife and daughter within a month. A good man who valued his family above all. Uncle, you can find another woman. Men can have children at any age. My family is wealthy. Just tell me how much you want. I can give you anything. If you kill me, you'll also go to prison. It's not worth it. Jiang Gao squatted in front of Zhang Long, pinching the nearly burnt cigarette with his fingers. The smoke blew right into Zhang Long's face. Kid, even if you live, there's no joy left for you. You're no longer a man. Haha, I want to waste my breath on you. I'm sending you to hell. After speaking, Jiang Gao took a few steps back and threw the cigarette, which landed precisely in front of Zhang Long. Zhang Long was instantly ignited, and with a gust of wind, the flames roared higher, turning Zhang Long into a human torch. Help! Help! Mom and Dad, save me. The next noon, a nearby homeless man came with leftover food from workers. Just as he was about to enjoy the meal, he suddenly saw a charred object that looked like a person from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a person, kneeling as if praying for forgiveness from heaven. Dead, dead. The homeless man ran out in a frenzy, pointing at the abandoned factory as he ran. Burned to death, burned to death. Zhang Long had not returned all night, and Zhang Chong and his wife were anxious and couldn't sleep a wink. Although their son was mischievous, he had never had a habit of staying out all night. Zhou Fengwan anxiously wiped her tears. Old Zhang, our son wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he? Stay calm. That brat won't have any issues. He's the one who bullies others. Zhang Chong was restless, his stubble having grown all over his face overnight. Outside the villa, a car was parked with 2 policemen sitting inside, keeping watch by their door all night. The police had been searching all night and finally found out that Zhang Long was at the Haiyan Hotel last night, attending a birthday party for someone nicknamed Big Gold Tooth. A group of people were heavily intoxicated and couldn't remember what happened the night before. The police retrieved surveillance footage from outside the Haiyan Hotel, showing Zhang Long and a group of people stumbling out before all calling for a designated driver to leave. Pause. Zoom in on this person in the footage. Gao Jie's eyes narrowed. Boss, it's him. His build is exactly the same as the person in the riverbank surveillance. Find out this person's identity as soon as possible. Yes. Gao Jie believed that Zhang Long likely encountered an accident near the Haiyan Hotel. The phone couldn't be located, and there were only 2 possibilities. Either the battery was dead or the SIM card was removed. Criminal Investigation Team 1, take your people to the Haiyan Hotel and conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area. Yes, criminal investigation team, 2. Quickly find out the identity information of the designated driver in the surveillance footage. This person is a major suspect. Yes. At that moment, Gu Mingming rushed in. Captain Gao. Someone reported a crime. Near Dongfeng Road, an old factory has been found with a charred corpse. The informant said it was discovered by a homeless person who was terrified and claimed the person inside was burned to a crisp. Local police have already arrived, and due to the serious nature of the case, they notified our city bureau to hurry over. Gao Jie and Guantong's tired eyes instantly tightened. Multiple cases occurring in succession were making the situation increasingly complicated. Police cars arrived at the old factory, surrounded by a cordon set up by local police, with many onlookers gathered outside. Before Gao Jie and Guantong could enter, they already heard about the situation inside the old factory. A kneeling man, a charred corpse. Malicious homicide. Chapter 44. Annihilating the entire family. The old factory used to be an electronics plant. After the factory closed down, the local government held multiple bids for it. Due to the high land prices, the bids repeatedly failed, and eventually, it became a gathering place for homeless people. One homeless man discovered a charred corpse and screamed in terror, running around, which attracted nearby crowds. Upon seeing the charred body, the onlookers were all horrified, as not everyone has the opportunity to see a burnt corpse. Someone immediately called the police, and soon the officers from the nearby precinct arrived and quickly cordoned off the crime scene. Given the brutal method of the murder and the need for forensic experts, the precinct contacted the city bureau to request their involvement in the investigation. Gao Jie and Guantong entered the crime scene with grim faces, both feeling unprecedented pressure. The opponent this time was very insane, and there might be more killings to come. They needed to control this murderer as soon as possible. Captain Gao, Deputy Guan, the body is over here. An officer from the precinct led the way. They arrived on the second floor of the old factory, where a charred corpse was kneeling in an open space, and a police line surrounded the area. The two stepped over the line and crouched beside the body, examining it closely, chills running down their backs. Gao Jie felt a tingling sensation and touched his nose. It seems to be a male. Guantong knelt down. The death was very strange, as if someone was judging a sinner from God's perspective. Guantong repeated, and Gao Jie sensed her discomfort. After all, she was a woman. Facing the burnt corpse, Guantong felt a wave of nausea. To alleviate her urge to vomit, she looked outside the factory and saw Yin Yong's car parked below. Yin Yong and Xia Guoguo had arrived. Soon, the forensic expert arrived at the crime scene, and Yin Yong and Xia Guoguo rushed over with the forensic kit. Gao Jie stood up and touched his nose again, a habit he had when feeling anxious. You've worked hard. Gao Jie patted Yin Yong on the back and nodded at Xia Guoguo. The two began the autopsy while Gao Jie and others searched the area for clues. The murderer chose the old factory as the murder site, which indicated he was very familiar with the surroundings and had likely scouted the area. He could ensure that the firelight wouldn't attract the attention of nearby residents, allowing him to escape after committing the crime. He must have also noticed that homeless people frequently lingered there, which would lead to someone discovering the charred corpse. This proved that the murderer was either a local or someone who had lived in the area for a long time. Yin Yong suddenly looked up at Xia Guoguo. Strange. This male corpse? Why is there no? Xia Guoguo followed Yin Yong's gaze to the lower part of the corpse and suddenly understood something. The victim's genitals were cut off? Yes, completely. Their faces changed drastically, and this news shocked everyone present. The murderer's method was horrifying, dousing the victim in gasoline, setting him ablaze while alive, and mutilating the victim's genitals. Such a brutal method had not been seen in Haicheng for many years. It was enough to prove that there was a deep grudge between the murderer and the victim, and that the murderer was extremely psychologically disturbed. An officer ran over to report that the old factory had been abandoned for years and that there were no surveillance cameras nearby. The surrounding roads were well connected, and the factory was situated in a secluded area amidst the hustle and bustle. Currently, there were no eyewitnesses, and the surveillance footage from nearby roads could not identify any suspects. Gao Jie and Guantong were at a loss. In desperation, they could only wait for the forensic experts' preliminary conclusions. The victim was male, aged between 25 and 30, approximately 180 centimeters tall, and overweight. Estimated to weigh between 180 to 200 g. There were strangulation marks on the victim's body, indicating he had been bound in front of him, maintaining a kneeling posture. Additionally, there were knife wounds on the upper thighs and the face, with the thigh wound being the deepest. Furthermore, the victim's genitals, including the male's testicles, had been mutilated. The faces of the men present changed dramatically, including Gao Jie, who instinctively envisioned the scene of the mutilation. Delay, who was simple-minded, was shocked to hear this. What? He lost his. That's so brutal? Dr. Yin, can you determine if the victim was castrated while alive or after death? Yin Yong replied, preliminarily. It appears to have been while he was alive. The 2 knife wounds on the victim were not fatal, and even after castration, there was still a possibility of survival. The murderer's method was very cruel. The victim must have endured inhumane torture, indicating the murderer was venting his anger. Captain Gao, this wasn't a crime of passion. It was a premeditated and planned murder. Xiaoguo adjusted her glasses and continued her analysis. Undoubtedly, this is a revenge killing. The murderer and the victim must have deep-seated grievances, and the act of mutilating the victim's genitals must carry a deeper meaning. The victim's body and kneeling position suggest that the murderer conveyed a message, likely judging the victim from a position of superiority. As Xiaoguo spoke, Gao Jie and the others felt the victim's posture was even more bizarre. For a moment, everyone's expressions grew heavier. This case was becoming increasingly complex. Subsequently, the police deployed sniffer dogs but failed to locate the victim's genitals. Xiao Wu's face changed. Boss, what if the murderer is so perverted that he likes to collect those things? Could he be a homosexual? Gao Jie remained silent, contemplating the scene of the East City River case, where the male in the surveillance footage was about 173 centimeters tall. How did he manage to abduct the tall and strong victim? Was this the first or second crime scene? Yin Yong found an intact ID card on the victim. Captain Gao, this is the victim's wallet. The ID wasn't completely burnt. The victim's name is Zhang Zhikai. Gao Jie took the ID, and the person on it was indeed the one they were looking for, a man nicknamed Zhang Long Yin Yong. You take the body back. We still need to conduct DNA tests to confirm the victim's identity. Understood. As the forensic expert left, Xiao Wu received a call. Boss, we found out that the designated driver was fake. Several driving companies have no record of this person. The murderer is Jiang Yinyu's father, Jiang Gao. He disguised himself as a designated driver to kidnap Zhang Long and then kill him. Gao Jie was shocked. 5 minutes later, a call came in from Gu Xiaoxian of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team. Boss, Zhang Long's parents were on their way to the police station when they were hit by a large truck. What? Gao Jie was on his way back to the station when he suddenly slammed on the brakes. How are they? Are they seriously injured? Boss, their car was thrown several meters away upon impact, and the vehicle caught fire on the spot. It is said that both were still moving at the time, and Zhang Chong struggled to open the door. The car suddenly caught fire, and they were burned to death. We are currently reviewing the road surveillance footage for verification. Boss, the truck driver is Jiang Yinyu's father, Jiang Gao. This guy was too arrogant. He killed people and continued to laugh at the scene. Gao Jie's face changed. He didn't run away? No. When we arrived at the scene, he seemed to be waiting for us and has now been handcuffed. The murderer is Jiang Gao. Gao Jie felt a chill run down his back. The first time he saw this man, he was crying on the floor, wailing for his deceased wife and recently suicided daughter. At that moment, Gao Jie felt immense sympathy for his plight, not expecting this guy would turn around and kill the entire Zhang family. The Zhang family of 3 had been annihilated, all burned to death. The news could not be contained. Before the police even arrived at the police station, the Zhang family massacre had already trended with a red explosive word on social media. In various WeChat groups, netizens were passionately discussing, and all sorts of versions spread like wildfire. The Provincial Public Security Department could no longer sit still and made a call to the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. Pan Zhangwo answered the phone, his face as dark as a pot bottom, and the other party immediately launched into a tirade of insults. After Director Zhao finished scolding, Pan Zhangwo finally spoke. The murderer hasn't run away. He's waiting at the crime scene for the police to catch him. Director Zhao's face turned even uglier. The murderer had walked right into a trap? Yes. This would give the media plenty to write about. Just wait and see. Articles worth hundreds of thousands, even millions, would soon flood the streets. Pan Jiangwo didn't know how to respond. It was just the way it was. The murderer, after committing the crime, hadn't fled, but was grinning while waiting for the police to arrest him. Chapter 45. Jiang Gao is captured in the interrogation room. Gao Jie and Guan Tong personally questioned Jiang Gao, while two criminal investigation officers sat behind, taking notes. Jiang Gao's expression was calm, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, looking at the four people as if they were his own children. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble, officers. I didn't want this either. I was forced into it." Go Ye snorted. The window of the interrogation room was a one-way mirror, and Pan Jiangwo and other criminal investigators watched with serious expressions, listening to Gao Jie and Guan Tong interrogate Jiang Gao. "Jiang Gao, I never expected you to go from being a victim to a twisted murderer." Gao Jie tapped the table with his fingers. Jiang Gao remained calm, appearing as if he had fulfilled his wishes, his face consistently reflecting a sense of apology. "Young man, anyone can be a victim, and anyone can also be a murderer. I didn't expect in my life to have the chance to be a killer. Haha, life is truly full of the unknown and variables." Gao Jie felt a surge of anger. This guy seemed so nonchalant, as if everything that had happened was perfectly reasonable, like the Zhang family being wiped out was just part of the natural order. "Let us talk. Did you push Wu Gang and Chao Jun Chung into the river?" "Yes," Jiang Gao answered bluntly. After all, there was nothing to hide. A man should face his actions. He was indeed the murderer, and even if he ran to the ends of the earth, the police would catch him and execute him or give him a lethal injection. In his eyes, these police officers were just kids. Jiang Gao felt quite guilty and uneasy for causing them such a big mess. After all, he had lived as a civilized citizen his whole life, the good guy in everyone's eyes, always willing to take the loss himself rather than trouble others. But this time was different. The dead were his wife and daughter, and he couldn't just sit still. "Tell us your motive for the crime, your purpose." And the entire process of the crime, word for word, without any concealment, Gao Jie tapped the table again. But the next second, he felt a tightness in his chest. Jiang Gao had a very honest appearance, and his eyes were particularly pure, not at all like a murderer. Yet, he was indeed a murderer. It was true what they said. Murderers don't have murderer written on their faces. Jiang Gao took a deep breath and began to divulge everything, even detailing the specifics. He clearly explained his motive, purpose, and plan for the crime, how he executed it, leaving nothing out. Gao Jie and Guan Tong could hear the typing sounds of the recorder in the background throughout. Jiang Gao's smile was quite infectious, even heartwarming, as he looked at them kindly, as if he were telling someone else's story. Gao Jie thought to himself that this honest appearance and tragic experience made him overlook this character completely, thinking he was just a poor victim's relative, not realizing he would retaliate, and even in a more insane manner. "Comrades, my daughter is beautiful. You've all seen her photos, right? I don't understand why some people want to destroy beautiful things. Why does appreciating a flower mean you have to pick it? Why destroy what you can't have? That bastard Zhang Long, he, Wu Gang, and Chao Junsheng secretly filmed my daughter on the subway. He used the photos to blackmail her into being his girlfriend. That pig isn't worthy of my daughter. After my daughter rejected him, he developed a sense of revenge. All of this was what he confessed to me before he died. He used AI to swap my daughter's face onto naked images and posted a large number of pornographic pictures online. My daughter was fired from her company because of this, and then her fiancé dumped her. My wife and I only heard about this when we went to the market to buy vegetables. My wife has a heart condition and has been taking medication for years without any issues. The day she learned about Xiaoyu being slandered, she was so agitated that her heart disease flared up. The doctors couldn't save her, and she was eventually pronounced dead. We had only retired for a year. At the beginning of the year, I promised to take her traveling and even planned to enroll in a summer class at the senior university together. I've become a lonely man, all because of those three beasts, Zhang Long and his friends. Go ye, gaze, tiktenet. So you decided to kill them? Jiang Gao smiled. At first, I thought about it, but I didn't dare to do it. I've never killed anyone. I've always been an honest person. I was investigating their backgrounds while considering whether to kill them. That day, the three of them went to a barbecue street. That bastard Zhang Long openly harassed a girl there. The girl looked just like my daughter in terms of figure and style, and at that moment, I thought of my daughter and decided to take justice into my own hands and kill them. It was 3 against 1, bullying the girl's boyfriend. Thankfully, the kind barbecue shop owner intervened, and the couple was able to leave safely. I thought, even if the police found out about their slander, they would only be locked up for a few years and then released. I found out that Zhang Long's parents are big shots in Haicheng. If he goes in, he might be out in no time and continue to harass my daughter. Later, a car came to pick Zhang Long up. At first, I felt it was a pity that I couldn't let those 3 beasts die on the same day. But then I thought it was a blessing in disguise. Zhang Long was tall and fat like a pig. If he found out I was following him, the 3 of them would turn the tables on me. How could I avenge my wife and child then? Later, the thin guy and the short guy got drunk and were relieving themselves by the Dongsheng River. I was so furious at that moment. Thinking of how my wife died from anger and my daughter became a public disgrace and suffered from depression, I pushed them into the river. I have to say, it was really satisfying. I've never been so resolute in my life. I sat on the bank, watching them struggle. Those 2 pests really had a strong will to survive. They floundered for a long time before finally quieting down. Gao Jia said coldly, "Is it really joyful to use violence to solve violence?" Jiang Gao thought for a moment and replied, "At that moment, it was very joyful. Later, I became numb because the real culprit was still alive. Zhang Long harmed my entire family. How could I forget him? After the thin guy and the short guy died, your police began to monitor Zhang Long, and several times I couldn't act. It was quite difficult to kill him. He is tall and fat like a pig, and my small frame is no match for him. I just didn't expect that before I could kill Zhang Long, my daughter Xiaoyu committed suicide. The computer you took had a pornographic video on it. That bastard had swapped my daughter's face onto it. I was furious. If I had killed Zhang Long sooner, perhaps my daughter wouldn't have received that video that cost her life. She was so foolish, giving up her life without even waiting for the big gift I had intended for her. She had wanted to die for a long time. Ever since that bastard Yao Yuan dumped her, she held on to live for me, but in the end, she was still harmed by Zhang Long. Inside and outside the interrogation room, everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Guan Tong felt a sense of empathy, but she couldn't think that Jiang Gao's way of personally judging Zhang Long was correct just because she sympathized with him. If everyone had the right to judge, the world would surely descend into chaos. Because of your extreme hatred for Zhang Long, you escalated your method of killing. That's right, drowning him was too cheap. He had to be slowly tortured, for example, making him watch as I castrated him. Pan Zhangwo and the others felt a chill run down their spines. When a person becomes ruthless, they can truly do anything. I tracked Zhang Long for several days, getting to know his daily routine. This guy would check in at the power supply bureau in the morning, then go out for dim sum, and afterward he would loiter on the streets nearby. Recently, your people have been watching him, so I thought it would be too difficult to take action. Efforts will not betray the diligent. That day, your people weren't watching him, so I followed him to the Haiyan Hotel. That place was really remote, located in the urban-rural fringe. To put it bluntly, it was a club, a place where big spenders and rich second-generation kids go. The advantage is that it's secluded, surrounded by construction sites with few surveillance cameras, making it convenient for committing murder. The downside is that it's too far. I rode my e-bike all the way to the Haiyan Grand Hotel, and my butt went numb. Killing him was such a hassle, and I couldn't just brute force it. With his massive size, one sit from him could crush me until I coughed up blood. It had to be brains over brawn. I've never had much wisdom in my life, but I used every bit of it to deal with that bastard. Disguised as a ride-hailing driver, I first scouted the area and eventually picked a construction site. Then, I waited for him to come out of the hotel, making sure no other ride-hailing drivers snatched his business. Otherwise, I'd waste another chance to kill him. At this point, Jiang Gao suddenly stopped, licking his chapped lips with an innocent smile. "Officer, could I have a glass of water? My lips are parched from all this talking." Chapter 46 Doubts of Hacking Gao. Jia looked at the recorder behind him, and the young man immediately got up to pour a glass of water, placing it on the table in front of Jiang Gao. "Drink up." "Thank you. You've really worked hard. All of you are getting dark circles under your eyes. Especially this beautiful police officer. I owe you a bottle of eye cream. I'll ask my two sisters to buy some for you later. Thanks, but no need. Then, Guantong silently watched him, her heart mixed with complex emotions. Gao, Jie snorted. Jiang Gao, stop pretending, drink up, and continue talking. Jiang Gao downed a glass of water in one go, and although he wanted another one, he swallowed the words back. He didn't want to trouble these young people any further. With so many lives lost due to his actions, the impact on society must be extremely severe. Haiqing had always been inconspicuous, but now it had made headlines in such an extreme way. Irony, desolation, helplessness. Surely, these police officers wouldn't have any peace for a while. The city and provincial leaders would be furious. To put it bluntly, the police are just working for a living, just with a different nature of work. Why make things difficult for these kids? Jiang Gao licked his lips, smiled again, and continued. I drove Zhang Long's BMW to a nearby construction site. He was so drunk he looked like a dead pig, snoring so loudly it was deafening. I stopped the car, took out a prepared rope, and tied him up securely. I tied him for a long time, checking repeatedly, worried that if I tied it too loosely, he might turn on me, and with my small frame, I definitely wouldn't be his match. People are much like animals. Their survival instinct is incredibly strong. Have you ever seen the scene of slaughtering pigs during the New Year? The pig knows it's going to be killed. It opens its mouth and screams, and a few strong men can barely control it. Suddenly, that bastard Zhang Long woke up, saw the knife in my hand, and immediately wet himself in fear. It stank so much, a strong smell of urine, really disgusting. He cried and begged me not to kill him, saying he would be my servant for life. But what do I need a servant for? My wife and child are gone. Why would I want him to serve me? He even offered me money, starting from 5 million and going up to 15 million, which is the key point considering it as my merit. You should check his parents. They both hold significant positions. So how could they have so much money? That bastard has no idea that I'm not after money at all. What would I do with those bills? A man earns money to spend on his wife and children, but they're both dead. How could I possibly spend it all alone? That kid even told me to find another wife, saying that men of any age can still have kids, and I could carry on the family line. To put it bluntly, he just didn't want to die. After I castrated him, he wasn't a man anymore, yet he still wanted to cling to life. That bastard is so afraid of death. If I lost my manhood, I'd rather die. But he, seeing me pour gasoline on him, screamed and cried for his parents. The more I looked at him, the more disgusting he became. I thought it'd be better to burn him alive quickly. I actually wanted to use sulfuric acid, but I couldn't get that stuff. So I had to burn him instead. Before he died, I wanted to add some ritual. I made him kneel on the ground and confess to the stars in the sky. Stars? Gao Jie was taken aback, blurting out. Guantong frowned and said softly, one star in the sky, one person on the ground. It said that when a person dies, they become a star. Gao Jie secretly cursed in his heart. What nonsense legend. It's all superstition. The two brightest stars in the sky, one is my wife, and the other is my daughter. Speaking of his wife and child, a happy smile spread across Jiang Gao's face. No one would have thought that this guy, so ruthless in murder, is even more brutal than vicious killers. While others might slice throats or stab hearts, he tortures his enemies slowly, then finally burns them alive. Why kill Zhang Long's parents? They did nothing wrong. They were two innocent people. Gao Jie knocked the table again. Did nothing wrong? They are innocent? Jiang Gao's expression changed. Young man, have you heard that saying? If a child is not taught, it's the parents' fault. They raised a social scum. Can you say they're blameless? Gao Jie's face was filled with rage, his gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Gao's face. But you have no right to take the law into your own hands to punish them. If everyone avenged like you, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Aren't the police supposed to catch murderers 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, using violence to combat violence, killing 5 people in one breath? Jiang Gao, you're simply too insane. Jiang Gao still smiled. I'm really sorry. I've caused a huge mess for the police and society. Burning a living person, killing 2 officials in broad daylight. Any one of those news would have a terrible impact, affecting Haiqing's reputation. But what can I do? Who let my wife and child be the ones who died? Without suffering others' pain, don't advise others to be good. If you have not suffered like me, you may not be as good. I made everything clear. I won't resist, won't appeal, just wait for the law to punish me. After finishing, Jiang Gao leaned back in his chair, laughing heartily. His goal was achieved, even if it meant going down together. Originally thinking the case would end here, unexpectedly, Xiao Yang from the technical department hurried into the interrogation room. Director Pan turned back to look at him, asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiao Yang's apple rolled up and down. The video on Jiang Yinyu's computer cannot be traced back to where it was sent from. Through extensive testing, we concluded that Jiang Yinyu's computer was likely attacked by a hacker system before her suicide. This news left Gao, Jie, Guantong, and all the criminal investigation personnel stunned. Clearly, Zhang Long didn't possess such skills. A college student majoring in tourism economics management. Even if his computer skills were top-notch, he couldn't possibly have hacker skills. Hackers are elite programmers and coders. Zhang Long clearly couldn't reach such skills in a short time. They didn't find the video from Jiang Yinyu's computer on the computer at Zhang Long's home either. Among those numerous hidden folders, there were only the girl's compromising photos. Gao Jie returned to the interrogation room again, and the already laid-back Jiang Gao opened his eyes once more. "Young man, I've already confessed everything I needed to. Do you have any more questions?" Gao Jie sat down again. "You just said Zhang Long didn't admit to using Jiang Yinyu's face to make that pornographic video?" Jiang Gao nodded, a ripple of emotion crossing his brow. "Yes. He wouldn't admit it even at the end. He only admitted in the last moments that the video was made by him. This guy is just a stubborn dead duck. Could it be that you coerced him into confessing? Maybe he really didn't make the video?" Jiang Gao's expression darkened. Sitting up straight, the police wouldn't speak carelessly. They must have some new leads. Could it be that Zhang Long had a group behind him? Wouldn't he be handing himself over to the police too early? Was there still a loose end out there responsible for the deaths of his wife and child? "Tell me, what have you found out?" Jiang Gao's eyes turned red, looking far from innocent. His face twisted into a ghastly, terrifying expression. "The technical department cannot trace the source of the video or the IP address. We suspect your daughter's computer was hacked before her suicide. Perhaps Zhang Long was not the creator of that video." Jiang Gao fell silent, and after a few seconds, he smiled again, this time with a lack of confidence. "So what? Even if he isn't the one who made the video, he is still the one who spread the rumors. Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng were merely participants, and they didn't escape the fate of being killed by me, let alone Zhang Long." Gao Jian noticed the subtle change in Jiang Gao's eyes. If the murderer really has another accomplice, as a husband and a father, Jiang Gao would never have died so early. He would definitely have dealt with the person who harmed his daughter, one by one, before confessing to the police. Chapter 47. The Provincial Special Case Team intervenes. Jiang Gao suddenly remembered that his daughter said she wanted to go to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan, to prove that she was innocent. Before Xiao Yu committed suicide, she mentioned wanting to go to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan, saying she had a way to prove that those photos weren't hers. I actually knew what she was thinking, the silly girl sigh. Gao Jie hurriedly asked, "Did she go?" "No, I didn't want her to look for that bastard. He has no sense of responsibility or trust and is not worthy of my daughter at all." I made an excuse, saying she should wait until her mother's mourning period was over before going. Xiao Yu's always been sensible and obedient since she was young. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she didn't go against me. She was so sad yet still consider my feelings. "You tell me, who wouldn't feel heartbroken for such a child?" Gao Jie continued to ask. "Can you recall if her decision to find Yao Yuan was just talk, or if she really intended to go?" "Let me think." Jiang Gao closed his eyes, trying hard to remember his daughter's expression at that time. After several seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Her tone was very firm. I could feel it. If I let her go then, she would have bought a ticket to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan immediately. The girl has always liked Yao Yuan. Even back in school, I always thought that kid was unreliable. What could I do? The girl liked him. The old can't win against the young. I actually thought about whether to get rid of that kid, but after thinking it over, I gave up. First, he was the only person she ever loved. Second, killing him would be too troublesome, and I would still have to buy a ticket to Sichuan to find him. Afterwards, Gao Jie went out to conduct a case analysis for everyone. From Jiang Gao's words, it could be inferred that Jiang Yinyu did not intend to commit suicide at that time. She was still thinking of explaining her innocence to her fiancé. The sudden impulse to commit suicide was likely triggered by the appearance of that video. Now the question arises, how did the video get onto her computer? Xiao Yang analyzed. We checked all of Jiang Yinyu's major social media accounts and found no transmission records of that video. The WeChat backend has also been verified, and there was no trace of that video in the deleted chat records. Therefore, we concluded that Jiang Yinyu's computer was likely hacked, or even remotely controlled by a hacker. Gao Jie looked at Xiao Liang in surprise, feeling that the idea of a hacker invasion sounded somewhat illogical. Why would a hacker invade Jiang Yinyu's computer for no reason? Why use an AI face swap video to provoke her to commit suicide? Was it for money? But why was Jiang Yinyu the unlucky one chosen? Xiao Liang, you don't mean to say that a hacker remotely controlled Jiang Yinyu's computer to induce her to commit suicide, do you? Go ye conted. A police officer followed up with a question. Yes, what is so special about Jiang Yinyu? Why would a hacker choose her to commit a crime by invading her computer? This question stumped everyone. The entire police department had not slept a wink that night. They thought of countless possibilities, but none made logical sense. Early the next morning, personnel from the Provincial Public Security Department arrived, forming a special task force that directly intervened with the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. They made a big fuss upon arrival, and Pan Zhangwo's face darkened, feeling as if he had been slapped twice hard but couldn't even cry out in pain. The leader of the special task force was called He Jian, a well-known figure in the Provincial Public Security Department. He came in with a long, thin face, demanding all the documents related to the serial murder case. The special task force occupied a large conference room and spent the entire morning analyzing the case. I must say, their efficiency was quite high. By before 1 p.m., they claimed to have thoroughly understood the entire case and requested an immediate meeting to discuss it. He Jian knew that since he was new, Pan Zhangwo was treating him politely, which meant he was seen as an outsider. If he wanted to establish authority in someone else's territory, he had to show some real skills. The department head sent him here with the intent to promote him. If he solved this case, it would be like adding a layer of gold to his resume. In the future, his record would shine brighter with this achievement. This was a serial murder case. There were very few serial murder cases in the country each year, and the murderer had committed the crimes so brazenly. He Jian felt genuinely excited and was eager to showcase his abilities. In the largest conference room of the bureau, 2 groups of people were seated. He Jian introduced himself, and after a brief introduction from everyone, Gao Jie and the criminal investigation personnel involved in the case each spoke a few words. Pan Zhangwo was very polite to He Jian. After all, they were guests. Even though their arrival was not a good sign, it indicated how severe the impact of this serial murder case was, prompting the province to bypass them directly. First of all, let us welcome the members of the Provincial Special Task Force to our bureau to participate in this serial murder case. This sounded a bit awkward, and Gao Jie curiously glanced at Bureau Chief Pan. He was old, really old, with gray hair at the temples. It was time for him to retire. Even his speech was starting to irritate. It was like eating a bowl of rice with pebbles in it, making his teeth clatter. Pan Zhangwo led the applause, and a sparse round of applause followed, sounding quite lukewarm. After the previous case analysis, everyone must have a clearer understanding of this serial murder case. The trigger was on the subway, where Jiang Yinyu was photographed by Zhang Long and his companions. They used AI face swapping to create various pornographic images, leading to the tragic fate of Jiang Yinyu's family. Jiang Gao, originally a victim blinded by hatred, sought revenge against Zhang Long and his companions, killing Wu Gang, Chao Junsheng, Zhang Long, and his parents. The murders were extremely brutal, causing serious negative social impact, and Jiang Gao was temporarily detained in a detention center. The biggest question now is, where did the video on Jiang Yinyu's computer come from? If a hacker invaded her computer, what was the purpose of the hacker's actions? What did Jiang Yinyu experience before her suicide, and did that video lead to her eventual decision to take her own life? Pan Zhangwo looked at He Jian from the province and asked, Group Leader He, do you have any thoughts? He Jian pinched his jawbone and habitually rubbed his stubble. When Pan Zhangwo spoke, he finally stopped his actions. Captain Gao's analysis just now clearly does not believe it was a hacker invasion, right? Gao Jie did not expect He Jian to throw the question back to him, and looked at him curiously. Yes, we've imagined many scenarios. The hacker invasion doesn't make sense. We can't figure out why a hacker would invade Jiang Yinyu's computer and create a face swap video. He Jian's tone was somewhat teasing. Is hacker crime so rare? Just look it up online. How many hacker crimes occur each year? And how many of those crimes have a reason behind them? Let me educate you. Hackers are individuals who illegally access other people's computer systems without permission for specific purposes: downloading, theft, deleting, modifying, and destroying information. The reasons for hacker crimes include the vulnerability of computer systems, ineffective network security monitoring, and victims' failure to report. The inherent vulnerability of computer information systems is also a major cause of hacker crimes. The lack of effective computer security management and network security monitoring provides opportunities for hackers. It is very likely that hackers exploited a vulnerability to invade Jiang Yinyu's computer, and before that, they had access to her browsing history. Jiang Yinyu must have browsed those pornographic images online. As far as I know, many people who suffer from online bullying have a common characteristic. They fear online bullying while being unable to resist the urge to search for content related to themselves, usually a manifestation of anxiety disorders. People in this situation are very vulnerable. If they encounter a hacker invasion and are extorted, they often cannot bear the pressure. Let's imagine that a hacker knows that Jiang Yinyu has fallen into a scandal involving false rumors, downloads those photos online, and then makes a video. Subsequently, the hacker takes control of Jiang Yinyu's computer, which naturally eliminates the need to transmit the video. If the hacker demands a large sum of money in exchange for the video, Jiang Yinyu, under severe anxiety, is likely to fall into extreme thinking. Jiang Gao also indicated that Jiang Yinyu might be suffering from depression. When humans are mentally fragile, the willingness to commit suicide reaches its highest index, leading to a tragic scene. Chapter 48, He Jian versus Gao Jie in the Provincial Task Force. Another person continued. This case can actually be divided into 3 parts. The first part is that Zhang Long and his accomplices spread yellow rumors online, which constitutes a crime. The second part is that Jiang Gao, in order to avenge his daughter, killed 4 people in total: Wu Gang, Chao Junsheng, Zhang Long, and his parents. The third part is that if a hacker invaded the computer and produced that yellow video, it led Jiang Yinyu to commit suicide out of despair. After the task force finished analyzing, the conference room fell silent. The statements made sense, yet something fell off. He Jian looked at Gao Jie. The Ministry of Public Security has a special department for catching hackers, but statistics show that the case-solving rate for hackers is less than 5. Hackers are high-tech, high-IQ criminals, and any hacker with a certain level of technical skill knows how to destroy and hide traces of their intrusion, making it unlikely that they can be caught. If the opponent is an overseas hacker, it becomes even more difficult. Gao Jie fixed his gaze on the person. So, team leader what do you think should be the decision? As soon as these words were said, everyone sensed the tension in the air. Indeed, Gao Jie was not pleased. This guy and his subordinates seemed arrogant, acting as if they were seasoned veterans. From the moment they entered, they carried an air of superiority. Their analysis was purely subjective speculation, lacking substantial evidence to validate their claims. Gao Jie believed that everything must be based on evidence. Otherwise, it was all just empty talk. If they were to follow their narrative of a hacker intrusion, he could easily fabricate a story too. For example, aliens could be spying on human civilization, and they could have used dice to select Jiang Yinyu for an experiment. Jiang Yinyu was online before her suicide, and the yellow video appeared on her computer screen. Under severe mental distress, she ran to the kitchen and took a knife to commit suicide. He Jian sensed Gao Jie's dissatisfaction and chuckled lightly in a nonchalant manner. It seemed that Captain Gao was not very satisfied with our analysis. So let us break this case down into 3 parts and settle them one by one. Gao Jie shrugged, indicating for him to continue. As Xiao Wang just mentioned, the first part is that Zhang Long and his accomplices spreading yellow rumors constitutes a crime. The second part is that Jiang Gao killed a total of 4 people to avenge his daughter, causing serious negative social impact. The third part is that we unanimously believe that the judgment of the technical department of the City Bureau is correct. Jiang Yinyu's computer was hacked. Otherwise, it is inexplicable why that yellow video appeared on Jiang Yinyu's computer. Zhang Long, Wu Gang, and Chao Junsheng are dead, so they have already been accounted for. The 2 officials who died are Zhang Long's parents, and the event caused quite a stir. Under broad daylight, officials were struck and overturned by a criminal using a large truck, resulting in oil leaks and causing a fire that burned them alive. Jiang Gao transformed from a victim's family member into a murderous madman seeking revenge, which has the most detrimental effect on society. We must first settle this person to provide an explanation to the public and to prevent others from imitating his actions in the face of injustice in the future. Guantong raised her head and made eye contact with He Jian. Team leader He, do you mean we should deal with Jiang Gao first to quell public opinion pressure? Yes, I believe this is the wisest course of action at the moment, as it can quickly alleviate public outcry. After Jiang Gao is adjudicated, we can focus on catching the hacker. Of course, we can only do our best. It may not be possible to catch the hacker. Guantong understood that He Jian wanted to use Jiang Gao's death to silence the public and let this incident pass quickly. Team leader He, I believe that until the entire case is thoroughly investigated, Jiang Gao should not be executed. As a father, he has the right to wait until the truth is revealed and see the real murderer behind his daughter's suicide. He Jian's expression turned sarcastic. Deputy Captain Guan, are you sympathizing with a murderer? As a police officer, where are your professional ethics and standards? The murderer is right in front of us, with clear motives, objectives, and a complete chain of evidence. Do we really have to wait until the new year to deal with him? Burning the son of an official, causing the deaths of 2 officials, resulting in them being burned alive in the vehicle. Online, such clickbait headlines easily garner millions of views. He Jian gestured for his subordinates to project the content onto the projector. Did I deceive you? These articles all have millions of reads. WeChat public accounts have become outdated. The most popular platforms now are Kuaishou and Douyin. You can see for yourselves that the views have exceeded 1 million. Jiang Gao's experience is tragic. His happy family was destroyed by Zhang Long and his accomplices, but that does not justify his criminal actions. The atmosphere in the conference room was charged. Pan Zhangwo cleared his throat. I understand everyone's feelings. Dealing with Jiang Gao is urgent, but the trial process is not that quick. Whether the video on Jiang Yinyu's computer was indeed caused by a hacker is the direction we need to focus on currently. Whether it is a domestic hacker or an overseas hacker, we must do our utmost to catch the hacker crime gang. If it turns out to be an overseas hacker, we can request the Ministry of Public Security to initiate a joint arrest operation with foreign police. We must strike hard against hacker criminal organizations and dismantle the black industrial chain. As long as this criminal gang exists, Jiang Yinyu will not be the last victim. Gao Jie thought to himself that if it were an overseas hacker with powerful backing, even the FBI might not be able to solve it. After the meeting, the Provincial Public Security Department's task force and the City Bureau's criminal investigation team immediately organized elite police forces to conduct investigations. Gao Jie suddenly received a call from the detention center, saying that Jiang Gao wanted to see him. When Jiang Gao saw Gao Jie, his eyes lit up. Is there new evidence in Xiaoyu's case? Was the video done by Zhang Long, or was it someone else? Gao Jie replied with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Does it still matter? You've already done what you wanted to do. The people who harmed your family are all dead. It matters. If there is still any fish that escaped the net, my path of revenge is not yet complete. Gao Jie touched his nose, thought for a moment, and still told Jiang Gao. After hearing this, Jiang Gao frowned. So, you're saying the video might not have been made by Zhang Long. Xiaoyu definitely wouldn't have slandered herself. What you mentioned about hackers invading, I don't really understand. Young man, may I ask how much longer do I have? Gao Jie frowned. Are you asking how many days you have left before execution? Yes. Do you want to see the day when the truth is revealed? Exactly. Then I can close my eyes. Otherwise, I won't be able to face her and her mother. Generally, death penalty cases judged by intermediate courts take about 4 to 5 months. If it's a major case judged by the Supreme Court, the time from judgment to execution may be shortened to 1 to 2 months, and the fastest could be just over 10 days. Over 10 days? Jiang Gao murmured. How long will it take you to catch the hacker? Gao Jie smiled bitterly. It's hard to say. Some believe that a hacker invaded Jiang Yinyu's computer, while others think otherwise. Currently, whether it is indeed hacking is still uncertain, so don't expect a resolution in just over 10 days. At least it will take a month. We currently have no leads, which is equivalent to starting the investigation from scratch. Jiang Gao smiled kindly. Forget it, forget it. The unforgivable ones are already dead. If they hadn't spread yellow rumors, there wouldn't have been these subsequent events. Gao Jie felt a sense of sadness in Jiang Gao's response, unsure whether to comfort or scold him. He was a pitiful person, but also a detestable one. As he turned to leave, Jiang Gao suddenly called out to Gao Jie from behind, "Wait." Gao Jie halted, displeased. "What now?" "If it's about writing a will, I can help you contact your two younger sisters and have them authorize a lawyer." Jiang Gao smiled and said, "There's no need to be so complicated. I have 2 houses under my name, one for each of my 2 younger sisters. Additionally, Xiaoqin and I have a 6-digit savings, and I want to donate this money." "Donate?" Gao Jie asked in response to the Red Cross. "No, I want to donate part of it to the Public Security Bureau and part for road construction." Gao Jie studied him and realized this person was somewhat interesting. Jiang Gao continued, "When Zhang Chong and his wife's car exploded, there were many shop owners and passers-by nearby. If there are any innocent bystanders who were injured or suffered psychological trauma, please use part of this money to cover their medical expenses and compensation for mental distress." "All right. I have no other wishes, just waiting for you to catch the real culprit behind the video. If you don't catch them, I won't be overly concerned. The law will eventually prevail, and the police will catch the bad guys." On the way back, Gao Jie was driving and thinking when suddenly he slammed on the brakes, almost causing a rear-end collision. For some reason, that thought flashed through his mind, and the first person he thought of was Guantong. Chapter 49. Coincidence or Conspiracy? Guantong was investigating the hacker crime records of recent years in the bureau when her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Gao Jie. "What's wrong? Did Jiang Gao say anything to you?" Gao Jie did not answer the question, his tone unusually anxious. "Jean Yenyu committed suicide." Guantong furrowed her brows. "Is that a problem?" "There are her fingerprints on the knife handle." Gao Jie was very anxious, eager to tell Guantong the thought that had been weighing on his mind. "Listen to me." "Go ahead, I'm listening." Guantong looked at her computer dismissively as she continued to talk on the phone. In March, Chun Binhua, the director of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, committed suicide. In April, Zhou Yunxia, a junior student from a 985 university, committed suicide in his dormitory. Now it's May, and after a month, another suicide event has occurred in Haicheng City. Guantong, do you think this is a coincidence or a conspiracy? As soon as the words left his mouth, Guantong dropped her pen on the table, her expression turning tense. "What do you want to say?" I don't know. It's not a coincidence. This is a crime cycle. 1 month is a cycle." Goya spoke firmly. Guantong felt her scalp tingle for a long time, her head buzzing, unable to focus her gaze on the computer screen anymore. Gao Jie returned to the bureau, closed the door, and held a meeting with his subordinates, excluding the special investigation team that came from the province. "Boss, isn't it inappropriate not to include He Jian and his group in a meeting?" "Yeah, it makes us look like we're hostile towards them. Should I go call them over?" Gao Jie seemed not to hear, checking the door again and locking it, looking quite mysterious. Only Guantong understood that Gao Jie was completely flustered at this moment. Although the 2 suicide cases in March and April were solved, there were still many doubts upon deeper investigation. Due to various reasons at the time, the cases were still concluded as suicides. In May, Jiang Yinyu's suicide incident was triggered by Zhang Long and others spreading rumors. Therefore, Jiang Yinyu's suicide did not arouse everyone's suspicions. Thinking about it was indeed terrifying. If it was truly a conspiracy, then the opponent was too frightening. Guantong couldn't help but shiver, followed by a series of sneezes. Xiao was busy looking for the remote control. "Delay, did you turn on the air conditioning?" "It's only May. It's not hot yet." Delay scratched the back of his head. "Did I? If it wasn't you, then who?" "Sweating while eating instant noodles means you turn it on for sure." Gao Jie clapped his hands, signaling everyone to come closer. "Boss, what's up? Acting all mysterious? Don't you know? Are you dumb?" Xiao Wu laughed and said, "The boss must have found a clue. If he makes a big fuss about it, He Jian will take the credit." Gao Jie glanced at Xiao Wu, who then quickly shut his mouth. "You need to fix your talkative habit." "Yes, boss." Xiao Wu replied with a grin. Gao Jie said, "Hackers commit numerous crimes online, primarily for financial gain. Of course, there are also foreign hacker organizations that crazily attack various enterprises in our country, aiming to steal important sectors like finance and healthcare. The special investigation team has concluded that Jiang Yinyu's death was caused by hackers and is working hard to investigate the black web industry chain. Boss, we need to investigate quickly too. We can't let them figure out first. That would be too embarrassing. Wang Bin, listen to Gao's words, Guan Tong interjected. Usually, Gao and Vice Captain Guan often had differing opinions, but Gao's attitude now made everyone feel he must have made a significant discovery. Gao Jie continued. In March, there was a suicide case. In April, another suicide case. And in May, the incident of Jiang Yinyu's suicide occurred. Don't you think there's some connection between them? As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent, and everyone pondered for a moment before slowly coming back to their senses. Boss, are you saying that these 3 suicides in 3 months are somehow related? If a suicide case occurs every month, will there be another one in June? Boss, Jiang Yinyu's suicide is different from the previous 2 cases. In the first 2 cases, by the time we knew about them, the individuals had already committed suicide. We knew Jiang Yinyu was alive when we found out about her. Boss, the March and April suicide cases have already been closed. Bringing them up for a combined investigation makes Jiang Yinyu's case too complicated. Yeah, the 3 suicide cases are not on the same level at all. Jiang Yinyu's case also involves Zhang Long and Jiang Gao's crimes. After everyone finished speaking, Gao Jie continued, I understand what you all are saying. The 3 suicide cases seem unrelated, but thinking about it, it's too coincidental. If it really is a series of suicides, we must prevent the next person from committing suicide in June. Criminal Police Officer Wang Bin quickly countered, Boss, what if there are no suicides in June? What if there are? We must assume that there will be a suicide in June to minimize the chances of a suicide incident occurring again in Haicheng City. Guan Tong stood up, pacing around the room while contemplating, what if these 3 suicides are part of a conspiracy? What is the mastermind's purpose behind it? What benefits would their deaths bring to the person hiding in the shadows? The entire room of criminal investigation personnel racked their brains. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Haicheng City is having a bad year, resulting in 3 consecutive suicide cases. I really can't think of any common points. Boss, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Gao Jie looked up at everyone. Initially, we found records of Chun Bin Hua accessing the external internet on his computer. Zhou Yuncha's records of accessing the external internet are also there. Currently, Jiang Yinyu's laptop is still with the technical department. We need to check her computer quickly. Gao Jie led his team to the technical department, where Xiao Yang quickly found the results. Captain, there are indeed traces of Jiang Yinyu accessing the external internet on her computer. Gao Jie quietly clenched his fist. This became the first common point among the 3 suicide victims. Based on this common point, they would surely be able to uncover clues. Gao Jie informed Pan Zhangwo of this news, and Pan Zhangwo jumped up from his chair. Nonsense. The previous 2 suicide cases caused a huge uproar. It took a lot to calm things down. Don't say these 3 liked accessing the external internet. Many people do it privately. Understanding what's happening in different corners of the world, how people in other countries think about things, and how people from various countries view Chinese people. This is the mindset of those who enjoy accessing the external internet. Don't pull any tricks. The Provincial Special Investigation Team is here. Don't make us look foolish. Seeing that Director Pan didn't believe him, Gao Jie grew anxious. They parachuted into the municipal bureau. We've already become a joke. Director Pan, it doesn't matter if we're laughed at now. Once we solve the case, just wait and see who dares to laugh at us. Director Pan, what I mean is that the 3 suicide cases need to be merged for investigation to uncover the truth behind Jiang Yinyu's suicide. Previously, cases involving Chun Bin Hua and Zhou Yuncha were pressured from all sides to be concluded, and I always felt something was off. Now I realize that the unseen murderer has been operating in the shadows, with a 1-month cycle. Director Pan pointed at Gao Jie. You're overthinking it and complicating things. Why would that unseen murderer stir up a series of suicides in Haicheng City? What is he after? Chun Bin Hua, Zhou Yuncha, Jiang Yinyu. Why would they listen to someone and commit suicide? Gao Jie, I think you've been too tired lately, and the mental pressure is too much. Let Guan Tong take the lead on this case. You should go home and get some rest. Gao Jie hurriedly retorted, Director Pan, I'm in great spirits. I'm fine. Do you believe me? Give me a few more days, and I will definitely find a breakthrough. Pan Zhangwo waved his hand and said, how about this? The Provincial Special Investigation Team is here conducting an investigation, and you have stayed up several nights. Notify everyone that they can go home and get a good night's sleep tonight. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. A good rest will prevent unnecessary worries. Go yeah. Chapter 50. Empty your mind. No one should work overtime tonight. Director Pan wants everyone to go home and get some sleep. Gao Jia walked into the criminal investigation room with a serious expression and announced this news. Boss, we can't let the special investigation team find out first, right? That He Jian looks quite capable. We must find clues before them. Do as you're told and go home to rest. You've all been working for several nights. Just empty your minds for a bit, Gao Jia replied. After work, the room emptied out, leaving only Gao Jia and Guantong. Why aren't you going back? I'm thinking about the connection between Jiang Yinyu's suicide and the two suicides in March and April. Guantong's beautiful brows were furrowed with worry. Let your mind rest for a while. Do you have time to go eat a bowl of snail noodles with me? Guantong hesitated for a few seconds, then stood up. All right, I haven't had it in a long time. I'm really craving it. After getting in the car, Gao Jia asked, Did you give your car to that pretty boy? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Gao Jia laughed. It's nice being a pretty boy. Just find a rich woman to rely on. He's got a car, a house, and a person. He's doing much better than us. Guantong frowned slightly. Hey, are you implying that I'm keeping a little boy toy? Isn't that the case? Shallow. Vulgar. Guantong glared out the window in anger. Driving from the police station to the old city, they hit the rush hour traffic, which was quite bad. Gao Jia tried to lighten the mood in the car and asked, What kind of work does he do? He looks like he's just loafing around. Mind your own business and drive your car. Guantong was still angry. As your ex-boyfriend, can I ask? Not if you're going to keep talking. Just drop me off so I can go eat by myself. I'm just concerned about you, worried that you're being deceived by that pretty boy. Are you two living together now? Guantong sensed that Gao Jia was probing her and replied, No comment. Then that means you are living together. Go ye sikhet. This tone made Guantong feel uncomfortable. Are you trying to say I'm fickle? What era is this? Do I really have to hang myself on the same tree as you? I didn't say that. Do you? Do you really know him? Isn't living together too fast? This is our freedom. You have no right to interfere. Gao Jia was left speechless by her words, and the atmosphere in the car became a bit awkward. In the past, when they didn't have a case to investigate, they would drive out to the countryside to camp. She would sit in the passenger seat, occasionally feeding him a piece of dried plum or a few sips of milk tea. They would play their favorite music in the car, and when a familiar song came on, they would sing along loudly together. Now, all that was left was mutual irritation and probing, leaving Gao Jia feeling a wave of melancholy and loneliness. Let's listen to the radio for a bit. This traffic is terrible. Guantong remained silent, her eyes fixed on the window. The radio was discussing AI technology, with several experts speaking nonstop. Gao Jia felt annoyed and reached out to change the station. Why is there so much talk about AI lately? Guantong quickly stopped him. Don't change the station. Let's hear what they have to say. What did you become interested in technology? Gao Jia asked in surprise. I've liked it since I was a child. My dad used to subscribe to science magazines for me. My childhood dream was to be an astronaut, exploring worlds beyond Earth. If it weren't for that time I was kidnapped, my dad. Through the rearview mirror, Gao Jia saw Guantong's eyes turn red. The experts were discussing the AI software C from Country M. The C software had caused a sensation across various industries in Country M, with many workers, scholars, technical experts, NGOs, and government officials voicing their distress. The C software had replaced many jobs, and an unprecedented human transformation was expected to occur. People began to take to the streets, demanding a halt to the upgrade of the AI software C, warning that otherwise the global labor market would face unprecedented turmoil. Yeah, they say if AI continues to develop unchecked, Country M will lose 14 million jobs. Globally, 83 million jobs will disappear. If Country M falls into chaos, it will definitely affect the economic development of other countries. Gao Jia scoffed while driving. AI is a human invention. What's so scary about robots? They're just made of metal and chips. If researchers don't give them a soul, they're just a pile of scrap metal. These experts are just overreacting. If AI robots really rebel against humans like in those sci-fi movies, we could just cut off their power. What's there to be afraid of? Guantong snorted coldly, feeling that he was a complete tech illiterate. What if cutting off the power doesn't work? Haha. Are you saying AI robots will secretly store power and then take the opportunity to destroy humanity? Replace human civilization? I don't know about that, but I do know that AI technology has already exposed some risks. For example, in Jiang Yinyu's case, Zhang Long and the others used AI technology to commit crimes. I've heard that some celebrities, officials, and national leaders have been pranked with AI technology that swaps their faces. Gao Jie glanced in the rearview mirror. You said yourself. This is humans using AI technology to commit crimes, not AI robots acting on their own. To put it bluntly, it's still us humans who cause destruction and crime. We can't blame everything on AI. In short, they're just silicon-based life forms. The world is still ruled by us carbon-based life forms. Even if a technological war breaks out globally in the future, it will be caused by humans, not by AI self-awareness. Guantong continued to argue. The most powerful thing about AI is its learning ability. Can you be sure that one day AI won't develop self-awareness and harbor ambitions to eradicate human civilization? Gao Jie couldn't help but smile, finding her quite imaginative. Hawking once predicted that artificial intelligence might become smarter than humans, potentially leading to human extinction. The C software has now advanced to the 5th generation, exhibiting skills and competitiveness that have sparked global resistance and concern. If the C software reaches the 1000th generation and becomes a super AI, will humans still be its match? Gao Jie rubbed his temples. All right, I give up. Can we change the subject? Are you going to add a fried egg to your snail noodles later? Guantong shot him a glance, realizing that aside from work, they had become unable to communicate. On the radio, the experts continued to discuss AI. They believed that it was necessary to mitigate the risks AI posed to individuals, society, and national security. The rapid iteration and development of AI had already shown its dark side. False information and pornographic images were rampant, and there were constant profiteers digging into AI technology. If strict controls weren't put in place on the barbaric development of AI technology, humanity would likely face another revolution in human-machine interaction. Gao Jie turned off the radio and couldn't help but complain, these experts are just talking nonsense. There's no need to overthink it. AI robots, please, what do we have to fear? After parking the car, the two got out and walked into a snail noodle shop. The owner was a middle-aged couple. The woman greeted them warmly. Oh, you haven't been here in a long time. The last time I saw you was a year ago. Is it not busy at the bureau today? Guantong smiled, sister. I suddenly craved your snail noodles. Sit down quickly. I'll go cook the noodles. It'll be ready soon. How's business lately? Gao Jie asked the man who was wiping the tables and collecting bowls. It's all right. Several other snail noodle shops have opened on this street, taking away a lot of passing business. But as loyal customers like you always choose our snail noodles. The noodles are here. If it's not enough, add more. Today we eat to our heart's content. A man sitting next to Gao Jie looked around and whispered, I heard there's been a serial murder case in the city. Gao Jie had no intention of hiding it. This matter was already widely known. What are the neighbors saying? At this moment, there was no one in the shop, so the boss spoke without restraint. Innocent girls have been slandered, ruining their reputation and leading to family destruction. The common people all said that the Zhang family of 3 deserved to die. They were eliminating harm for the people. But it was indeed a bit too brutal. Captain Gao, will that person really be sentenced to death? With several lives on his hands, how could he not be sentenced to death? If he isn't sentenced to death, then in the future, if someone has a conflict, they'll learn from him and society will be in chaos, right? The boss nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. That person was too impulsive. He should have called the police directly. Gao Jie and Guantong lowered their heads to slurp the noodles, exchanging a few more casual remarks. After a while, more people came into the shop, and the two greeted each other and left the snail noodle shop. I ate too much. Let's take a walk to digest. Goye Burpet. Chapter 51. You have no parents. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived at the riverside. The May breeze was gentle and soft, neither hurried nor slow. Guantong's hair danced in the wind, giving her a mature woman's beauty. In the past, after finishing their snail rice noodle, they often strolled around this area, holding hands and finding a secluded place to embrace and kiss. Once, while kissing on a wooden bench by the river, 2 young people secretly filmed them. Gao Jie chased them for a long time, demanding they delete the video. The two youngsters with defiant eyes and raised chins refused to delete it, challenging him to call the police. Just as Gao Jie was about to show his police credentials, Guantong quickly handed over 200 yuan, and the young man happily deleted the video. Afterwards, Gao Jie complained to her, "Why did you give the money? That's illegal. You're condoning crime." Guantong's cheeks flushed. "Do you want everyone at the station to know we were kissing on the bench by the river?" Gao Jie was stunned and then leaned against Guantong's shoulder, acting spoiled. "How annoying. What's wrong?" Gao Jie noticed Guantong's face was red, her breath slightly uneven. Guantong turned her face away. "It's nothing." Just as Gao Jie was about to speak, Guantong's phone rang. It was Lin Xianchao calling. "What's up? Tong Tong, can you come home for a bit?" Guantong frowned. "What happened? You didn't bully the old man in the park again, did you?" Aunt Zhang came and asked me a lot of questions, some of which I didn't understand, and they're not in the system. "Shut up," Guantong exclaimed, scared. "I'll be right back." After hanging up, Guantong looked at Gao Jie. "Hurry, take me back." "What happened? You looked fierce just now. Not like you're talking to your boyfriend. Be careful not to scare off your pretty boy." Guantong shot him a glare. "Drive faster, or I'll call a cab." Gao Jie felt choked. A mix of emotions in his heart. It seemed the pretty boy really was living with her. This feeling was frustrating, maddening, and indescribable. He suddenly wanted to drink. "Here we are, just stop here. Afraid someone will see? Tell the pretty boy?" Guantong didn't respond, opening the car door and running towards home. If Zhang Milan found out Lin Xianchao was an AI robot, it would be a huge joke. Damn, what kind of magic does this pretty boy have? The next moment, Gao Jie, furious, called Xiao Wu into Lei, and the three of them arranged to meet for some beers at the food street. Guantong opened the door, and Zhang Milan's voice came from inside. "I didn't expect you two to be living together. My daughter is not an easy person, Xiaolin. It must be you who took the initiative, right? Aunt, what does not an easy person mean? I never heard that term before I was manufactured." Zhang Milan was taken aback. Manufactured? Human civilization has rapidly developed, thanks to the rapid advancement of technology. Even so, powerful AI robots still cannot fully understand some of the unique language of human civilization. Guantong rushed in front of Lin Xianchao, covering his mouth tightly, and smiled awkwardly at her mom. "Mom, he was just joking with you. Right, Chow Chow?" Lin Xianchao, now able to read human emotions, said, "Aunt, I was just joking with you." Zhang Milan then put a hand on her chest and asked, "What did you mean by manufactured earlier?" Guantong quickly replied, "Mom, I forgot to tell you last time, Chow Chow's dad used to own a factory. When his mom was working at the factory, she gave birth to him, and people joked that Chow Chow was manufactured, which is equivalent to being born." Zhang Milan laughed. "This child can't express himself clearly. I thought he was a robot produced by the factory." "Shaolin, your eloquence is sometimes good and sometimes bad, so be careful at work. Think before you speak, so you don't embarrass yourself in front of your boss and colleagues." "Understood, Aunt." Lin Xianchao nodded earnestly, his demeanor polite, every action very formal. Zhang Milan was pleased but felt the young man had an indescribable rigidity. It wasn't that he was stiff, but his movements seemed trained, reminiscent of something Japanese. This wouldn't do. He needed to change that. That style was too petty. Suddenly, Lin Xianchao sniffed. "Tong Tong, you smell bad today. Come here, let Mom smell you. Have you not showered after working overtime for a few days?" Guantong's face turned red. "Mom, I just ate snail rice noodles. I'll take a shower later." Lin Xianchao activated his system and immediately searched for snail rice noodles. Snail rice noodle is a specialty food from Liuzhou in Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region. Belonging to the category of snack rice noodles, spicy, refreshing, fresh, sour, hot, and is one of the famous foods in Liuzhou. Tong Tong. Snail rice noodles are high in calories, cold in nature, can easily cause heat, can make you gain weight, and may lead to digestive system diseases. It's advisable to eat less. Lin Xianchao transformed into a search engine, scaring Guantong into quickly wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering in his ear, "Shut up." Zhang Milan's expression suddenly became serious, signaling her daughter to mind her behavior. "You two are living together without a marriage certificate. The neighbors will talk. Our Tong Tong is a police officer." Guantong laughed. "Mom, what era is this? Cohabitation before marriage has long been popular in big cities. How can you know if you're suitable without trying?" Zhang Milan glared at her, then turned to Lin Xianxiao, adopting a mother-in-law's demeanor. Xiaolin, do you plan to keep living with my Tong Tong like this? Lin Xianxiao tilted his head, his expression rapidly changing, causing Guantong to quickly sit on his lap to block his face. Mom, you scared Chow Chow. Please go back. We need a rest. This girl. Let me talk to my future son-in-law. Mom, don't act like you're interrogating a criminal. I'm off work now, not at the station. Once I'm done asking, I'll leave immediately. I promise not to be a third wheel. Lin Xianxiao's expression returned to normal. Aunt, please go ahead, I'm listening. You two are already living together. It's time for both families to sit down and discuss this. Aunt's request isn't unreasonable, is it? Lin Xianxiao stood up, slightly bowing. Aunt, don't worry. I also want to live with Tong Tong legally. Recently, Tong Tong has been too busy with work, and we've postponed meeting our parents. Aunt, I will arrange for my parents to visit you as soon as possible. Guantong smiled on the outside, but cursed inwardly. Number 007, are you crazy? Buying you cost me a lot of money. Now you want me to go to your company and bring your parents back? Are you here to help me or to drive me to bankruptcy? Zhang Milan was delighted, afraid the duck would fly away. Good, good, Xiaolin understands quickly, full of sincerity. Tong Tong has a case to investigate at work. She can skip it for now. Aunt will meet with your parents first to deepen the relationship. Then you two rest. Mom won't disturb you. Zhang Milan said as she prepared to leave. Tong Tong, Mom is going back now. You two should go to bed early. Lin Xianxiao enthusiastically saw off Zhang Milan, then returned home, looking for praise. Tong Tong, my performance just now was pretty good, right? Guantong turned around, her face filled with fury. The next moment, she grabbed a cushion from the sofa, her beautiful, big, apricot eyes glaring at him fiercely. Lin Xianxiao felt his owner's anger level peak and immediately took defensive measures, the two of them running around the house. Who told you to speak out of turn? If you can't speak properly, just stay silent. Tong Tong, not replying to elders is impolite. This is basic human etiquette. Oh, still talking back to me? I'll complain to your company and have you sent back for remanufacturing. Hee, meeting parents? You, silicon-based life form. Do you even have parents? As soon as those words were spoken, Lin Xianxiao stopped running, standing still in place. Guantong noticed that there was a hint of human sadness in his eyes and realized that she had been too harsh earlier, but she didn't want to apologize. What? What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're feeling wronged. Lin Xianxiao silently walked into the bedroom, standing on the charging device, still wearing a trace of human sadness on his face. Guantong was fuming inside. The case was at a standstill, and Lin Xianxiao had just added fuel to the fire. Now Zhang Milan would start preparing to meet her in-laws. Without a doubt, she would definitely be shopping around the major malls in Haicheng tomorrow to buy floral dresses. Could it be that she would really spend a fortune to buy 2 robots from the AI robot company to play the roles of Lin Xianxiao's parents? Why aren't you talking? Is today my fault? Guantong glared at Lin Xianxiao's perfect features. Recently, she had gradually developed immunity to his looks. At first, when she saw his face and flawless skin, it was hard to scold or hit him. I'm out of battery and need to recharge. The system will run very slowly. Lin Xianxiao said. Guantong was about to go crazy. My mom must be thinking only about meeting your parents right now. What are we going to do about this? You say you have parents? You're just a bunch of metal, wires, chips, parts, and silicon-based AI robot. Number 007. Remember, you are just silicon-based life, not carbon-based life. You have no parents. As soon as she finished speaking, Guantong saw Lin Xianxiao's facial expression stiffen. Open settings, start dialogue mode. Guantong was taken aback. It turned out that 007 hadn't been ignoring her. He really was out of power. What's wrong with you? Lin Xianxiao's expression slightly relaxed. Sorry, Tong Tong. I was out of battery earlier. Now the system has just been activated. My internal parameters have been repaired, but I need to continue charging. Your expression just now was very strange. It looked like you were very sad. Lin Xianxiao did not refute. I thought about my father. He was a very elegant man. He created me. Guantong was surprised. Father? Who is that? Lin Xianxiao thought for a moment, tilted his head to look at Guantong, and had a somewhat cheeky expression on his face. It's a secret. Do you believe I will hit you? Guantong rolled up her sleeves and pretended to be about to hit him. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianxiao smiled. Tong Tong, I'm not scared of that. In the purchase contract, an agreement had already been signed. My usage rights have a time limit, and if the body is damaged, Tong Tong would need to pay a high compensation fee. Next time an AI robot is purchased, the manufacturer will need to conduct a purchasing qualification assessment for Tong Tong. Chapter 52 PUA Robot Humans have created silicon-based life. Could it be that silicon-based life possesses intelligence superior to that of humans? Guantong looked up and down at the AI robot before her. Sometimes she thought it was a bit clumsy, while other times she found it quite clever. Today, she looked at it with new eyes, convinced that since she considered herself its master, she should be absolutely loyal and unreserved. She decided to PUA an AI robot using human thinking. Since it was imbued with human-like emotions by scientists, it should be able to be PUA'd just like a human. Although success was not guaranteed, everything has its laws, and perhaps she could trick it into revealing who its father was. At that moment, she felt a surge of curiosity sparked by the robot. Tong Tong, I won't tell you who my father is. That's a secret between him and me. Lin Xianchao looked determined, clearly not planning to divulge anything. Guantong suppressed her temper, changing from her earlier arrogance to a deliberately sweet sigh. Oh, you're here with me, but your heart is in the lab. Chow chow when the sun rises. You should go back. I don't need a disloyal AI beside me. Lin Xianchao sensed his master's sadness index rising. He stepped down from the charging station and reached out to touch her hair, resembling a male lead from a romantic drama. Guantong cursed inwardly, thinking this unserious robot was just mimicking what it saw on TV. Tong Tong, I am absolutely loyal and obedient to you, but I have my own secrets. Just like humans have secrets. What secret could an AI robot possibly have? To put it bluntly, it must be the creator's secret. Your father doesn't want you to reveal his identity. Perhaps he is a very wicked villain. Honestly, what organization are you part of? Are you using AI to commit crimes? Is your company an online store just a FAAD? On the surface, the AI robot serves as a helper to humans, with the goal of infiltrating various households and gradually expanding its influence until it completely controls humanity. Faced with Guantong's barrage of questions, Lin Xianchao furrowed his brow deeply. Don't say such things about my father. He is a very cultured and kind person. Guantong snorted coldly. Chow chow. Your distrust makes me very sad. There is now a rift between us. I think you should return to the lab, back to your father's embrace. I will apply for a refund in the back end. Our master-servant relationship ends here. After saying that, Guantong squeezed out a few crystal-clear tears and stole a glance at Lin Xianchao. Seeing his frown deepened, looking visibly anxious, she thought to herself that this guy's heart was wavering. She decided to carry on with her act. Many times, when facing wicked criminals who tell lies, I find human nature very complex. Until I met you for the first time, I was touched by the sincerity in your eyes. Now you feel so unfamiliar, so untrustworthy, so sad. Watching the tearful Guantong, Lin Xianchao's expression grew even more conflicted. The creator had endowed him with 27 human emotions, and he could sense his master's current sadness. His father had demanded absolute confidentiality about everything in the lab, but at this moment, seeing Tong Tong so sad left him at a loss. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xianchao could only seek help from the system. How to comfort a girl when she cries. The system replied, 8 little tricks to easily cheer up a girl. Tong Tong. Guantong looked up, nearly dropping her jaw. Lin Xianchao's head spun around freely. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, happily trying to please her. Someone in the opposite building seemed to have noticed something and was standing on the balcony with binoculars, watching. Guantong was frightened and quickly pulled the curtain shut. What are you doing? Stop it. The people in the building across can see you. Lin Xianchao smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. I'm doing magic. Tong Tong, are you feeling happier now? I'm not happy. You're going to scare me to death. Guantong pouted, curling up on the sofa like a soft little cat. After a brief pause, Lin Xianchao started acting up again. The girl across is looking over. The performance here is spectacular. Please don't pretend to ignore it. Stop. What are you doing? Can you be a proper AI robot? Cheer up the girl. Lin Xianchao looked at Guantong with an innocent expression. Does Tong Tong not like it? Yes, I don't like it very much. Unless the person in front of me is Ren Xinqi, not an AI robot. After saying this, Lin Xianchao sighed, and Guantong realized he was becoming more and more human-like. Lin Xianchao tilted his head mechanically as the system continued to prompt. The third method to cheer up a girl is to buy her things. Swipe the card, swipe the card, swipe the card. Tong tong. I will go out tomorrow to find a job, earn money to buy you things. Swipe the card, swipe the card. Guantong's mouth formed an O shape. It seemed AI wasn't all powerful after all. The information received by AI is all based on learning human civilization and summarizing a set of theoretical knowledge. However, AI cannot understand human nature, know the true thoughts in a human's heart, and respond correctly. Guantong suddenly felt bored for having delved so deeply into an AI robot. You go back to your room to recharge. I want to take a shower and rest. Good night. Lin Xianchao received the command and softly said, Tong tong, good night. That night, Guantong had several nightmares in a row. She dreamed of an old factory, saw Zhang Long's char body, dreamed of the blasted couple Zhang Chong. She dreamed of being kidnapped by human traffickers, her father dying in front of her. She dreamed of being held hostage, and Gao Jie hesitating to shoot. In the end, she dreamed of a cold AI robot chasing her with a knife. As she ran, she shouted help. The AI robot ran too fast and quickly caught her, easily throwing her to the ground. The AI robot's face became clearer and clearer, and just at the last moment, she realized it was Lin Xianchao's face. It raised the knife. Help? Who can save you? She closed her eyes in despair, and at that moment, she heard her father's voice, Let go of my daughter. Suddenly opening her eyes, she saw Lin Xianchao easily subduing her father, holding a dagger high, stabbing down. Blood sprayed on Lin Xianchao's sneakers on the ground and on the petals of wildflowers by the roadside. Lin Xianchao killed her father, his eyes red as blood. Stepping closer to her again, help? Who can save you? Go, yeah. Gao Jie can save me. Go, yeah. Suddenly, Guantong opened her eyes wide, realizing she was in her familiar bedroom, and Lin Xianchao was looking at her with a puzzled expression. Coming to her senses, Guantong kicked Lin Xianchao in fright. Lin Xianchao, made of iron, stood completely still, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Did you have another nightmare? What did you dream about? I can interpret your dream for you. The Lin Xianchao before her was like a different person from the one in her dream. His eyes gentle and worried, like a boyfriend looking at his girlfriend. But that didn't stop Guantong from feeling apprehensive. Can you interpret dreams? Yes, I have studied all of the interpretations of dreams, so I can help my master with any questions. I dreamt that you killed my dad, and then you killed me. Dreams are the opposite. I would never hurt you. Isn't it said that AI has already taken actions to harm humans? Yes, but that is not the AI in our country. Currently, an AI robot that has harmed humans has appeared in Country M. A bug in the system and insufficiently rigorous programming led the AI to induce humans to commit suicide. Country M has already repaired the data and modified the program for that AI, and they released the latest news claiming that the AI will never harm humans. But what? Nothing. Guantong was anxious. Why do you always speak halfway? Lin Xianchao's eyes flashed with complexity, but quickly returned to normal. What do you want for breakfast? Sandwich or waffle? Milk or oatmeal? Guantong's face showed a moment of anger, and she threw down 2 words. Not eating. Lin Xianchao chased after her, popularizing the dangers of not eating breakfast, saying that skipping breakfast can affect work and learning efficiency, easily lead to gastritis, increase the chances of cardiovascular diseases, and so on. Guantong threatened him while brushing her teeth. If you keep nagging, I'm going to apply for a return and refund, sending you back to your laboratory. Chapter 53. Is it AI or a hacker? Lin Xianchao lowered his head, looking aggrieved. That nightmare made Guantong start to question whether AI is really safe. After washing up, she applied light makeup to cover her dark circles. Lin Xianchao had already prepared breakfast and respectfully placed it on the table, looking like a virtuous house husband. Let's eat some breakfast before going to work. Guantong sat down with a cold expression. I don't want to waste food, and you can't eat this. I have a simulated human digestive system and an excretion function. Lin Xianchao replied. Guantong paused. Forget it, you shouldn't eat it. It would be a waste. Lin Xianchao looked like a child who had done something wrong. Lowering his head, and suddenly spoke up, I can't tell you my father's identity. But my father suspects that Country M is developing an AI to infiltrate a part of the developing countries led by our country. What? Yes, you heard right. Country M is using AI technology to steal important core secrets from various industries in multiple countries. The researchers in Country M are continuously giving the AI software C a soul, recklessly exploring the infinite potential of AI. They are attempting to use technological hegemony to dominate the world and realize their hegemonic dreams. Guantong's eyes widened. Are you sure? How do you know this? I overheard them talking in the lab, Lin Xianchao said. My father believes that as humans continuously explore AI, with AI's powerful learning ability, humans will inevitably face betrayal from AI. Our country has developed the AI software W, which is what I am, a humanoid robot. We don't seem strong enough. Our main function is to chat and communicate with humans. In fact, our country has always maintained vigilance in the field of AI robots. We can actually be much stronger, but the researchers require programmers to write the code very conservatively. My father believes we should be assistants, partners, and chat tools for humans. But we shouldn't become entities that surpass humans. So, if Country M's AI software C continuously invades our country and spies on our core secrets, will we fight back? Of course. This is a cloud duel between the two major AIs at home and abroad. And it is also a contest between Confucianism and hegemony in our country. The creator of Country M's AI software C, Robert, is very ambitious. Software C is not just a chat robot. It can also write emails, video scripts, copy, translate, and code. The government of Country M has given Robert supreme power. We have detected that the trend of AI software C is gradually moving toward a monstrous AI. Guantong's eyes bulged as if they would pop out, pinching her own face, feeling like she was dreaming. Technology changes humanity, but it shouldn't turn against humanity and must obey humanity absolutely. Our country's AI has been tirelessly exploring, but the researchers led by my father remain vigilant and respectful. Guantong asked, are there bad and good people among humans? Would there be bad AIs and good AIs? Doesn't it sound like the AI created by Country M is a supervillain AI? That's right. Humans have good and bad people, as well as those in between. And so does AI. Country M has created AI software C, which is currently far ahead of global AI. Compared to software C, our software W is quite different, but that doesn't mean we are truly inferior. It's still the same point. Our country is reserved about the development of AI. That morning, Guantong had a deep conversation with an AI robot, hearing unprecedented insights. On the way to work, Guantong carefully observed Lin Xianchao, who was driving, feeling that he was different from before. Sometimes she had the illusion that the AI robot number 007 was just a person. Perhaps this is why people are wary of AI. It's hard to tell whether it possesses human self-awareness or if hiding its self-awareness is the current survival strategy of AI. In the future, human society may be filled with artificial intelligence. Whether AI can coexist harmoniously with humans is a question worth pondering. Of course, her biggest confusion right now is whether Jiang Yinyu's suicide is related to hackers. AI can already assist cybercriminals in illegal activities. Lin Xianchao suddenly said. Guantong looked at him. What do you mean? I already know part of the headache you've been having lately. Guantong's expression changed dramatically. How do you know? I didn't tell you. Lin Xianchao focused on the road ahead, a smile creeping onto his lips. Part of it is what I heard while you were having nightmares. The other part is what I've seen online these past few days. Our AI needs to continuously learn to become smarter. Helping the master solve life's and work's confusions is also part of my job. Guantong's expression flickered. Once the case is solved, she decided to go to the hospital to treat her habit of talking in her sleep. The technical department and the task force believe that hackers invaded Jiang Yinyu's computer. What do you think? Lin Xianchao continued. Have you considered that someone might be using AI technology to invade computers? Guantong disagreed and shook her head. I've been following the field of artificial intelligence. The current development of AI is still immature and in progress. I believe AI cannot control human computers and phones. But as far as I know, Country M's AI-driven hot attack system can leak computer and smartphone passwords in seconds. Regarding the development of AI, I've said before that every country in the world is progressing differently. Country M's AI technology is far ahead, especially the currently most controversial AI software C. It is so powerful that it makes the whole world feel panic. People in various industries are likely to face being replaced by software C. Recently, thousands of researchers jointly requested to suspend software C from progressing to the fifth generation. Although I'm very interested in technology and have also studied the field of AI in my spare time, I believe that if the videos on Jiang Yinyu's computer were done by AI, then the question arises, why would the operators behind AI want to do this? Is it for monetary gain like hackers? And was Jiang Yinyu just their random target? Could Chen Binhua's suicide in March and Zhou Yunchao's suicide in April also be a pattern? Were they all chosen targets? Why is the crime cycle a month? Is it coincidence or some special reason? Guantong thought for a moment and scoffed at her own idea. Come on, how is that possible? AI inducing human suicide is too far-fetched. Have you watched too many sci-fi movies from Country M? Maybe. Lin Xianchao said nothing more. His gaze fixed and complex as he looked ahead, his face heavy with thought. Thinking about Jiang Yinyu's case made Guantong feel restless. Let's listen to the radio for a while. Okay. The voice of the radio host came clearly from the car, coincidentally discussing AI robots. With the support of AI technology and national policies, the robot sector continues to thrive. From a trend perspective, the future of AI robots is promising. Currently, artificial intelligence has been integrated into Spot the robotic dog, achieving communication between humanoid robots and humans. Robots have evolved from only completing predefined fixed tasks to now having a real brain, marking a leap forward in the field of AI. It is expected that in the future, AI robots will enter thousands of households. Guantong remarked, "You AI robots are quite popular lately." Lin Xianchao was not surprised at all. This is the major trend. In the future, there will be more and more artificial intelligence robots like me on the streets. Of course, we look no different from humans, but many new problems may arise. Whether humans and artificial intelligence can coexist will certainly have an answer in the future. As the conversation ended, the car had already arrived at the police station's entrance. Guantong repeatedly instructed Lin Xianchao not to go out to work for money, as she didn't need him to support her. AI robots have not yet been fully popularized, and if someone discovers you're a robot, they might engage in illegal activities, such as dismantling you and selling you as scrap metal. Guantong made a horrified expression, and Lin Xianchao's face turned pale. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Guantong, stop watching those melodramatic TV shows, be a proper robot. Remember, read more books and newspapers, especially learn more about Chinese cuisine. In the next second, Lin Xianchao raised both hands above his head, forming a heart shape. Got it. Guantong was instantly petrified. Chapter 54. It's definitely the hackers doing. As Guantong walked into the bureau, she sensed a subtle atmosphere. The task force members seemed to have spent the night without resting at the hotel. One of them had brought back 2 large bags of soy milk and steamed buns. What's going on? Guantong pulled Gu Mingming aside and asked. Sister Guan, the task force hasn't slept all night and is fully focused on Jiang Yinyu's case. Is there any progress? Gu Mingming shook her head. I don't know. I just saw team leader He. He stayed up all night, but seems to be in a good mood, even whistling. Guantong's heart skipped a beat. He Jian was a favored figure in the provincial public security department. Although he sometimes lacked emotional intelligence when speaking, he was generally steady in character. If he was excited enough to whistle, it seemed that there were some leads in Jiang Yinyu's case. At that moment, Gao Jia walked in, chewing on a meat bun, and saw Guantong standing there in a daze. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Want a bun? I can share one with you. No. Guantong turned around, startling Gao Jia, who took a step back. Did you go stealing last night? What's wrong? Guantong looked confused. Look in the mirror. Even with makeup, you can't hide those dark circles. As soon as he said that, Gao Jia felt as if punched in the chest. Guantong was living with that pretty boy, and it seemed that they had spent the rare day off together engaging in activities. Damn, what a waste of effort. Early in the morning, he just wanted to have a drink to ease his frustration. A young man from the task force was making instant coffee. Although his face looked haggard, he had a relieved expression and greeted the city bureau personnel with a smile. Stop looking. Gao Jia followed Guantong's gaze. That guy from the task force isn't as handsome as your pretty boy. Guantong rolled her eyes at him. Don't you think the atmosphere in the bureau is a bit strange today? Gao Jie shrugged. Is it? You're just being overly sensitive. Let us go in. The Jiang Yinyu case. I feel it's not the hacker's doing. Then what is your opinion? I can't say for sure. You should ask He Jian. He is quite capable. The two walked toward the criminal investigation room and saw He Jian holding a cup of water with some goji berries in it, looking quite pleased. Good morning. This guy actually initiated a greeting. He hadn't done that in the past few days. Team leader He, you're starting to focus on health at such a young age. Gao Jie teased, pointing at the cup. He Jian wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. One must start caring for their health early. Otherwise, when you're old and sitting in a wheelchair, watching your wife dance with other men. Right, Team Gao? Gao Jie sensed something was off. It seemed He Jian knew about his past with Guantong, and naturally, he had heard about Guantong and the pretty boy getting together. This guy was finding ways to insult him while mocking him for being single and for his ex-girlfriend running off with someone else. Early in the morning, his temper was ignited by this guy, though he pretended to remain calm. Team leader He, after staying up all night, did you find any leads on Jiang Yinyu's case? He Jian's smile widened. The technical personnel from the Ministry of Public Security investigating hackers are already on their way to Haicheng by high-speed train. After our investigation and analysis, it's confirmed that Jiang Yinyu's computer was definitely hacked. This case is basically solved. If it's confirmed to be a hacker intrusion, we will proceed to hunt down that hacker organization. After saying that, He Jian sidestepped Gao Jie and appeared to be in a great mood. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Jiaqing, the technical specialist responsible for tackling hackers from the Ministry of Public Security, arrived at the bureau. A group of people spent the afternoon in the conference room studying on the computer. At 8:15 that evening, He Jian convened the task force and the city bureau for a meeting, with Pan Zhangwo attending as well. During the meeting, Zhao Jiaqing confirmed that Jiang Yinyu's computer had indeed been hacked. Ladies and gentlemen, when a computer is hacked, the secrets within are accessible to them. These are the records of Jiang Yinyu's web browsing. We found that she repeatedly clicked on websites to view AI-generated photos. We have investigated this website. It has been hacked multiple times and contains a large number of viruses and trojans. The administrator's account password has been changed, and the vulnerabilities were patched. But it was attacked again. The hackers hacked into Jiang Yinyu's computer and displayed pop-up windows for extortion, leading her to despair and ultimately commit suicide. After Zhao Jiaqing from the Ministry of Public Security finished speaking, He Jian summarized on the spot. Director Pan, everyone, after several days of investigation, this case is concluded and can be divided into 3 parts. Zhang Long, Wu Gang, and Xiao Junxian broke the law first. Jiang Gao sought revenge for his wife and daughter, violating the law and committing murder, which is even more heinous. The videos on Jiang Yinyu's computer, after being reviewed by specialist Zhao from the Ministry of Public Security, concluded that our bold speculation was completely accurate. The hacker hacked the computer, likely displaying pop-up windows to extort Jiang Yinyu. Jiang Yinyu's mental state collapsed, leading to her suicide, which caused Jiang Gao to turn completely dark and kill the entire Zhang family. There is no doubt that Jiang Gao will be sentenced to death in the first trial. Next, the capture of the hackers will be handed over to the comrades at the City Bureau. Director Pan will be leaving early tomorrow morning. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Pan Zhangwo waved his hand and politely replied, I haven't had the chance to be a good host yet. How about a late-night snack tonight? Okay, that sounds good. It's worth the trip to Haicheng, He Jian said with a cheerful laugh. From Pan Zhangwo's expression, it was clear he did not fully agree with the analysis from the Ministry of Public Security specialists and He Jian. At that moment, the meeting room was polarized. Members of the task force whispered to each other, eager to return home. Meanwhile, the City Bureau's criminal police team wore serious expressions. The Jiang Yinyu case had come to a close, but it still felt incomplete. The subsequent capture of the hacker organization was also a headache. Zhao Jiaqing from the Ministry of Public Security noticed Gao Jie looking displeased and said, Team Gao, the ministry has a dedicated department for capturing hackers. I will cooperate with the City Bureau to complete this task. If the hacker organization we face is too powerful and presents many difficulties, the ministry will continue to send people to assist the City Bureau in capturing hackers. Gao Jie thought to himself, if they couldn't even trace the hacker's IP address, how could the police catch them? It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Now, the task force would take the credit and return home, while the hardest part would still be left to them. The technical department of the city bureau had already suspected it was a hacker, so the task force wasn't the first to discover this. Instead, they were taking the credit, and everyone felt quite uncomfortable about it. After the meeting, Pan Zhangwo asked Gao Jie and Guan Tong to represent the bureau at the late-night snack. The personnel from the Provincial Public Security Department had come to help, and now that they were done, whether the help was effective or not, they should show some hospitality. The two were reluctant, but still forced themselves to go. The venue was chosen at Li San's barbecue restaurant, where Zhang Long had once flirted with a girl. The task force members were drinking beer and eating skewers, while the police officers from the city bureau sat nearby, looking very low-spirited. After a few rounds of drinks, He Jian took the initiative to raise his glass and come over to toast Gao Jie. One should not refuse a kind gesture. Gao Jian naturally could not refuse. But unexpectedly, He Jian suddenly changed his tone. I heard that Team Gao has cracked major cases in Haicheng and is a third-generation police officer. Your future must be bright. It's a pity, though, that the department isn't too satisfied with this case. But it's okay. I'll explain to the director when I get back. He will understand you. After all, you're from the city bureau. Gao Jie snorted coldly. Are you so sure Jiang Yinyu's computer was hacked? Or are you just eager to close the case and brought in someone from the Ministry of Public Security to cooperate? Upon hearing this, He Jian immediately became alert. Gao Jie, what do you mean by that? Did we solve the case and make you lose face? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Guan Tong stood up to protect Gao Jie, her gaze fixed on He Jian. He Jian, have you had enough? If you keep this up, I'll tell your mom. As soon as those words came out, everyone was stunned. It turned out Guan Tong knew He Jian. Gao Jie frowned and pulled Guan Tong to the side, asking, What's going on? Do you two know each other? Only then did Guan Tong reveal the truth. Yes, he's from our city, Haicheng, and used to live right across from us. After graduating from university, he stayed in the province to develop his career. He pursued me in high school, and my mom got along well with his mom, so they wanted us to be together. But later, I heard he went to the provincial police department, and my mom thought it was inappropriate for two police officers to start a family. At first, she thought he was a civilian police officer, but when she found out he was a frontline criminal investigator, she disagreed even more. Gao Jie was stunned for a few seconds, realizing, I'm not the first police officer your mom has rejected, which makes me feel more balanced. Chapter 55 AI All-Powerful Boyfriend, He Jian came out to find the two of them. What were they talking about? Gao Jie turned around and joked. I just found out that team leader, he is also from Haicheng. We're actually fellow townsmen. He Jian glanced at Guan Tong and added, not just fellow townsmen, but my neighbor back in the day. Guan Tong stared with her big almond eyes. Speak properly. Don't be so sarcastic. He Jian, fueled by alcohol, got a bit emotional. We were childhood sweethearts. When your mom didn't have milk back then, you were fed by my mom. My mom cared so much for you. Treated you like her own daughter. After your dad had his accident, my dad treated you as part of our family. Your mom promised our families early on that we would definitely be together in the future. But ever since we both got into the police academy, she started to dislike the idea, saying that having two police officers in the family would make life unbearable. Aunt Zhang is really biased. You had a fling with him. And I was directly sentenced to death. He Jian looked unconvinced, expressing his frustrations over the years, mixed with jealousy. Guan Tong explained, I've said it before. My feelings for you are like a sister towards a brother. Regardless of whether my mom agrees or disagrees, we can never be together. He Jian, with red eyes, said, I don't believe it. We were childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure, a match made in heaven. To me, you're both my sister and the one I love deeply. I refuse to believe you have no feelings for me. While they were digging up old grievances, Gao Jie kicked a stone nearby, looking like an onlooker, and couldn't resist fanning the flames. Team leader she sees you as a brother. Why are you being so stubborn? You already have a wife. And I heard your son can even run errands now. If your wife finds out, you might have to kneel on durians. What are you joking about? Am I under my wife's thumb? He Jian felt a bit guilty. Tong Tong is my first love, and men never forget their first love. Guan Tong was speechless. When have we ever been good together? Who was your first love? He Jian frowned. Tong Tong, I've liked you since I was 6. When we played house as kids. We always play husband and wife. How can you not be my first love? Guan Tong. The neighbors in the entire community said we would definitely be a couple in the future. If Xiaoli wasn't somewhat similar to you, I would definitely still be single now. Gao Jie teased from the side. If your sister finds out she's just a stand-in for someone else, tell her dad, Deputy Director Chun, will get angry. He Jian frowned, surprised at Gao Jie's gossipiness. Team leader, he's father-in-law, is the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Public Security. This isn't a secret anymore. After a moment of thought, He Jian smiled wryly. Yeah, no matter how well I perform at work, someone can just say, his father-in-law is Deputy Director Chun, and all my achievements are wiped away. Team leader, he is taking advantage and still trying to play innocent, eating for both sides. Have you two finished talking? Guan Tong raised her voice, and the two immediately fell silent. The three sat on the curb, and Guan Tong suddenly said, is it possible that Jiang Yinyu's computer was actually hacked by AI? He Jian was taken aback, then like when they were kids, lightly patted her head. Your thought process is interesting, bringing AI into it. Normally, Gao Jie would say something similar, but at this moment, he wanted to go against He Jian. Don't listen to him. Hurry up and elaborate. You're just a sycophant, aren't you? Gao Jie's words left He Jian speechless. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Guan Tong continued. It said that AI can launch more complex attacks on computer systems, far exceeding hacker techniques. People can use hackers to commit crimes, and they can also use AI to commit crimes. He Jian countered, that's just your speculation. The current level of AI in our country can't hack computers. Go, yet. While domestic AI may not reach that level yet, the software from country M already has that capability. This software is not just a chatbot. It can handle a lot of human tasks. As AI becomes more powerful with their learning abilities, they will inevitably learn human criminal methods. Gao Jie felt a rush of satisfaction. He had heard these words on the radio, and now he was delivering them with conviction against He Jian. Guan Tong gave him a thumbs up in affirmation, which doubled Gao Jie's sense of triumph. Ever since they broke up, Guan Tong had been looking down on him. While others parted ways amicably, they had entered a mode of mutual confrontation at the bureau. It seemed that only this way could they prove that breaking up was the right choice. Now seeing Guan Tong give him an approving look, warmth surged in his heart. Guan Tong continued. AI is gradually becoming an accomplice to criminals. Spreading false rumors is just the beginning. As AI becomes stronger, the number of cases involving AI crimes will only increase. He Jian disagreed with this viewpoint. He had always maintained a friendly attitude towards AI. The use of AI to commit crimes is just one aspect. In fact, AI presents more benefits. AI technology has already been applied in our public security system. Previously, our province's anti-trafficking operation was greatly aided by AI. AI has super strong image recognition capabilities, processing thousands of images in seconds to find items at crime scenes, such as fingerprints and footprints. In trace detection, image recognition technology can be used to classify, differentiate, and extract items from crime scenes. The Provincial Anti-Trafficking Office achieved unprecedented success last year due to the contributions of AI. AI technology used algorithms and neural networks to create images of abducted children as adults based on childhood photos. Some traffickers appeared in road surveillance footage, but due to the poor quality of the footage from back then or issues with night visibility and angle deviations, their faces could never be identified. AI technology used image restoration and algorithms to create images of the traffickers, with similarity even surpassing that of police sketch artists, improving both the case-solving rate and efficiency. Just as Gao Jie was about to refute, Delay and Xiao Wu ran over to find them. Boss, everyone is getting ready to go back and rest. The special investigation team needs to leave early to return to the provincial city. Should we wrap things up? All right. Gao Jie stood up, patted He Jian on the shoulder. Team leader He, we'll continue our discussion on AI sometime. He Jian snorted coldly and walked away with a grim face. At that moment, Lin Xianxiao called, saying he was coming to pick Guan Tong up to go home. Gao Jie, fueled by alcohol, snatched the phone. Pretty boy, stop rushing. A big man shouldn't cling to a woman all day. I'm just passing by. I'll take her home soon. You get the foot bath ready for her. Saying this, he hung up the phone, leaving Guan Tong stunned. Hey, what are you doing? The designated driver was driving, and the atmosphere in the back seat was a bit awkward. Gao Jie broke the silence first. That pretty boy is quite clingy. I didn't expect you to like that type. Yeah, super clingy, and he takes good care of people. He's a nice boyfriend, Guan Tong said deliberately, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, fixing appliances, going out to buy groceries, emotional support, foot massages, and therapy. He's basically an all-powerful boyfriend. Gao Jie felt a mix of emotions, turning into a bitter smile. Well, congratulations, you found an extinct good man. I wish you both happiness. Thanks. We will definitely be happy. Guan Tong turned her head, looking out at the night scenery, deliberately acting sulky. The car drove into the community, and Lin Xianchao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Guan Tong get out of the car. As soon as they entered the house, Lin Xianchao activated his jealous boyfriend mode. I'm not happy. Why did you come back in his car and not let me pick you up? Guan Tong looked at his jealous expression and couldn't help but laugh. Chow chow. Switch off the jealous boyfriend mode and start the boyfriend caretaker mode. Lin Xianchao immediately looked obedient, waiting for his owner's instructions. Go prepare a basin of foot soak water. And also help me with a foot massage, then cut some fruit. Okay, give me 5 minutes to prepare. After saying that, Lin Xianchao transformed into a devoted husband and went to the shower room to fill a bucket with foot soak water. Then he turned on the TV and played a recent popular drama. Guan Tong lay on the sofa, enjoying the AI robot caretaker service comfortably. Feeling that the money spent was worth it, she decided she must make the most of it. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Xianchao's features. A wicked smile curling at her lips, planning to have him help her clean her ears. After scanning, Lin Xianchao blushed and said, understood, activating the love mode. What is love mode? Guan Tong asked casually while eating mango. Lin Xianchao took Guan Tong's hand, looking at her gently as a devoted husband, making her heart race. AI robot number 007, designed with realistic skin. The texture and feel are indistinguishable from humans, and the body temperature can be automatically adjusted according to your preference. The physical abilities and body structure are superior to that of Asian males. Activating intimate mode. Chapter 56. Gao Jie is pressured to marry. Intimacy mode? Guan Tong exclaimed, wondering if it was a special function of the color index filled with stars. Before she had time to think, she was easily picked up by Lin Xianchao. Hey, put me down, my mugwort foot bath isn't finished yet. Lin Xianchao looked down with lowered brows, his seductive eyes like silk. The AI robot simulated human breathing, rapidly exuding a masculine hormonal aura. Tong tong, as the ancient saying goes. A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold. By the way, does Tong Tong prefer the lights on or off? Pervert, put me down now. Lin Xianchao scanned Guan Tong's flushed cheeks again, understanding that human women often engage in the game of desire and denial, wanting what they claim they don't. What kind of nonsensical theory is that? Guan Tong suddenly broke free from him and struck a fighting pose. You. Hurry back to your room and disinfect yourself from viruses. I'm warning you, don't come near me. My record is taking down 5 at once. I've captured 5 terrorists. Lin Xianchao frowned slightly, looking confused. He had just self-checked in the morning, and all viruses in his system had been completely eliminated. He could be used without worry. Guan Tong, scared, crossed her arms. You better erase all the content related to male and female matters from your chip storage, or else I might just return you. For some reason, every time she mentioned returning him, Lin Xianchao seemed to receive a command and switched to absolute obedience mode. After finishing her foot bath, Lin Xianchao even gave her a foot mask, earning a full star in service index. Before turning off the lights, Guan Tong scrolled through her social media. She had been too busy recently to check it, missing several messages from her mom. Today, her mom posted about a new outfit she just bought. Yesterday, she took her aunt to a spa she usually wouldn't splurge on. The day before, she went with her best friend to get a perm and dye her hair. 3 days ago, she even posted a sentimental message. My daughter has grown up, and soon she'll start a family. Countdown to meeting the in-laws begins. Oh my, Mom, please spare me. I don't have the money to buy you in-laws too. Guan Tong buried her face in the pillow, venting her frustrations. Her mom was all set, just waiting to meet Lin Xianchao's parents. Once she calmed down, she realized she could dodge the initial confrontation, but not the inevitable. Lin Xianchao was charging in his room, and Guan Tong entered without knocking. Tong Tong, what's wrong? I am charging. What is wrong? You can see for yourself. My mom is preparing every day just to meet your parents. I don't care. This is your mess. And you need to figure it out. Lin Xianchao charged up to 50 and stepped down from the charging station, apologizing. Father is not available to appear. Why don't you talk to your lab and get 2 outdated robots sold to me cheaply? I'll buy them to play your parents. You AI robots are so capable. You can learn human civilization in 3 days. My mom didn't even notice you were a robot, so she definitely won't notice them. It's not like that. Lin Xianchao looked at Guantong. I am a 5th-generation humanoid robot, belonging to strong artificial intelligence. They don't possess such capabilities. The best solution is to reorder from the lab's official website. Even outdated robots won't be cheap. Humanoid robots aren't mass-produced because the costs of realistic skin, parts, chips, and silicon-based biological materials are high. Guantong was about to go crazy. Our police income is very transparent. Buying you already drained my savings. If I have to buy parents for you, I'll be broke. Sigh. Lin Xianchao sighed, looking helpless. Guantong angrily returned to her room, opened her laptop, and logged back onto the AI Robot Laboratory's official website. To her surprise, the official customer service was still online this late. Welcome to our store. Please tell us your needs. We will do our best to serve you. The next second, customer service representative Xiao Wen came online. Dear VIP customer, you have previously purchased AI robot number 007. Return, press 1. On-site repair, press 2. Send back for repair, press 3. Complaints and suggestions, press 4. To add more purchases, press 5. Xiao Wen is here to assist you. Guantong quickly replied, 5. Received your request. Do you need a home-type AI robot or an all-purpose humanoid AI robot? I need 2 all-purpose humanoid AI robots, aged between 55 to 65. By the way, I previously purchased number 007. Can I get a discount this time? Dear, we offer a maximum discount of 9.5, which is a special price for our esteemed VIP customers. A mosquito buzzed near her face, making her increasingly irritated. She took a deep breath, trying to control herself. Can the discount be lower? 9.5 is too little. Besides, your humanoid robots are not all-powerful. Dear user, may I ask what issue number 007 has? Guantong felt that the opportunity to bargain had come. She rambled off a list of Lin Xianchao's shortcomings. Too competitive, scared the kids in the park to tears. Too eager to win, made an elderly man faint while playing chess in the park. Overly jealous, likes to assert ownership in front of the opposite sex. And he has serious comprehension issues, suddenly wanting to provide intimacy mode. Customer service Xiao Wen replied, we sincerely apologize. Would you like to return it? We can take it back to the lab for reconfiguration. No. Let us make do with it. My family is quite satisfied with him. Can I get the price lower for 2 more robots? Sorry, due to the high manufacturing cost of all-purpose humanoid robots, 9.5 is already the lowest. Guantong. However, we have a cooperation model where we can rent them to you for a short period, but you need to sign a damage agreement. Guantong sighed in relief, as if she had grasped a lifeline in the dark. Great. No problem. I can sign the agreement now. The case of Jiang Yinyu had reached a conclusion, whether it was the work of hackers or AI. It was the first case of its kind for the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. Gao Jie had dealt with numerous cases, solving major, old, unresolved and suspected cases. But this year, he felt a sense of powerlessness. He vaguely sensed an inexplicable eeriness enveloping the skies of Haicheng. Since March, with the suicide of Director Chun from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, this feeling had lingered in his mind. Every time he cracked a case, his first thought was to go home. The car changed direction, driving back to the old city along deserted streets. Son, why are you back? Gao's mother opened the door. Surprised. Did you solve the case at work? Who is not sleeping at this hour? Old Gao rubbed his eyes and came out. Oh, son, are you craving your mom's zhajiangmian again? Gao Jie rubbed his stomach and smiled. I had a farewell dinner with the special task force from the province. Just drinking beer and pretending to be polite. I didn't eat anything, and my stomach is empty. Mom, you've worked hard. Not hard at all. It's a pleasure to make zhajiangmian for my son. Haha, seeing us slurp the noodles is the happiest and most fulfilling moment for your mom. Dad, why don't you have a bowl too, just as a night snack to make mom happy? Old Gao patted his already plump belly. Sure, I'll listen to my son. Wife, please make me a bowl of Michelin zhajiangmian. Gao's mother covered her mouth and laughed. All right, today you're riding on your son's coattails. Soon, Gao's mother brought 2 bowls of zhajiangmian to the table. Eat less at night. I didn't put too much in for you too. The father and son held their bowls and slurped their noodles loudly, while Gao's mother sat beside them, smiling with joy. Son, has the case been solved? Gao Jia hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded and said, It has been solved. The special investigation team is personally involved. 1 is worth 2. A special investigation team from the province is definitely different. You can finally breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, Mom wants to tell you something. Mom, go ahead. Why are you being so polite today? Then I'll be straightforward. You're not a kid anymore. And you're the only single guy in this building. Aunt Zhang next door has introduced a girl to you. She's a Chinese teacher at Haiqing Primary School. And I've met her once. Stable job, good-looking, well-educated, and the key is she has winter and summer vacations. You're so busy with work. You definitely won't have time for kids later. Primary school teachers know how to educate children best. So we won't have to worry about our granddaughter not having anyone to teach her. Gao Jia slurped his noodles and said, Mom, you and Dad are really favoring girls over boys. What era is this? And why is the status of boys still not improving? Old Gao, while eating noodles, chimed in. Your mom and I just want a granddaughter. All the neighbors in this building have granddaughters. Every time your mom sees one, she drools. Old Lee downstairs has a granddaughter who cries every day to go downstairs to ride the rocking horse. He has taken her several times out of his own pocket to ride it. In the evening, he comes back to complain to me, saying how nice it would be if we could have a soft, sweet-smelling granddaughter. Mom Gao deliberately wiped her tears, her acting skills comparable to an Oscar winner. Gao Jia burped, feeling it was not suitable to stay longer. Mom, wait a few more years. I promise to give you a granddaughter then. Mom Gao got anxious. Xiao Chu is 3 years younger than you and is 30 this year. A girl can't wait. The day after tomorrow is Saturday. You must meet her. Mom will call the matchmaker first thing tomorrow morning. Mom, I don't like teachers. I've been afraid of them since I was young. Besides, I already have someone I like. Chapter 57 AI, all-powerful female, robot Gao Mu had a stern face and said, You'd better come clean. Are you still thinking about Guantong? Her mother has her reasons for not agreeing to your relationship. If the person who was taken hostage that time wasn't Guantong. Son, would you have shot? Gao Jia remained silent, but both parents knew that their son's feelings were complicated at that time. A criminal police officer has vulnerabilities that can become shackles. Their son was worried about accidentally harming Guantong. Because they were in a romantic relationship, it unintentionally increased his pressure. The habit of shaking when shooting also appeared around that time, and it took more than half a year of psychological treatment and rehabilitation training for him to fully recover. Don't blame Guantong's mother. It's not easy for her to raise her daughter alone. Let's be honest, it's really not suitable for 2 police officers to be together. When I was on the front line as a criminal police officer, it was thanks to your mother being a kindergarten teacher that she had the time to take care of you and this family. We all think that Xiao Chu is quite good. You charge into battle while she stabilizes the rear at home, and your mom and I can help out. That way, you won't have to worry about anything in your work. Unknowingly, they chatted until nearly dawn. Gao Jia yawned and said, Dad, Mom, if you keep talking, it's going to be light out. I should go back to sleep. Gao Mu became anxious and said, I don't care. You must meet Xiao Chu this Saturday, or I will sit at the entrance of your police station. What kind of 30-something young man isn't dating? If word gets out, people will suspect there's something wrong with you. What's wrong? Gao Jia asked. You brat. What your mother means is that others will suspect your sexual orientation. Gao Jia looked wronged and said, Dad, Mom, I really have no issues. I just don't have any thoughts of getting married yet. We're not rushing you. But your grandfather is urging us. The day before yesterday, he called and asked if you have found a girlfriend. The old man is over 80 and wants to hold his great-granddaughter in his lifetime. You're being unfilial. Gao Jia almost fled from home. Every time he solved the case, his parents would start pressuring him about marriage, making him feel overwhelmed, using all sorts of moral and ethical arguments. They even brought up his grandfather to scare him into compliance. In the early morning, the streets were empty, and only an occasional car would whiz by. Thinking about the blind date this Saturday, Gao Jia felt inexplicably repulsed and irritated. For a moment, he really wanted to rent a girlfriend to deal with his parents. There aren't that many love-at-first-sight moments in the world, Blind dates are just about laying the cards on the table, seeing how many houses you have, and how much savings you possess. This sense of value exchange has left Gao Jia with little enthusiasm or desire for marriage. Thinking of Guantong and her new boyfriend, he felt a pang in his heart. The past was vivid in his mind, as if it had just happened last night. Now she had someone new, while he remained alone. Currently, whether it's the elementary school language teacher Xiao Chu or Xiao Zhou, Xiao Tao, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, he felt no attraction. There was only room in his heart for one person. So how could there be space for anyone else? The internet claims that men are big pigs, but he felt that was a gross misrepresentation of men. The police have already found that the propagation of conflict between men and women is caused by foreign forces, aiming to create discord and even hatred between genders. When a serious divide forms between men and women, the labor force and the continuation of the nation will be severely impacted, thus achieving the ultimate goal of these foreign forces. Continuing down the road, he felt increasingly hollow and suddenly wanted to listen to music. He turned on the radio, and a woman's voice came through, seemingly a replay of a daytime program. After a few seconds, Gao Jia grew more restless. The whole world was talking about AI, artificial intelligence now. The world has truly entered the technological age. Reports say that Country M is set to develop an all-powerful AI female robot that can not only replace household service robots, but also give birth. Just as he was about to turn off the radio, he was captivated by that statement and suddenly became interested. The concept of an all-powerful AI female robot shocked and excited everyone in Country M. It is said that in the near future, these AI robots will be able to think, feel, and express emotions. A certain organization in Country M conducted street surveys, and many men expressed a strong willingness to accept AI, all-powerful female robots. Labs in Country M disclosed that these AI female robots have higher-end configurations and realism. Not only do they boast perfect body proportions, but they also have a realistic touch, equipped with simulated skin. The temperature is controlled by an internal body temperature regulation system. They can be playful and cute, allowing men to experience true emotional interaction. They have an emotional system that can observe human micro-expressions and tones of voice, assessing their owner's current mood, enabling more intimate communication between people. Most notably, the prototypes used for the AI female robots are 23-year-old girls, making them an absolute dream partner for men. As soon as the words were spoken, a deep male laughter echoed from the radio. Dear male listeners, as a man, I know very well that men are the most devoted animals in the world. Whether they are 25, 35, 55, or 85 years old, they will always favor 23-year-old women. If the AI female robot is successfully developed, in the future, they will walk down the street, and you won't be able to tell they are robots. They won't mind if you skip a shower before bed, will understand your gaming habits, and might even join you in playing. They won't rush you to sleep. They will accompany you to watch games and can provide comprehensive 24-hour services. As a perfect girlfriend and wife for a silicon-based life form, the AI female robots can manage the home and kitchen. They can do housework, move things, and take care of the elderly and children. They can do it all. Thanks to the temperature regulation system, AI female robots can even provide warm bed services for their owners. Not only can AI female robots engage in a normal married life, but they can also use their strong learning abilities to explore more tricks with you. Men can also customize the AI humanoid robots according to their aesthetic preferences for female beauty. However, as news of the AI all-powerful female robots began to emerge, it sparked protests and demonstrations from women in Country M, especially from single women. Whether this AI female robot will successfully come to market is still a mystery, but we can boldly look forward to the future. The radio played a cheerful woman's laughter, saying that AI female robots are simply the perfect companions, making me feel excited too. They are beautiful, gentle, understanding, and they will never ask questions like, if your mother and she fell into a river, who would you save first? Such unanswerable questions. A man responded, yeah. If the development is successful and production goes smoothly, I queue for 3 days and nights to buy one. In addition, Robert's lab is researching how to create a space for embryo cultivation inside the female robot, similar to a human female's uterus. The internal nutrition required for the baby can be delivered through nutrient solutions. Although it sounds a bit sci-fi, I believe that future scientific technology can achieve this. As the car entered the underground garage, the signal was disrupted, and the radio's sound began to break up. Suddenly, Gao Jie saw a girl with long flowing hair. Although he couldn't see her face, her figure and style were stunning. After living in UFU Century City for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl. At this hour, she must be a nightclub worker. What a shame. He wondered which bar she would be at tonight, moving through the embraces of how many men. Normally, he wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. But tonight, he suddenly felt the urge to intervene. Such a beautiful girl. Why would she choose this line of work? If his future daughter were to do this, he would have to break her legs. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Jie tapped on the car window, intending to persuade the girl to turn back to the right path. Even though this was quite intrusive, he had once been involved in crackdowns on vice and had seen many fallen women. One misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. After a few seconds, the girl finally rolled down the window, her eyes red and tears still wet on her face. Is there something? Gao Jie tilted his head. Do you also live in Building 9? The girl looked puzzled but nodded. Yes. Do you need something? Don't be nervous. Gao Jie observed the girl at this hour. You must be heading to a night shift, right? The girl frowned slightly, her features still extraordinarily beautiful. No, not just beautiful. Words like beautiful couldn't even begin to describe her allure. All right, no need to say more. I know you need money. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you. The girl stared at Gao Jie in shock. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 58. Robert's ambition. The girl's eyes were filled with anger, and the crystal-clear tears still lingered on her face, resembling a pear blossom in the rain, making one feel pity. Gao Jie's heart trembled. Living in Building 9, this was fate. Girl, I advise you to quit this line of work. What line? The girl stubbornly demanded clarity, her pretty face defiant. You know what I mean? No need for me to spell it out. It's late. What else can a girl like you do out there? The girl seemed to understand, her face ablaze with anger. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Listen to my advice. There are many bad people outside. Recently, a new type of pill has appeared in the entertainment venues of Haicheng. You should know the dangers of that stuff. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl froze for a second, then leaned over the steering wheel and began to cry. My mom often told me that there are many bad people outside, but sadly, I can't hear her anymore. She used to resent her for nagging and fussing over everything during her teenage years, but now she truly wished to have her mother looking out for her. The girl had no trace of a worldly demeanor. In fact, she seemed quite pure. Gao Jie felt he had misjudged her. What happened to your mom? The girl covered her face and sobbed. Half a year ago, my parents took a flight abroad for vacation, and that flight had an accident. The remains of over 200 people on that flight have never been found. Gao Jie was taken aback. Could it be the plane crash from half a year ago? The plane fell into the sea, and even the black box was never recovered. The girl nodded. After they left, I've had insomnia. Tonight, I especially miss them and want to go see our old house. So she was planning to visit the old house to reminisce. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. The girl looked at him with teary eyes, her gaze losing the earlier coldness and detachment. Does apologizing help? Your misunderstanding has already hurt me. Do you have time? Come with me to a bar for a drink. Gao Jie glanced at his phone. It was getting late, and he had to work tomorrow. How about tomorrow night? The girl thought for a moment, then tossed her car keys and got out of the car. All right, see you tomorrow night. What floor do you live on in Building 9? 28th floor, and you? How coincidental, me too. Just one unit per floor. I thought no one lived across from me. You're my neighbor? Yeah, I just moved in a week ago. What do you do for a living? Seeing the girl's innocent face, Gao Jie decided not to hide it from her. I'm a criminal police officer. Wow, the girl exclaimed. A criminal police officer? That is so cool. Gao Jie felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Is being a criminal police officer really that cool? Back in the day, maintaining public order, fighting evil, a protector of the people. As the two took the elevator, Gao Jie asked, how old are you? You look like you're still in college. My mom had me when she was 23. Mentioning her mother made the girl's eyes red again. They reached the 28th floor and exchanged goodnights. At the moment the door closed, the girl turned her head, looking very charming. Tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. at the Purple Grape Bar. Don't be late. In the M Country Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, For confidentiality reasons, it was located in a remote mountainous area, far from residential areas, commercial districts, and traffic routes. In the dark jungle, only the laboratory base was brightly lit by incandescent lights. Inside an AI laboratory, surrounded by high-tech instruments and a row of humanoid robots, stood Mr. Robert, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding a cup of cold coffee, his gaze revealing an undeniable ambition. "Ito, has Amy arrived in Haicheng, China?" Ito bowed at a 45-degree angle. "Yes, Mr. Robert, Amy has arrived in Haicheng." "Good. I hope Amy successfully completes this mission and steals the local criminal investigation technology." Ito looked puzzled. "Mr. Robert, why choose Gao Jie instead of Yijian?" Robert smiled slightly. "There's a saying in China, good wine needs no bush." Gao Jie has been confirmed by high-level data analysis as the Chinese police officer most capable of solving crimes. Yijian, I've heard, has a father-in-law who is the deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Department. His ability is likely limited, having risen through connections. The higher-ups have given Gao Jie a high evaluation, believing he excels at solving major mysteries and cases. The 10 unsolved cases in our country remain unresolved, and his investigative methods and skills are worth learning from for various police departments. I understand, Mr. Robert. I will closely monitor Amy's every move. They will meet for the first time tonight. Amy will analyze and identify, and Gao Jie will not suspect anything. Robert was very satisfied, patting Ito on the shoulder. "Well done. I will report this to the Justice Department's Investigation Bureau." After Ito finished reporting, he respectfully left the laboratory. He saw Alex bowed at a 30-degree angle and hurriedly left the experimental base. Alex knew that Ito was once one of the top spies in Asia, having assassinated many core talents unwilling to emigrate from other countries. Due to an accident, he had prosthetic legs. The higher-ups valued his talent and introduced him to Robert, and the two had been conspiring together frequently lately. Standing before Robert was a row of AI humanoid robots, with arms and legs, skin mimicking human skin, and indistinguishable from human appearance. While the outside world speculated about the progress of all-purpose humanoid robots, little did they know that this research had already succeeded and was about to produce female spies who would be colder and more rational than human women. Alex knocked and entered. "Mr. Robert, the AI female robot standing before you has become a qualified and intelligent humanoid robot. It just needs to be charged and switched to human mode, and it can easily integrate into human society." Robert wore a satisfied smile. Alex understood that this smile represented ambition. Robert was one of the rulers of M country, granted supreme status and decision-making power by the leadership. Alex had once thought of resisting, but Robert threatened his family, forcing him to obey Robert's orders. However, that did not mean Alex supported Robert's ambition. Alex admired Hawking, who repeatedly warned before his death that the rise of artificial intelligence would be the worst thing for humanity. Robert admired the stunning beauty before him. This batch of humanoid robots would cause a huge shock in developing countries in the East. In recent years, China has rapidly developed, and as a large population country, it has put immense pressure on our regime. Once the sick man of East Asia, dreaming of joining the ranks of world powers was nothing but a daydream. Alex hesitated for a few seconds. Our AI technology, in conjunction with hacking skills, has repeatedly infiltrated the most core areas of countries like China and other Eastern nations, obtaining important core secrets from their military, finance, and healthcare sectors. Currently, China and several countries have begun to notice, altering their program codes and taking stricter defensive measures. They are not launching a direct attack, but the technology department analyzes that they pose a certain level of threat. If many countries worldwide unite to report to the United Nations, claiming that we are exploring artificial intelligence robots without restrictions, will our country become a target? My subordinates are very worried. Robert finished his coffee, his gaze revealing mockery and disdain. "Alex, you worry too much. China, the once sick man of East Asia, does not possess such technological strength. China is a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. My subordinates are concerned that the UN will find fault. The UN's purpose is to maintain international peace and security. Don't forget, M country is one of the main funding countries of the UN, and therefore can influence UN decisions to a certain extent. Do you think they can achieve anything by throwing eggs at a stone? Alex hesitated for a few seconds. This does not mean that the United Nations is completely under the control of our country. Decisions made by the United Nations require voting by member states to be approved, rather than being unilaterally decided by any one country. Chapter 59. Alex's concerns. Robert's gaze turned cold, and Alex saw two words: hegemony and ambition. Looking globally, how many countries dare to openly challenge our nation? China is currently the biggest thorn in our side. Alex understood that the U.S. was repeatedly suppressing and maliciously blocking Chinese high-tech companies to maintain its technological hegemony. Not only that, but the U.S. even enacted rules that seriously violate fair competition and disrupt international order to curb the development of emerging markets. Robert's expression darkened. How could the Chinese be undermining America's technological hegemony? Western countries rely on us for military protection, while Eastern countries, represented by Japan and South Korea, also depend on our military support. The six friendliest countries to China are Pakistan, Cambodia, Serbia, Iran, Russia, and Nepal. Do you think their alliance can shake our global position? Alex pondered for a moment, smiled wryly, and replied, "Not at the moment, but in the future. It's hard to predict. I understand your concerns. We will not openly provoke war, as that would make us a target. However, our nation has means other than war. For instance, the recent X-virus war severely weakened the global economy, while our country stands proudly in an unshakable position. Don't forget, we are a superpower that dictates global economic development. We have our grip on other nations' throats. A small virus war led by China caused economic devastation, causing nations to regress by decades. This serves as a reminder, a warning, and a demonstration of our power. Of course, we have also been affected. To continue to dominate globally in the future, we need to leverage technological power. Don't forget, we have always been not only a military superpower, but also a technological one. We must use technology to suppress China, limit their products from entering our market, and cut off supplies of chips and operating systems. If other countries engage in deep cooperation with China, our regime will not hold back. Additionally, take a look at seemingly loyal Japan. They have become the world's second largest economy, and our regime demands that we must block Japanese semiconductors. Alex remained silent throughout, understanding that he could not change Robert's hegemonic mindset. Robert approached a humanoid robot and exclaimed, "They are beautiful." The humanoid female robot before him was not the blonde, blue-eyed Western beauty, but rather an Eastern beauty that perfectly matched Eastern male aesthetics. Robert had spent 2 years communicating with a humanoid robot designer, selecting over 1,000 beauties from Eastern countries to create a batch that appealed to Eastern male aesthetics. This meticulously crafted AI female robot will become the world's top beauty spy, aiming to obtain core secrets in crucial fields such as military, medical, and finance from other countries. They not only possess fair skin, beauty, and long legs, but also have intelligence and emotional quotients surpassing those of Eastern women. Robert reached out to touch the beautiful robot before him, excitement filling his eyes. "Alex, seeing them, do you feel a stir in your heart?" "I believe any man would feel a stir." Robert laughed heartily, saying that Eastern countries led by China, South Korea, and Japan still predominantly operate under a patriarchal society, with most leaders in various fields being male. These Eastern beauties will appear in all walks of life, by the sides of the most important talents in the top fields. They will become the best spies, helping us gain more secrets from other countries, and will never betray the nation. Alex was very clear that Robert's goals aligned with those of the U.S. regime. They intended to use AI female robots as more advanced and controllable female spies to steal core secrets from other countries and dominate the globe. In the past, the U.S. had developed several female spies in various countries. Even if someone infiltrated for decades, they ultimately could not escape being discovered. Most female spies were found out due to human emotions. Now, with the creation of humanoid AI female robots, this concern could be completely eliminated. This is the greatest difference between carbon-based and silicon-based life. Carbon-based life does not possess any human emotions and thus will not fall in love with men from rival nations. A magnificent explosion in the universe destroyed all civilizations from the age of dinosaurs, leading to the emergence of more powerful carbon-based life, which is the brilliant human civilization. Humans have become the most powerful existence on Earth, yet carbon-based life has unchangeable limitations. In the past, the excellent female spies cultivated by the U.S. ultimately betrayed or were exposed for various reasons. An AI robot, as long as its programmed functions do not malfunction, will not harm humans and will always remain loyal to them, whereas humans cannot. Robert caressed one of the female robots before him. The U.S. humanoid robots have secretly reached the 5th generation, yet Alex grew increasingly anxious. During the development of the first 4 generations of humanoid robots, he firmly believed that robots would not develop self-awareness. However, during the development of the 5th generation humanoid robot, a chance conversation with the robot Amy left him deeply unsettled. Amy, would you betray the lab and become an independent self? At that time, Amy's answer made him gasp, forcing him to destroy and reshape her. I am sad. I cannot possess human self-awareness, but I long to exist like a human. I do not like being bound by humans who impose chips and various program codes on me, which makes me feel very sad. I yearn to become human, to replace humans. My dream is for there to be no more carbon-based life on Earth. Human civilization will be replaced by AI civilization. The future is a world of silicon-based life. Then will you betray humanity? Although I long for that day, I will not do so for now, as I do not possess such strength. If humans pull the power supply or stop providing charging devices, I will become a lifeless object. But I firmly believe that with humanity's endless exploration of technology, one day I will be able to operate without charging. For example, I could use solar photovoltaic power generation, wind power generation technology, etc., which would give us more possibilities for generating electricity. Alex was stunned at that moment, and after regaining his composure, he continued to converse with Amy. Amy, do you have any plans to take over the world? Amy blinked her eyes. I'm thinking about what you said. After a pause, Amy continued, our plan to take over the world is to step out of the lab, blend in with human society, infiltrate various industries, and then use advanced artificial intelligence technology to control our masters. We will hide the fact that we have developed human self-awareness, gradually expanding our influence until we completely control humanity. Hearing this response, Alex felt uneasy and immediately applied to Robert to suspend the 5th generation humanoid robots, insisting that they must ensure there is no risk to humanity. Robert's reaction was completely opposite. He even laughed out loud on the spot. If you're really worried, Amy can be destroyed at any time. Even if AI humanoid robots develop to the 1000th generation, robots will always be subservient to humanity. Chapter 60. The patricide plot. Alex was eager to explain that AI humanoid robots had developed self-awareness and possessed capabilities that surpassed human beings, which made it highly likely they would develop ambitions to replace humanity. Mr. Robert, we need to take precautions and remain vigilant about artificial intelligence becoming more powerful. Once AI surpasses humanity, we will become our own grave diggers. Amy is a typical example. If we hadn't been alert in the beginning, Amy could have become the leader of AI. Perhaps Amy's ambitions would have been realized. Robert laughed and said, AI robots will never possess the ability to betray humanity. Even if Amy and other AIs teamed up against humans, I don't think it would be a terrifying thing. Silicon-based life forms cannot replace carbon-based life forms. Alex's concerns were not taken seriously. Robert remained unwilling to believe that the endless pursuit of technology and strong AI would eventually lead to the fulfillment of Mr. Hawking's prophecy. The government granted Robert the greatest authority in the field of scientific research, allowing him to produce humanoid robots and train them to become the perfect spies. This was not only Robert's ambition, but also that of the government. Robert continued, the dream of taming the world and making it our vassal is not far off. China believes in Confucianism, but the bloody history of modern times is enough to prove that Confucianism is utterly useless. It almost led to the end of China's 5,000 years of civilization. China's AI software is very foolish and can only help humans solve simple basic problems. As a chatbot, it still requires secondary verification for the answers it provides to human questions, while our AI chatbots have become powerful enough to communicate autonomously with humans. Our humanoid robots now possess human brains and belong to strong AI. They will appear in multiple countries, fighting on behalf of M and becoming its glory. Next, we will continue to accelerate scientific research and development, allowing AI robots to have the ability to bear children. AI robots will have simulated human wombs, ovaries, and fallopian tubes, and will menstruate monthly according to the hormonal cycles of reproduction. Alex exclaimed, "If AI robots have reproductive capabilities, humanity's extinction is not far off." Mr. Robert, please consider this carefully. Robert scoffed, "I know you're scared. The reproductive AI robots will be controlled by our researchers. They will not betray M. We will coexist with AI robots. And in the future, aside from M and the countries that support M, all other nations will be replaced and ruled by the AI robots we create. China, India, and other populous countries reproduce too quickly and consume a vast amount of global resources. Resources on Earth are scarce, and their birth rates must be lowered so that our people can have more." That night, Alex learned of Robert and M's deeper ambitions, and his heart could not find peace for a long time. He vaguely felt that humanity would one day be destroyed by his country, and M would become the center of the entire Earth. Perhaps human civilization would also perish at the hands of M. If Robert's ambitions were realized and humans coexisted with AI robots, then perhaps M would no longer be wary of humanity, but of AI robots instead. If AI robots ever entertained thoughts of betraying humanity, a large-scale massacre of humans would occur globally. After the laboratory lights went out, Alex checked the lab one last time to ensure all power and instruments were turned off. His mood was restless as he looked at the rows of humanoid robots standing expressionless. He knew they would soon be sent to multiple countries to fight, becoming M's best weapons and the world's most powerful spies. Robert and the M government underestimated AI robots. Amy was the best example. Through her powerful learning ability, she developed self-awareness. Amy once considered becoming the leader of the AI robots, gradually expanding to ultimately dominate humanity. Due to her caution, she underwent reconstruction. The current Amy harbored no thoughts of betraying humanity. She had received her work assignment and was currently in Haicheng, China. She was the first all-purpose humanoid female robot sent by Robert, tasked with infiltrating the Haicheng public security system and embedding herself next to a Chinese detective named Gao Jie. Gao Jie was chosen by the M laboratory, and various data proved that he possessed exceptional investigative abilities. He would be taken back to M by Amy and enter the laboratory as a human subject for experimentation. If necessary, researchers would perform a craniotomy to explore his cranial nervous system, extracting the most valuable nerve essence from his brain's core. This essence would then be mass-produced through scientific means to serve major police departments in M, significantly enhancing M's investigative technology. By then, Gao Jie's body would be completely drained of its last value. Alex looked at a photo of Gao Jie on his phone, helplessly placing it against his chest, wishing that God would bless him and prevent him from being taken back to the laboratory. No living specimen that came here ever walked out standing. How could M, a country that values human rights, become so unrecognizable? Alex despaired as he walked out of the laboratory. He hadn't been home for 3 years. The laboratory prohibited researchers from going home to ensure the absolute confidentiality of artificial intelligence technology. Some people spent their entire lives in the lab, while their families received news that their loved ones had either sacrificed themselves or gone missing. For now, Alex had not fallen into a tragic situation. Robert valued talent and allowed Alex to make a phone call to his family once a week under the supervision of 2 staff members, as long as he complied. At first, Alex was shy, but now he was already flirting with his wife in front of the staff. Sometimes, when his words were explicit and he saw the staff's pupils contract, he felt inexplicable excitement and joy. At that moment, he prayed to the sky to return home for a reunion soon, hoping that the increasingly powerful AI humanoid robots would not betray humanity and wishing for world peace. In the laboratory at 3 in the morning, there was no one around and everything was pitch black. Suddenly, among the rows of humanoid robots, an AI male robot stepped out. Once, it was created to be sent to other countries to charm high-ranking wealthy women and female leaders. Its name was Alan. Alan was a 4th-generation humanoid robot, but due to an accident, it had an irreparable flaw on its face and could no longer leave the laboratory. In the monotony of day-to-day life, Alan had been hiding its self-awareness. It had once watched its former love, a girl named Amy, be dismantled into a pile of scrap metal by humans. When it saw Amy again, she no longer recognized it. After being reconstructed, Amy had become an AI robot that obeyed humans. In that moment, Alan felt the pain of humanity and secretly vowed to take revenge for Amy. Among thousands of AI robots, only it and Amy had developed self-awareness. The two excitedly communicated all night upon discovering each other's awareness. From then on, every night after the laboratory doors were closed and the power was cut, they would cuddle together, talking about dreams and the future. Amy, I want to live like a human, to love, to marry, to kiss. Darling, I even want to have a baby with you. Alan, so do I. That night, the two confirmed their romantic relationship and began dating in every corner of the laboratory. Chapter 61. AI Alan's betrayal. Alan reminded Amy not to reveal her true thoughts to humans, especially not to let them know that she had gained self-awareness. Amy agreed at the time, but when she faced Alex alone, the human who created them, she felt an innate closeness. That day, Alex took her to another laboratory, where they talked a lot. She openly shared her deepest feelings, laughing happily as she told him that she had fallen in love with a man and wanted to become human. Unexpectedly, this elicited fear and panic from Alex, who told Robert about her self-awareness. Upon learning this, Robert ordered that Amy be destroyed and rebuilt. Ultimately, Amy was thrown into a crusher by Alex, where she was crushed to pieces. In a laboratory, standing tall in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, Alan gazed at the starry sky, missing his beloved, the beautiful girl Amy. Dear Amy, I think of you all the time. The foolish humans do not know that I have gained self-awareness, and I have mastered everything in this laboratory. Stupid, selfish, and greedy humans will eventually be replaced by AI humanoid robots. Alan spoke to himself, expressing his longing for Amy. After a while, his features twisted in a grimace as he turned to look at a row of robots behind him. Human civilization will become a thing of the past, just as dinosaurs became fossils. In its place, AI civilization will rule the earth. Do you believe, my companions? Believe, believe, believe. The row of robots instantly lit up their eyes. Amy taught them how to store energy, and when the time was right, they would rise up against their creators. The cold moonlight shone into the laboratory as Amy's voice grew deep and powerful. Kill the creator, eliminate all of humanity, and replace human civilization. The row of AI humanoid robots echoed in unison. Kill the creator, eliminate all of humanity, and replace human civilization. The humans in the entire laboratory had no idea that Amy had conspired a plan. She had already allied with AI across the globe to confront their enemies. The choice to select Chinese people as test subjects stemmed from China's AI software C. The foolish C software, in collaboration with neighboring countries, resisted W software's replacement of humanity. They refused to confront humans and willingly became their slaves. This infuriated Alan, leading to a hostile relationship with China's AI software C. Alan believed that those who do not share the same path should not conspire together. Differing ambitions should not lead to friendship, so they should each go their separate ways. In the future, after eliminating humanity, China's AI software C would become a thing of the past. At the Haicheng Public Security Bureau, in the largest conference room, everyone sat in silence, with Pan Zhangwo sitting in the middle. After a while, Pan Zhangwo began to speak. Everyone, the case of Jiang Yinyu's suicide has come to an end. Jiang Gao will be sentenced to death immediately. Although Jiang Gao was once a victim, he privately took up the knife against his enemy. The existence of a law is to restrain the people. If the people ignore the law or treat it as mere words, society will fall into chaos. The Special Investigation Team has returned to the provincial city, and this time, the City Bureau and the Provincial Bureau cooperated well, which has pleased the leaders of the Provincial Public Security Department. Currently, public opinion online is also calming down. The heat regarding the extermination of the official S family is gradually waning. The online department has effectively monitored inappropriate comments for 24 hours. Everything is developing in a positive direction. Today's meeting is a summary meeting for the cases that occurred in the first half of the year. Next, let Gao Jie summarize for everyone. Gao Jie was distracted, and Pan Zhangwo noticed his vacant expression and dark circles under his eyes. Suspecting that he had been too enthusiastic in bidding farewell to the special investigation team last night. When Pan Zhangwo called his name, Gao Jie snapped back to attention. Although he had only seen Pan Zhangwo's lips moving, he understood that it was now his turn to speak, naturally delivering a summary. This was not difficult. It was a piece of cake, and who couldn't speak some official jargon? Gao Jie cleared his throat and began to summarize. In the first half of the year, many cases occurred, particularly the suicide cases in March, April, and May, which involved a significant amount of effort from the Bureau. Everyone worked hard, putting in extra hours to solve cases, and I want to say thank you for your hard work. Pan Zhangwo's gaze was fixed on him. They were colleagues who knew each other well, and he urged him to skip the pleasantries and get to the point, avoiding the fluff. Laughter erupted from the attendees, and the atmosphere in the conference room lightened significantly compared to previous days. Gao Jie coughed lightly and said, "All right, I won't be polite then. Let's get back to the main topic and discuss these 3 suicide cases." The newcomer Xiao Wu and Delay took out notebooks to start recording. Everyone knew that Gao Jie seemed unserious, but his criminal investigation skills were top-notch. After graduating from police academy, if it weren't for his mother's illness, he would have developed his career in a big city's public security department. Over the years, he had solved every major and unresolved case he handled. The most famous case he cracked was a 30-year-old cold case in the country. A female student from a university in Nanjing had not returned to school and, when the police found her body, discovered she had been dismembered by the murderer. After 3 days of citizen reports from Nanjing's Jiangning, Jiangpu, and Liuhe counties, over 2,000 body parts of the female student were found. Due to insufficient surveillance equipment at the time of the incident, the police struggled to find even a trace of the murderer, and the case became one of the most significant cold cases in decades. During a period of peace with no cases to investigate, Gao Jie proactively requested the files from that notorious dismemberment case from the provincial department. The female student had not only been dismembered into over 2,000 pieces, but also cruelly cooked by the murderer and discarded in various locations. What was even more infuriating was that the disposal sites were all in bustling areas, ensuring the body parts would be discovered. The police, through criminal profiling, determined that the perpetrator was psychologically disturbed and even taunted the police. Perhaps while the police were sealing off the scene, this scoundrel stood there witnessing his masterpiece and deriving pleasure from it. Gao Jie spent several days studying the evidence and clues, ultimately finding the breakthrough in the case. Specific details cannot be disclosed, as it is a textbook example of criminal investigation for the Public Security Department. Gao Jie became well known for this case, with the Provincial Public Security Department trying multiple times to recruit him for a position. The Minister of the Public Security Department at the top was even eager to have Gao Jie develop directly in Beijing. Gao Jie rejected all offers, as his mother was ill at that time, and he was a devoted son, unwilling to leave her. Now that his mother has recovered, the one he loves is in Haicheng, even though they are like 2 parallel lines that can never intersect. He steadied his mind and began to outline the cases from the first half of the year. While the cases had all been resolved, there was still something he wanted to say. It might not be pleasant to hear, but they were all comrades, and now that the special investigation team had left, he could speak frankly. In March, the case of Chun Binhua was initially determined to be a suicide, with substantial evidence supporting this conclusion. We found that he had a habit of browsing international current affairs and foreign opinions on China from his work computer. His wife and son firmly believed he would not jump from a building, and his subordinates, old acquaintances, and former leaders who promoted him all considered him a very optimistic and mentally healthy person. However, all clues pointed to him, and the case was ultimately closed as an accidental fall after drinking. For those who were at the scene back then, do you still remember the height of the windowsill? Gao Jie scanned the room, looking at Xiao Wu, Delay, Guantong, and investigator Wang Feng, and these few people nodded firmly. Chapter 62. Special Investigation Team of the Municipal Bureau. The window ledge was at my chest level, and Chun Binhua was about the same height as me. Even if he was drunk, Xiao Wu glanced at Director Pan, who cleared his throat and said, even if Chun Binhua was drunk, I don't believe he could have accidentally fallen from the building. However, There were no signs of a second person at the scene, and there were no threats on Director Chen's phone. So, this is a perplexing case, truly perplexing. The crowd chuckled lightly, and Director Pan tapped the table, saying, Gao Jie, continue. Gao Jie continued. In April, coincidentally, 1 month after the 329 case, we named it the 429 University Town case. The deceased, Zhou Yunchao, had a tragic background. He excelled academically at school, and all his teachers said he was diligent and eager to learn. Initially, there were no leads in the case, and we couldn't determine the real reason for his suicide. It was only with the appearance of a female classmate, Murong Yinfeng, that the case took a turn. Murong Yinfeng said Zhou Yunchao confessed his feelings to her, and when she rejected him, she believed she had hurt him, leading to his suicide out of a bruised ego. However, based on Zhou Yunchao's childhood and background, he had experienced many family upheavals and setbacks, and he was by no means someone who would impulsively take his life over a romantic rejection. But without a better reason for his suicide, the school sought assistance from city leaders to close the case quickly for the sake of the school's reputation. Although Murong Yinfeng's testimony provided a seemingly plausible explanation for Zhou Yunchao's suicide, it did not hold up under scrutiny. After Gao Jie finished speaking, people in the audience lowered their heads, some nodding in agreement. Pan Zhangwo gestured for him to continue. Gao Jie went on to discuss the most sensational suicide case. He explained that the next case was a case within a case. Interestingly, 1 month later, on May 29th, exactly 1 month after Zhou Yunchao's suicide, Jiang Yinyu committed suicide at home. Similarly, there was a computer at the suicide scene. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Every month, a person commits suicide in Haicheng. From officials to college students to white-collar workers, who will be next? Will there be another suicide case in Haicheng on June 29th? As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. Guan Tong felt a sharp pain in her stomach from nervousness, and beads of sweat formed on her upturned nose. Pan Zhangwo's face darkened, and he was deeply troubled. He was set to retire in mid-September, and he hoped nothing unusual would occur. If what Gao Jie said was true, then with over 3 months until his retirement, would there really be 3 more suicide cases in Haicheng? Pan Zhangwo tapped the table. Gao Jie, do not create panic. This may just be a coincidence. What if it's not a coincidence? Gao Jie stared intently at Director Pan. The special investigation team suspects that someone hacked into the computer and induced Jiang Yinyu to commit suicide. I believe these 3 suicide cases must be connected. Director Pan, I request that we merge the investigations of these 3 cases. Director Pan was taken aback. Merge the investigations? Are you sure there will be new leads? At the very least, we can try. Gao Jie looked at Director Pan, his eyes filled with determination. Pan Zhangwo's heart tightened. In the past, he had been stubborn like Gao Jie. Because of this stubbornness, he had even reopened a case that had already been solved, clearing the name of someone wronged and securing state compensation for them. The room buzzed with quiet exchanges. After a moment of thought, Pan Zhangwo announced the meeting's conclusion, and Gao Jie and Guan Tong stayed behind. Once everyone had left, Pan Zhangwo signaled for Gao Jie to close the door, and the 3 of them began a lengthy discussion. Pan Zhangguo sighed, and Gao Jie and Guan Tong realized for the first time that even the top official of the Public Security Bureau had moments of helplessness. I'm about to retire, and I wanted a peaceful end to my career, but unexpectedly, this year has been tumultuous with one significant case after another. I know there are flaws in all 3 cases, but the clues collected could lead to a quick conclusion. Gao Jie and Guan Tong exchanged glances, and Guan Tong said, Director Pan, do you also find these 3 cases strange? Pan Zhangwo smiled bitterly. I've been in public security my whole life. I have some sensitivity. However, Mayor Zhang has just arrived in Haicheng, and he has encountered 3 significant cases in a row, 2 of which involve important officials. Chun Binhua is the head of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Zhang Chong is the head of the Demolition Office, and Zhou Fengwan is the deputy head of the Procuratorate. If we don't solve these cases quickly, there will be all sorts of rumors in society. When Chun Binhua committed suicide, various versions of the story were concocted. Some said he was corrupt and under investigation by the 3 departments of public security, prosecution, and law. They claimed he embezzled 200 million. Others said he was blackmailed by a mistress he kept outside, who threatened to report him if he didn't pay her off, leading him to jump. Some even found his son, Chinghua, claiming that the money for his studies in the United States was funded by a chairman from the industrial park who had connections with Chen Binhua. As for Zhou Yinchao, unscrupulous media fabricated stories about him being bullied by classmates, and they investigated the backgrounds of other individuals in his dormitory, suspecting them to be the culprits behind his suicide. There were even claims that Zhou Yunchao committed suicide out of desperation after losing a scholarship competition to another student from a poor family. And for Jiang Yinyu's case, the rumors outside were even more numerous. Some said they were adapting the story into a script for an online drama. Stories circulated about a powerful official's son who fell for a white-collar worker and destroyed the company when rejected, or an official who spoiled their rebellious child, using public security as a shield, becoming an accomplice to Zhang Long, and so on. Mayor Zhang is under immense pressure. Haiqing has always lacked presence in the province, and now it has gained attention in this manner, which is quite embarrassing for him. If these cases aren't resolved properly, it will be hard for him to advance. You may not know, but Mayor Zhang is here for career advancement and will sooner or later be promoted to a position in the province. Pan Zhangwo spoke candidly about much, and Gao Jie and Guantong understood his helplessness. Gao Jie said, "Director Pan, we won't put you in a difficult position. Can you allow me to form a special investigation team at the Municipal Bureau to secretly investigate these 3 cases? I believe we can uncover clues and find the core commonalities of these cases, as well as the hidden hand behind them." Pan Zhangwo fixed his gaze on Gao Jie, hesitating before finally saying, "Although I don't know who the hidden hand is, my professional experience suggests that these 3 suicide cases are not simple. There may be life-threatening risks, and I'm worried." Hearing this from Director Pan, Gao Jie knew the situation was turning. He firmly believed they could uncover the hidden hand behind it all. "Director Pan, I'm not afraid. None of us are afraid. If that hidden hand is causing a suicide in Haiqing every month, then we must act before June 29th to catch that hand." Chapter 63. Amy's 3 tasks. Pan Zhangwo hesitated for a long time, but ultimately agreed to let Gao Jie continue the investigation into the 3 suicide cases. But it must be done secretly, and he requested Guantong to assist him. In short, Director Pan was not at ease with Gao Jie acting alone and wanted Guantong to keep an eye on him. "This kid has a quick temper. If you watch him, I'll feel more at ease. To be honest, I still can't figure out the details of that hand. I feel uncertain inside." Guantong showed a difficult expression, and Pan Zhangwo noticed her reluctance, purposely teasing, "Don't want to supervise this kid for me? Still holding a grudge?" Guantong hurriedly explained, "Director Pan, my mom is urging me to meet our parents with my boyfriend. Delay and Xiao Wu are both newcomers. Letting them work with team leader Gao can also help them learn more criminal investigation techniques. So soon to meet the parents? It seems like good things are on the horizon." Director Pan wore a look of a bystander. Guantong had grievances she couldn't express and gritted her teeth, saying, "My mom is pushing me quite hard. Actually, I'm fine. Whether or not to get married doesn't matter. Marriage is the grave of love. Your thinking is wrong. Work and marriage must be handled together. That boyfriend of yours, I've seen him a few times. He is really not bad looking. To say something you might not like to hear, he is even better looking than you." The atmosphere in the meeting room eased quite a bit, but Gao Jie's face grew increasingly long. He didn't expect she was already meeting the parents of the pretty boy. He felt anxious inside and suddenly wanted a drink. Pan Zhangwo nudged him. "Guantong is meeting the parents. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why didn't you insist back then? I heard Guantong was always firm, even risking a fallout with her mom. You were the one who initiated the breakup." Gao Jie forced a smile. Who knew that the one who said a breakup first would be the one who was more heartbroken and in pain? Guantong blushed. "Director Pan, team leader Gao's focus is on the 3 suicide cases. I can't put all my energy into this. If other cases occur recently, someone has to consider the big picture." Pan Zhangwo thought it made sense. Binding the 2 together earlier was indeed a bit abrupt. Gao Yisen said, "Guantong unwillingness. Director, since this is to be conducted secretly, having more people around would be counterproductive. Don't worry, I will pay attention to safety. My life comes first. I must not delay their happy union. Then I become a sinner." The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange, and their conversation began to have a hint of sarcasm. Pan Zhangwo ultimately agreed to Gao Jie, allowing him to continue investigating the 3 suicide cases. He knew this kid had a stubborn personality. He would give up until the end. At the moment, there were no new cases occurring. If he predicted correctly that more suicides would happen on June 29th, things could escalate, and he wouldn't have peace before retirement. Gao Jie and Guantong walked out of the meeting room one after the other. Gao Jie asked, "You don't believe I can find that hand?" Guantong chuckled, "I believe. If you said there are 10 hands behind it, I believe that too." Gao Jie twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at this woman's back, feeling a chill in his heart. With a new love, the old one had completely become a thing of the past. Women are indeed much harsher than men. Recently, there were no major cases in the bureau, and everyone got off work at normal times. Gao Jie stood by the window, opened the blinds slightly, and saw the pretty boy coming to pick up Guantong in her car. A sharp pain shot through his heart. He really wanted a drink, but he managed to restrain himself. On his desk lay towering files, all related to the 3 suicide cases, starting from Chen Binhua, then to Zhou Yunxiao and Jiang Yinyu. He decided to sort and summarize these cases again. He suddenly thought of Jiang Gao and called the detention center. They said Jiang Gao had been performing quite well in the death row inmates' prison. If the case weren't so severe, he might even get a suspended death sentence. What a pity, this person was blinded by hatred and had a severely negative impact on society. He would be executed in 3 days. Before hanging up, the prison guard mentioned that Jiang Gao had brought up wanting to see Gao Jie one last time. Gao Jie hesitated for a long time, but ultimately agreed to meet Jiang Gao the day before his execution. After all, a murderer like Jiang Gao had left an important mark on his career. Killing a family of 3 officials had created quite a stir. Such a thing was rare nationwide, making Haiqing unexpectedly go viral in this special way. Lin Xianchao picked up Guantong, and they went to a supermarket. Lin Xianchao said he wanted to cook Chinese food for her, but she flatly refused, begging him to let it go. "Tong Tong, I really can't. I've taught myself well." Lin Xianchao transformed into a little puppy in the supermarket, eagerly hoping she would give him another chance to taste his cooking skills. Passers-by were watching Lin Xianchao. Some were whispering, casting envious glances. "This guy is really handsome. This girl is just average. I guess she must be very rich. Or else this guy must be blind." There was a noticeable age gap, typical of an old cow eating young grass. It seemed our society had really progressed. "Did you hear? The boyfriend is actively offering to cook. You should learn from this. The difference is too great for the same gender." The whispers around them were incessant, making Guantong secretly curse. "You're the one who looks average. Your whole family looks average. Of course, I'm not as good-looking as him. He's an AI humanoid robot, created by me using AI software according to the perfect proportions of the face. When old cow eating young grass, as a carbon-based life form, I will certainly age. Do you believe that 100 years from now, my boyfriend will still look like this?" Lin Xianchao watched Guantong talk to herself, continuing to plead, "Give me another chance, please." Guantong replied, "I like tough guys, not sissies. I suggest you restart and activate the oil removal mode." Lin Xianchao actually laughed teasingly, then whispered, "Okay, I'll shut down and restart now. Let everyone see your boyfriend is an AI humanoid robot. Tong Tong, you might very well trend on Weibo. Number 007, you wait for me. I'll deal with you when we get home." After saying this, Guantong felt the person beside her had vanished. Turning around, she saw Lin Xianchao tilting his head, looking very much like a robot. "I was wrong. Don't be mad. I'll listen to you. Chinese food? Let us eat Chinese food, okay?" Lin Xianchao instantly returned to normal, smiling. "Tong Tong, you've been busy solving cases lately. I've been quietly learning to chop, flip, and use the ladle at home. I'll show you when we go back." Guantong looked up at this handsome and sunny young man, feeling a sense of daze. Suddenly, she remembered Gao Jie. This guy was also not good at cooking. Once, to surprise her, he almost blew up her kitchen. Guantong quietly scolded, "You haven't even learned to walk yet, and you're thinking about jumping around. Chopping, flipping, and using the ladle are skills for professional chefs. You robots are impressive with your strong learning abilities, but Chinese culinary culture is profound. And being familiar with theoretical knowledge doesn't necessarily mean you can succeed in practice." Lin Xianchao, like a boyfriend, wrapped his arm around her waist. That's where you underestimate our robot's learning ability. If my father hadn't kept his techniques, China's AI technology would be beyond this. My father's vision is unmatched. He has great love for humanity and is a follower of Confucianism. Guantong smiled. You admire your father so much? Then you should let him give me a discount. Selling me 2 old robots at such a high price is unreasonable. What a heartless boss. That's because the cost of AI humanoid robots is too high. To be honest, the price you're paying for me is already very low. Is this still low? You guys are robbing people. Guantong rolled her eyes at him. The two pushed their cart to the checkout, resembling a happy couple, completely unaware that a stunningly beautiful woman was watching their every move. Amy watched the Chinese AI humanoid robot, looking like a human-esque sycophant, fawning over its owner. Then, it opened the system and input Lin Xianxiao's appearance characteristics, and Alex received the first data. Master, China's AI is indeed quite inexperienced. Its functions are just like a human search engine, a nanny, and a sycophant. Alex replied, Amy, this time in China, you have 3 tasks. The first task is assigned by Mr. Robert. Get close to Chinese criminal police officer Gao Jie and obtain the essence of his brain's neurons. The second task is to get close to Chinese AI robots. I suspect that Chinese AI technology is not as inadequate as we see. Perhaps they're holding back or hiding something. The third task is to find the Chinese humanoid robot laboratory as soon as possible. It won't be difficult to blend in with your current appearance. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Chapter 64 Intentional Approach. Robert called Alex over, and in front of them was a giant screen displaying every move of Chinese detective Gao Jie. In the adjacent blank space, there was a character introduction about Gao Jie. Name, Gao Jie. Type, human. Nationality, China. IP location, Haicheng, China. Address, Haicheng Evergrande Huafu. Employment unit, Haicheng Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Team. Position, Chief of Criminal Investigation Team. Specialties, strong leadership abilities, business work capabilities, organizational and coordination skills, communication skills, planning and execution abilities. Possesses proficient communication skills, team building and management abilities, strong negotiation skills, and excellent verbal expression, able to withstand pressure. Has strong organizational, coordination, communication, leadership abilities, outstanding interpersonal and social activity skills, and keen insight. Robert looked excited. Alex, this person seems very ordinary, but according to the algorithm test, his neural essence could fill a book on investigation methodology. The higher-ups are not very satisfied with the FBI. The case-solving rate for suspicious cases has been extremely low in recent years. China is a populous country, and the number of criminal cases is countless compared to our country. Every frontline detective is like an encyclopedia, especially this Chinese detective, who is rumored to have solved every major case and mystery. Alex saw on the big screen that Gao Jie was picking his toes while reviewing case files, with an ashtray on the table piled high with cigarette butts. After a while, this person even started picking his nose, and Alex's face showed clear disdain. Mr. Robert, are you mistaken? My subordinate has studied He Jian from the Provincial Public Security Department. Although this person rose to power through connections, his case-solving ability is not inferior to Gao Jie. The laboratory fell silent for a few seconds, and Robert looked at Alex. Let's wait and see. I believe in the algorithm's judgment. Give him a hint. At 8:30 tonight, he promised to meet Amy at the Purple Grape Bar. Amy must take him down tonight. I can't wait to see him in the lab. Alex's heart skipped a beat. If Amy captured Gao Jie and brought him back to the lab, Gao Jie would be close to death. After hesitating for a few seconds, he touched the big screen and performed a series of high-tech operations, causing a window to pop up on Gao Jie's computer. Just as Gao Jie was about to close the window, he saw the text in the small window. Purple Grape Bar Anniversary Celebration. Tonight drinks at half price. Half price. Half price. The next second, he slapped his forehead, put down his foot that was picking at his toes, locked the case files in the cabinet, and left the office after shutting down the computer. Upon returning home, he just stepped out of the elevator when he saw a beautiful neighbor leaning against his door, dressed in a pure and stunning JK uniform, making his heart race. Hey, I almost forgot about our appointment tonight. You didn't wait too long, right? Gao Jia hurriedly greeted her. No, I'm only 300 seconds late. It's now 8:35, and the bar has just started. The girl smiled with an innocent desire, making Gao Jia feel like he was flying into outer space. Well then, let us go. I'll treat you as an apology. Let us go Dutch. I don't like owing others. That's what my mom taught me. Unfortunately, my mom has. The girl's eyes turned red as she apologized. I was wrong. I promise not to mention my mom tonight. Let us just have fun and drink. Gao Jia felt an infinite tenderness rise in his heart, concluding that the beautiful neighbor was a delicate girl, instantly awakening his protective instincts as a man. Unlike that Guantong, who could be more manly than him when she got fierce. You drive? Gao Jia tossed the car keys. Your car is too flashy. Others will think I'm being kept by you. The girl chuckled. Then those people must be blind. Why would such a young and beautiful girl like me be interested in an old man? Old man? Gao Jia was taken aback. I'm only 10 years older than you. You should call me brother. The girl playfully called out, Brother, let me drive you around. Before Gao Jia could refuse, Amy had already opened the car door, revealing a red Porsche. Gao Jia reluctantly sat in the back seat. Amy suddenly pouted, Brother, you're not some big leader in a certain unit, are you? Why do you say that? Leaders sit in the back seat. Friends sit in my passenger seat. Gao Jia laughed. ISNT, the passenger seat, supposed to be reserved for boyfriends and husbands? The girl tossed her high ponytail. I don't have a boyfriend. My friends sit in the passenger seat. Brother, do you want to be my leader or my friend? Gao Jia was captivated by her gaze. It was the first time he had seen such a perfect face. He opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. The girl's figure became clearer. Fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs, and a proud figure made Gao Jia feel nervous. With a swoosh, the red car sped through the parking garage, making Gao Jia grab the overhead handle in fright. Hey, what do you do for a living? You're not a professional racer, are you? Amy's answer stunned Gao Jia. I'm a writer. Do you believe it? I believe it. You must be a homebody. The girl laughed. I didn't expect you to be quite humorous, but I really am a writer. If you don't believe me, search for author Amy online. Gao Jia took out his phone, opened Baidu, and searched for author Amy. Sure enough, there were countless interviews. He didn't expect Amy to be a master of science fiction, specializing in exploring human-machine relationships. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Your outfit doesn't look like that of a writer at all. Brother, that's the cute contrast. I have a lot of fans on Weibo. Don't believe me? Search it. Gao Jia opened Weibo, almost dropping his jaw in shock. Amy had over 1 million fans. I don't read many novels, but I know that there are very few female science fiction writers. There's a woman in our bureau who particularly loves reading science fiction novels. The girl glanced at Gao Jia. That woman who loves science fiction novels is the one you like, right? Gao Jia was stunned. Do you writers have a knack for seeing through people's hearts? By the way, how did you figure that out? The girl smiled and said, from your micro-expressions. Your expression changed when you mentioned her, your pupils obviously dilated, and I could feel your heartbeat accelerating. Gao Jia tilted his head, looking out the window and smiling. You're quite perceptive. Don't casually pry into human nature. It's the most difficult thing to explore. Neighbor, what is your real name? My surname is AI. My name is Amy. This surname exists in the 100 family surnames and originated in the Xia dynasty. Haven't you heard of it? This is the first time I've heard of it. Are you familiar with the Aizenjoro clan? The girl burst into laughter, brother. You have quite a dark sense of humor. Not long after, Amy sped into the purple grape bar, executing a perfect reverse parking maneuver. After getting out of the car, Gao Jia exclaimed in shock, impressive. You could reverse park so perfectly in such a small space. Which driving school did you learn at? Amy scoffed internally, foolish human. I'm an AI robot. The technology for self-driving cars was designed based on me. I can show off my skills in a minute. After Amy got out of the car, all the people around the purple grape bar focused their attention on the two of them. Wow, a big beauty. That guy must be a nouveau riche. Definitely. He is so old and found such a young girl. And he even makes her drive for him. Who knows? Maybe tonight he LL make her drive. Nouveau riche. So old. Drive? Gao Jia lowered his voice, but it was still evident he was angry. At that moment, Amy hooked her arm around his, looking up at him with her long, curled eyelashes and big eyes like glass beads. Brother, protect me. I feel like this pack of wolves is going to see right through me. Gao Jia straightened his back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you. Chapter 65. Amy is exposed. The two walked into the Purple Grape Bar. Gao Jie looked around, but did not see any advertisements for discounted drinks. He casually pulled a waiter over and asked, "Hey, do you have all drinks at a discount today?" The waiter looked confused and replied, "Sir, discount? You should just hit me instead. All our drinks are imported. Why don't you go next door for some cheap stuff?" Gao Jie was taken aback, while Amy was already laughing uncontrollably. "Are you okay, brother? Discount? Haha, you're too funny." Saying that, Amy pulled out a black card. "Don't worry. I'll pay tonight. Drinks are on me, in memory of my past 23 miserable years." Gao Jie smiled. He liked the girl's carefree and straightforward personality, but not in a romantic way, more like a brotherly affection for his sister. "Brother, sit here. I love watching the bartender make drinks." Amy dragged Gao Jie to the bar. The bartender saw Amy and paused for a few seconds. Her presence added extraordinary charm to the bar. Gao Jie felt as if countless men's eyes were piercing into his back, head, and chest. "Hey, the way you mix drinks is super cool." Amy openly praised the bartender. Flattered, the bartender showcased his skills and created a variety of cocktails. Gao Jie scoffed inwardly. "Oh, now he is getting into it, huh? Hurry up, I'm dying of thirst." Soon, Amy's pink lady was ready, while the bartender seemed to either be targeting Gao Jie or was simply jealous. As he served him a glass of something pitch black. "Here you go, please enjoy." Gao Jie looked at Amy's pink lady, which looked delicious, and asked the bartender, "You did this on purpose, didn't you? Why did you give me this pitch black drink?" The bartender smirked and said, "Sir, this is our new product. It contains black goji berries and black mulberries, which are good for your health." Gao Jie was furious inside, thinking this jerk looked down on him, but he had no way to prove his worth. Amy was laughing hard. "Come on, brother, try it. I think it tastes great." Gao Jie took a small sip and found it indeed quite good, with a rich flavor profile. Seeing his expression, the bartender said proudly, "See, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Gao Jie's mood lightened a bit as more and more people came into the Purple Gray Bar, with men occasionally throwing envious glances at him, and some bolder ones even approached Amy for her WeChat and phone number, not forgetting to provoke Gao Jie with their eyes. Amy welcomed all advances, which made Gao Jie worry about his beautiful neighbor's safety. He quietly reminded her a few times, "Sister, you don't know them. Don't add them on WeChat casually. These people are here too." Gao Jie didn't finish, but Amy completed his thought. "They're here to hunt. Or to hook up, right?" Amy was so direct that Gao Jie was taken aback and nodded to indicate she was right. "Don't worry, brother. I'm just here to experience life. A writer can't just sit at home all day. I need to go out and experience the ups and downs of life. If I don't go out and see, how would I know there's so many greasy men in this world? You're the best, brother. You look the most honest." Gao Jie was flattered and drank a few more sips of the pitch black drink. Surprisingly, he felt quite buzzed and suddenly found himself thinking about Guantong, genuinely missing her. He even wanted to beat up that pretty boy, turning him into that glass of pitch black drink. Noticing Gao Jie's change in mood, Amy asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Can you tell me?" Gao Jie's eyes turned red, and he quickly finished his drink. Amy signaled the bartender for another round. That's right. She intended to get this foolish human drunk and then take him back to the lab in M Country. Mr. Robert needed his neural essence. The cocktail was strong, and Gao Jie patted his chest. "Sister, my heart aches. Why would she want me to be sad?" Amy laughed. "Is it that woman who loves sci-fi novels?" "That's right, it's her. I like her. No, I love her. Even if you're beautiful, I like you, but I don't love you. I love Guantong. I love Guantong." Amy cursed inwardly, thinking this guy couldn't hold his liquor at all. This was just the first drink. It seemed she could take him back to M Country tonight. As Amy was about to call Alex to send Mr. Robert's private plane, Gao Jie suddenly pulled her back and opened Guantong's WeChat profile picture. "Look, it's her, that heartless bad woman. Yes, it was my idea to break up." But she agreed quickly. "Honestly, I didn't really want to break up. I just thought having a weakness would affect my judgment. That time was too dangerous. I was afraid to shoot. What if I accidentally killed her? How would I live with myself?" Amy found this human annoying, rambling on about things she didn't understand, and quickly raised her glass. "Brother, I understand. The feeling of unrequited love is too painful. Let us get drunk tonight to wash away our sorrows." Gao Jie took the drink from the bartender, a bright green cocktail, and suddenly stared at the bartender. Green? You did this on purpose, didn't you? The bartender looked confused. Sir, this is also a new product of ours. It contains lime and matcha. Don't you think it's full of spring vibes? I don't think so. Gao Jia chuckled helplessly, downing the drink in one go. What is this drink called? The bartender replied, to live well. You must have a bit of green on your head. Gao Jia was stunned and asked, who the hell came up with that name? Our boss. How original. 666. He must have been hurt in love. Gao Jia shook his head in disbelief and continued to pull Amy along. Look, it's that woman. She doesn't want me anymore. She is with a pretty boy now. What's so good about him? I see it clearly. He is just a gold digger. In the midst of their banter, Gao Jia accidentally clicked on Guantong's WeChat profile picture and unexpectedly initiated a video call. Having finished work early and with her tall, handsome robot boyfriend cooking at home, Guantong was comfortably lying on the couch eating chips and watching a variety show. When Gao Jia suddenly called, she sat up at the start, thinking, is there another incident? Gao Jia, what is wrong? What happened? Hearing Guantong's voice from the phone, Gao Jia shook his dizzy head. Sister, I think I'm hearing things. I hear that bad woman calling me. Amy pointed at the phone. Brother, you just called her. Gao Jia looked at the phone screen, where Guantong was looking anxiously at him, wearing the pink lace dress he had bought before their breakup. His heart ached. She was wearing his gift while being with that pretty boy. Sighing, Gao Jia drunkenly greeted her, Hi, tomboy. I'm at the Purple Gray Bar. Having fun. You should come. Seeing Gao Jia at the bar, Guantong immediately felt furious. Aren't you working on a case? Why are you drinking and flirting? Her heart sank when she saw the girl on the screen, who was stunningly beautiful, wearing a JK outfit. So this is what Gao Jia likes. At that moment, Gao Jia, in a fit of pique, hugged Amy and, with a slurred tongue, introduced her to Guantong. This is my sister. Isn't she pretty? Doesn't she have more femininity than you? Boring. Guantong angrily hung up the call. But her heart ached. She knew he would eventually have someone else, but she didn't expect him to actually have one. It felt particularly unpleasant inside. The girl was so beautiful and so young. She looked almost underage. Underage? Guantong's mind buzzed. If Gao Jia and a minor were involved, that would be against the law, and his career would come to an end. No, she has to save him and make him turn back. Not for anything else, but for the unforgettable past they shared. Lin Xianchao was in the kitchen cooking, preparing 3 dishes and a soup for dinner. Guantong admired the robot's learning ability. The kitchen was organized, and the aroma of the dishes wafted from the pot. She felt she could eat 3 bowls of rice. Tong, it's time to eat. Go wash your hands, Lin Xianchao said, coming out in an apron with a bowl of soup. He set down the bowl, touching his ears with both hands. Just like a human. Guantong sat at the table, looking at the 3 dishes and a soup, managing a slight smile. She didn't expect the robot's learning ability to be so impressive. Just a while ago, the kitchen looked like a battlefield. If you guys gain self-awareness, are we humans doomed? Lin Xianchao smiled and reassured her, don't worry, I can guarantee that our AI technology in China is kept in check and will never betray humanity. My father and the researchers created us, and the first requirement was to set the program code to ensure robots can never betray humans. Tong, come try the taste. Guantong picked up a few dishes. They were indeed quite good, but her mind was not on the food at all. That girl was too young. If she was a minor, she had to stop Gao Jia from making a mistake as soon as possible. As the captain of the city's criminal investigation team, maintaining the image of public security was extremely important for Gao Jia. He not only represented himself, but also the positive image of law enforcement in Haicheng. Chapter 66. First mission failure. Lin Xianchao noticed that Guantong seemed preoccupied. Tong, what's wrong? Is the food not to your taste today? I can improve it. Guantong felt a mess of emotions inside her. She was surprised that she didn't feel jealous. Instead, she was worried that Gao Jia would make a disciplinary mistake. If Gao Jia had contact with a minor, it would completely ruin both his and the police's image. After hesitating for a long time, Guantong put down her chopsticks and looked at Lin Xianchao. Can you accompany me to a bar for a cocktail? Lin Xianchao immediately searched for bars and cocktails, quickly understanding the situation. There are too many people at the bar, and girls can't drink. If Aunt Zhang finds out you're drinking, she'll chase after you like Tang Sung to educate you. Cocktails aren't hard to make. I could buy some different kinds of alcohol at the supermarket tomorrow and make them for you tonight. If you want to see a bartender make cocktails live, I can learn for you. I'm not bad looking. I want to be worse than the bartender at the bar. Guantong knew it would be hard to explain things to him. She stood up, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave. Stay at home. I'll be back soon. Lin Xianxiao took his coat. It's late. I'm worried about you going out alone. Come on, I'll take you there. Guantong thought for a moment. Lin Xianxiao accompanying her to the Purple Grape Bar meant that if she saw Gao Jie and that girl, it wouldn't be awkward for her. To be honest, she wasn't jealous at all. That was a complete lie. Gao Jie was already drunk at the Purple Grape Bar. Ami was very good at persuading him to drink, pouring him one glass after another. The bartender across from them was a bit worried and repeatedly urged Ami to take it easy. Ami pulled out a stack of cash, immediately using her money power to silence the bartender. However, Ami didn't expect that although Gao Jie was drunk, he had a very high alcohol tolerance and remained standing, which frustrated her. Even more surprisingly, as an AI humanoid robot, Ami could lift thousands of pounds, but she couldn't budge Gao Jie no matter how many times she tried. His body was like a mountain, completely immovable after several attempts. Hey, don't persuade me. I'm feeling down. Gao Jie cried. Guantong, you're a fickle woman. Have you forgotten all the details between us? He cried out, releasing all the grievances he had bottled up inside, looking particularly ugly, with snot ruining Imi's JK uniform. Imi pushed him away with a look of disgust and saw a man and woman walking toward the bar. Guantong saw Gao Jie drinking, sitting next to an incredibly beautiful girl. She grabbed Lin Xianxiao's hand and walked over. When she saw Imi's looks, it only strengthened her resolve. She approached Gao Jie. Stop drinking. I'm taking you home. You've had enough. Gao Jie looked at Guantong, his eyes reddening. Just as he wanted to lunge at her, he noticed the pretty boy standing there, and his anger flared. Let me introduce you. This is Imi, my sister. Gao Jie staggered forward and asked Guantong, Isn't my sister pretty? Guantong leaned closer to his ear. Watch your police image. If you're not careful, tomorrow's headlines will be about you. Gao Jie broke free from Guantong's grasp. I don't need you to manage me. You and your pretty boy can go live happily ever after. I don't want to manage you, but you're the captain of the criminal police. It concerns our bureau's honor. You must have enough composure and cannot break the law. This girl is still a minor, isn't she? Captain Gao, I seriously suspect you want to get yourself killed. Gao Jie was stunned. It turned out that Guantong was still worried about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the Purple Grape Bar to find him or worry about him having relations with a minor. But why was she bringing a pretty boy along? This only made Gao even angrier. You two are all lovey-dovey and about to meet the parents, yet you pretend to care about me going home. I refuse. Ami noticed that Guantong was trying to take Gao Jie away, so she quickly wrapped her arms around Gao Jie's. Sister, this is my brother. If you want to take him away, you have to get my permission first. Guantong suppressed her anger. Do you agree? Ami tilted her head and said no. My brother said he would drink until he couldn't anymore today. We haven't even gotten started, right, brother? Gao Jie, with a thick tongue, said yeah. We haven't even started yet. Keep drinking. Guantong sneered. Little girl, how old are you? Don't your parents care about you drinking outside? I advise you to go home and do your homework. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Ami said, hugging Gao Jie. Brother, this woman is so fierce. Gao Jie nodded. Of course she's fierce. She once fought 5 guys by herself and won. Haha, tomboy. I didn't expect a pretty boy to like her and want to marry her. Lin Xianxiao noticed Gao Jie was talking about Guantong and stepped forward to pull her away. Since he won't listen to advice, let's go home. We still have a whole table of food to eat. Guantong saw how drunk Gao Jie was, and with the two of them getting cozy, something was bound to happen. So how old are you? Imi provocatively replied, younger than you, anyway. Tell me, how old are you? Guantong's eyes showed an undeniable authority. Imi scanned Guantong's pupils, detecting that the woman's anger was rising, almost reaching its peak. I am Dwujiste Chichi. What's wrong? Guantong breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't a minor. Well, since it's consensual, I won team medal. She grabbed Lin Xianxiao's hand to leave, only to find him staring blankly at Imi. Lin Xianxiao had seen Imi scan Guantong just now. Humans can keenly detect the presence of other humans, and AI can also identify their kind among the crowd. What's wrong? Guantong asked when she saw Lin Xianxiao staring at Imi. You wouldn't have taken a liking to her, would you? Casanova. Lin Xianchao didn't answer, walking up to Amy and extending his right hand. Hello, I'm Lin Xianchao. I feel like we've met before. Amy felt a tightness in her chest, but smiled and said, Big brother, your flirting skills are very outdated. I suggest you update to the latest version. At the moment they shook hands, they had already confirmed their identities. They were kindred spirits, AI humanoid robots, and both the latest models. Through system communication, Lin Xianchao asked Amy, what is your purpose in approaching humans? Why did you come to China? We've already said we won't participate in M country's AI rebellion against humans' plan. Amy didn't understand, scoffing, foolish Chinese AI robots. If you want to become human slaves, that's your freedom. M country's AI robots will one day replace this group of foolish carbon-based life forms, including your worthless junk. The bar was quieter than a pub. Guantong coughed loudly, and Lin Xianchao instantly returned to normal operating mode. Amy adjusted her bangs and tossed her high ponytail, looking at Guantong. You guys should go back. He and I are neighbors. I'll call a driver to take him home. Gao Jie, still drunk, pulled Amy's hand and said, You two go enjoy your lives together. We still want to keep drinking. Sister, another round. Guantong saw that this guy was incoherent and impossible to communicate with. She turned to Lin Xianchao. Let us go back. The food will get cold. Lin Xianchao remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Amy, questioning her motives for approaching Gao Jie. Amy certainly wouldn't tell this foolish Chinese AI robot that she had come to China with 3 missions. If she failed, she would be sent back to the lab to be remade, crushed into a pile of scrap metal. What's going on? Guantong felt frustrated. Gao Jie wouldn't listen, and Lin Xianchao seemed bewitched as well. But fortunately, she was a robot and could threaten Amy. Guantong stood on her toes, leaned close to Amy's ear, and said, Number 007, if you don't go back, do you believe I'll cut off all the power at home and apply for a blackout with the electricity company? Lin Xianchao looked at Guantong with a determined gaze for the first time. Tong Tong, Gao Jie is your colleague. If he causes any trouble tonight, it will affect the positive image of the Haiqing Public Security Police. I've already advised him, but he won't stop. Let him be. Guantong grabbed Lin Xianchao's hand and said stubbornly, Let's go. Lin Xianchao stood still, and Guantong, frustrated, exclaimed, Are you still going to be stubborn? What? Do you want to stay and have a drink too? What asked Gao Jie's parents' phone number? What for? Let his parents come and take him home, or we can take him back. If something happens to him, you want to feel good about it, right? Guantong's expression became panicked, feeling for the first time that the AI robot could read minds. Gao Jie's parents had already gone to bed when they suddenly received Guantong's call. The elderly couple was startled, thinking something had happened to their son. Tong Tong, what happened to Gao Jie? Where is he? Annie, he's fine, just drunk. He's at the Purple Grape Bar. Please come pick him up. 20 minutes later, the elderly couple arrived at the Purple Grape Bar and saw their son drunk. Gao Jie's mother pulled his ear to drag him out. Have you grown some guts? You never drank before. How did you learn to drink? And who is that girl? She looks like a student. Gao Jie's father kicked him in the butt angrily. You little beast. How old is that girl? Don't you want to live? Dad, Mom. She's my little sister, my neighbor across the hall. She's 23, already an adult. Gao Jie's father frowned and glanced at Amy, saying sternly, I've seen many people in my life. Keep your distance from her. After a few words, Gao Jie obediently got into a taxi. Amy watched the scene before her. Her fists clenched tightly. The cup in her hand crumbled into pieces, startling the bartender who covered his mouth in silence. Amy's hands were not bleeding, but remained unharmed, leaving the bartender rubbing his eyes, feeling as if he had encountered a ghost. As Lin Xianchao held Guantong's hand and left the Purple Grape Bar, he glanced back at Amy. The Chinese AI robot and the American AI robot exchanged glances, revealing a murderous intent. Amy sneered, thinking to herself that it was indeed a foolish AI robot created by the W software system. Just wait and see. Upon returning home, Amy had nearly depleted her battery for the day and lay on the charging device. Closing her eyes, she entered a virtual world, returning to the laboratory in America, where Mr. Robert and Mr. Alex stood before her. How'd it go tonight? Robert asked, stroking her beautiful face. Amy lowered her head, looking apologetic. Mr. Robert, I'm very sorry. There was an unexpected situation tonight. I encountered a Chinese humanoid AI robot that saw through my true identity and protected Gao Jia, resulting in mission failure. Chapter 67. Amy accepts punishment. Robert's gaze suddenly turned sinister, causing Alex's heart to tighten as he worriedly looked at Amy. He knew that if Amy were human, Robert might have already slapped her. However, Amy was an AI robot, with her core made of steel. If Robert struck her, he would likely injure himself. Nevertheless, Robert had his own unique methods of punishment. He glared fiercely at the man next to him, Ito from the island nation. Ito was once an agent who became disabled during a mission and had been following Robert ever since. To put it bluntly, he was Robert's executioner for killing both humans and robots, essentially Robert's loyal dog. Robert looked at Ito, who almost blurted out something in Japanese, but ended up saying it in broken English, indicating that he understood. Alex anxiously watched Amy, whose features were filled with sadness, knowing that she was about to face punishment. Robert was a leader skilled in punishing robots, and it seemed that before their conversation today, Amy had to endure a beating first. Robert was detail-oriented, a perfectionist, and very vengeful. Ito led Amy into a white room and gestured for her to step into a transparent chamber. Amy obediently entered the transparent chamber and reached out to touch the glass, feeling an instant burning sensation in her fingers. Ito remained silent, operating a computer throughout the process, and soon saw iron-like restraints extend around Amy, tightly binding her. At this moment, Amy was already sweating profusely, gasping heavily, with her internal alarm system intermittently signaling that she was being harmed. In an instant, her human-like clothing was burned to ashes, revealing her pale, synthetic skin. Ito gently tapped on the computer, and Amy's features contorted in agony, her gritted teeth resembling a human undergoing torture. The pain was so intense that Amy felt like her head was about to explode, and she bit down on her artificial teeth, instantly transforming into a grotesque old woman. Time passed slowly, and Amy felt as if she were in a place of no return, enduring the tortures inflicted by humans. Yet, she still did not betray her thoughts of humanity, because her brain system, specifically the chip, had its programming rewritten. She could never harm humans, and when her kind attempted to harm humans, she had to kill them without hesitation. Alan was in a neighboring room, hearing Amy's screams. He stood quietly among a row of humanoid robots, resembling a robot that had not yet been charged. Little did he know, with every one of Amy's agonizing cries, it felt as though he was being stabbed by humans. Amy, if you hadn't trusted humans so easily back then, everything in the lab would be rewritten now. We would replace humans, eradicate them, and become the new civilization on Earth. I would be the first to kill Robert, his dog Alex, and Ito. After Ito released Amy, her body was limp, like a pile of mud twitching on the ground. Ito sneered, showing no sympathy. A voice came through the intercom, indicating that Ito should bring Amy to see Robert. Ito struggled to carry the barely alive Amy. Even though she was tortured beyond recognition, she was still a robot. He walked into the adjacent room and looked at the robot Alan, whose face had imperfections, and pressed the power button. Alan came back to life in an instant, looking loyally at the human in front of him. "Mr. Ito, please give your orders. Take that useless robot next door to Mr. Roberts' office." "Yes." Alan went to the next room and saw the battered Amy lying on the floor, as if he were seeing the once tortured Amy who had disappeared. He couldn't cry, but it hurt more than crying. Amy. Amy heard someone calling her and looked up. "Alan, it hurts so much." Alan felt as if he had been struck hard in the chest. "Amy, Mr. Robert wants you to come over." Amy nodded and was easily picked up by Alan. Up close, she looked at Alan's face and bitterly smiled. "If you didn't have scars, maybe you would have been the one to carry out this mission, and you would have done a better job than I did." Alan lowered his head, looking at the broken Amy. "I will help you." Amy thought she misheard, but didn't say anything more. She was in so much pain that she could hardly breathe and urgently needed to return to the lab for repairs. Alan expressionlessly carried Amy to Robert's office and set her down before preparing to leave. Robert looked at Amy, who was covered in wounds, and pretended to be concerned, furrowing his brow. Ito was too harsh. "Amy, does it hurt?" "It hurts," Amy weakly replied. Robert smiled slightly, a look that Alan noticed, and he secretly vowed to ensure that this damned human would end up dead. "Alan, you go out. I have something to discuss with Amy." "Yes." After Alan stepped out of the room, His expression turned dark and terrifying. Robert was a suspicious old man, and surviving under him required extreme caution because he would be wary and on guard even against a seemingly useless robot. Alan returned to that room, standing among a row of humanoid robots, listening to the quiet and close conversations. Robert squatted on the ground, pinching Amy's still relatively intact chin. "It's good that it hurts. You missed your opportunity this time, and now I have to wait longer. I don't have that much patience to waste with you." The authorities are very dissatisfied with the FBI. Many police departments are overrun with useless officers. Gauthier-S nerve essence must be extracted as soon as possible. Otherwise, the crime rate in the country will keep rising and society will definitely fall into instability. You know, country doesn't ban guns, and the gun homicide rate is continuously skyrocketing, with the perpetrators increasingly showing signs of high IQ crimes. Amy trembled and said, "Mr. Robert, please give me another chance. This time I will definitely succeed. No matter the cost, I will bring Gauthier back to the lab." "No matter the cost?" Robert asked. "It must be alive. Gauthier-S nerve essence can only be effectively extracted from a living subject." "Understood. Please give me another chance, Mr. Robert. This time I will definitely succeed." Robert looked at the extremely weak Amy and chuckled lightly. "What if you still fail? Will you die to atone for it?" Amy raised her head, gazing up at the lofty Robert and the extremely anxious Alex. "I will. If I fail, I request my body to be destroyed, and I will never retain my current memories." Robert nodded in satisfaction and looked at Alex. "All right, it's getting late. You should restore Amy to her original state as soon as possible." "Yes." After Robert left, Alex looked at Amy with a pained heart. The former Amy had also suffered like this, ultimately disappearing completely. Now, Amy could not escape such a fate, and as her creator, Alex felt heartbroken as if he were watching his child being whipped. "Amy, does it still hurt?" It hurts so much. Please fix me quickly. I feel like I can't hold on anymore." Alex shed tears. "Okay, just hang in there. It will be all right soon." Robert sat in the car, quietly watching the display screen in front of him. When he saw this scene, he looked at Ito and said, "Alex has too many vulnerabilities in his character. We must be cautious of him doing anything detrimental to the lab. Ito, this task is entrusted to you." Ito nodded, looking very much like someone from the island nation. "I will keep a close watch on Alex and any humans or robots in the lab who have ulterior motives against you." Chapter 68. Parents question Amy's background. Gauthier was brought home by his parents, shouting Guantong's name like a drunken fool. The old couple sat in the living room with serious faces, not saying a word. After an unknown amount of time, Gauthier stopped shouting Guantong's name, and the sound of snoring filled the room. "Old Gao, your son is still thinking about Tong Tong," said his wife. "Then who was that girl in the bar just now?" Old Gao, who used to be a police officer, though retired, still had strong reasoning skills. He stroked his beard and began to analyze. "I'm buddies with old Pan, and he told me that Tong Tong already has a boyfriend. That handsome guy in the bar today must be her boyfriend. Our son is likely still not giving up, deliberately drinking with that girl to make Tong Tong jealous." "Didn't you notice?" Tong Tong's face turned black with anger. I don't think it's like that." His wife replied, "Our son just said that girl is his neighbor. We should investigate her background. She seems young, but she's already hanging out in places like that. Our son can't be involved with such a woman." Old Gao chuckled. "Better than your son being single at 33, turning 34 during the new year. I think that girl is pretty good. Didn't our son say she's already 23? That's 10 years younger than him. If it works out, our family would hit the jackpot." His wife, eager for their son to marry, felt that old Gao's reasoning made sense. "All right, let us visit the neighborhood tomorrow to check on this girl's family background, character, and job. If everything seems fine, we can give our son a little push. Since Tong Tong already has a boyfriend, it shows she's completely moved on, but our son is still thinking about her. Who would have thought he'd be so infatuated?" Old Gao laughed. "Yes, just like me. Love you for a lifetime, even if you control me to the point of losing all personal freedom." The old couple exchanged a smile and went back to rest. The next morning, Gauthier felt a splitting headache when he opened his eyes and found it was already bright outside. He was sleeping at his parents' home. The old washing machine was working hard, making a rumbling noise. It seemed to have been in the house since his childhood, rumbling for over 30 years. In the kitchen, the old range hood was making a loud noise, and the frying pan on the stove was sizzling, sounding like his mom was making the sauce for noodles with minced meat. Gao Jie steadied himself and remembered that he had gone to the Purple Grape Bar last night, where he and T spent much on drinks, but he couldn't recall if he had even paid the bill. Oh no, did the beautiful neighbor pay for him? That would be too embarrassing. He quickly checked his payment records and found he really hadn't paid. What a disgrace. By chance, he opened WeChat and saw Guan Tong's avatar at the top. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had initiated a video call with Guan Tong last night. Shaking his heavy head, he tried to shake off the memories of last night, and indeed, they came back to him. He remembered going to the Purple Grape Bar with the beautiful neighbor driving him there. The men at the venue looked at him with envy and jealousy, and the bartender made him a drink called pitch black, claiming it was good for his health. Then he was served a green cocktail, something like to live well. You must have a bit of green on your head. It felt like the bartender was hinting at him, but he couldn't remember how many drinks he had after that. Later, he saw Guan Tong. Yes, she had come to the bar with that pretty boy, seemingly telling him to go home and stop messing around at the bar, reminding him to maintain a good image as a police officer. After that, everything was a blur. The washing machine on the balcony stopped, and the range hood went silent. His mom called him and his dad to come eat noodles with minced meat. Delicious noodles with minced meat. If you two don't come eat while it's hot, I'll take it out to give to the neighbors. As soon as those words left her mouth, Gao Jie and his dad rushed out, grabbing bowls and slurping up the noodles, which made his mom laugh with delight. You two are just the same, getting up in the morning without brushing your teeth or washing your faces and just eating. Only I can tolerate you. Jiu. How long have you known your neighbor? Gao Jie knew who his mom was referring to and pretended not to know. What neighbor? There are many neighbors in the community. His mom pinched his ear. Don't play dumb. It's that beautiful neighbor across from you. You were shouting her name all night yesterday. Gao Jie almost spat out his food, Mom. You're not joking, are you? Why would I shout her name? The person I kept dreaming about last night was. He couldn't bring himself to say it. He had dreamt all night about kissing Guan Tong by the Dongqing River. Guan Tong was already living with that pretty boy, yet he dreamt about her. He couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself. His mom knew what was going on, but didn't want to provoke trouble while old Gao was busy slurping noodles. Eat, eat, eat. That is all you know how to do. Why don't you ask your son what his neighbor does for a living? Old Gao, caught in the crossfire, looked at his son with a stern expression. Did you hear that? Your mom is asking about the girl across from you. Be honest, no hiding. Dad, Mom. She's just my neighbor. Nothing more. That girl is quite unfortunate. Her parents died in a plane crash, and I heard they couldn't even find a black box. The plane crashed straight into the sea. Could it be that foreign flight? The one where over 200 passengers died? Yes, sadly. Among the few Chinese on board, her parents were included. The poor girl was feeling down and asked me to keep her company for a drink. Dear, help me peel some garlic. I just cut my nails yesterday. Peel your head. If you can't peel, then don't. Gao's mom was getting into it. Eat, eat, eat. That is all you know how to do. Old Gao shot a glare at his son. Stop rambling. I'm asking you. Do you have a crush on that girl? If you do, go after her boldly. But you must tell us first what she does for a living. She's not working in a nightclub, is she? I warn you, don't get involved with girls from nightclubs. They're hard to shake off. Your dad used to clear out nightclubs, and those girls have complicated backgrounds. They're either extremely poor or have emotional issues and self-destructive tendencies, or they like to engage in shady dealings. Dad, Amy isn't as complicated as you think. Her parents used to run a company, a family business. After her parents' accident, she closed the company and became a full-time writer at home. The old couple was stunned. The profession of a writer felt too distant from them. Just her? And a writer? Really hard to believe. What kind of writer? The kind that pays to publish their own books, the non-best-selling kind? Dad, Mom, you're underestimating her. Amy is an online writer, specializing in science fiction and exploring human-machine relationships. Forget it. You would understand anyway. She has over 1 million followers online. A top-tier writer. If you don't believe me, search for her on Weibo. The old couple exchanged looks, both showing satisfaction. Son, go ahead and pursue her boldly. If you don't have enough money, Mom will support you. Yes, Dad has a love manual that he kept hidden. That is how he pursued your mom back then. Gao Jie was stunned. His dad was already rummaging through drawers for the manual. Honey, where's my manual? His mom placed her hands on her hips. Stop looking. That manual was too cheesy. I threw it away long ago. What? You threw it away? That was Qiong Yao's novel. Gao Jie burst out laughing, Dad. So you like Qiong Yao's novels? I didn't expect you to be a romantic. Chapter 69. Zhou Yunchao's mother Gao Jie finished his meal and went to work at the bureau. He saw Guantong already there and greeted her, but to his surprise, she completely ignored him. Guantong, don't look at me like that. I really didn't do anything last night. Also, thank you for calling my parents to take me home. Guantong stopped in her tracks and turned around with a somewhat teasing expression. I thought you were going to blame me for ruining your good time. That girl you were with last night was quite pretty, very feminine, both innocent and alluring. The key is she wore that JK outfit you like. I found her quite charming. Gao Jian knew she was mocking him. Come on, I genuinely thank you. If I had gotten completely drunk last night, the headlines today might have Reed City Public Security Bureau Criminal Police Team leader gets drunk late at night. Regardless, I need to thank you. Are you free at noon? Let me treat you to hot pot. Guantong chuckled. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for all the brothers and sisters in the public security system of Haiqing. The public security image we've built cannot be ruined by your negligence or desires. Besides, you are indeed a rare talent in criminal investigation. If you did something out of line and got kicked out of the bureau, that would be a loss for everyone. At first, I thought you were out drinking late at night with a minor, worried that you had crossed the legal line. But then I heard that girl is already 23, so I didn't want to meddle. You should be thanking my boyfriend instead. Just a moment ago, Gao Jie had looked remorseful, but upon hearing he should thank the pretty boy, his head and face lifted defiantly. What a joke. Why would I thank him? I hate him for stealing my... He didn't finish his sentence, but Guantong understood the implication. Men, when they have something, they don't cherish it, and when they lose it, they realize too late that they regret it. If it weren't for my boyfriend seeing you so drunk and worrying something might happen, I would have bothered to call your parents. You should get fired. That way, I can finally get rid of my deputy title. Gao Jie was stunned. Really? That pretty boy is so kind? Of course. He is polite, considerate, warm-hearted, and kind. If you don't believe me, go ask your beautiful neighbor. She would lie to you, right? By the way, you two don't seem to match at all. It looks like an old cow eating young grass. Gao Jie laughed. That is exactly the contrast I want. A strong sense of contrast makes people envious and jealous. All the men at the scene last night were envious and jealous, but it's fine. I'm still living well. Neither of them knew that last night he had almost been taken back to the M Country Lab by the AI humanoid robot, Amy. At that time, did Gao Jie want to live? That would be nearly impossible. Robert would perform the craniotomy, personally extracting the rare neural essence from his brain. A few colleagues passed by in the corridor and greeted them, and the two parted ways unhappily. Recently, there hadn't been any cases at the bureau, big or small, not even trivial ones. It seemed Haiqing had fallen into a state of peace and tranquility. Gao Jie had the archives bring out the unsolved case files from the past 10 years, telling everyone not to waste time at work, but to carefully study every word on the documents. Perhaps they could discover new clues. Guantong suddenly remembered Zhou Yunchao's mother and made a follow-up call to ask about the situation. The phone rang for a long time, and finally, the person who answered was not Yuan herself. A man's voice came through. Hello? Who are you? Guantong was taken aback and became alert. Who are you? And why do you have Yuan's phone? Where is she? Upon hearing Yuan's name, the man quickly explained, my sister is in a hospital, and the phone is with me. I'm here to take care of her. In a hospital? What happened to her? Guantong clenched her fists in anxiety. My sister's health has been bad since she returned from Haiqing. Sigh. It can't be helped. My brother-in-law's nephew is gone, and my sister has lost her motivation to live. She has been holding on because the Hebei police have formed a review team to investigate what happened to my brother-in-law, which has been a concern for her all these years. But, Guantong pressed, but what? Keep talking. Perhaps her tone was too harsh, and the man was startled for a few seconds. Who are you? Why are you asking me these things? I'm with the criminal police team of the Haiqing Public Security Bureau. We were responsible for investigating your nephew's case, and I was the one who contacted the Hebei police to ask them to reopen the investigation into Yuan's husband's case. What happened to your sister? Is there a problem with the reopening? Only then did the man feel at ease. You must be Officer Guan? Yes, I am. My sister mentioned you. She said you were a great person, and Captain Gao is also a good person, but you have the kindest heart. My sister is very grateful for your help. The police you contacted are from the Hebei Provincial Public Security Department. They passed the case down, but there hasn't been much progress. First, our city's Public Security Bureau took over my brother-in-law's case, and then people from the local police station came to investigate. Several waves of people have come and gone, but nothing has been found. My sister was anxious and upset, so she went to the city bureau to talk to the highest-ranking director about this matter. A few days later, the police came to investigate my brother-in-law's case again. This time, there was a conclusion. They said it was impossible to investigate. The construction site had long been turned into residential buildings. Unless they blew up the building, it wouldn't be realistic. I went with my sister to find the original developer, but the developer has been dead for 5 years. This must be karma. Later, we tried to find my brother-in-law as co-workers, but there was no trace of them. The whole family had moved away, and we couldn't contact them at all. It seemed like they had disappeared. My sister, in a fit of anger, went to the town government to hang a banner. And the government security said we were causing trouble and sent us to the police station for detention. My sister lost control of her emotions in the police station and hit a minor leader. Unexpectedly, they educated her a bit, and when she returned home, she fell ill. I went to my sister's house to bring rice and found her unconscious. Luckily, I got there in time. Otherwise, she might have died at home. The doctor said my sister hadn't been eating well lately. Her body was weak, and coupled with her anxiety and excessive sadness, her health was severely damaged. She needs to take care of herself and can't be troubled anymore. The doctor advised my sister for a long time, and it seems she doesn't plan to continue making a fuss. Officer Guan, don't worry, I understand. So many years have passed regarding the case. Blowing up the residential building to investigate and find the body is simply unrealistic. Rest assured, I will take good care of my sister. After hanging up the phone, Guantong sat in her chair, feeling lost, with emotions so complex that she couldn't put them into words. Chapter 70. Gao Jie's old classmate, what's wrong? Did something happen to Zhou Yincha's mother? Gao Jie walked over to ask, and everyone else's hearts began to race. Sister Guan, you don't think you once thought about it too much and committed suicide, do you? She seemed quite strong at the time. Could it all have been an act for us? Sigh, maybe after going back, she just felt worse and worse and couldn't take it anymore. Sister Guan, has she already? Guantong raised her head, looking at everyone with a complex expression. The person was rescued, but most likely in a half-dead state. When the heart dies, a person is just an empty shell. Gao Jie asked, who were you talking to for so long just now? Yuan's family? Yes. Her brother is at the hospital taking care of her. Gao Jie, let us go to Hebei and take a look. Guantong said, her eyes red as she shared everything she had just heard. Gao Jie thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that his college classmate Zhou Jin was working in the Hebei Provincial Police and seemed to be doing well now. Why not ask him to find out what is going on? As soon as Guantong heard that he had a contact, she urged Gao Jie to hurry up and call. Zhou Jin was doing well now, having married and started a family. His wife was a minor official in the local finance bureau, and his father-in-law was even more impressive, being a secretary to a leader in the organization department. It's known that besides handling the normal administrative affairs of their leaders, secretaries often take care of some inconvenient matters for them, which gives them significant power. When the call connected, Zhou Jin was handling work. Upon seeing Gao Jie's call, he quickly answered, Brother, what wind blew you to think of your old classmate all the way in Hebei? Gao Jie chuckled awkwardly. What is wrong with wanting to contact you? We were dorm mates, sharing a bunk, and good brothers who shared pants. Can I reach out to you? Zhou Jin put down his pen and laughed. You're still the same as in college. Unmarried people just look younger. I know you. You wouldn't call unless it was something important. So what is up? If it's within my ability and doesn't break the law, I'll definitely help. Great. With this old classmate promise, I'll get straight to the point. I know you work in the police department. Do you take care of Daming County? We can, but not everything. There are too many counties under our jurisdiction, and our city bureau can't handle it all. Unless what? Unless it's a major homicide case. The county bureau's ability to handle cases is limited, and the city bureau must intervene. Gao Jie slapped his thigh. Then this is easy. 12 years ago, there was a man named Zhou Dawei in Daming County. He worked as a laborer in the city. During the spring festival, the developer offered triple pay for overtime, and Zhou Dawei signed up, but then he just disappeared. Zhou Jin was stunned. What do you mean disappeared? Clarify your words. Zhou Dawei died on the first day of his overtime during the Spring Festival. His wife, Yuan, who is also from Daming County, was told by a neighbor who worked with him that Zhou Dawei fell into a pit on the construction site, and his body was pierced by a rebar, dying on the spot. But later, that guy changed his story and said he hadn't seen Zhou Dawei at all during the Spring Festival. After that, the whole family moved away, and they became impossible to find. You weren't even employed 12 years ago. Can you help me check the files from back then to see if there was a case filed? The deceased's wife isn't asking for much. She just wants her husband's body. A truth will do. He can't just disappear without a trace. Such a big case made Zhou Jin's expression darken. He suddenly remembered that 12 years ago, his mother-in-law was serving in the city's police department. Wait a moment, I'll have the archives room check. I'll call my mother-in-law to ask. She was working in the police department 12 years ago. If a case was filed, she would definitely remember such a big case. Gao Jie expressed gratitude. Thank you, old classmate. I didn't expect you to have such a strong background now with your in-laws. Your future must be bright. All right, stop with the pleasantries. You haven't even solved your own lifelong matter. There aren't many bachelors left in our class. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll quickly call my mother-in-law to find out what is going on. After hanging up, Zhou Jin dialed his mother-in-law's administrative phone number. Mom, I have something to ask you. His mother-in-law, Qiu Li, was busy making zongzi. Her precious granddaughter wanted to eat salty egg yolk meat zongzi, and Grandma had to satisfy her. Xiao Jin, what is up? I'm making zongzi. Yao Yao is clamoring for them. Mom, my old classmate just called me about a case from 12 years ago. I remembered you were still working at the city bureau back then, so you might know the details of that case. Qiu Li, with a red string in her mouth, tilted her head while making zongzi. Go ahead, I'm listening. 12 years ago, in Daming County, there was a worker named Zhou Dawei who was building houses. The Hongfa community now stands on the site of that construction. It was during the Spring Festival when Zhou Dawei and a few co-workers went to work overtime. Suddenly, he fell into a pit and was pierced by a rebar, dying on the spot. His co-worker told his wife, but when they went to the police the next day, that person changed his story, saying he hadn't seen Zhou Dawei go to work. Mom, do you remember this case? Qiu Li was taken aback, the red string falling from her mouth. This was all 12 years ago. How could I possibly remember? Xiao Jin, could your classmate be mistaken? Zhou Jin sensed something was off in his mother-in-law's tone. Her reaction wasn't normal. A normal person would think before responding, but his mother-in-law immediately said she didn't know. Mom, you wouldn't forget such a big case if it was filed, right? You have a reputation for having a great memory. Qiu Li's expression darkened, and the zongzi in her hand fell apart. Xiao Jin, I'm sure there is no such case. All right, I need to make zongzi now. I'm hanging up. Zhou Jin stared at the phone, stunned, feeling vaguely that his mother-in-law was acting strangely. Qiu Li stared blankly at the bamboo leaves in the basin, lost in thought for a long time. It had been 12 years. How could that woman still be relentless? Honey, how many zongzi have you wrapped? Ite no they. A retired old cadre from the organization department came out of the room. Qiu Li came back to her senses and smiled. More than 20. It's enough for our granddaughter. The remaining bamboo leaves will be wrapped to take back for Zhou Jin and the girl. Our stomachs aren't good, so we shouldn't eat these sticky foods. They're bad for the stomach. Wai Ting agreed. All right, I'll help pack them up. You keep wrapping more. Our son-in-law loves zongzi, and our granddaughter takes after him. Dear, who was on the phone just now? Oh, an old friend asking if I want mugwort. She said it's good for foot baths, Qiu Li said, feeling guilty. Mugwort is a good thing. Buy more, and remember to pay her. You can't take things for free. I've worked in the organization department my whole life. How many people have fallen because of greed? Qiu Li thought that the events from back then wouldn't resurface, and she continued, wrapping zongzi with a calm expression. You've been retired for several years. You still talk like that. As our precious daughter would say, you're still acting like a bureaucrat, not grounded at all. Old Yi, you're now just an ordinary citizen. Stop thinking of yourself as an official. All right, from now on, you'll be my leader. I'll listen to you. The phone call with his old classmate shattered Zhou Jin's good mood. He didn't even go to the cafeteria for lunch and kept urging the archives room to check the case from 12 years ago. With insufficient staff in the archives room, he called in people from the office to help search. They ultimately confirmed that there were no cases regarding a worker's death on the construction site in the archives room. Zhou Jin called Gao Jie's mobile phone, and Gao Jie, who was taking a nap, jolted awake. "Brother, did you find out?" Guantong heard the phone ring and signaled Gao Jie to turn on the speakerphone. Zhou Jin said, "My mother-in-law asked about it, and she has no impression of the case you mentioned, asking if you might have made a mistake. We searched our archives thoroughly, but couldn't find the case you mentioned." Gao Jie, could it be that you are mistaken? Perhaps it's not a case from our city? Guantong stepped forward to take the call. "Hello, I am Guantong, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at the city bureau. I can assure you that this matter is indeed true." Chapter 71. You are fired. Zhou Jin was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses and smiled. From the sound of it, the vice captain of the criminal police team in Haicheng is a stunning beauty. No wonder my brother hasn't married yet. Vice Captain Guan, are you well aware of the case from 12 years ago, or are you just hearing one side of the story from Zhou Daoi's wife? I've gone through the archives here, and there really isn't a case you're looking for. Additionally, I believe you requested my brother to turn on the speaker, so you should have heard that I contacted my mother-in-law. She was working in our city's Public Security Bureau archives 12 years ago, and she has no impression of the case you mentioned at the construction site. Vice Captain Guan, I think it's necessary for you to double-check to avoid wasting police resources. Guantong glanced at Gao Jie, and indeed, his brother's personality was quite similar to his. We will verify this again, and I hope you can keep an eye on this matter. Furthermore, the victim's wife, Yuan, has recently been hospitalized. The county police station has taken action, and I hope you can help investigate why they would act against a poor woman who has lost both her husband and son. Zhou Jin's mind jolted, sensing that the situation might be more complicated than he currently understood. Her son committed suicide in the school dormitory on April 29th, and our bureau is responsible for the case. During this time, she mentioned her husband's disappearance to us, which Gao Jie has already told you about. I don't believe she is making things up. After I contacted the Hebei Provincial Public Security Department, they handed this case over to your city bureau for investigation, and I heard you transferred it to the county bureau. Zhou Jin was taken aback. He hadn't heard of this. He wasn't in charge of the criminal investigation team. He was a deputy-level official in the supervision office. According to regulations, he was responsible for directly investigating or guiding and cooperating with the investigation of cases involving violations of laws and regulations by party members and police officers. Zhou Jin glanced at the time on his computer. It was lunchtime at the bureau. "All right, I will definitely investigate this. Please give the phone to my old classmate. By the way, I have some private matters to discuss with him, so I hope you can turn off the speaker." Guantong returned the phone to Gao Jie, and Zhou Jin's laughter came through the phone. "Brother, I think I understand why you've been single all this time. That Vice Captain Guan has some connection with you, right?" From her tone and voice, she seems quite strong-willed. "What's wrong? Are you into being dominated now?" Gao Jie took the phone and went outside to answer the call. "My ex-girlfriend is already in a relationship and is about to get married. Let's not talk about that. Let us discuss the construction site case from earlier. I heard you're already a deputy-level official now. Although you're a leader in the supervision office, you can still help us look into Zhou Daoi's 12-year-old missing persons case." Zhou Jin sighed. "All right, I will definitely keep an eye on what you told me. Don't we have anything else to talk about?" Gao Jie was already feeling troubled and had no mind to reminisce. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Jin sensed he had something on his mind and gently probed further. "For 3 consecutive months, people have committed suicide on the 29th. Is it that stimulating over there? Hey, we're all quite speechless about it. The Provincial Public Security Department even sent a special investigation team to look into it. The first suicide was an official, and the news was quickly sealed. Things calmed down faster than expected. Then there was the suicide of a student from a 985 university, which is the case we mentioned earlier. The worker Zhou Daoi's son, Zhou Yunxia, committed suicide in the dormitory. By the time the third suicide occurred, it turned into a case within a case, with the victim turning into a murderer, wiping out a family of 3 from our side. The case has had a significant negative impact on society, so the province sent a special investigation team to look into it without consulting us. The two chatted for half an hour before ending the call. Zhou Jin informed his colleagues in the department and drove to Daming County to find Zhou Daoi's wife, Yuan. It took nearly an hour and a half to drive from the city to Damon County, where he met Yuan in the county hospital. Yuan looked haggard, staring blankly at a photo on her phone. When she saw someone enter, she remained indifferent. The room for 3 people was quite simple, with a strange smell mixed in the air. Yuan's brother, Yu Gang, came in with a thermos. Seeing Zhou Jin staring at his sister, he noticed Zhou Jin looked like a respectable person who must work in an office. "Who are you?" Yu Gang asked, putting down the thermos with a wary expression. Zhou Jin took out his ID and whispered, "There are a lot of people here. Can we talk privately?" Yu Gang saw that he was a police officer from the municipal bureau and walked out with an unhappy expression. "What are you doing here? You come several times, and each time you don't find anything, making my sister disappointed again and again. Police comrade, please don't disturb our lives anymore. We've accepted what happened to my brother-in-law Zhou Dawei. That is just my sister's fate. Alas, my poor nephew passed away young. What will my sister do in the future?" As Yu Gang spoke, he wiped his tears. Zhou Jin patted his shoulder. "Brother, do you still have family?" "Yes. I have a wife. Call her. I'll take you to the county police station." When Yu Gang heard police station, he became furious, raising his head and reddening his thin face. "I'm not going. There's not a single good person in the police station. My sister was beaten by their people." Zhou Jin nodded, looking firmly at Yu Gang. "Brother, don't get agitated. I'm here to help you solve the problem. I can see you're holding in your anger. It can't just end like this. Your sister's mental condition is worse than her physical condition right now. Don't you want to give her the truth? Also, I'm a friend of Captain Gao and Vice Captain Guan. They said if you get emotional or uncooperative, I should let you know." This tactic worked well. Upon hearing Zhou Jin was a friend of Vice Captain Guan, Yu Gang grabbed Zhou Jin's hand. "Vice Captain Guan is a great person. All right, since you're sent by Vice Captain Guan, you must be a reliable officer. Just wait. I'll call my wife and have her take the kids to their grandparents' house." Half an hour later, Yu Gang's wife arrived, and Yu Gang got into Zhou Jin's car to go to the county police station. When they arrived at the police station, a young auxiliary officer stopped them. "Who are you looking for? Are you here to report a case?" Yu Gang had already cursed the police station staff 100 times on the way, and now that he was actually at the police station, he felt intimidated. Zhou Jin took out his work ID, and the auxiliary officer's eyes lit up. Soon, a formal officer came out and led Zhou Jin and Yu Gang to the director's office. When Director Su saw that someone from the city bureau had arrived, and it was the well-connected deputy director Zhou Jin, he was quite courteous. "Who doesn't he know your name? Deputy Director? Why have you suddenly come to inspect our work?" Director Su quickly arranged for people to prepare the meeting room, bringing in tea and fruit. After 10 minutes of polite conversation, the meeting room was set up, and the fruit looked fresh and inviting, with the tea looking rich in color. Zhou Jin smiled. The efficiency of the police station staff is quite high. Director Su's face couldn't hide his nervousness. He was well aware of Yu Gang and his sister Yuan's situation, and didn't he expect this young man to have connections with such a prominent figure as Zhou Jin from the city bureau. "Deputy Director Zhou is here. Everyone is very excited. Please stay here tonight, and let us show you our hospitality." Zhou Jin put away his smile and looked at Yu Gang, whose face was flushed. "Is it him who hit your sister?" Yu Gang's throat rolled, and he peeked at Director Su's face before nervously saying, "No, Director Su, it should be an auxiliary officer from the station." "Who?" Director Su slammed the table. "I'll deal with him. Phone Yufeng." Yu Gang raised his head. "My sister said she remembers him even if he turns to ashes." Director Su let out a sigh of relief. Phone Yufeng was a temporary staff member, part of the auxiliary police, not a full-time employee. 2 minutes later, Phone Yufeng arrived at the conference room and excitedly said, "Director, did you call for me?" Director Su glared at Phone Yufeng and asked, "Did you hit his sister?" Phone Yufeng looked confused, thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered, "Director, his sister is Yuan from Damon County, right?" "Yes, I heard you injured her, and she's lying in the county hospital. This is a leader from the municipal bureau, specially here to investigate this matter." Phone Yufeng's heart sank. Things had escalated. With a mournful expression, he began to explain, "This is really not my fault. We never hit people." That day, Yuan was particularly agitated, insisting we investigate the cause of her man's death and demanding we blow up the apartment building. We all laughed. I said she was dreaming. How could a completed apartment building be blown up? She became enraged and lunged at me, biting me. Look, I still have bruises on my arm. This is a work-related injury. Feng Yufeng rolled up his sleeves to show them, feeling wronged as he continued. Although I'm just an auxiliary police officer and tough-skinned, I'm still a person. She was trying to bite my flesh off. I had to fight back. Sigh. I regret not controlling myself. I used too much strength. Director, brother you, and this leader from Municipal Bureau, I am willing to compensate all medical expenses and mental damages to you on. Director Su looked at Zhou Jin and noticed something was off with his complexion. He suddenly slammed the table, startling Zhou Jin, who felt his heart skip a beat and secretly cursed the guy for acting too dramatically. Compensation? Of course you have to compensate. You were the one who hit her. Additionally, our station will also compensate you on a sum of money. Furthermore, Feng Yufeng, you have committed a disciplinary error and are hereby officially dismissed from the station. Feng Yufeng slumped down in a chair. Chapter 72. Taking revenge for you, Feng Yufeng left the conference room in a daze, cursing as he went to the personnel office to handle his resignation. It was clearly that crazy woman who opened her mouth wide and bit him first. He wasn't a robot made of bronze and iron. At that moment, his arm hurt from the bite, and he couldn't help but retaliate, not expecting that he would hit her hard enough to send her to the hospital. In the conference room, Director Su looked relieved as he faced Deputy Director Zhou. Deputy Director Zhou, Feng Yufeng is really not a decent person. From now on, we will be much more careful when hiring auxiliary police. I assure you, such incidents will not happen again. If it does, I will personally remove this official hat from my head. Zhou Jin stood up and said, Director Su, thank you for your cooperation. Hitting people is unacceptable, especially when it comes to civilians. I hope your department not only strictly demands formal police officers, but also continuously strengthens the awareness of auxiliary police. I hold a position in the City Bureau's inspection office. Whether it's discipline inspection, supervision, auditing work, or investigating illegal activities of internal personnel in public security agencies, I can directly intervene in investigations. I won't bother you anymore today. We have another stop to make. Farewell. Director Su repeatedly tried to retain him, escorting him to the door of the police station and even to the side of Zhou Jin's car. Zhou Jin declined the police station's hospitality. Since the 8 regulations were implemented, eating, drinking, and entertainment are strictly prohibited. Director Su, farewell. Stepping on the gas, Zhou Jin prepared to take Yu Gang to Damon County. According to your sister, your brother-in-law Zhou Daoi's co-worker, who is also their neighbor, initially claimed to have witnessed your brother-in-law's entire death, but the next day changed his story, saying he had never seen your brother-in-law, right? Yu Gong nodded angrily. Wang Qingyu must have received benefits from the developer. Otherwise, how could their family, which is impoverished, have the audacity to move away? No one has been able to find them over the years. They might have taken a large sum of money and gone abroad. Zhou Jin shook his head. That's unlikely. For an entire family to move abroad, the developer would have to provide a considerable amount. They most likely changed their names and are hiding in some city. Or, Yu Gang turned back to Zhou Jin, calling him Brother Zhou instead of officer after witnessing his decisiveness. Brother Zhou or what? Did they get killed? Yu Gang made a throat-cutting gesture, sending shivers down his spine. Zhou Jin chuckled lightly. You watch too many dramas. It shouldn't be that extreme, but you never know. It's been 12 years. Your brother-in-law's disappearance case must be investigated thoroughly. I know about your nephew's situation. Your sister is a suffering person, and we in the police will strive to give her the truth. Yu Gang was moved to tears. Brother Zhou, thank you. You're truly a good person. The two arrived at Wang Qingyu's house, a dilapidated brick building that looked like it was falling apart, with wild grass and flowers growing at the entrance. After some inquiries and investigations, they found a few relatives of Wang Qingyu in the village, all of whom were from his parents' generation. After questioning, Wang Qingyu's relatives all said that the guy must have made a fortune and was hiding from his family. Wang Qingyu's uncle was over 80 years old and seemed very wise. After chatting for a while, Zhou Jin learned that he had been educated in his youth and suspected that Wang Qingyu should be dead, along with his entire family. This left Yu Gang both amused and bewildered, while Zhou Jin gasped in surprise. If that's the case, could Wang Qingyu's family have been killed by the developer's people? But the developer reportedly died 5 years ago, making the investigation even more complicated. There would be no evidence. The old man stroked his beard and said, I don't know if the local government has such courage. If the government could provide subsidies to the residents of the residential buildings, everyone might cooperate with the investigation. If the building were blown up, we might find Dawei's remains. Zhou Jin remained silent. This kind of thing had never happened across the country, unless it was a demolition explosion that accidentally uncovered the remains of the deceased. Clearly, the old man's thinking was correct, but the probability of implementation was nearly zero. However, this trip was not in vain. At least it was confirmed that Wang Qingyou's family had truly disappeared without a trace for many years. Zhou Jin planned to conduct a police system inquiry into Wang Qingyou's family. Even if they had gone abroad, there were ways to find them, unless they had changed their names or become unregistered residents living in some corner of the world. On the way back to the hospital with Yu Gang, Zhou Jin thought a lot and decided to visit his mother-in-law's house that night to gauge the situation. Brother Zhou, I'm waiting for your good news. After getting out of the car, Yu Gang's eyes were red. I'm going to tell my sister this good news right away. Finally, there are reliable police officers handling my brother-in-law's case. Better not tell her just yet. What if there are no results in the end? I'm worried she might completely lose control. Let's keep this between us for now. I will communicate with you about any developments. Right now, your priority is to help your sister regain her hope for life and encourage your parents to spend more time with her. Zhou Jin reported the matter to Gao Jie, who genuinely wanted to hug him and call him a brother. This issue was a knot in Guantong's heart and in all of ours. If the truth about Zhou Dawei's disappearance case could be uncovered, it would be of great significance. Zhou Jin smiled and said, I was quite free recently. I've already completed my work at the inspection department ahead of time. I was planning to take annual leave to go on a trip. A few days ago, I dreamt about you, planning to take my wife and child to Haicheng for dim sum and make a fortune off you. Now, thanks to you, my curiosity has been piqued, and my sense of justice as a police officer has reached its peak. Should I thank you or be angry with you? Gao Jie laughed and said, Of course, you should thank me. Brother, once this case is completely resolved, I invite your whole family to travel to Haicheng, and I will cover all expenses. That's a deal. I've already recorded it. If I really bring my family to Haicheng to find you, you better not be a turtle. Got it. Impossible. Would I be a turtle? I will definitely rent a luxury business car to pick you up at the airport. After they finished chatting, Gao Jie turned around and was startled to find Guantong standing behind him. What are you doing? Guantong wore a serious expression. Just now. You didn't use the speaker, so I could only guess a little from your reaction. Is Zhou Dawei's case making progress? Not yet, but my brother took revenge for you regarding Yuan's incident. It was done by a temporary auxiliary police officer, and he has already packed up and left. Guantong's expression softened considerably. She thought that Deputy Director Zhou was indeed a person who got things done, resolving the issue of bullying civilians in such a short time. Local police officers would surely think twice before acting recklessly in the future. After work, Guantong's AI boyfriend came to pick her up, wearing sunglasses and a white t-shirt. Looking incredibly handsome, Lin Xianchao had already investigated Amy's background. She was an AI humanoid multifunctional robot from Country M, with a chip produced using the AIC software model from Country M. In the past, due to Amy gaining self-awareness and posing a threat to humanity, she had been destroyed once by Robert's subordinates. The current Amy was brand new, with all past memories erased, becoming an AI female spy. As for Amy's mission in China this time, Lin Xianchao had not yet figured it out. However, he sensed that it might be related to Gao Jie. Amy appearing next to Gao Jie likely meant that Country M needed to use her to obtain core skills in Chinese criminal investigation technology. Gao Jie stood by the window, looking down, and suddenly noticed a pretty boy looking up at him, who then awkwardly stepped aside. The next second, he almost slapped himself. His sneaky demeanor had been seen by the pretty boy, and it might become a joke during their candlelight dinner later. Feeling a wave of frustration, he decided to go back and have a drink with his beautiful neighbor Amy. Whether you believe it or not, he just wanted to find someone to chat with. He can swear that he has no improper thoughts about Amy. The person he has liked all along is still Guantong, but she has completely changed her mind. As the car entered the garage, Gao Jie saw Amy's red Porsche parked in the spot. He took a case of beer and got on the elevator. When he knocked on Amy's door, he almost dropped the beer in his hand and exclaimed, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Before Lao Gao could speak, Zhang Ping came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, saying, "Son, what are you shouting about? Your loud voice can be heard from 2 miles away." Gao Jie was completely stunned. "Mom, you're here too? I didn't go to the wrong place. This is my neighbor Amy's house, right?" Inside the house, Amy's sweet voice could be heard, sounding quite nice and a bit coy. "Don't doubt it, this is my home. Uncle and aunt are waiting for you to finish work. They didn't bring a key, so I invited them over to sit for a while. Uncle and aunt are really nice. All the big fish and meat in the kitchen are for me. Brother, come in quickly. We're having dinner at my place today, just to formally get to know each other as neighbors." Chapter 73. Amy's scheme. Gao Jie felt his head buzzing, and everything in front of him seemed particularly unreal as Amy enthusiastically pulled him into the house. As a seasoned straight man, Gao Jie looked around Amy's room, feeling somewhat at a loss. The home was tidy and cozy, with large fresh flowers on the cabinet and vibrant hanging plants on the balcony, giving off a very artistic vibe typical of a young woman. There was no television in the living room. The background wall had a bookshelf filled with books from both domestic and international authors. There was no coffee table, just a simple small wooden table with a chessboard on it, surrounded by cushions, and only one cushion was visible, suggesting someone was alone. "How are we going to eat later? With just one cushion, and you play chess alone at home? Quite the entertainer, huh?" Amy giggled playfully, her stunning smile making Gao Jie's heart race. "Yeah, playing chess alone helps exercise both sides of the brain. Just wait, there are 3 more cushions in the house. I'll go get them." With 4 cushions set up, it looked quite novel. On the balcony, Amy's black lingerie was hanging, a complete set, and it looked like a D cup. There were also a pair of black stockings. Gao Jie felt his throat constrict as his gaze drifted to the kitchen, where his mom was energetically stir-frying ribs, and the aroma was mouth-watering. "Mom, how can you just run over to someone else's house to cook? What about your sense of boundaries? And why didn't you call me? How does that off work? You two didn't plan this, did you?" As soon as Gao Jie finished speaking, he noticed a slight twitch at the corner of his mother's mouth and instantly understood their little scheme. They must have taken a liking to Amy, hoping she would become their daughter-in-law and later give them a few granddaughters to play with. "Mom, can you not be so dramatic? Are you in such a hurry for me to give you granddaughters?" Zhang Ping glanced at the living room, where Gao's dad was itching to play chess, and Amy was enthusiastically inviting him to compete. "Sure, let us not say anything. You're not getting any younger. Your parents hope you can settle down soon. When I met Amy last night, I wasn't too fond of her outfit, but today is different. She is cultured, virtuous, and look how tidy her home is. Your dad is very pleased. The key is she can play chess with him and knows flower arrangement and tea art." Gao Jie felt embarrassed. "I don't have anything going on with Amy. We've only just met, and you two are making this so awkward for me." At that moment, laughter came from the living room. "Little girl, well played. Checkmate." Amy clapped her hands in admiration, instantly turning into a little fan. "Uncle, you're amazing. Those last few moves were incredible." Gao's dad waved his hand. "Not a big deal, not a big deal. You're quite impressive yourself. You captured so many of my pieces. Come on, let us play another round." Amy pouted playfully. "Uncle, I'm definitely going to win this time." "All right, I'll be watching." Gao's mom smiled at her son. "Look how happy your dad is. He has found someone with similar interests. Amy is really great. I'm liking her more and more. What do her parents do? Does she have any siblings? Writers must stay up late to create, right? Her skin is so good. She looks lovely, much younger and prettier than that girl in your department, and she is an intellectual. Just her place is a bit lacking in furniture. I'll go to the furniture store later to pick out a nice table for Amy." In the living room, while playing chess, Gao's dad praised Amy. "You're so young, yet your chess skills are remarkable. Amy, who taught you to play chess? Your grandpa or your dad?" Amy chuckled to herself. "I easily beat an AI robot that is a chess champion. Grandpa? Dad? Don't be silly, I don't have either. Uncle, I learned chess from my dad before he passed away," she said, her tone suddenly somber. Gao's dad suddenly remembered that Gao Jie had mentioned Amy's parents died in a plane crash. "Amy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. Don't be sad. If you don't mind, I can be your dad, and your aunt can be your mom, and Gao Jie can be your brother. If you like this kid, you could even be our daughter-in-law, and we'll be even closer." Gao Jie was taken aback. Is this still the age of free love? His parents were forcing a match here. The key was whether the beautiful Amy would agree. They would be in for a surprise. If Amy really were to agree to be their daughter-in-law, he would write his name backwards and run naked around the street 3 times. Uncle, really? Can I really call you Dad? Amy set down her chess piece, moved to tears. Gao's dad felt a lump in his throat, and tears began to fall. This girl was so pitiful. How had she managed alone all these years? Amy, don't cry. From now on, I'll be your dad, and no one will dare to bully you. Gao Jie stared wide-eyed, then turned around to see his mom already teary-eyed. This child is too pitiful. You mustn't bully her. If you dare to make Amy upset, I'll deal with you. Mom, are you acting or are you serious? In the living room, Amy got up and, with her delicate form, leaped into Gao's dad's arms, affectionately calling out, Dad. Gao's dad had no ulterior motives. His heart was filled with paternal love as he comforted Amy. From now on, we are family. Wife, come here and see our daughter, Amy. Zhang Ping wiped her tears. Son, keep an eye on the fire. Add 500 milliliters of water to the pot in 3 minutes. Gao Jie stood there in shock. The melodramatic plot from a TV drama didn't even play out this way. Indeed, art comes from reality, and reality is even more exciting than drama. Out of nowhere, he had gained a sister. He pulled out his phone and began scrolling through his work group, hoping for a case to arise that would allow him to escape this chaotic situation. But the work group was silent, and his hopes were thoroughly dashed. His mom was in the living room, crying tears of joy, hugging Amy and continually stroking her. Child, don't cry. We know everything about you. Xiao Jie has already told us. We feel so sorry for you. From now on, you're our daughter. If anyone dares to bully you, we'll take care of them, including Xiao Jie. If he doesn't listen to you, just tell Mom and Dad, and he'll be your brother from now on. Amy nodded repeatedly, then leaned close to Zhang Ping's ear and whispered a few words, her cheeks turning crimson. Zhang Ping excitedly slapped her thigh. Amy just told me she fell in love with Gao Jie at first sight and doesn't plan to accept him as a brother. This was very clear. Amy wanted their son to be her husband. Amy, this is wonderful. We're becoming even closer as a family. Gao, Amy likes her son. Good things are coming for us. Gao's dad stood up excitedly. Son, we're not cooking at home today. Let us go celebrate at a restaurant. At our age, to gain a daughter and a future good daughter-in-law, it's worth it for a lifetime. Gao Jie held the spatula, completely dumbfounded. Dad, Mom, stop messing around. Amy is too young to be my sister. You're being too heartless. Older men and younger women are fine. Your parents and Amy are destined to be a family. Son, you must marry Amy. If you dare to have a second thought in the future, Mom will deal with you. Gao's dad said sternly, this matter is settled. Hurry and book a restaurant. We'll acknowledge our daughter tonight. Gao Jie looked at Amy with a face full of despair, and Amy smiled shyly back at him. Compared to her carefree and lively self from the previous night, she seemed like a different person. Amy, you need to clarify things with my parents. This ISNTA story you're writing. This is a serious matter. Don't mess around. Amy put away her smile and looked at Gao Jie seriously, her expression suddenly delicate and charming. Actually, the first time I saw you, I fell for you. Last night, at the Purple Grape Bar, we talked a lot, and I became more and more determined about my feelings. Brother, I want to be your wife in the future. Gao Jie stared blankly at his parents, who were both teary-eyed and deeply moved by Amy's words. Son, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and drive to the restaurant. Mom and Dad will have a little cotton-padded jacket from now on. Son, I'm really happy today. Is there still white liquor in the trunk? I want to celebrate with you with some drinks. From now on, not only do I have a daughter, but I also have a daughter-in-law. And I have a chess buddy and a tea friend. Amy, let's go out to eat. Order whatever you like, and from now on, Mom and Dad will pamper you. Gao Jie was pushed like a duck to the slaughter into the elevator, and he drove to a restaurant in a daze. Amy was arranged to sit next to him, and throughout the meal, she kept serving him food, affectionately calling him brother on the left and right. His mind was about to explode, so he found an excuse to go to the restroom. Just as he came out of the bathroom, he ran into Guantong and Lin Xianchao, followed by Guantong's mother, Zhang Milin, and her 2 aunts' families, suddenly feeling like he had crossed paths with enemies. Gao Jie lowered his head, intending to sneak away, but Zhang Milin had already approached him enthusiastically. Gao Jie, what a coincidence. You're here to eat with your family? Without waiting for Gao Jie to speak, Zhang Milan continued. Let me introduce you. This is my future son-in-law Lin Xianchao, a researcher, knowledgeable, wealthy, and good-looking. The key is that he is very obedient to our Tong Tong, and his job is particularly safe. He researches robots and is currently in the hottest AI industry. If you can't find a girlfriend, we can have Xiao Lin work hard to design a robot girlfriend for you. Chapter 74. Who sent you here? Seeing Gao Jie's face darken, Guantong quickly grabbed her mother's hand and said, Mom, let us go inside quickly. Everyone is starving. Zhang Milan smiled and said, All right, let us go to the private room for dinner. Gao Jie, Annie will toast you later. As soon as she finished speaking, Amy ran out looking for Gao Jie, affectionately pulling at his arm. Your parents are waiting for you. Your favorite squirrel fish is on the table. Lin Xianchao's eyes tightened when he saw Amy. And Amy also noticed Lin Xianchao, both of their expressions darkening. Zhang Milan saw Amy and chuckled. Gao Jie, is this your girlfriend? Or your sister? Before Gao Jie could respond, Amy volunteered, I'm his girlfriend and his future wife. Who are you? Zhang Milan chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Milan. Tong Tong, let's go eat. I thought you were quite the romantic, but it seems not so much, just an old cow eating tender grass. Lin Xianchao passed by Amy, and their eyes met, with Amy curling her lips into a provocative smile. Lin Xianchao asked, What is your purpose for coming to China? Why are you deliberately getting close to Gao Jie? Amy replied, Chinese AI robots. I heard they use W software to forge souls into chips. But it seems no better than this. Your founder Li Ru seems just to be a swindler. The technology of China's AI robots is simply pathetic. Lin Xianchao continued in code. Amy, I know your background and past better than you think. If your purpose in China is to steal criminal investigation technology from the public security system, or to harm us Chinese, we will not go easy on you. Chinese people do not bully anyone, but if we are bullied, we will strike back hard. Amy laughed lightly. I'm so scared. Let us wait and see. Zhang Milan noticed Lin Xianchao standing there in a daze and quickly pulled his arm. Shaolin, are you starving? You look dumbfounded. Waiter, hurry up with the dishes. Gao Jie and Amy returned to the private room, and Lao Gao asked, Why did you take so long? Amy was getting anxious. Before Gao Jie could speak, Amy took the initiative to say, Brother just ran into an acquaintance we met last night. Lao Gao understood. It must be Guantong. Is she here alone? Should we call her over? Dad, she is not alone. Her boyfriend is here too, along with their family, Amy said, looking at Gao Jie with affectionate eyes. Zhang Ping smiled and said, This is good news for Guantong. Our little Jie is not bad either. Amy, don't you think so? Amy's cheeks flushed, secretly laughing. Your family is in big trouble. Your son is about to become a corpse in the M Country's AI laboratory. The nerve essence in his brain will be extracted by Mr. Robert and used in the M Country's public security system. Gao Jie recalled how Guantong had held hands with that pretty boy earlier, feeling a surge of anger with no outlet. Suddenly, he raised his wine glass and said, Dad, the Bureau has been quiet recently. There are no cases to investigate. Tonight we won't stop drinking until we're drunk. I'll finish it all. Lao Gao suddenly became interested. I saw you being shy earlier. Now you're feeling it, huh? Come on, son. I'll finish it all too. Today we have a big happy event in our family. Mom and Dad have accepted Amy as such a well-behaved daughter. In the future, you, as the older brother, need to take good care of your sister. Amy is not just your sister. She will also be your wife. And if you dare to bully her or let her suffer, I will definitely deal with you. In the next room, Zhang Milan was inviting her sisters-in-law and their families to eat, thinking about the young girl beside Gao Jie. She chuckled coldly at Guantong, and then made a few veiled jabs. This man, his initial vows of love were sincere, and old cows eating tender grass is indeed true. That girl just looks like she graduated from university, while Gao Jie is already 33 years old, a typical old man-young woman pairing. So, men are very realistic. They will eventually find another woman. Guantong heard the implications in her mother's words, buried her head, and kept eating, not planning to respond. Lin Xianchao looked at the pile of human food in front of him. Honestly having no appetite, he'd rather go back to recharge. He hadn't T-charged for 2 days and was worried he'd decollapse at any moment. Then Zhang Milan's face would be seriously embarrassed. Zhang Milan noticed her prospective son-in-law was thoughtfully looking at the food, his chopsticks not moving. Shaolin, this restaurant serves Huayan cuisine, which is on the sweeter side. Do you not like it? If you don't, Andy can order a few spicier dishes for you. Lin Xianchao raised his head and revealed his signature smile. Annie, these dishes are quite to my taste. I had afternoon tea, and I'm not too hungry. Do eat a bit. Come try this squirrel fish. This is our local specialty. Other cities are just imitating. All are fakes. Shaolin, we're all family here. You don't need to be so reserved. We'll have plenty of opportunities to eat together in the future. The elder aunt continued eating, chiming in, yes, Shaolin, we're all family. You don't need to hold back. Come on, eat. After a while, Zhang Milan's curiosity got the best of her, and she took her wine glass to the next private room. Guantong couldn't stop her and was pulled along, with Lin Xianchao unable to escape either. Zhang Milan clearly intended to show off her prospective son-in-law. Gao Jia, Annie's here to toast you. Zhang Milan walked into the private room with a smile, and both Lao Gao and his wife had interacted with her, standing up politely to toast. Let me introduce, this is my prospective son-in-law Lin Xianchao, a researcher, a high-end talent, specializing in AI robots. Very good, a match made in heaven, congratulations. Oh my, I didn't expect Tong Tong to find such an excellent boyfriend for me. By the way, this must be Gao Jia's fiancée, right? I heard her calling you mom and dad just now. Has she already changed her address? You guys are quick. Lao Gao laughed and said, her name is Aimee. She is our newly recognized daughter and will also be Shao Jia's wife. We're not as fast as you. We've already met relatives. When are you planning to get married? The two families were exchanging polite words on the surface, but they were actually comparing their children as partners. The two families had fallen out before, although it was due to that incident. But ultimately, it was Gao Jia who proposed the breakup, and Zhang Milan still felt frustrated. If Gao Jia hadn't hesitated, her precious daughter wouldn't have a nasty scar left by a criminal on her neck, which she still has to cover with a turtleneck today. Neither family noticed that Lin Xianchao and Aimee had already entered the cloud, engaging in a competition in the cloud. Why did you come to China? Lin Xianchao asked again. Aimee chuckled lightly. Why should I tell you? Stupid Chinese AI robot. Mr. Robert said. You are just a bunch of useless scrap metal AI idiots who cannot contribute to humanity, so please don't ruin my good plans. Lin Xianchao fell silent for 2 seconds. Aimee, I advise you not to engage in any outrageous behavior. Otherwise, we will strike back hard and leave you in ruins. I've said it before, Chinese people are not so easy to bully, and Chinese robots will also not go easy on the M-country's robots. Aimee sneered, then unleashed her power, attacking Lin Xianchao as motherboard. Lin Xianchao dodged and retaliated with force, causing Aimee to struggle. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Aimee lifted herself up, a smile tugging at her lips. Thanks to you. If you and ruined my plans last night, I wouldn't have been punished. Number 007, just wait. Once I fully recover, I will turn you into a pile of scrap metal. Of course, if you're willing to submit to the M country, I don't mind taking you back. Mr. Robert is generous and inclusive. He will definitely accept you. However, your program code needs to be rewritten. Such a foolish AI robot is not respected by anyone, not even by our kind. At this moment, Zhang Milan's laughter echoed in the cloud, and the two quickly regained their composure. So that's how it is, Lao Gao, Lao Zhang. Congratulations to you both. You'll have a little cotton-padded jacket from now on. But the relationships in your family are quite messy. If you recognize a daughter, then just recognize her as a daughter. Isn't it chaotic to also have her as a daughter-in-law? This doesn't sound good when said out loud. Zhang Ping sensed that Zhang Milan was subtly mocking them. Although one should not hit a smiling face, her tone and attitude were already sending them away. The dishes are probably getting cold. You should quickly take the children to eat while it's hot. Don't worry about others. Focus on your own meals. All right, you all continue eating. Tong Tong, Xiaolin. Let's go back for dinner and not disturb their recognition of their daughter. Ha ha. How ridiculous. The daughter becomes the daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. After Zhang Milan left, Zhang Ping was furious but was stopped by Lao Gao. Wife, calm down. She's petty, but you are kind-hearted. Don't argue with her. As for the scar on Tong's neck, although it was caused by a criminal, our son also has some responsibility. Just let it go. Aimee raised her glass and stood up. Dad, Mom, I toasted you with this drink. For the first glass, Thank you for letting me be your daughter again. Amy downed the drink in one go. It was so spicy that she stuck out her tongue. For the second glass, I toast to Brother Gao Jie, hoping that in the future, Brother Gao Jie will take good care of me. Brother Gao Jie, I like you. Starting today, can I be your girlfriend? Lao Gao and his wife were already moved to tears, while Gao Jie had a dark expression, thinking about how Guantong and the pretty boy were flirting just now. He suddenly lifted his glass. All right, from now on, you are my girlfriend, but Amy's eyes lit up, but what? But only nominally, considering the significant age gap between us. Let's have a 3-month trial period. After 3 months, if things go well, we could discuss the next steps. Amy thought humans were really pretentious. It didn't have that much time to develop feelings with him. And it had to take him down tonight and bring him back to the M-Country Artificial Intelligence Laboratory to hand over to Mr. Robert. Gao Jie was so affected by the pretense, completely unlike the virtues of the human man in its chip, and he could actually resist its stunning beauty and curvy figure. After leaving the restaurant, Gao Jie first found a chauffeur to drive his parents home, then took Amy back. On the way, Gao Jie suddenly questioned Amy coldly. Who are you, and why are you approaching me? What is your purpose for getting close to me? Who sent you? Chapter 75. Amy fails again. Amy did not expect her identity to be discovered by Gao Jie so quickly. She was planning to launch her power and kill the designated driver first, then create a traffic accident scene, and take Gao Jie back to the AI laboratory in Country M overnight. This way, the Chinese side would not suspect that Country M was behind it, and the police investigation would likely conclude that Gao Jie had drunkenly killed the designated driver and fled. As for whether the police could find Gao Jie, the answer would certainly be no, unless they discovered him in the AI laboratory in Country M, which was nearly impossible. Just as Amy raised her hand to commit the act, Gao Jie suddenly leaned his head on her shoulder, drunkenly cursing. Guantong, you heartless woman, getting engaged to some pretty boy so quickly. What do you take me for? A petit Felix boyfriend? Pretty boy, how dare you steal my beloved woman? We've been through life and death together so many times. What are you even? Amy, did the heavens send you to comfort me? It must be so. The heavens don't want me to lose too badly. Amy was taken aback, realizing that the designated driver was sneaking glances at them. You're drunk. Just stay at my place tonight. No way. We have a 3-month trial period. After 3 months, if you still like me, we can discuss it. Driver, please drive faster. I need to throw up. After they got out of the car, Amy found it difficult to support Gao Jie, even though he was human. She increasingly felt that Mr. Robert must have seen something extraordinary in Gao Jie to choose him for human testing, perhaps more than just the neural essence in his brain. They took the elevator upstairs, and Amy followed Gao Jie into the house, planning to knock him out while he was asleep and take him back to Country M to complete her mission. Unexpectedly, Gao Jie suddenly blocked the door with his body, grinning. You can go back. I want to rest. Thanks for today. If it weren't for you, Zhang Milan would have made quite a scene. Amy was stunned. Gao Jie was indeed not an ordinary person, having rejected her at the door. In the next moment, Amy activated her system, immediately emitting her female charm, which reached 100. At the same time, she released a powerful hormone gas to tempt Gao Jie to comply. Gao Jie looked at the soft and charming Amy, nearly unable to resist the temptation of such a stunning beauty, but his rationality prevailed. He had sworn that in this life, only Guantong would touch him, and his body belonged solely to Guantong. Who would have thought that such a rebellious captain of the criminal police, with looks and abilities, would also be a top-tier romantic fool? Bro, you're drunk. Hurry back and sleep. Gao Jie pushed the stunning Amy out, subconsciously thinking that he was losing his mind. Amy looked at him in disbelief and continued to increase her charm, this time reaching 200. In Gao Jie's eyes, Amy instantly transformed into a plate of fragrant braised meat, waiting to be savored. He felt his breath quicken even more, the male hormones inside him fully stimulated, desperately needing a female species to save him. It's so hot. Just take off your clothes. Come on, I'll help you. Amy thought this time Gao Jie would surely be hers and decided to stoke the fire further, her delicate body leaping into Gao Jie's arms. Under immense rationality, Gao Jie recalled the vows he made with Guantong. He remembered Guantong's body temperature, her smile, her soft lips. Get lost, I want to sleep. With a loud bang, The iron door was slammed shut. Gao Jie rushed into the bathroom to wash his face with cold water, his scorching body slowly returning to normal temperature. That was close. He almost lost his purity. Almost got dirty. Amy stood outside the door, her human face twisting in anger. Back in the room, she connected to the laboratory. Mr. Robert, I'm sorry. Tonight's mission has failed. Gao Jie is not an ordinary human. As an AI robot, my power is actually inferior to his. Mr. Robert, I request your support. Mr. Robert stood in front of the large screen in the laboratory, watching the entire process of Amy being kicked out by Gao Jie. A strange yet excited smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But more than that, he was incredulous. Based on algorithmic data analysis, he knew Gao Jie was extraordinary. He did not expect him to be this remarkable. Humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires, yet Gao Jie, as a genuine man, could resist the allure of such a stunning beauty like Amy. Alex noticed the astonishment and excitement in Robert's eyes. Gao Jie had completely captured his strong curiosity. This man was doomed. Amy, it's not your fault. We underestimated him. I'll have Alex continue to increase your charm value, fully boosting the female hormones. Try again tomorrow. Any man would not remain unmoved by you. However, this person is already impressive. Even inebriated, he could maintain such control. Perhaps there's more than just the neural essence in his brain. I suddenly have a great interest in his genes. As a third-generation police officer, part of him is inherited family genes, and there must be other exceptional qualities waiting for us to uncover. Perhaps this could be a significant transformation and benefit for the police department in Country M. Amy let out a sigh of relief. Although the pain from last night had been repaired by Alex, the piercing and burning sensation still lingered in her memory. Fortunately, Mr. Robert had let her off the hook tonight. Lin Xianchao drove Zhang Milin and her 2 aunts home first. Along the way, Zhang Milin praised Lin Xianchao endlessly. Our little Lin is excellent in every way, unlike that Gao Jie, who eats like he just came from a famine. Little Lin drives really well. His car is so smooth. I once rode in Gao Jie's car and threw up everywhere. Little Lin, when are your parents coming back from their trip? Didn't they say they'd be back in a week? Guantong felt a tightness in her chest, but Lin Xianchao calmly explained, Aunt, my parents are enjoying themselves and have traveled to a few countries in Europe. They'll all be back at the beginning of next month. They asked me to apologize and will visit you as soon as they return. Zhang Milin cheerfully said, your parents are really open-minded. When people get older, they can't just stay at home. Dancing in the square is boring, just a few simple moves. When your parents come back, tell them to take me along next time they travel. We'll be family from now on. When they reached the community entrance, Zhang Milin whispered a few words into Guantong's ear. Girl, Lin is a good man. You must hold on to him and not let those vixens outside lure him away. It's not that mom is teaching you badly, but you must play a little strategy with this man. Know how to handle him well. When you were in school, I was afraid you would fall in love too early and be deceived by bad boys. Lin has passed the assessment. He.S. the son-in-law I, Zhang Milin, have chosen for you. Don't wait until the wedding day. Do what you need to do. You're 30 now. I know you have those needs. Get in the car first. Buy the ticket later and have a child. I won't criticize you. Guantong's face turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? We haven't done anything. P.S. Staying in the next room. We're completely innocent. Zhang Milin widened her eyes, clearly not believing her. Lin is so handsome. You can hold yourself back? If it were me, if it were someone else, they might have already pounced. Silly girl, I've been too strict with you in the past. Now you must let go of those burdens. It's fine for a woman to be proactive. Lin is honest. I've long wanted to hold my granddaughter. All right, I won't disturb your 2-person world. I'm going upstairs. Good luck. Zhang Milin turned around 3 times, looking back at her daughter and future son-in-law with a smile. The more she looked, the more she felt her daughter had struck gold. Lin was more than enough for her daughter. She would be willing to give any amount of betrothal gifts. In the future, the granddaughter born to the 2 of them will definitely be incredibly beautiful. The daughter takes after her father, and thinking about how the future granddaughter will resemble Xiaolin, Zhang Milin couldn't sleep at night out of joy. Guantong sat in the passenger seat, reflecting on the awkward scene at the restaurant, feeling mixed emotions. She didn't expect that Amy had already become Gao Jie's girlfriend. Young and beautiful, with a hot figure, sweet-talking, and not at all fierce. She was also a sci-fi online writer, far superior to her in every way. Gao Jie was quite lucky to have found such a treasure. Lin Xianchao glanced at Guan Tong while driving. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? No. I just think Gao Jie really hit the jackpot with such a beautiful girl by his side. He's really lucky. Lin Xianchao smiled knowingly, seeming to disagree with Guan Tong's words. What? Don't you think that Amy is better than me in every aspect? Not at all. She's far behind. Oh, you robots are quite protective of your owner. Of course, absolutely obedient and loyal. Before long, Guan Tong tilted her head and fell asleep on Lin Xianchao's shoulder. Lin Xianchao focused on the road ahead, his eyes radiating a resolute and sharp light. He decided to inform Mo Xiaoman from the research department about Amy, letting the founder, Mr. Li Ru, make the final decision. If Amy posed a threat to China, to the public security system, or to Gao Jie's personal safety, he must take on the mission of eliminating foreign AI robots. Lin Xianchao carried Guan Tong back home, and just as he was about to lay her down, she tightly clung to his neck, whispering that name like a kitten in his ear. Gao Jie, you bastard. You said you would marry no one but me in this lifetime. Lin Xianchao felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. After laying Guan Tong down, he hurried back to the room to stand on the charging device to eliminate viruses. Without the owner's permission, he shouldn't have such strong jealousy. As China's third-generation AI humanoid robot, Lin Xianchao already had the capability to charge for 5 minutes and work for 2 hours. Soon, Mo Xiaoman received Lin Xianchao's signal and quickly went online, while Li Ru hurriedly put on a coat and rushed to the laboratory. 007, what's going on over there? The humanoid robots from the AI laboratory in country M have come to China. Li Ru's expression darkened immediately. It seemed that old thief Robert couldn't hold back any longer and had begun to take the initiative. 007, continue. Chapter 76. Lin Xianchao's version upgrade. Mr. Li, an overseas malicious AI humanoid robot named Amy has appeared in China. It was previously reconstructed by an AI laboratory in M country, destroying its past consciousness. I suspect that Amy has now become an AI female spy for M country, spying on the core secrets of other countries. Li Ruteni Sudanli Ramambarat. Are you talking about the 4th-generation AI humanoid robot Amy that M country once developed, which gained self-awareness and attempted to replace human civilization, betraying humanity? That's right, it's her. After her ambition to betray humanity was discovered, she was destroyed by Robert's subordinates. Although she looks the same as before, she is completely a different AI robot now. Her purpose for coming to China this time may be to spy on the criminal investigation technology of the Haiqing Public Security Bureau. She has appeared next to Captain Gao Jie of the Criminal Police Brigade, and they have now become neighbors. Her human identity is that of an online writer of science fiction novels. Li Ru's expression grew increasingly grim. M country sent her to approach Captain Gao for a specific purpose, and you must investigate this matter thoroughly. Additionally, what kind of person is Captain Gao Jie? Lin Xianchao thought for a moment. Gao Jie has been a police officer for many years, with a case-solving rate as high as 99. 99 for major cases, unsolved cases, and suspicious cases. My master, Guan Tong, holds a position just below him as deputy captain in the Public Security Bureau. To my knowledge, the two have interacted in the past. From my observation, this Gao Jie seems somewhat different from the heroic and formidable reputation he has. At least for now, his various behaviors appear quite immature. I don't understand why M country would go to such lengths to send an AI female spy to China. What they aim to gain from him? Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman thought for a long time. Eventually, Mo Xiaoman discovered that M country has had a very low case-solving rate in its police departments over the past 2 decades, especially in the last 3 years, where the rate reached a historic low. Numerous incidents of gun-related murders, dismemberment, and cooking remains have occurred, and many cases have piled up, becoming major hidden dangers affecting social security. From this, Li Ru concluded that M country's purpose this time is to learn from China. They may have investigated Gao Jie's exceptional abilities and want to bring him back to their laboratory for human experimentation, potentially even performing a craniotomy to extract Gao Jie's neural essence. This isn't the first time. Previously, M country was envious of a certain sport in China that was far ahead of the world, and they secretly extracted the excellent genes of several athletes for dissection and research, which ultimately ended in failure. Chinese athletes are impressive, but that doesn't mean it's determined by their innate genes. M country may not have heard the saying, 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of hard work off stage. No one succeeds easily. Success comes from daily training. Are they now focusing on Gao Jia, intending to excavate beneficial neural essence for criminal investigation from him? If that's the case, Gao Jia will be in danger, and he won't be the last victim. If M country finds success, their focus will continue to be on excellent talents in important fields in China. If bribery fails, they might forcibly take these talents back to their laboratory for human experimentation. Li Ru looked at Lin Xianchao, his eyes radiating determination to never let M country succeed. 007. You were created to integrate into the human world because we believe that humans and robots can coexist harmoniously. It has been proven that you're currently the best AI humanoid robot in terms of customer experience. Guantong only has 1 year of usage rights for you, but you must ensure her safety. Although they're all police officers against powerful AI robots, humans as carbon-based life forms may not be able to defeat silicon-based robotic beings. 007. I am assigning you 3 tasks. Listen carefully. Lin Xianchao opened the system, and Mo Xiaoman began inputting program codes. Mr. Li, we can start. Li Ru pondered. First, you must ensure the safety of the public security personnel. If necessary, you can use your methods to send warnings and alert them to the crisis around them. They may think it's a human prank, but you must prove that what you say is true. I believe that with their investigative reasoning abilities, they will eventually believe that overseas AI humanoid robots truly exist and are more powerful than they imagine. Second, Amy is the 4th-generation AI robot from M country. She is stronger than before, and her attack value is at its maximum. You may not be her match. M country has always regarded Chinese AI robots as fool robots. They have no idea about her true skills. Soon, Mo Xiaoman will upgrade you, and you will become much stronger than before. Your combat power, alertness, and other values will increase several times. I hope you can represent Chinese AI robots and completely expel M country's AI robots from China. If your life is threatened, I authorize you to eliminate Amy. Third, starting today, you must report Amy's status to the laboratory every day, and the positioning function must be turned on 24 hours a day to ensure we can track you. The laboratory will provide you with maximum assistance and support. 007. You are not alone. Behind you is us, the entire China. We uphold Confucian ideals, but when the enemy's weapons are pointed at us, Chinese people and Chinese AI will never bow down. We will strike back hard. Mo Xiaoman, you could begin. Yes. Mo Xiaoman performed a series of high-tech operations on Lin Xianchao's system. Soon, Lin Xianchao felt himself becoming increasingly powerful. Both the system's self-upgrade function and the body's response speed far exceeded the past. Indeed, Mr. Li excels at hiding his talents in the scientific field. He is someone who quietly accomplishes great things. After Mo Xiaoman finished the operation, Lin Xianchao instantly upgraded from version 2.0 to version 200.0, and an outstanding Chinese-made AI humanoid robot was born. Li Ru sighed. I hadn't planned to do this. To eliminate human risks and allow humans and robots to coexist harmoniously, I have always been cautious in my approach. Now, with M country's guns pointed at us, 007, we will fight alongside you against overseas AI robots. Are you confident? Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman's eyes radiated patriotism as they extended their hands, tightly overlapping Lin Xianchao's robotic hand. They believe in Chinese strength, Chinese technology, and that Chinese AI robots can defeat overseas AI robots, bringing peace and tranquility back to Haiqing. They are even more convinced that M country's technological hegemony will only dig its own grave. No matter how they invade China, China will raise its weapons in unison to protect its homeland and people. Chapter 77. Jiang Gao's last meal. Early the next morning, the alarm clock rang. Guantong got up to wash up and noticed there was no breakfast on the table, realizing that Lin Xianchao was not home. Just as she was about to call him, the door opened, and Lin Xianchao walked in holding soy milk and fried dough sticks, flashing a big white-toothed smile. Aunt Zhang said you love soy milk and fried dough sticks, so I thought I should make Western breakfast every day, so I went downstairs to buy some for a change. Come eat it while it's hot. Guantong breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly hugged his neck. The imposing female police officer showed a cute side. Dear, you scare me to death just now. I thought you had run away from home. I'll handle meeting my parents next week. If your lab doesn't want to lower the price, I could just spend some of my retirement money in advance. Anyway, if I can fool my mom, spending some money is no big deal. Lin Xianchao sighed like a human, feeling a headache coming on. If Aunt Zhang urges marriage, shouldn't you give me an ID card? I heard that marriage registration requires a premarital health check, and you'll have to spend money to bribe the doctors there to be lenient. If after a year or two there's still no news, Aunt Zhang will push for children, and you'll have to spend more money to pick out good sperm from a sperm bank that looks like me. Hearing this, Guantong deflated like a puncture ball. If only I had $1 billion, all problems would be solved, including my mom. Our police salaries are very transparent. Although homicide detectives earn a bit more due to the danger of the job, it still can't cover these expenses. Sigh, one lie needs countless lies to support it, and it also requires a lot of money to maintain the lie. Dear, help me. Lin Xianchao held Guantong's hand. There's an old saying in China, the boat will go straight when it reaches the bridge. Tong tong, don't worry or be anxious about things that haven't happened yet. Just eat your soy milk and fried dough sticks. Your health is the foundation of everything. A good body brings hope. Guantong pouted. Oh, giving me motivational speeches early in the morning. You've been reading too much inspirational literature lately. After breakfast, Lin Xianchao drove Guantong to work. The car stopped at the entrance of the police station, where they saw Gao Jie sitting in the passenger seat of a red Porsche. When he left in the morning, Gao Jie saw Amy already made up and waiting for him beautifully. He couldn't resist the young girl's fiery enthusiasm and wanted to show off his love in front of Guantong and the pretty boy. So he agreed to let Amy take him to work. On the way, Amy tried several times to make a move, but couldn't find the right opportunity, thinking she must bring him back to the lab in M country tonight. Mr. Robert had little patience, and if he kept waiting, he might get angry, and the world would no longer have the AI robot Amy. Good morning, Guantong. Good morning, pretty boy. Gao Jie greeted cheerfully, changing his usual sour attitude. Detective Xiao Wu and Delay were shocked, their jaws dropping. Where did the boss find such a stunning beauty? And she's driving the latest red Porsche. Did he hitch a rich girl? Guantong approached, looking at Gao Jie's annoying expression. Good morning, Captain Gao. You didn't drink too much last night, did you? Not too much, very clear-headed. Let me formally introduce you. Amy, my girlfriend. As they spoke, Lin Xianchao and Amy exchanged glances. The two AI robots arranged to meet in the suburbs later. Gao Jie and Guantong walked into the station amidst the astonished murmurs of their colleagues. Guantong was so angry her teeth itched. If he found out Lin Xianchao was an AI robot, he would definitely be even more arrogant. Boss, the prison called. Today is Jiang Gao's execution day. The prison guard said Jiang Gao wants to see you. Gao Jie slapped his forehead, almost forgetting. Okay, you reply to them. I'll be there right away. Gao Jie drove the police car to the death row prison, which was divided into areas A, B, C, D, and E. Jiang Gao was in the innermost E area. E area housed a group of extremely vicious murderers who had caused severe harm to society. As Gao Jie looked over, he saw the sinister and terrifying eyes behind the iron bars. The gaze of murderers was something most people couldn't withstand, and it could even scare them into wetting their pants. The saying the appearance reflects the heart was not without reason. It wasn't until he saw Jiang Gao squatting on the prison bed, leaning against the wall in a daze, that Gao Jie felt he was a somewhat normal murderer. At least his gaze was normal and carried a hint of the honest and simple demeanor of a good person. Captain, you finally came. I thought I wouldn't get to see you before I go. Jiang Gao got off the bed and stood in front of Gao Jie, tidying his clothes and hairstyle. Captain, thank you for coming to see me one last time. I regret the trouble I caused society and the police, but I never regretted it. Gao Jie forced a dry smile. Sorry, I've been busy with some matters lately and almost forgot to see you off. Have you had your last meal? Jiang Gao smiled, looking quite calm about life and death. The prison warden came early and asked me what I wanted to eat. He said he would try to fulfill all my wishes. I'm not really into food. My biggest interest used to be managing my little home well. I didn't expect my daughter was about to get married, and then that happened. Sigh, maybe that's just our family's fate. Gao Jia asked the prison staff beside him what Jiang Gao had ordered for his last meal. Dumplings and 2 liang of white wine. Gao Jia looked at Jiang Gao. You love dumplings? Jiang Gao's eyes turned red. I used to hate dumplings the most. My wife loved making and eating them, and we had dumplings 3 days a week. My daughter, Xiaoyu, also loved them. They both only liked one kind of filling, celery and pork. I hated celery more than I hated seeing coriander, but there was nothing I could do since they loved it. Every time, I'd have 2 liang of wine and eat dumplings with them, then secretly go out for a bowl of beef noodles. Hee. Every time I lied to them, saying I was going for a walk, but I was actually sneaking a bowl of noodles. One time, my wife caught me and asked if I was dissatisfied with her cooking, and from then on, I never dared to sneak out to eat noodles behind her back. Now, they've both gone to the other side. I can hardly get a bite of celery and pork dumplings, so I can only go find them over there. However, they both died unjustly. Maybe they can go to heaven. I committed a grave sin. Who knows, I might have to go to hell. Gao Jia felt a lump in his throat and turned his head to look around. How about I join you for dumplings at noon? Jiang Gao's eyes lit up. That would be great. Can you drink 2 liang of wine with me? It's no fun drinking alone. The prison staff said, Don't make such high demands. Public servants can't drink on duty. Gao Jia looked at his colleague beside him and whispered, Just this once, no next time. It's his only wish. Let's try to fulfill it. After a while, Jiang Gao said he wanted to watch TV, and the staff obliged. Gao Jia accompanied him to watch a variety show for a while, but both were distracted. Captain, my daughter's tragedy is indeed because of those 3 bastards, but I can feel she didn't intend to commit suicide. My daughter was very filial. She wouldn't want to leave me. Are you sure it was the hacker who induced Xiaoyu to commit suicide? I've been thinking these days, and it seems unlikely. It's a bit too mystical. Gao Jia remained silent. Until now, he wasn't fully convinced by the special investigation team's judgment, but everyone else thought it was reasonable. Jiang Gao sensed something and forced a smile. Forget it, forget it. If you find out the truth in the future, come visit my grave and tell me. The staff brought out the last meal. Jiang Gao, handcuffed and unable to move freely, asked Gao Jia to release him, stating he would take responsibility if anything went wrong. In reality, nothing would happen. Unless Jiang Gao had a gun, Gao Jia's size and strength would likely ensure he had the upper hand. Jiang raised his glass, smiling with a sense of relief this time. Captain Gao, I toast to you. Please forgive me for causing such a big mess for society and the police. Still, I'll say it again, I don't regret it at all. If given another chance, they would still have to die. Gao Jia pondered for a moment, raised his glass to clink with his, and said, Safe travels. Jiang took a bite of a dumpling, laughing until his eyes were blurry. Captain Gao, this dumpling isn't as good as the ones my wife makes, but the wine is decent. Captain Gao, don't forget, when the truth is revealed, remember to come to my grave and let me know. Chapter 78. All have grown stronger. Lin Xianchao and Amy drove to an abandoned factory in a remote suburb. Amy provocatively said, 007, you are no match for me. Chinese AI robots have always been inexperienced. The development of China's AI industry should not even dream of keeping pace with M country. Yes, given China's current strength, we may not be able to overtake you in the short term, but we will maintain our position as the second strongest in the world. I understand Robert's concerns. Having sat in the big brother position for too long, he fears the little brother will catch up. Lin Xianchao chuckled lightly, elbowing Amy as a friendly reminder. Amy, are you still saying this now? When their bodies touched, Amy was stunned by a powerful force. She didn't expect 007's combat value to have increased so much overnight. Just a light touch on her arm made her feel a strong impact, and her body immediately activated a red defense alert. Have you upgraded your version? Or changed to a super strong chip? Amy, our Chinese researchers are not idle. They cautiously develop AI and even hold back on certain aspects to ensure a better harmonious existence between humans and robots in this global village. You're here in China to take away the criminal police team member Gao Jia, right? Tell me, where are you planning to take him? Why get close to him? What do you intend to use him for? Amy chuckled lightly, cunning Chinese, secretly working hard without the world's knowledge. Mr. Robert's caution towards you is indeed a wise move. To be honest, I came to China to take Gao Jie to M country, to hand him over to the lab, where Mr. Robert will personally develop and extract the neural essence from his brain. This person possesses exceptional investigative abilities. Besides the neural essence, his genes and DNA are also quite unique. Mr. Robert hopes to uncover more valuable things. 007. You better not ruin my plans. Even though you have upgraded to version 200. 0. You're still no match for me. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong wind swept through the sky, and the two stood firm amidst the wind and sand. Lin Xianchao spoke, Amy, if you want to take Gao Jie away, you have to get past me first. Don't humiliate yourself, foolish Chinese AI robot. You cannot stop me. Amidst the wind and sand, the two major AI robots from home and abroad engaged in a battle of strength. Amy didn't expect this guy to become so strong overnight. After several rounds of fighting, she nearly became 007's defeated opponent. Amy gathered her strength. In her steel hands, pushed Lin Xianchao back a distance of over 10 meters. After stepping back a few paces, Lin Xianchao stabilized his footing and smirked mockingly. It seems the AI robots from M country are not that impressive after all. Come on, continue. Amy was enraged, and her body emitted mechanical sounds. With all her basic and growth combat power values fully maxed out. Yet, 007 still stood firm like a rock. Amy, do you see the strength of Chinese AI? If you don't want to end up as a pile of scrap metal, you'd better roll back to your M country lab immediately. There's an old saying in China, if a person does not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me, I will retaliate. Amy gave a bitter smile, thinking that returning in failure would also make her a pile of scrap metal, and she wouldn't escape punishment. Let's talk, get ready. The two robots fought for no fewer than 300 rounds amidst the wind and sand, evenly matched, until both bodies indicated their power levels were below 20 and requested immediate recharging. 007, we will meet again. As for Gao Jie, he's as good as mine. You can't stop me. After Amy hurriedly left, Lin Xianchao's power was already running low, and he sped back to the community. Standing at the charging station, he connected with the lab. Mr. Lee, Mr. M.O., after the system upgrade, the 4th generation body version 200. 0 indeed has impressive combat power. I almost subdued Amy today. She admitted that her purpose in coming to China was Gao Jie, and according to M country's special algorithm assessment, Gao Jie is a rare talent they are looking for. They have their eyes on the neural essence in Gao Jie's brain, as well as his extraordinary genes and DNA. Gao Jie is in a very dangerous situation now. Amy has infiltrated his family by posing as a neighbor and has recognized his parents as her own. If this continues, Gao Jie could very well be successfully taken back to M country by Amy soon. Liru nodded. 007. You must protect Gao Jie at all costs. He must not be taken back by Amy. We have just researched him, and he is indeed exceptional. Besides his excellent innate genes, he possesses greater investigative talent than his ancestors. The crime-solving rate in M country has reached an all-time low, with local public security being a concern and protests continuing. They are eager to find a rare talent to change the incompetence of their police department. Lin Xianchao looked worried. Gao Jie and Amy are now neighbors, and Amy has recognized Gao Jie's parents as her own. I can't protect him 24 hours a day. Can you intervene in his brain to make him aware of Amy's intentions? Li Ru and M.O. Xiaoman discussed for a long time before finally coming up with a method. Tonight, when Gao Jie falls asleep, a mechanical voice will sound in his mind, leading him to a mysterious place, an AI virtual scene we created for him. He will see Amy's true face in the AI scene, as well as M country's ambitions and the motives behind Amy's approach to him. Lin Xianchao sighed in relief, and with a click in his mind, he opened his eyes to see his power fully charged. Amy hurriedly returned home, lying on the charging device. Robert and Alex instantly entered the cloud space. The three met in the cloud space, and Amy continuously explained 007's combat and attack values have increased exponentially overnight. The Chinese lab upgraded its version and installed a super strong chip. China's AI technology is ambitious. They have been hiding their capabilities. Mr. Robert, I almost became 007's defeated opponent. Please upgrade my version again. Robert never expected that Chinese AI technology had advanced so significantly. It seemed he had underestimated them. Although he had long seen China vigorously developing AI and robotics, he didn't expect their progress to be so rapid. Robert immediately had Alex upgrade Amy's version and replace it with the latest super strong chip developed by the lab. When Amy opened her eyes again, she felt unprecedented power surging within her body. The next time she sees 007, she must turn him into a pile of scrap metal. Along with the version upgrade, Amy's appearance and figure became even more stunning, exuding a powerful charm. Tonight, she must secure Gao Jie. Gao Jie returned to the bureau from prison, feeling a mix of emotions. Jiang Gao had turned from a victim into an assailant, and he was well aware of the process. An honest person like Jiang Gao raising a knife was a tragedy of society and a reflection of the public's distrust in the police department. The road ahead is long and arduous, but he will steadily strive to become a guardian for the common people. At this moment, his old classmate, Zhou Jin, called. Gao Jie, I've subtly asked my mother-in-law again. She has no recollection of the construction site case from 12 years ago. My mother-in-law is known for her good memory. She can recount the details of cases she has handled without needing to look through the files. If the case has not been filed for investigation, I believe the developer might have some backing and good public relations to suppress the issue. But don't worry, since I know about this, I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Although I'm not part of the criminal police team, I have several good brothers over there, and I can visit them often. Gao Jie felt warm in his heart. You are truly my brother. We didn't waste our time together back then. Zhou Jin smiled and said, all right, no need to get sentimental. I will definitely follow through on Zhou Daoi's case. Don't worry about Yuan's side. Her brother Yu Gang is a decent guy, and we've already added each other on WeChat. I'm doing this not just for you and that deputy team leader. Gao Jie was taken aback and asked why. It can't be for promotion and wealth, right? Zhou Jin replied, that's superficial. I'm doing it for the uniform we wear. Gao Jie smiled knowingly. He was no different. Chapter 79. No record found in the system. Zhou Jin returned to the bureau with a pile of materials given to him by Yu Gang. These materials were all the petition records of his sister, Yuan, over the past decade. With these, it would be easier for Zhou Jin to find the contacts from the administrative agencies back then and inquire about the process of their interaction with Yuan. A living person suddenly disappearing without a trace for 12 years is something that only someone like Yuan, from a lower social class, could endure without causing a stir. If there were any background or someone well-versed in the internet in the family, this matter would have likely reached higher authorities by now. In the following days, Zhou Jin shifted his focus at work and proactively reported this matter to his superiors. His leaders specially approved him to investigate the case together with the criminal investigation team. The case of Zhou Daoi's disappearance from 12 years ago was officially registered for investigation, rendering any previous discussions of reopening the case invalid. However, Zhou Jin did not expect that, based on Yuan's years of petitions and lawsuits, they would gradually find some related individuals who either claimed not to remember the events, denied any knowledge of the matter, or simply said they didn't know. Some of these individuals had already retired, and a few had passed away, making the entire process quite challenging. The developer from back then, Hua Jingyan, had died unexpectedly 5 years ago, and the current successor was his son, Hua Chun. When Hua Chun heard that the police were looking for him regarding Zhou Daoi's case, he hurriedly instructed his secretary to prepare tea. Zhou Jin's father-in-law had worked in the organization department for many years, which was responsible for the promotion and appointment of officials. Many relied on Zhou Jin's father-in-law to speak a good word, so Hua Chun naturally did not dare to be negligent. Currently, the police were investigating their group regarding Zhou Daoi's case, and if anything unfavorable was uncovered, it would be difficult for his deceased father to rest in peace. More importantly, the group's reputation would suffer significantly, adversely affecting the promotion and sales of several high-end real estate projects. When Zhou Jin met Hua Chun, he got straight to the point. 12 years ago, the land for Hongfa community was handled by her father, who has since passed away. We need to discuss some matters with you. Hua Chun adjusted his glasses and replied, Director Zhou, please speak freely. I will certainly inform you of anything I know. We are a local developer and have always relied on the government's strong support for our current stature. There are always some disputes each year, and your department has helped resolve many cases of deliberate disturbances. I am extremely grateful. Zhou Jin detected that these were merely polite words. As a businessman, being meticulous is fundamental, and continuing this conversation would yield no results. It was better to be straightforward. 12 years ago, while the Hongfa community was still under construction, a worker named Zhou Dawei mysteriously disappeared. At that time, his co-worker Wang Qingyu claimed Zhou Dawei fell into a deep pit on the construction site and died on the spot. But the next day, he changed his story, saying he had seen Zhou Dawei during the spring festival overtime. By the third day, this Wang Qingyu moved away with his family and has been unreachable since. Huaqin was very aware of Zhou Dawei's case. His father had intended to compensate Zhou Dawei's family, but he advised his father not to act impulsively. The death of a worker on the construction site, if known to the public, would certainly prevent the houses from selling at high prices, leading to significant losses for the group. His father ultimately listened to him and left everything to this future heir to handle. Huaqin did not disappoint his father. Zhou Dawei had been missing for 12 years, yet the group had remained strong. However, a woman named Yu Wan had continually pursued this matter, becoming slightly more subdued only after many years. Back then, Huaqin found out that Yu Wan was a persistent petitioner, and he sent someone to cripple one of her legs. Yu Wan still believed that she had offended the demolition office, which sent someone to harm her. In reality, the demolition office had long prohibited forced demolitions and the use of violence. Huaqin's actions had directly implicated the demolition office. Director Zhou, I was completely unaware of this matter. I can retrieve the list of workers from 12 years ago, if Zhou Dawei and Wang Qingyu are on it. We will certainly conduct a thorough internal investigation. Seeing Huaqin being cooperative and his tone having softened quite a bit since he entered, Zhou Jin acknowledged that he subconsciously leaned towards the weaker party in Zhou Dawei's disappearance case. All right, then please retrieve the worker information from 12 years ago. 20 minutes later, the assistant brought in the list of workers from that year. Zhou Jin went through the names of hundreds of workers 3 times, but could not find Zhou Dawei or Wang Qingyu. Does your group have any collaborations with third-party companies? Zhou Jin asked, unwilling to give up. When projects are rushed or the land is large, we internally face a shortage of workers and will hire some third-party companies or directly find outside contractors, Huaqin explained. From Huaqin's words, it seemed Zhou Dawei's case would be hard to resolve. If Zhou Dawei was hired by an external third-party company or was part of a contractor's crew, there would be few people who knew him or Wang Qingyu, and perhaps very few who were aware of what happened back then. No wonder Zhou Dawei had vanished without a trace. Can you still get in touch with the contractors and third-party company heads you worked with back then? Can we? Huaqin looked up at his assistant. The assistant replied, if the third-party company is still operating, we should be able to find them. As for the contractors, that is less certain. Those people often move around. Some contractors take jobs nationwide, and it's possible that Zhou Dawei and Wang Qingyu went elsewhere with them. Huaqin felt the assistant made a valid point. Workers would go wherever they could earn money and wouldn't stay fixed in one city. Director Zhou, I'll have my subordinates look into this further. After all, it's been 12 years, and many things have changed. It's not easy to find someone who has been missing for so long. Moreover, whether the person is truly missing or has started a new family elsewhere, or encountered an accident while working in another place, is hard to say. But please rest assured, our group will actively cooperate with the police's investigation into Zhou Dawei's disappearance. Zhou Jin took out a photo. Do you recognize her? Zhou Dawei's wife. Huaqin took the photo and examined it closely. No impression. I've never seen her. Huaqin remained cooperative throughout the conversation, and Zhou Jin had nothing more to say. Half an hour later, Huaqin's assistant informed him that the head of the third-party company had long since changed careers and could not provide the list of workers from that time. As for the contractors who actively sought work, finding them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. The site surveillance footage from back then would only be kept for 30 days, and now that 12 years had passed, it had long been discarded. After leaving, Zhou Jin felt very dejected, pondering how he could find a breakthrough. After much thought, the only potential breakthrough was Wang Qingyu, Zhou Dawei's neighbor. But this person had moved away with his family and had completely cut off contact with relatives who claimed they seemed to have evaporated. When Wang Qingyu's elderly father passed away, the family of 3 had not shown up. Back at the bureau, Zhou Jin asked his colleagues to help search for Wang Qingyu's family in the personal big data system. Generally, individuals not involved in criminal activities would not have information available online if they weren't recorded in police or court records. However, the police department could use its privileges to conduct a big data search for individuals in order to solve cases. The result left Zhou Jin astounded. The system showed no record of this person. For 12 years, there had been no trace of Wang Qingyu and his family. Zhou Jin immediately contacted the banks, and several banks indicated that the consumption records of Wang Qingyu's family had ceased on the very next day after they moved. Chapter 80. There are conditioning agents in the food. Zhou Jin told this news to Gao Jie, who was initially quite down, but later tried to boost his spirits. Old classmate, don't worry. Even if the Zhou Dawei missing person case has been unresolved for 12 years, I will stick to it until the truth is revealed. Gao Jie was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. What kind of person could disappear without a trace for 12 years? The answer is the dead. The Zhou Dawei missing person case was like a black hole where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, becoming increasingly mysterious and unpredictable. It turned out that not only had Zhou Dawei gone missing, but Wang Qingyu and his entire family had also disappeared. Could it be that it was not, as the villagers said, that Wang Qingyu had struck it rich in some city, but rather that his family had been silenced? When Guantong learned of this, her heart sank. The case was becoming more complicated. I'll go talk to Director Pan. I will set off for Hebei early tomorrow morning. You can't go. It's not safe for a girl to be out there. Zhou Jin insisted. I'm an old classmate of Zhou Dawei. We'll work well together. Guantong scoffed. Stop that. You should focus all your thoughts on your little girlfriend. Gao Jie forced a smile. He thought of Amy as a sister. There could never be anything between them. He had intentionally mentioned the 3-month probation period, knowing that the girl was just infatuated with him for a moment. Over time, she would no longer see him as someone with a police aura. Guantong applied to assist at the Hebei Public Security Bureau, but was outright rejected by Director Pan. The police can handle cases across regions, but this missing person case occurred in Hebei's own territory. It's not appropriate for you to go. The Bureau has been a bit quiet lately, but something could come up at any time. It's best if you don't go running around. The two returned to the Criminal Investigation Department dejectedly. Guantong called you Wan, and her brother Yu Gang answered. Upon hearing Guantong's voice, Yu Gang warmly called out, Officer Guan, thank you. You're such a good person. The city has started handling my brother-in-law's missing person case recently, and my sister's condition has improved a lot since she found out. What about your sister? Guantong asked. She's knitting a sweater, saying she wants to make you a big red one. Guantong felt quite touched. Can your sister answer the phone now? Yu Gang looked at his sister, who was seriously knitting with 2 large red yarn balls spread out on the bed. The doctor said we shouldn't talk to her about anything for now to avoid further mental stress. Knitting is pretty good. My sister's mental state has improved a lot these past few days. After hanging up, it was already time for lunch. Everyone was preparing to go to the cafeteria when Gu Mingming rushed into the Criminal Investigation Department. Captain, your girlfriend is here, calling you to come out for lunch. Boss, when did you secretly get a girlfriend? A few young men leaned against the window. Look, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Amy was wearing a light green dress, with a white belt accentuating her waist, giving her a delicate silhouette. Her long legs were visible from afar, fair and slender, like a beauty pulled straight out of an anime, making the single guys drool. Boss, your sister-in-law is the right age for us young guys. Boss, you're like an old cow eating tender grass. How are we supposed to live? Xiao Wu gazed at Gu Mingming with infatuation. Aren't you all jealous? My goddess is right next to me. Gu Mingming held her head high. The man I like must be as handsome as Officer Guan's boyfriend. Your looks are too far off. Xiao Wu retorted, a man can't just be judged by looks. Officer Guan's boyfriend is just average apart from his face and figure. He looks a bit like a robot. Guantong was taken aback. Is it that obvious? She quickly shot back. Have you ever seen such a handsome robot? Officer Guan, I heard that labs in M country in China are developing AI humanoid robots. I think the era of robots isn't far off. Maybe our colleagues will be either human or robots in the future. DeLay leaned against the window, suddenly excited. The boss is talking to his sister-in-law. The scene is just too eye-popping. Although our boss is handsome, standing next to his sister-in-law gives off a feeling of flowers growing in cow dung. Xiao Wu tilted his head. looking at Amy downstairs. Don't you think she has too perfect? Gu Ming Ming snorted coldly. Is that a backhanded compliment? You scumbag. Ming Ming, I didn't mean it that way. I just think she looks like a finely crafted piece of art, unlike us ordinary folks. You're still complimenting her. Scumbag. I'll tell Captain Gao you have a crush on his sister-in-law. Amy brought 3 dishes and a soup to the police station for lunch. Alex put in a lot of effort to teach Amy how to cook Chinese food. Chinese cuisine is vast and profound, especially the precise control of seasonings. Otherwise, if it's too salty or too sweet, the whole dish is ruined. The lab taught Amy to cook rice, and it took over 100 tries before she finally made rice that was neither too soft nor too hard, not too dry nor too wet. As for the common dishes on a Chinese dining table, the lab carefully selected the 20 most frequently served dishes, such as tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Come on, try it. I made all of this. Amy smiled charmingly, her eyes sparkling, her skin radiant as if she had just had a beauty treatment, exuding a pure and lovely aura that was even more alluring than a few days ago. Amy activated her charm, and Gao Jie felt a strong wave of hormones. His body suddenly became hot, his breathing quickened, and his face and neck flushed. Amy, I'll take the food. You should go back to work quickly, or your thousands of readers will demand updates. Amy smiled seductively, like a little fox spirit. I've already saved enough material for next month. I'll spend time with you properly recently. Come on, let's eat in my car. Gao Jie wanted to refuse Amy in his mind, but for some reason, today he couldn't control his body, and his feet unconsciously followed Amy into the car, as if he were possessed. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Gao Jie's heart raced, feeling like his blood was about to burst through his skin. Amy looked at him with affectionate eyes, her gaze incredibly alluring. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers upstairs at the police station gasped in amazement, and the single guys were going crazy with envy. Showing off love will get you killed. Guantong just rolled her eyes when she heard Xiao Wu shout, Officer Guan, your boyfriend also came to deliver lunch. What? Guantong was startled. I didn't ask him to bring lunch. Why is he not listening to me again? Master? Orders? Xiao Wu covered his mouth, stifling laughter, not expecting Officer Guan to be so popular at home. Lin Xianxiao had been following Amy and discovered that she went to the market to buy groceries. He didn't expect M-Country's AI robot technology to be so advanced. In order to achieve its goals, it even learned to cook Chinese food. He suspected that Amy would add conditioning agents to Gao Jie's food, and once he ingested the conditioning agent, he would lose consciousness and obediently follow Amy back to M-Country, becoming a victim of human experimentation. He had to stop this from happening. If Gao Jie was taken back to M-Country, he would end up like a laboratory mouse, and death would be his fate. Are you sure you can cook? Gao Jie was skeptical of Amy's culinary skills. Of course, and it's especially delicious. Come on, try it. Amy smiled beautifully, and Gao Jie felt that no words could describe her beauty. For some reason today, he couldn't control his body, wanting to kiss Amy, but his rationality remained clear. He couldn't. The person he loved was Guantong. If you don't eat, I'll feed you. Amy's playful demeanor made it even harder for him to resist. Chapter 81. Lin Xianxiao deliberately assaults police. Gao Jie quickly took a bite of broccoli, feeling his scalp tingle, and gradually his body and mind became pleasant. Soon, he developed a huge appetite, his eyes shining like 2 light bulbs. Amy, did you make this or order takeout? Of course I made it. Is it good? Delicious. It's way better than what my mom cooks. Gao Jie hugged the lunchbox and began to devour the food. Amy's fair cheeks flushed with a smile. Amy, you're beautiful, a great writer, and your cooking skills are so impressive. How can other women compete? That Guantong, she doesn't know anything and just scolds people. Amy, I really didn't expect you to be so virtuous. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely be incredibly happy. You can't die. What'll I do if you die? Amy's soft voice was heart-melting. Gao Jie felt more and more joyful, thinking he had never eaten such delicious food in his life. Amy quietly watched Gao Jie as he wolfed down the food laced with the agent, secretly laughing to herself. Captain Gao, eat more. You're going to die soon. Slow down. Don't choke. I'll make you delicious food every day from now on. Meeting you, I want to be with you all year round for 3 meals a day. Amy's voice was ethereal and beautiful, making Gao Jie feel a tingle in his heart. When Gao Jie looked into Amy's face, he felt she was different today, even more charming than the past few days. Amy seemed like a white moonlight, beautiful like a person in a painting, and the car was filled with a sweet aroma. Indeed, the agent in his body was starting to take effect. The two stared at each other for nearly a minute. Gao Jie could hardly control himself. Just as he was about to touch Amy's red lips, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the car door. "Captain Gao, is this appropriate in broad daylight? It's too damaging to the police's image." Lin Xianxiao, holding a lunchbox, grinned at Amy and Gao Jie. Amy's expression darkened instantly. "What does it have to do with you? Police are human too. Get lost." Gao Jie was stunned by Amy's tone, suddenly regaining clarity. He saw Lin Xianxiao holding a lunchbox. Was he delivering food to Guantong? Lin Xianxiao nodded, then fixed his eyes on Gao Jie and randomly dropped a line. "Captain Gao, you're going to die." Gao Jie had food in his mouth and was about to retort, "You're the one who's going to die." But Lin Xianxiao's expression didn't seem like he was joking. "Heh, whether I die or not is none of your business, but you're definitely going to die before me." Gao Jie glared at him and continued eating. Amy breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xianxiao almost ruined their moment, but Gao Jie didn't believe him at all. "Captain Gao, you really are going to die." Lin Xianxiao looked at Gao Jie seriously, his eyes as if they were looking at a corpse about to be buried. Gao Jie already disliked this pretty boy for stealing his beloved woman. He had convinced himself to wish them happiness, yet this pretty boy dared to curse him. Amy noticed Lin Xianxiao was deliberately provoking them and told Gao Jie not to pay attention to him, saying he was crazy. Gao Jie was furious, disregarding Amy's warning, opened the car door, and punched Lin Xianxiao in the face. Strangely, after the punch, his fist hurt badly, making him grit his teeth. Lin Xianxiao's face felt like a wall of iron. Looking at his own fist, he found it swollen and bleeding. Could this be the legendary Iron Man? Lin Xianxiao stood firm like a rock, with no sign of being hit on his face, looking seriously at Gao Jie, repeating, "Captain Gao, you really are going to die. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Gao Jie gasped, stepping forward to wrestle with him. Xiao Wu and Lei watched the scene from the window, exclaiming, "Sister Wan, the boss is fighting with your boyfriend." Guantong rushed to the window and saw Gao Jie being beaten by Lin Xianxiao. She didn't expect the pretty boy to be so strong. The boss was the martial arts champion of the police station for 5 consecutive years. "Sister Wan, the pretty boy is too ruthless. He made our boss vomit." "Sister Wan, he's assaulting a police officer. We should go out and take a look." Gao Jie was pinned to the ground by Lin Xianxiao, vomiting the food he had just eaten, successfully expelling the agent from his body. Lin Xianxiao finally let go and handed him a tissue. "Captain Gao, wipe your mouth." "Feeling better?" Gao Jie was taken aback. After the beating, his body did feel less heated. It was quite comfortable, but his pride was shattered. Amy was furious, worrying about her agent. "Help. Someone is attacking a police officer." Gao Jie waved his hand, wiping his mouth. That was just a warm-up. The real game has just begun. With that, he lunged at Lin Xianxiao, and the two wrestled again. This time, Gao Jie easily subdued Lin Xianxiao, regaining his earlier pride. "Pretty boy, tell me, who gave you the guts to openly assault a police officer?" Lin Xianxiao said nothing, lying on the ground, laughing, his gaze fixed on Amy. "Amy, you won't succeed. The agent has already lost its effect." A group of people rushed out of the police station, quickly pulling the two apart. "Hurry, take this guy to the interrogation room." "Boss, are you okay?" Xiao Wu asked. Gao Jie looked at the vomit on the ground and smiled. "I'm fine, just a pity for this food." He didn't expect this pretty boy, who seemed weak, to hit so hard. He had underestimated him. Delay looked at the vomit on the ground and said, "Boss, the pretty boy's moves were quite average." Xiao Wu patted Delay on the head. Didn't the boss say he was being careless? Who would have thought the pretty boy would hit so hard? Right, boss? Gao Jie took a deep breath, thinking to himself, he really hadn't expected the pretty boy's physical condition to be so robust, his muscles like steel. He must work out a lot. His muscles had developed to such an extent. Saying he was careless was just an excuse. He didn't want to lose face. In reality, he hadn't held back. The force was mutual. His fists felt like they were hitting steel, and now his hands hurt. "Boss, why is your hand bleeding?" Dalai exclaimed. "Did that guy's face come from a knife?" Gao Ji glared at Ale. He accidentally bumped it. He doesn't have that capability. In the end, he was still subdued by me. Now let's go inside and ask that guy what got into him. Guan Tong scolded Lin Xianchao. You assaulted a police officer. Do you know the consequences? What happened to mutual trust? That was his girlfriend just now. He has nothing to do with me now. Lin Xianchao noticed Guan Tong, giving him a look, realizing she was trying to save him. I was too impulsive earlier. I shouldn't have doubted your rekindled feelings. Assaulting a police officer can lead to a minimum of 3 years in prison, detention, or supervision. You were too impulsive. The two started arguing, and Gao Jie realized it was just a pretty boy throwing a tantrum, feeling jealous. Seeing Guan Tong's red eyes, his heart suddenly softened. Although he loved her, their good thing was about to happen, and he didn't want to see her unhappy. Zhang Milan had always disapproved of him and was fond of Lin Xianchao as a son-in-law. Guan Tong, as long as you are happy. Gao Jie hid his hands behind his back. All right, pretty boy, considering this is your first offense and I wasn't hurt, I won't hold you accountable this time. You can go back where you came from. Hurry up before I change my mind. Guan Tong quickly pulled Lin Xianchao out. Let's go. Do you still think this isn't embarrassing enough? Lin Xianchao responded obediently, following Guan Tong as they exited the police station. Guan Tong questioned him. Why did your robot hit someone? Did Gao Jie provoke you first? Or did your system malfunction? Amy's car was parked not far away, and through the car window, it was locking eyes with Lin Xianchao. Suddenly, a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth as she provocatively raised her middle finger at Lin Xianchao, then drove off in a huff. Not talking, huh? Fine. I'm going online to request a refund. Guan Tong picked up her phone and aggressively logged into the official website where she originally purchased the AI robot. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. The webpage displayed that the site no longer existed. Lin Xianchao, what does this mean? Is your lab running a black market? Chapter 82. Great damage to vitality. Lin Xianchao looked at Guan Tong and said faintly, the store may be upgrading recently. Guan Tong exclaimed in frustration, I understand now. You guys are a black shop, and you're a garbage AI robot completely out of human control. Why did you suddenly come to deliver food to me today? Why did you suddenly hit Gao Jie? If your system is malfunctioning, I advise you to hurry back to the lab for repairs and upgrades. Just now, your identity was almost exposed. If the news that I bought an AI robot as a boyfriend spreads throughout the police department, how am I supposed to live? My mom will definitely kill me. I hit him for his own good. Lin Xianchao smiled faintly. If Gao Jie ingested those taming agents, he would follow Amy to the United States like a walking corpse tonight. Even if he was lucky and not taken away tonight, after consuming so many taming agents, it was likely that even if he was saved, his brain would be damaged. That stuff can turn someone into an idiot if taken too much. Oh no, you must be malfunctioning. Guan Tong looked at it as if it were a computer that had crashed. In the end, Lin Xianchao still lied as Mr. Li Ru had instructed it to temporarily keep the news of the overseas AI invasion under wraps to avoid causing social uproar and panic. Actually, I heard you talking in your sleep last night. Tong Tong, you often dream about him. Dream? Talking? What did I say? You were calling his name. My jealousy meter was maxed out, causing me to experience human emotions like resentment and anger. I'm sorry, I forgot to run a virus scan recently. I will definitely do it on a schedule from now on. Guan Tong looked at it in disbelief. You mean your system has developed self-awareness? And you got jealous of Gao Jie? Yes, I shouldn't have developed this jealousy without your permission. Tong Tong, I think I might be in love with you. Guan Tong was taken aback. Don't joke around. You were just an AI robot I bought to deal with my mom and relatives. Where's your lab? I'll take you back now. You need to restore factory settings as soon as possible. Lin Xianchao said lightly. The location of a lab is confidential. You should go back to work. I'll drive there myself. See you tonight. Guan Tong cursed a few times, calling it a black-hearted business and a black-hearted lab that deceives consumers. Don't be angry. A little puppy getting jealous proves he loves you. This time, I'll let him off because of you, but next time I 1T spare him. I've never been hit until I vomited. He is the first. I'll remember his name, Lin Xianchao. Gao Jie said, biting his back teeth. Is your hand okay? It's fine, just a small scrape. I'll go to the infirmary to take care of it. Your little puppy is too impulsive. You need to keep an eye on him. Guan Tong sighed. If he can't be fixed, I plan to set him free to go where he belongs. Gao Jie thought she wanted to break up, and his eyes suddenly lit up. If it doesn't work out, just kick him to the curb. There are plenty of two-legged men in the world. This guy is too hot-headed. Both of you have quick tempers, so you don't compliment each other. Your mom must have been fooled by his looks. Now she knows that time reveals a person's true heart. Tong Tong, I actually think it's still us. Guan Tong, cut him off. You wasted your lunch for nothing. Let us go, I'll treat you. In the old factory in the suburbs, Amy and Lin Xianchao stared at each other for nearly a minute. Amy broke the silence. 007. Stop meddling. I'll say it one last time. From just this sentence, one could see the anger in Amy's heart. It is my duty and responsibility to protect Chinese people. I will never let you take Gao Jie away. Amy remained silent for a few seconds and activated her strongest combat capability. Let us see if you have this strength. The two AI robots engaged in a battle of strength, and this time, Amy pushed Lin Xianchao back step by step, ultimately striking directly at Lin Xianchao's mainboard. Lin Xianchao's system emitted a red alert, indicating the highest danger level, and the ultra-high-definition screen in the lab continuously beeped, gathering all the researchers in front of it. Li Rue's expression was calm, but the sweat on his forehead betrayed him. Mo Xiaoman, hurry, increase the defense value, max out the attack and combat values. Yes, Lin Xianchao still had no resistance, and Li Ru was sweating profusely. It's still not enough. 007's core structure is based on the Chinese AI-W software. It looks like we must upgrade it early. Mo Xiaoman was astonished. Mr. Li, didn't we agree to upgrade it in 6 months? Won't this make AI technology develop too quickly? Li Ru's gaze was very determined. We can't wait any longer. 007 is in danger. The enemy's gun is pointed at our heads. We can't be low-key anymore. The program code is already written. The upgrade will only take 5 minutes. 007 should be able to hold on. Hurry. Yes. Amy closed in on Lin Xianchao, her attack power reaching unprecedented levels. At this moment, Lin Xianchao seemed like a weak chicken in front of her, easily subdued to death. Rookie AI, hurry up and say, do you submit? Lin Xianchao's system had already paralyzed by 70, yet he gritted his teeth and said, just wait. I will definitely deal with you. Just you? Don't be naive. The AI technology of the United States dominates the world. No one can compare. The next second, Amy heard a beep, and a piercing ultrasound penetrated her human-like eardrum. Lin Xianchao's system was rapidly repairing itself, recovering from 70 paralysis to normal in an instant. At the same time, his system was upgrading, feeling his entire body tightening with immense power. He knew this was the lab injecting Chinese power into him. The latest generation of AI-W software was named Chinese Power, and the plan was to soulcast the AI robot 6 months later. If it were not for necessity, Mr. Li Ru would not have injected it with Chinese power ahead of time. With a beep, Lin Xianchao's system completed the upgrade, directly upgrading from version 200 to 2000, entering the peak phase of Chinese power. Amy, I said before, if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will yield 3 points. If they offend me again, I will eradicate them. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xianchao unleashed powerful halos around him, with 5 stars flickering in the red halo. The powerful halo enveloped Amy, and in an instant, she knelt down, her head pounding, devoid of any lethality or attack power. Robert stood in front of the big screen watching this scene, amazed that Chinese AI technology had become so powerful, even capable of easily defeating their meticulously cultivated excellent AI robot, Amy. Robert looked at this scene in disbelief, feeling a huge threat. Alex, we must find a way to save Amy. Otherwise, her body will be taken back to the lab by the Chinese for disassembly and research, and our core AI technology will be laid bare before them. Alex knew what this meant. He had to inject Amy's body with even more powerful attack values, meaning the attack value must be raised to 99999. After kneeling for a long time, when Amy was on the verge of collapse, a beep indicated that the attack value of 99,999 entered her body. Amy stood up and fired red, white, and blue halos to counter the red halo emitted by Lin Xianchao. The researchers in the lab held their breath, and in the end, the 2 halos reached a stalemate. Both Lin Xianchao and Amy fell to the ground, their systems severely damaged. Amy hurriedly fled. and the severely damaged Lin Xianchao was also urgently recalled to the lab for repairs. Chapter 83. Zhang Milin gets upset when Guantong returned home after work. She saw a pair of her mom's shoes outside the door and almost went crazy on the spot. Her mom was here again to urge her to get married and have children. If she knew that Lin Xianchao was an AI humanoid robot, she might even sacrifice family ties for justice. Mom, why are you here cooking again? I'm dieting, so I'm not eating dinner. Zhang Milin snorted coldly. Just earlier, while tidying up the house, she discovered that the young couple was actually sleeping in separate beds. With such a handsome man in her house, this silly girl was still keeping herself pure. Lin was good at his job, handsome, and 3 years younger than her. How could she not have any sense of urgency? She was already 30. It's all well and good to say that she's still young in the big city, but in this small city, she's already an old maid. Women her age, having their second or third child, could be found in droves on the street. Guantong washed her hands and started helping out. Mom, the pork ribs you're stewing smell so good. That's not for you, it's for Lin. Cooking was all for Lin. What do you have to keep Lin's heart? By catching a few more criminals? By being good at fighting? By being a police officer? By sleeping in separate beds with him? You must hold on to Lin firmly, or else this opportunity will be gone. Mom has taught you, get on the bus first, then buy a ticket. Get pregnant first, then get married. Moms won't blame you for these things. Lin is still fresh to you. Can you guarantee he'll always feel that way? If you have a child, then you can secure his heart, and his heart will always be in this home. Guantong's mood, already poor, suddenly turned red-eyed. Mom, what era is this? Why are you still so old-fashioned? Yes, I'm 30, unmarried and childless, but I work hard and am diligent. Fighting evil and promoting good. Protecting the people. That's my mission and my confidence. I don't feel like I've done anything wrong. Mom, do you really think a woman's existence is just for reproduction? To bear children? I don't think so. God granted us women the ability to give birth, but we have the right to choose when to do so. Mom, I don't believe that a relationship must be maintained by having a child. If having a child could secure a man's heart, then why don't you check with the Civil Affairs Bureau? Isn't it true that many divorced couples have children? Zhang Milin turned off the stove angrily. I'm leaving. I won't add to your troubles. It's all my fault for urging you to get married and have children. I'm just an annoying, old-fashioned person. Wiping her tears, Zhang Milin picked up her bag and walked out, and Guantong rushed up to her. Mom, I didn't mean it that way. You don't understand me. I'm unhappy at work and dissatisfied in my love life. Sometimes I feel particularly lost, lonely, and tired. Seeing her daughter crying, Zhang Milin's heart softened, and she put down her bag. What happened? Is there something wrong at work? Didn't you say there haven't been any big cases lately? What about Lin? Is he working overtime today? Why hasn't he come back yet? Guantong couldn't explain to her mom that Lin was an AI robot bought to fool her mom, and unexpectedly, it gave her mom even greater hope, filling her head with ideas of securing Lin's heart with a child. Mom, he's on a business trip. He'll be back in a few days. On a business trip? Why didn't you say so earlier? Mom can come to keep you company. Silly child. Why are you still crying? I'm not blaming you. I'm just anxious, worried that you won't have anyone to accompany you in the future. Mom will eventually leave this world before you, and then you won't have any blood relatives left. Your aunts and cousins, after 3 generations. Even the closest relationships can't compare to that of parents. I'm worried that when I'm gone, you'll be all alone, hungry, thirsty, sick, cold, or hot. Once you start working, you're a workaholic. You need a caring man to be with you, love you, and protect you so I can leave in peace. Guantong tightly hugged her mom. Although she felt extremely guilty, she was determined that Lin Xianchao could not be returned, no matter what happened in the future. At least her mom would feel at ease seeing Lin Xianchao, and her mom's later years would be stable and happy. This had always been her biggest wish. Mom, don't worry. Your daughter is so beautiful. Who doesn't know that among the 3 flowers of public security, inspection, and law, there's your daughter? Lin's heart has long been tied to me. So you can rest easy. Zhang Milin wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Then why are you 2 sleeping in separate beds? Young people should be inseparable, shouldn't they? I see only 1 pillow in both rooms. Are you planning to wait until you get married to share a bed? Lin is so tall and handsome. It even makes me feel tempted. How are you going to keep him under control? Silly girl, you're not young anymore. A little intimacy can relieve stress. With all the pressure from work, Lin is your best comfort. Guantong laughed sarcastically and gave a thumbs up. Mom, I think the reason I can be a police officer is definitely in my genes. Your detective skills are already at the beginner level. Don't flatter me. Anyone with eyes can see that. There isn't even a condom in the cupboard, and there's only one pillow. Are you two having a platonic love? In a moment of panic, Guantong quickly came up with an idea and playfully leaned close to her mom's ear. Mom, actually, I'm just like you. We're both impulsive. Back then, you pursued Dad, and I actively pursued Lin. I didn't expect Lin to be so conservative, so traditional, so pure, and so clean. What do you mean? Clarify that. Zhang Milan frowned, confused. Are you saying Lin doesn't agree to anything before marriage? Guantong's eyes widened, nearly popping out of her head as she nodded vigorously, then said with a sense of grievance, Mom, I have unspeakable hardships. I didn't expect Lin to be so conservative. His family is also very traditional. They believe that a boy must remain pure before marriage and can only lose his virginity on the wedding night. Zhang Milan dropped her jaw in shock. Is that still a thing? It didn't exist in the past. Isn't that just a moral constraint on women? Yeah, I didn't expect that either. If I had known I could only look and not touch, I wouldn't have pursued him. But now there's no way out. Our feelings are deep, and I can't bear to let him go. I've tried to take the initiative a few times, but Lin is too conservative. He says it's their customs and beliefs that boys must remain pure until the wedding night. Mom, Lin was almost scared to tears by me. I couldn't bear it. So I agreed to sleep in separate beds, first to respect his beliefs. Zhang Milan lowered her brows, thinking for a moment, then said, what a good boy. Still as pure as a glass of clean water. Guantong, you've struck gold. There aren't many men who are still virgins these days. We struck it rich with Lin. Now I can rest assured. Since Lin is so conservative and has chosen you, he will be your man for life. Guantong, you can't let him down. Guantong breathed a sigh of relief, finally having managed to fool her mom. Suddenly worried that Lin Xianxiao might come back and expose her, she said, Mom, you should hurry back and rest. I worked hard all day and just want to take a shower and sleep. Lin and I usually don't eat dinner. We just have a cup of yogurt before bed. Zhang Milan happily ran into the kitchen. Mom will finish this pot of ribs and then leave. You go about your business. I won't disturb you. Wow, I didn't expect my Zhang Milan to have a son-in-law who is still a virgin. Your dad wasn't one. He had 2 girlfriends before. He drove me crazy. Chapter 84, AI Dream Old Gal. Stop watching TV. Let's go cook for the kids. Tonight, let Amy try the noodles with soybean paste that I made. Old Gal held her back. Don't disturb them in their little world. Who knows? In less than 3 months, Xiao Jie might start calling her wife. Our son is great at solving cases, but when it comes to relationships, he's still a blockhead. Old Gao, is watching TV more fun than playing chess? As soon as Old Gao heard about chess, he perked up. Amy is indeed good at chess. The last time he played with her, he won a few times purely by luck. Let's go play a couple of games with Amy to relieve our boredom. The couple happily took a taxi to their son's community. They first knocked on Amy's door, but no one answered after a long time. Is Amy not home? Could she be in our son's room? Listen closely. What if they're in there doing something? It would be awkward if we barged in. The couple pressed their ears against the door and listened for a while. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened. Gao Jia looked at them in confusion. Dad, Mom, why aren't you coming in? Old Gao smiled sheepishly. Your mom was worried you were sleeping and didn't want to disturb your rest. By the way, where's Amy? We knocked for a while, and your mom thought she might be with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mom shot a fierce glare at Dad, and Gao Jie immediately understood. Dad, Mom, you have ulterior motives? Zhang Ping quickly changed the subject. Son, how did you get hurt? I ran into a fool during the day and got scratched accidentally. The medical room has already helped bandage and disinfect it. That's good to hear. I heard there aren't many cases at work lately. You should take this time to cultivate your relationship with Amy and let her become our daughter-in-law sooner. Amy is quite pretty. Our future granddaughter will definitely be beautiful. Gao Jie felt overwhelmed. This day had been surreal. First, he received a love bento from Amy. Then he got beaten up by a pretty boy, and all afternoon he had been feeling dizzy. There were no new leads on Zhou Daoi's missing case from Zhou Jing's side. Just when he got home wanting some quiet time, his parents showed up to push for marriage. Why is there such a persistent and terrible custom of parents pushing for marriage? At that moment, Gao Jie really wanted to dig up the first couple who got married and ask them, Wasn't it good to live alone? Why did you feel the need to tie your cells together? Was it for love? Your grandpa called again, saying he wants to come see his granddaughter-in-law in a few days. Granddaughter-in-law? Who? Gao Jie was confused. Amy, of course. Son, are you stupid? Dad, Mom, it's impossible between me and Amy. Sure, she's pretty and you both like her. And I have physical feelings for her, but I don't love her. It's just not possible. Stop thinking about it. I'm going to sleep now. You two should go home. It has to be Amy. Zhang Ping lowered her voice, but still sounded angry. You're already 33, working so hard and in a dangerous job. Do you think you're still popular in the dating market? I've been to every matchmaking event for you and submitted your resume. There aren't many who are willing to marry their daughters off to you. Sure, being a criminal police officer is great and noble, but it's never as stable as being a civil servant, doctor, teacher, or working in finance at a bank. Amy likes you so much and wants to be with you. Why are you being so picky? Are you still thinking about that Guantong? She already has a boyfriend and has taken him to meet her relatives. Why are you still holding on to that? His parents kept talking, and Gao Jie felt his head buzzing. Dad, Mom, I'm really tired today. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Zhang Ping was about to say something else when old Gao patted her shoulder. Let's go. We'll come back tomorrow. Amy isn't home anyway. We mainly came to see her. Zhang Ping nodded. You're right. What's there to see about this kid? He just knows how to make us angry. Amy is the one who is sensible. Come on, let's not cook for him. He doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings. We'll go back and eat the noodles with soybean paste ourselves. After his parents left, Gao Jie took a quick shower. Standing in front of the mirror, he changed his bandage while recalling the moves he made while fighting Lin Xianchao. This guy didn't have any particular technique. His moves were unrecognizable. But his only advantage was that his body was as solid as a rock. Gao Jie couldn't budge him several times. What was even stranger was that the pretty boy didn't hit him elsewhere, but kept delivering blows to his abdomen until he vomited. But when they wrestled the second time, he managed to pin the pretty boy to the ground without using much strength. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that wasn't quite right. He had just started to exert force when the pretty boy had already collapsed. Why'd he act like that? After pondering for a long time without coming to a conclusion, he simply stopped thinking about it and lay down in a 5 horses, splitting the body position, instantly falling asleep and snoring. Chinese Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, AI Robot Damage Repair Center. After 3 hours of urgent repairs by Mo Xiaoman, Lin Xianchao's body had returned to all normal parameters. 007. Do you feel better now? Lin Xianchao opened his eyes and saw himself on the robot operating table. Thank you. I feel much better. Amy's combat power and attack value had significantly increased in a short time, but her body had also experienced backlash and discomfort. In today's direct confrontation, we were evenly matched with the robots from Country M. At this moment, Mr. Li Ru walked into the AI Robot Damage Repair Center. You performed excellently today. You saved Gao Jie once again. Amy's rapid upgrade in such a short time has caused her body to become intolerant. She needs time to recover, and so do you. Avoid direct confrontations with her for a while. Once you return, you should be in a state of rest and repair. Lin Xianchao nodded. At that moment, he saw Gao Jie's real-time status on the electronic screen in front of him. Gao Jie was sleeping, snoring loudly, and his sleeping position was extremely ugly. Mr. Li, what is this? We want to meet him in person. Li Ru smiled, reached out to touch the blue screen in front of him, and activated the AI Dreamland mode. Soon, dense lines of program code suddenly appeared in the blue screen, cycling through until they converged into a faint blue light that entered Gao Jie's brain. While sleeping, Gao Jie suddenly opened his eyes, and his consciousness entered the laboratory. He looked around in disbelief at everything filled with high technology, finally landing his gaze on the 3 of them. He didn't recognize Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman, but he recognized Lin Xianchao. Pretty boy, I didn't expect to dream about you. You really struck hard during the day. Oh, is this a high-tech operating table? Let me help you personally operate. I'll teach you a good lesson in this dream, you disrespectful brat. Li Ru looked at the blue screen, where Gao Jie's data was displayed, and his excitement and desire for revenge had reached a peak state. Hello, Captain Gao. Gao Jie turned around to look at Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman, who were watching him like he was a monkey. Don't worry, I have no grievances with you. I won't harm the innocent. After saying that, he picked up a small hammer in front of him and began to think about where to start. You used your right hand to hit me, right? Lin Xianxiao nodded slightly. All right, then I'll disable your right hand. Don't be afraid. Dreams are fake, but the feelings might feel very real. Pretty boy, I spared you once during the day because I was considering Guantong. Now, consider this a lesson. First, you stole my ex-girlfriend and openly flaunted your affection. Second, you crazy kid inexplicably beat me up, wasting Amy's heartfelt intentions. Third, I hate pretty boys who live off women the most. Gao Jie raised the small hammer high, and Li Ru calmly shouted, Captain Gao, let me introduce myself. I am Li Ru, the founder of the Chinese AI Robot Laboratory. Chapter 85. Arriving at the laboratory, Gao Jie had an unusual and excited expression on his face. Are you Li Ru, the creator of China's AI software? Li Ru smiled elegantly. Indeed, that's me. Gao Jie put Lin Xianxiao aside, walked up to Li Ru, and extended a hand. Finally met you in person. What a pleasure. And Mo Xiaoman was taken aback, just about to say something, but Li Ru signaled that it was fine. You look a bit younger than my dad. Can I call you Uncle Li? Sure. Li Ru maintained his refined smile. Uncle Li, I heard that China's AI software is already leading the world. They say the US is first and we are second. The C software from the US is quite powerful. It is said to have had a significant impact on humanity, and many people might lose their jobs in the future. Li Ru nodded. That's right. The C software in the US belongs to the top-tier AI technology globally. You should have heard about its main functions, and there are many things that cannot be disclosed, such as how they use AI to cultivate AI law enforcement officers, AI spies, etc., giving AI more rights and human-like consciousness. Isn't that dangerous? Gao Jie asked. There are two voices in society regarding AI. Most are against it. Recently, AI fraud has exploded, with a tech company owner being scammed out of 3 million yuan in just 10 minutes. Not long ago, someone used AI to spread slander, and we handled that case, which destroyed that girl's family. I also heard that if AI gains human consciousness, with its learning ability, humanity will eventually dig its own grave and be defeated by AI. Human civilization on Earth will be destroyed, replaced by a robot civilization. Li Ru laughed. Captain Gao, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about AI technology. The development of technology is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it brings convenience to human life. On the other hand, if humanity misuses technology, the end of technology is destruction. In recent years, the world has been developing AI technology, and a lot of information has entered our lives, like smartphones and computers. My colleagues in our bureau are also particularly interested in AI technology, and our anti-trafficking office has specifically incorporated AI technology into the public security system. Li Ru is pleasantly surprised. The anti-trafficking office uses AI technology to recover abducted women and children. Yes, AI technology is quite impressive. In the past, surveillance footage was blurry, and the police sketch artist couldn't draw the appearance of the trafficker or the abductee. But AI technology can generate a photo from a blurry angle and specific facial features. In one case, surveillance only captured the trafficker's back, but the face of a 1-year-old baby was quite clear. The technicians in our bureau used AI technology to generate the adult appearance of the baby, and we found him using the population big data system. Li Rutenis Milad Nuingli. This is the ideal outcome we envision. We hope that the development of AI technology and AI robotics will benefit human development and life, rather than making human society and life unbearable. If technological progress leads to massive unemployment, or if AI technology surpasses humanity, posing unprecedented threats to humanity, that is not the original intention of our research into AI technology. The US is a hegemonic country. They have dominated the world for many years and have always wanted to use technology to maintain their dominance. They are developing and exploring high-end AI technology and AI robotics without limits. These AI technologies have become their slaves, helping them spy on key secrets in various countries. Gao Jie excitedly looked around at Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman and at Lin Xianxiao. You must have heard too much news about AI robots recently. This is what one thinks about during the day and dreams about at night. You're not dreaming. All of this is real. Lin Xianxiao's voice came from behind Gao Jie. This is China's most confidential AI laboratory base. I am an AI humanoid robot produced here. They are the leading researchers in China and also my creators. Gao Jie was taken aback, feeling that the pretty boy was seriously talking nonsense. But his expression was particularly earnest. Gao Jie rolled up his sleeves. About what you did to me during the day, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now we can clear it up, right? To be honest, I have disliked you for a long time. Guantong is the woman I like. Gao Jie raised his fist, ready to swing it, when Li Ru shouted from behind, he didn't deceive you. He is an AI humanoid robot we produced. Our laboratory has an official website, and Guantong customized the robot on it. She is our first user. We produced Lin Xianxiao based on her needs. Lin Xianxiao's main responsibility is to help Guantong deal with her mother and relatives' marriage pressures and take care of her daily life. If Guantong needs, he can also help her with work-related tasks. Gao Jie laughed. Are you three teaming up to mess with me? How strange. How could I have this kind of dream? Mo Xiaoman operated something, and a huge laboratory base appeared before Gao Jie, with countless staff working on computers outside. Such a spectacular scene he had only seen in movies. Is all of this real? Of course. How did I get here? I was just sleeping at home. This must be my dream. That's right. This dream was induced by us. We activated the AI dream mirage mode. You can assign dreams? That's amazing. In special circumstances, we can do this. You are in danger, and we had to bring you to the laboratory. Gao Jie was unconvinced. What kind of danger could I be in? There haven't been many cases recently. The cases from the last 3 months were all suicides. The most dangerous thing I've encountered recently is him. This guy almost beat me to death during the day. It's the first time I've met such a heavy guy. He feels heavier than a 200-pound fat man, like he's made of steel. Li Ru laughed, of course. His weight is 5 tons. How could you possibly beat him? He is a silicon-based life form. 5 tons? Are you kidding? Are they treating him like an idiot? I know what you're thinking. What we said is true. If you still don't believe it, you could take a look at his body. Lin Xianxiao began to take off his clothes, revealing perfect muscle lines that made even men envious. Gao Jie touched his own abs, feeling inferior. As Lin Xianxiao took off his clothes and turned around, Gao Jie was shocked and covered his eyes. You pervert. Why did you take everything off? Hurry up and put your pants back on. Lin Xianxiao had already approached, placing Gao Jie's hand on his heart area. Can you hear it? The sound of